And Mingjia also saw through Xie Kongxing's thoughts, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he slowly began. Using Ding Qiming as bait to kill Wei Tian is just a smokescreen. Your true goal is Xiang Qingtian of the Wei family, far away in the capital, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Xie Kongxing's pupils suddenly constricted, and he stared intently at An Mingjia. He really knew. You haven't told anyone about this, have you? Xie Kongxing asked nervously. If word got out, all their efforts would be in vain. Don't worry, Uncle Xie. And Mingjia said softly. I'm not that foolish. Since I know your plan, absolutely no one will learn about this from me. After all, I still plan to cooperate with you in the future. We might not dare to cooperate with you, Xie Kongxing thought to himself. Fortunately, An Mingjia was An Xingchang's son. Otherwise, Xie Kongxing truly wouldn't dare to let An Mingjia live. He would have nightmares at night. Damn, did An Xingchang save the galaxy in his past life? Or perhaps, An Mingjia wasn't An Xingchang's biological son, but adopted? Xie Kongxing felt this was highly possible. Neither An Xingchang nor his wife Zhu Ruxue could possibly possess such a brilliant mind. Although Zhu Ruxue was intelligent, she wasn't to such an outrageous extent. Xie Kongxing planned to find an opportunity later to get a paternity test for them. If he wasn't their biological son, he would immediately adopt An Mingjia as his godson. That mind was too useful. Xie Kongxing looked at An Mingjia, and an idea suddenly popped into his head. If Su Jiang also had An Mingjia's brain, then why the hell save Xiang Qingtian? Just train Su Jiang to be Xiang Qingtian instead. Perhaps the supervisory bureau could even reach a higher level. However, this was just a thought. Xie Kongxing wouldn't dare to truly let Su Jiang take over the entire supervisory bureau. Given Su Jiang's personality, it was even possible he would turn around and sell the supervisory bureau. Alas, the waves behind pushed the waves ahead. Xie Kongxing gave a bitter smile, then looked at An Mingjia and said, Have you considered joining the supervisory bureau? Anyway, your An family is already in a cooperative relationship with us, so why not just join us directly? Upon hearing this, An Mingjia smiled and shook his head. Uncle Xie, thank you for your invitation, but my ambition is not here. Oh, Xie Kongxing asked curiously. Then what do you want? You might not believe it, but what I want is actually very simple. An Mingjia paused and said, After Su Jiang marries my sister, I'll find a way to dump the An family on that guy Su Jiang, then travel around to relax and live a retired life. That's what I want. As soon as these words were spoken, Xie Kongxing couldn't help but be stunned. He hadn't expected that what a person like An Mingjia truly desired was so simple. Just traveling to relax? Xie Kongxing was a bit unconvinced. Otherwise, An Mingjia said with a bitter smile, I have no need to lie to you, Uncle Xie. The reason I became the current An family leader is simply because that old geezer in my family became a hands-off manager, and I had no choice but to take over. From the very beginning, I haven't had much ambition. All I seek is the peace and health of my family. My sister, Li Kai, and the other members of the An family, and even Su Jiang now, are all my family in my eyes. Once they no longer need me, I can leave without any burden. And Mingjia sighed. This is all thanks to Su Jiang's appearance. Otherwise, I don't know when I would be able to live that kind of life. The only difficulty was how to steadily hand over the An family to Su Jiang. And Mingjia also wanted to be a hands-off manager. 188. Yang Tool Man Ming. On a certain street, Su Jiang was on the phone with Yang Ming. Yang Ming, have all your people arrived? They've all arrived, and they're all ambushed near Shizhou University. Where are you? Almost, I'm on my way. Hey, boss, I don't want cilantro. Cilantro? What's cilantro? Yang Ming heard this and immediately realized something was wrong. Su Jiang, tell me the truth. Where the hell are you? I'm buying grilled cold noodles, Su Jiang said while buying the grilled cold noodles. Don't worry, I'll definitely make it. It's not far from you guys. I'll just take a taxi over. A taxi, my ass. Yang Ming cursed directly. We've all gone undercover. If you just brazenly take a taxi over, wouldn't we be exposed? Then what should I do? I can't just walk there, can I? How long would it take you to walk over? More than 2 hours. Yang Ming silently calculated the approximate distance in his mind for the 2-hour journey and figured out Su Jiang's current location. You're still at the Xie family? Yang Ming roared. Why are you yelling? I'm out of the CF family. I've walked a whole street already, Su Jiang said, picking at his ear. Originally, Su Jiang wanted to rush over as quickly as possible, but there was no helping it. He was attracted by the grilled cold noodles street stall. After half a second of internal struggle, Su Jiang thought, since he was already here, it would be inappropriate not to buy some. So he started buying grilled cold noodles by the roadside. What the hell is the time? And you're still thinking about your damn grilled cold noodles. Yang Ming gritted his teeth. You're the Special Operations Group's leader. If you're not here, what are we supposed to do? At these words, Su Jiang immediately fell silent. After a long moment, Su Jiang spoke, saying solemnly, Yang Ming, I have immense trust in your abilities. I believe that even if I'm not here, you can take good care of our brothers. Before I arrive, you can make decisions yourself. I grant you the authority to mobilize everyone. Go for it. I'm counting on you. On the other end of the phone, Yang Ming was dumbfounded. He knew Su Jiang was unreliable, but he didn't realize Su Jiang was this unreliable. Su Jiang, how am I supposed to tell them this? Yang Ming was speechless. How was he supposed to explain to his brothers? Our boss handed over command directly because he was busy buying grilled cold noodles? It was outrageous. Su Jiang, Yang Ming was about to say something else. Beep. On the other end of the phone, Su Jiang directly hung up. Yang Ming's eyes widened, looking at his phone in disbelief. After a long moment, Yang Ming gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and furiously punched the air several times. Did I blow up the Milky Way in my last life? Yang Ming muttered. That's why the heavens sent Su Jiang to torment him. He finally understood why Director Jiang insisted on putting him under Su Jiang's command. Without him, this special operations group wouldn't last 3 days under Su Jiang. It would be doomed sooner or later. Just then, two people approached from not far away, also members of the special operations group. The two of them quietly asked Yang Ming, How is it, Yang Ming? Has Su Jiang arrived? Yang Ming was silent. After a long while, he finally said, He's still on his way. I'm temporarily in charge here. To his surprise, as soon as he said this, the two men simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Then it seems we still have hope. That's right. As long as Su Jiang isn't commanding us, we're stable. The current Special Operations Group is composed of people from the An family and the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau. The people from these two forces knew Su Jiang all too well. His thought process was truly impossible to keep up with. They sometimes worried that during a fight, Su Jiang might suddenly order them to buy grilled cold noodles. Although it sounded absurd, it was definitely not impossible. After all, that was Su Jiang. Yang Ming's mouth twitched when he heard the two men's words, and he immediately understood his position. Nominally, the leader of the Special Operations Group was Su Jiang. In reality, Yang Ming handled almost all matters, big and small. Now, even the damn command authority was Yang Ming's. Yang, the tool man Ming. Sighing, Yang Ming said helplessly, First, have everyone stand by. Wait for my orders. We can't move until the Wang family appears. Got it. The two men happily agreed and turned to leave, leaving Yang Ming alone to sigh repeatedly. What a sin. Wasn't there anyone who could share the burden with him? He remembered that the An family also had a Li Kai, who was also in the Special Operations Group, right? Where was he? Li Kai was currently sitting on the sofa in the CF family, spacing out. Ever since his sniper rifle was requisitioned by Su Jiang, Li Kai had come to terms with it. As a sniper, he didn't even have a sniper rifle. What was he supposed to shoot? This season, it was like his account had been banned. He couldn't even pick up kills while they were fresh. He'd wait for the new season. Meanwhile, inside the hotel where Wei Tian was staying, young Master Wei, everyone has arrived, Black Warehouse said. Lan Wu has already led the Mei family's people to quietly surround the Xie family. The main force of the Wei family from the capital has also arrived near Shizhou University. As long as you give the order, both sides can launch an attack immediately. Wei Tian heard this, but didn't speak. Instead, he picked up his phone and checked the time. 6 in the evening. There were still 2 hours until 8 o'clock, the time the other party mentioned. Tell them to get ready. As soon as it's 6:30, launch a direct assault. Wei Tian said with a fierce look in his eyes. No matter the cost, we must find Ding Qiming. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to find him again. Black Warehouse nodded slightly. then asked, "Young Master Wei, are we just staying in the hotel?" He saw that Wei Tian had no intention of going out. "No, we have to go out, but not now," Wei Tian said. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Thump, thump, thump. Black Warehouse's expression changed, and he immediately became alert. "Young Master Wei, the person has been picked up," a voice came from outside the door. Wei Tian's eyes brightened a few shades when he heard this, and he said, "Let him in." The door was pushed open, and a person covered in blood was helped inside, walking unsteadily. Black Warehouse frowned, scrutinizing the person in front of him, feeling a sense of familiarity. "You are? Feng Zhe," Black Warehouse exclaimed. "How did you escape?" This heavily injured person was indeed Feng Zhe, who had been captured by the Supervisory Bureau. Cough, cough. The Supervisory Bureau's people are all ambushed at Shizhou University. I took advantage of their depleted strength and desperately escaped. Feng Zhe clutched the wound on his chest, looking intently at Wei Tian, saying each word clearly. "Young Master Wei, I know where Ding Qiming will escape from." 189. Two old foxes competing in acting skills. In a flash, it was 6:30, and the Xie family was already enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Outside, Mei Zimin had already led the Mei family to surround the Xie family. Upstairs, and Mingjie watched this scene and said, "They arrived later than I expected." Xie Kongxing nodded slightly, a hint of solemnity in his eyes, because he not only saw the Mei family members, but also Lan Wu and some unfamiliar faces. Presumably, it was support from the Wei family. "They want to quickly take down my Xie family." Xie Kongxing grinned and laughed. Wei Tian is really impatient. Is he really that afraid of my Xie family affecting him? "Uncle Xie, I remember you said that the Mei family patriarch contacted you before, right?" And Mingjie asked. "Yes, that Mei Zimin fellow is also an old fox." Xie Kongxing cursed with a smile. He said he wanted to play a fake match with us, telling us not to be serious and to wait for the results from Shizhou University. If Wei Tian loses, he will surrender unconditionally and help us deal with the Wei family. "You agreed?" And Mingjie asked. "Of course, why wouldn't I agree?" Xie Kongxing said as a matter of course. Although Mei Zimin's fence-sitting behavior is despicable, no matter what, this is more beneficial than harmful to us. The Mei family won't go all out, so we just need to send some people to act with them. Our main targets are Lan Wu and the Wei family members. Even if Mei Zimin lied to me, it's fine. The Mei family is an enemy anyway, so we'll fight them just the same. As for his talk of surrendering afterward, we'll see about that. Anyway, once the Wei family is gone, the Mei family can be dealt with slowly. And Mingjie nodded slightly upon hearing this, acknowledging the approach. At the same time, he secretly shook his head. Two old foxes. They really harbored a lot of ill intentions. They cooperated intimately before, then suddenly turned on each other, and now they're secretly pulling these stunts behind Wei Tian's back. Indeed, none of these old hands are clean-hearted. "Let's go. It's time for us to go down and show our stance," Xie Kongxing said. Then, he and Mingjie went downstairs. The Xie family members were already on high alert, their faces extremely solemn. Outside, Mei Zimin and Lan Wu stood at the forefront, their eyes like torches, confident smiles on their faces. Seeing Xie Kongxing appear, Mei Zimin shouted from a distance, "Xie Kongxing, surrender, and perhaps I can spare your life. For the sake of our many years of relationship, I advise you to lay down your weapons and submit to young Master Wei. Otherwise, today will be the end of your Xie family." Xie Kongxing's mouth twitched, feeling that Mei Zimin was truly a character. He could say such things without batting an eye. And submit to young Master Wei? Who was it that was slyly telling me to deal with the Wei family earlier? Mei Zimin, give up on that idea, Xie Kongxing said with a furious expression. "You dog of the Wei family, how dare you deceive me for so long? I will never look down on you in this life. No matter how low I, Xie Kongxing, fall, I will never be a dog like you." Mei Zimin, wagging my tail and begging Wei Tian for mercy. "If you don't destroy my Xie family today, you, Mei Zimin, will die a terrible death in this life. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off." Xie Kongxing, that's enough. Mei Zimin gritted his teeth, glaring at Xie Kongxing, his fists clenched. "That's too much. This is all an act for Lan Wu and the Wei family. And you're actually taking advantage of it to insult me? One insult isn't enough. You're just relentlessly insulting me. Do you really think I wouldn't backstab you? Xie Kongxing truly didn't care. Backstab, then backstab. Anyway, you, Meizimin, are not a good person either. Fighting one is fighting, fighting two is also fighting. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what kind of fight, he, Xie Kongxing, had never cowered. If it weren't for someone cleaning up his messes, he would have been killed long ago. Beside him, and Mingjie remained silent, his brows slightly furrowed. His gaze pierced through the crowd, and he saw several people gathered in a circle surrounding a large black box. Strange, why didn't I see that box just now? And such a large box, what's inside? And Mingjie looked at the large box, which was almost 2 people tall, and an uneasy feeling subtly arose in his heart. Lan Wu looked annoyed. If this continued, would they even fight? Stop talking nonsense, attack, he whispered to Meizimin. Meizimin nodded upon hearing this, extended a hand, and swung it violently. Start the war, strong assault. Strong assault. At Shizhou University, the Wei family's main force had already begun its assault. Compared to the Wei family members on the Xie family side, there were not only more here, but they were also the elite of the elite. Almost the majority of the Wei family's combat power was invested here. Their weapons were also more sophisticated, with each person carrying a rifle. Holy cow, this is intense. Can the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau hold on? I think it's doubtful. This is too fierce. It has to be a family from the capital, they just have the strength. The Wei family is really going all out. With so many people, they could completely take down a leading family in minutes, right? We're comrades, shouldn't we do something? Do what? Yang Ming said no one can make a move without his command. But isn't our boss Su Jiang? What? You want that guy to command us? Forget it. Yang Ming is pretty good. In the shadows, the Special Operations Group members were completely in a mood of watching the excitement. After all, they couldn't do anything but chat. They should have brought a deck of cards. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. Inside Shizhou University, the originally peaceful campus was now filled with the sound of gunfire and cannons. Flowers, plants, and trees were all destroyed, not to mention the buildings. Bullet marks were considered good. Some were directly blown up by grenades. It was unknown if the Shizhou University principal would cry upon seeing this tragic sight afterward. Although the Supervisory Bureau promised compensation, but they didn't say when the compensation would be made. At this moment, Shangguan Lu led the Supervisory Bureau members, struggling to contend with the Wei family's main force. Lu Inspector, they're coming in from the side. The 4th squad will go intercept them. Everyone else, hold your positions. Shangguan Lu's face was smudged with dust, her high ponytail tied behind her head, her eyes filled with solemnity. Xie Guli, meanwhile, was constantly moving, throwing flying daggers from different positions at extremely tricky angles. Without exception, every flying dagger took down a person. The Wei family members didn't react for a while. After all, it was their first time encountering someone using flying daggers as weapons on such a battlefield. Accustomed to fighting based on muzzle flashes and gunshots, the Wei family members were clearly unaccustomed to this. Moreover, it was getting dark, and Xie Guli's flying daggers were also black, and he struck silently. Just like a sneaky old fox. Completely undefendable. 190. No more squatting, just do it. Focus fire on the one throwing the flying daggers. After Xie Guli had killed several of their men, the Wei family captain finally got angry. Do you really think we can't do anything to you? Instantly, countless muzzles were pointed at Xie Guli. Bang, bang, bang. The rest of the Supervisory Bureau personnel immediately felt a significant reduction in pressure. Xie Guli, on the other hand, was hiding behind a wall, not daring to move. He huddled in the corner and shouted, "Damn it! No martial ethics. Using hot weapons against someone who uses cold weapons. What kind of heroes are you? If you have the guts, throw away your guns, and let's have a fair fight." The Wei family personnel ignored him. This completely pinned Xie Guli down. A hint of anxiety appeared in Xie Guli's eyes. If this continued, Shangguan Lu and the others wouldn't last much longer. Bang! Just then, a bullet cut through the air, accurately striking the center of one Wei family member's forehead. Everyone didn't think much of it, assuming the person had just been accidentally hit. But immediately after, Several more people suddenly fell to the ground, all without exception having been shot in the forehead. The Wei family personnel finally began to realize something was wrong. "Captain, there's a sniper. That sniper just fired the shots." The Wei family captain frowned upon hearing this. How could a sniper suddenly appear? But now was not the time to think about such things. Find cover. Quick. Since the opponent had a sniper, they couldn't openly expose themselves anymore. Instantly, the Wei family's firepower was significantly reduced. Find the sniper's position. "Captain, the distance is too great. It's impossible to determine." "Then close the distance and find him for me," the Wei family captain roared. "Split off a portion of our men to find that sniper, and the rest continue the assault." "Yes." Soon, a dozen or so Wei family members split off and moved towards the sniper's direction. In the shadows, the Special Operations Group personnel saw this scene and started chatting again. "Holy cow, this is incredible. The Supervisory Bureau actually has such a powerful sniper." "Indeed, I just thought the Supervisory Bureau was about to collapse, but the appearance of this sniper turned the tide." With the Wei family personnel dispersed like this, the Supervisory Bureau can seize this opportunity to counterattack. By the way, who exactly is that sniper? Who knows? Anyway, we have to stay put. Stay put my ass. Yang Ming was already cursing inwardly. If others didn't know who that sniper was, how could he not? The only one with that kind of marksmanship, capable of doing such a thing, was Jiang. But the key was, weren't they told not to act rashly until the Wei family personnel appeared? This order was personally conveyed to Yang Ming by Jiang. As it turned out, the first person to act was Jiang, the leader of the Special Operations Group. So, should they act now or not? On a distant rooftop, Jiang lay prone, aiming his sniper rifle and continuously pulling the trigger. There was still some grease around his mouth. He had obviously just finished eating grilled cold noodles. Mid-shot, Jiang suddenly froze. Hiss. "Oh no, didn't An Mingjia tell me not to act rashly?" Jiang was a bit bewildered for a moment. Was it still too late to stop now? Of course, it was too late. The dozen or so Wei family daredevils in the distance were already running towards him. Although the distance was far, Jiang had fired so many shots in a row that his general location had been exposed. "Tisk, it's all old Xia's fault," Jiang muttered. If it weren't to save Xia Guli, he wouldn't have acted. He had just finished eating grilled cold noodles, hadn't even had time to wipe his mouth, and immediately saw the Supervisory Bureau and Xia Guli being suppressed by the Wei family. Jiang didn't even think, directly pulled out his sniper rifle and went to work. With his intervention, Xia Guli was freed, and the Supervisory Bureau's pressure was also eased. But Yang Ming was collapsing, because to reach Jiang's location, they would have to pass through their hidden position. They would be discovered. The Wei family personnel hadn't even shown their faces, yet they were about to be exposed first. Who was ambushing whom exactly? Damn it. Yang Ming, what do we do now? Those people are coming this way. We'll be discovered. What do you say? Keep squatting, or go out and fight? How about we keep squatting? What if they don't discover us? Everyone called Yang Ming through their walkie-talkies. Yang Ming gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, and after a long moment, he roared into it. Keep squatting my ass. Waiting for them to squat on your face and take a dump. Do you really think you're turtles? Still holding back like this? Everyone listen to my command. We're not squatting anymore. We're going straight in. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately became energized. They had been waiting impatiently for too long. Seeing the Supervisory Bureau personnel being suppressed made them uncomfortable. So, as the dozen or so people were about to approach, the Special Operations Group members poured out. Especially Lu Zhang, that guy, who charged directly to the very front. Crap, an ambush. Damn it, retreat. Retreat quickly. However, it was already too late. Since they had already stepped in here, Yang Ming wouldn't let them return alive. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides engaged in battle inside the alley. Due to the sudden attack, half of the Wei family's small squad of a dozen or so people were wiped out at the start. They were no match for Yang Ming and the others at all. In the distance, Jiang also saw the situation here and knew that the Special Operations Group personnel had all made their move. Then he had nothing to be conflicted about. Just do it. When the time came, he would just say Yang Ming told him to act. After all, he had handed over command to him. Jiang continued to pull the trigger. Under the suppressive fire of Yang Ming and the others, he fired several shots without any burden, completely wiping out that small squad of a dozen or so people. Go support the Supervisory Bureau personnel. Yang Ming commanded without any pause. Seize this opportunity to launch a pincer attack with the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau personnel. However, just as they rushed out of the alley, screech! Several large trucks, moving at extremely high speed, drove in from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. On top of the trucks were people armed with firearms, shooting at Yang Ming and his group, forcing them back into the alley again. Yang Ming's heart sank. This was trouble. The Wei family personnel had arrived. The situation was not looking good. Originally, the Wei family personnel were supposed to show up, and then they would ambush them, catching them off guard. Now, it was the other way around. They were the ones who showed up first. Don't force it, fall back first, Yang Ming shouted. The Wei family's large trucks sped forward and stopped at the Shizhou University entrance. Seeing this, the Wei family captain also breathed a slight sigh of relief. They finally arrived. With the Wei family personnel covering their backs, they wouldn't be caught in a pincer attack. They could now focus on dealing with the Supervisory Bureau personnel. 191. Meow Meow team has done a great job. Yang Ming, what do we do now? Lu Zhang shouted, his back to Yang Ming, as he returned fire. The Wei family had come out in full force this time, cornering them in the alley. Both sides were evenly matched, trading blows. While they could hold off the Wei family, the Supervisory Bureau couldn't withstand the assault. If this continued, once the Supervisory Bureau was defeated and the Wei family was free, they wouldn't have a good outcome either. Don't make noise, I'm thinking. Yang Ming stood behind everyone, desperately trying to come up with a solution. The current situation was too passive for them. Originally, they should have been the proactive side. Just then, the phone suddenly rang, and Yang Ming frowned. Who was calling him at this time? He hadn't intended to answer, but Yang Ming pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Su Jiang. Damn it. You still have the nerve to call me, do you? Hello? Spit it out. TSK, such a temper? Su Jiang pouted, then said, have Lu Zhang and the others retreat a bit, so they don't get hurt later. What do you mean? What are you trying to do? Explain it clearly. That's it. I'm hanging up. Su Jiang hung up the phone. Yang Ming was fuming. It was like this again. Always hanging up the phone. Is there no politeness? Since things had come to this, Yang Ming didn't care anymore. At worst, they would all die together. Everyone retreat, he roared. Everyone frowned. Retreat now? Not fighting anymore. Hurry up. Su Jiang said he was afraid of hurting you. At these words, those who had been hesitating immediately retreated without a second thought. These words were more effective than any command. Since Su Jiang had even said something like that, perhaps even retreating a little wouldn't be safe enough. They needed to retreat a lot. Strange, why did they retreat? So cowardly? They're not saving the Supervisory Bureau people. Chase them. Don't let them escape. The family head's order is to leave no one alive. Yes. So, the Wei family people began to advance. However, at this moment, Su Jiang, who was far away on the rooftop, saw that small white figure through the scope and smiled slightly. Let's give them a grand fireworks display. With that, Su Jiang gently pulled the trigger. Bang! Unlike the previous bullets, this bullet's trajectory did not point at anyone. The bullet's target was an empty spot on the ground beneath the Wei family members' feet. There, where the ground should have been empty, a small packet of explosives had appeared at some unknown time. The Wei family people didn't notice at all. The bullet cut through the air and accurately struck the explosives. Boom! With a loud bang, the explosives detonated among the Wei family crowd. This explosion startled the Wei family people, throwing them into a panic. Holy crap, where did the explosives come from? Is that sniper shooting bullets or grenades? Don't panic, everyone, regroup. This is just an accident. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Jiang fired another shot. Boom! The explosives detonated again among the Wei family crowd. Su Jiang proved with his actions that the explosion was not an accident. Damn it! Something's wrong. Disperse first. If they stayed together and were blown up a few more times, they really wouldn't be able to play anymore. At this moment, they didn't care about chasing anymore. Their faces were filled with panic. The Wei family commander was dripping with cold sweat. What on earth was happening? Cats. It's cats. Finally, some of the Wei family people noticed something was wrong. Damn it, it's those cats. They brought the explosives over. Not just one, there are several, and they're too fast. We didn't notice at all. Don't attack them. If you hit the explosives, they'll explode. This is outrageous. What on earth is going on? In the distance, Yang Ming and the others stared blankly at the scene before them, feeling like their brains had crashed. From time to time, a stray cat would dart out, run into the Wei family crowd, drop an explosive, and run away. Then Su Jiang would fire a bullet, detonating the explosive. The bullets fired from the sniper rifle were being played by Su Jiang to achieve the effect of grenades and long-range ones. These cats, they aren't part of our special operations group, are they? Lu Zhang asked in shock. This was too amazing, wasn't it? He was truly amazed this time. It wasn't just him. At this moment, everyone, whether it was Yang Ming and his group or the Wei family members, was utterly dumbfounded. Who the hell uses cats in war? Who taught you how to command cats like this? No, who was commanding this group of stray cats? In a hidden corner nearby, Fu Guwei was currently guarding a pile of explosive packages. Su Jiang had specifically divided the explosives into small portions to make them easier for them to carry. At this moment, that group of stray cats was like a suicide squad. They lined up in an orderly fashion, walking one by one to Fu Guwei, lowering their heads to pick up a small packet of explosives, and then darting out to wreak havoc on the Wei family. Fu Guwei didn't forget to cheer them on. Meow, meow, charge. For the dried fish. Meow, for the dried fish. The Meow team members roared, then picked up their explosive packages and left. This wave, indeed, the Meow team had rendered great service. Bang, boom, bang, boom. Every time Su Jiang fired a shot now, an explosion was guaranteed to occur somewhere. The power was not small either, as these were Supervisory Bureau explosives, incomparable to the inferior explosives from the An family. The Special Operations Group members were dumbfounded. The Wei family people were on the verge of collapse. How the hell were they supposed to fight this? They were cheating. The other side was cheating. Inside Shizhou University, the Wei family members were fiercely attacking the Supervisory Bureau people, fighting enthusiastically. Suddenly, they heard a series of explosions from behind them. What's that noise? The Wei family captain took a moment to look back. Hiss, he gasped, taking a cold breath. Am I seeing things? What the hell did I just see? Are those a group of cats? No. How could there be cats here? The Wei family captain was completely stunned, even forgetting to command the attack, staring blankly at the situation on the Wei family's side. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out again. The wails of the Wei family people also sounded simultaneously. The Wei family captain's mouth twitched. He frowned and observed carefully for a long time before realizing that the explosions were caused by those cats. Damn it! They were cheating. He couldn't imagine how they would solve this if they were the Wei family at this moment. They could only wait to die. Otherwise, they would retreat, but there was a sniper with an absurdly long shooting range in the distance, so casualties would be unavoidable if they retreated. Hurry up, the Wei family's useless bunch won't last much longer. If we don't take them down soon, we're all done for. The Wei family captain roared, his previously relaxed mindset immediately becoming tense. If the Wei family members all died, wouldn't it be their turn next? The explosions and wails behind him were like a death countdown, making him break out in a cold sweat. 192. I said I should buy playing cards. The Special Operations Group stood on the alley path, watching the Shangwan family outside. They felt fortunate to have retreated quickly enough just now. Otherwise, they might have been blown up. Should we go up? One person asked. Would it be bad for them to just stand there and watch? Everyone glared at him upon hearing this. Go up? Who the hell would dare go up now? Could you guarantee those cats wouldn't throw explosives at you? Although they didn't know what was going on with those cats, they were sure it was Su Jiang's doing, because it was too absurd. Sigh, I said we should have bought playing cards. One person sighed. How long had it been? And they were already reduced to spectators. They had just been full of vigor, ambushing several Wei family members. Just as they wanted to go out and kill in all directions, they were pushed back by the Shangwan family. Feeling a surge of frustration, they were about to engage in a gunfight with the Shangwan family, but Su Jiang ordered a retreat. Throughout the entire battle, it seemed they hadn't played much of a role. What else could they do? They were helpless. The Shangwan family's position ahead was like a minefield now. no one dared to approach. The Shangwan family members also didn't dare to retreat. Their patriarch had given a death order. If they retreated, not only would they die, but their families would also be doomed. Their only hope now was to wait for the Wei family to reinforce them. Damn it, hurry up. Killing people from the Supervisory Bureau is so slow. And they're supposed to be a major family from the capital. The Shangwan family members were cursing the Wei family members in their hearts. Little did they know, the Wei family members were also praying for them to hold on a little longer. Holy crap, Su Jiang is awesome. Xie Guli watched this scene from afar, guessing immediately that only Su Jiang could pull off something so outrageous. Lu, we just need to hold on a little longer, he excitedly told Shangwan Lu. However, Shangwan Lu, panting, glared fiercely at Xie Guli. You're really speaking without feeling the pain, aren't you? Do you know how much pressure we're under right now? From the moment they discovered the Shangwan family situation, the Wei family members attacked like madmen, disregarding their lives. Now, both sides were racing against time. Shangwan Lu looked around, took a deep breath, and then shouted, "Call back all the other squad members." After speaking, Shangwan Lu's eyes flickered as she gazed at the battlefield ahead. So much time had passed. That person should have left by now, right? Meanwhile, at Shizhou University, on a small path in the back mountain, an elderly man with partially gray hair was accompanied by a young student. Protected by over a dozen Supervisory Bureau agents, the two were preparing to leave through a secret passage. "Teacher, please slow down." Yanhua carefully supported Ding Qiming, a hint of worry in his eyes. The distant sounds of gunfire had long reached his ears. Although Yanhua didn't ask anything, he knew their current situation was very dangerous. It's fine, just slipped a bit," Ding Qiming said with a smile, panting slightly. He was old, and to reach the secret passage, they had to cross this back mountain. Ding Qiming's physical condition made it difficult to sustain this intensity of exercise. "I am sorry, I'm slowing us down." Ding Qiming's forehead was covered in sweat, and he apologized to the surrounding Supervisory Bureau agents with an apologetic expression. However, no matter how tired he was, Ding Qiming never let go of the box he was carrying. Yanhua glanced at the box. He knew what was inside. Those were 3 gene liquids they had spent 3 days and 3 nights, exhausting all their materials, to produce. Ding Qiming valued these 3 gene liquids more than anything else. They absolutely could not fall into enemy hands. After a while longer, everyone finally climbed to the top of the mountain. From here, the path ahead was much easier. Not far away was the secret passage they intended to take. Ding Qiming stood on the mountaintop, turned his head, and looked at his laboratory in the distance. "Sigh, what a pity," he sighed. When they left, all the laboratory data and relevant equipment had been destroyed. Not a single trace was left behind. "It's okay, teacher," Yanhua said softly. "We'll have a new laboratory." "A new laboratory?" Ding Qiming merely gave a bitter smile upon hearing this, and said nothing. He just took a deep breath, as if wanting to inhale all the surrounding air into his lungs. "All right, Professor Ding, let's go," a Supervisory Bureau agent said. However, no sooner had he spoken than countless gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets flew, but they all avoided Ding Qiming and Yanhua. By the time the two reacted, all the Supervisory Bureau agents protecting them had fallen dead. "Ding Qiming, you certainly made me search for you." A low voice sounded, and Ding Qiming and Yanhua looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Wei Tian smiling at them from ahead. Black Warehouse and Feng Zhe stood on his left and right sides, respectively, with a group of Wei family members holding firearms behind them. The shots just now had come from them. The moment Ding Qiming saw Wei Tian, his eyes widened in fury, and he gritted his teeth. "Wei Tian, haha, Professor Ding, your tone seems to indicate you hate me very much?" Wei Tian sneered. "Why did you kill them?" Ding Qiming pointed at the Supervisory Bureau agents on the ground and angrily said, "You brought so many people. Taking me away would be easy. Why did you have to kill them all?" Wei Tian paused for a moment upon hearing this, then scoffed. "Professor Ding, after all these years, you're still so kind and benevolent, aren't you? If you care so much about their lives, why did you hide in Shizhou University?" After speaking, Wei Tian's gaze shifted to the box in Ding Qiming's hand. His eyes immediately gleamed with excitement. Could it be new gene liquid inside? Wei Tian looked at Ding Qiming with an excited expression and said, I didn't expect you to actually research it. It seems even heaven is helping my Wei family. Come on, Ding Qiming, come back to the Wei family with me. There, your mind can be utilized to its fullest potential. You can continue your research. The Wei family can provide you with everything you need. Before Wei Tian could finish speaking, Yan Hua rushed out, blocking Ding Qiming and glaring angrily at Wei Tian. You're dreaming. Professor Ding will not go with you. Yan Hua. Ding Qiming looked at the figure blocking him, his lips moving. He saw Yan Hua's body trembling slightly. Facing this situation, it was false to say Yan Hua wasn't afraid. But he couldn't be afraid. If the other party wanted to take Ding Qiming, they would have to step over his corpse. He knew that if Ding Qiming was taken away, he would surely come to no good end. Wei Tian frowned slightly and glanced at Yan Hua. He didn't know who this student was, because he didn't need to know. Wei Tian sighed softly, pointed at Yan Hua, and spoke indifferently. Kill him. 193. It's this era, sorry for him. Stop. Seeing Wei Tian about to kill Yan Hua, Ding Qiming quickly shouted to stop him. Wei Tian, let him go, and I'll go back with you. Professor, I won't let them take you away. Yan Hua quickly turned around and said. As soon as he spoke, Wei Tian immediately raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to stop their actions. Then, he looked at Professor Ding with a scornful gaze and said mockingly, Professor Ding, you seem to have misunderstood something. You are not in a position to negotiate with me now. Even if I kill your student right now, what can you do to me? Upon hearing this, Professor Ding took a deep breath, then raised the box in his hand. He held the box up to Wei Tian's eyes and said, You guessed correctly. What's inside is indeed gene liquid. However, this box is specially made. It cannot be opened without entering the correct password. Once forcibly opened, the gene liquid inside will be destroyed immediately. So, Wei Tian, if you dare to kill my student, then you will never get the gene liquid inside. Wei Tian remained silent, quietly looking at Professor Ding. For him, what happened to Yan Hua was irrelevant. He was just a small figure, incapable of causing any trouble. If killing such a small figure resulted in the destruction of the gene liquid, it would not be worth it. Haha, you truly are Professor Ding. Wei Tian chuckled and clapped his hands, then looked at Yan Hua and said, You've been spared a life. Now get out. Yan Hua stood rooted to the spot, motionless, glaring at Wei Tian. Even at this point, he was unwilling to leave. Professor Ding, I've let your student go. If he doesn't want to leave, there's nothing I can do. Wei Tian spread his hands, his expression somewhat helpless. Yan Hua. Professor Ding called softly. Upon hearing this, Yan Hua turned his head to look at Professor Ding. Professor Ding said earnestly, You must go. It's not worth it for me. You are very talented, and your future achievements in scientific research will not be lower than mine. You shouldn't stay here and throw your life away for an old man like me. But Professor Yan Hua's eyes were red, and he hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Professor Ding suddenly smiled freely. He walked forward, reached out, and gently embraced Yan Hua, whispering in his ear, Go, my child. If both of us die, then who will use our new laboratory? It would just benefit others for free. Don't worry, we will meet again someday. Yan Hua's eyes were filled with tears, and he bit his lip tightly. After a long moment, he nodded gently. Professor, you must come back then. Don't worry. I, your teacher, am Ding Qiming after all. Professor Ding smiled and patted Yan Hua's back, saying, Don't take the secret passage, it's not safe. Go back the way you came. No matter what happens, don't look back. Go find the supervisory bureau, they will protect you. Not far away, Wei Tian was already getting a little impatient. In a place Wei Tian couldn't see, Professor Ding quietly slipped something into Yan Hua's embrace. Make sure you're safe before you open it, understand? This is. All right, go. Professor Ding patted Yan Hua, signaling him to leave quickly. Yan Hua took a deep look at Professor Ding, then stepped forward, returning the way they had come. Professor, please take care of yourself. I'll wait for you to come back. Professor Ding watched Yan Hua's retreating figure, his eyes moist, but a smile played on his lips. Then, Professor Ding's smile faded, and he said with a hint of determination, Wei Tian, if anything happens to my student, Your Wei family will never get the gene liquid. Upon hearing this, Wei Tian's eyes flickered. He had indeed just planned to secretly capture Yanhua. Given the bond between this teacher and student, if Yanhua could be captured and used to threaten Professor Ding might become much more compliant. However, since Professor Ding had said so, he was too lazy to bother with Yanhua. Anyway, capturing Professor Ding was enough. Let's go, Professor Ding. Wei Tian smiled and cleared a path for Professor Ding. Professor Ding held the box, his expression blank, and stepped forward. Wei Tian and his men surrounded Professor Ding, leaving him no chance to escape. At the same time, Wei Tian's heart was exceptionally excited. After so many years, he had finally captured Professor Ding. Moreover, there was the unexpected surprise of the gene liquid. He seemed to already see the Wei family ruling Kyoto. Now, the most important thing was to bring Professor Ding back to Kyoto intact. Everything else was secondary. However, what Wei Tian didn't know was that everything they did was being watched by two people in the shadows. On a tall building far away, a man was holding binoculars, witnessing the entire process of Wei Tian taking Professor Ding away. After a long while, he put down the binoculars and sighed. Professor Ding has been taken away by Wei Tian. As soon as he finished speaking, a low voice sounded beside him. It went much smoother than we planned. Thanks, Zheng Yi. If you hadn't brought people from Jiangdu to help this time, I wouldn't have been able to hold out at all. I'm not helping you. Zheng Yi snorted coldly, then added, Shengwan Pengyi, this is the last time I'm helping you. If you hadn't mentioned Xiang Qingtian, I wouldn't even bother with you. Shengwan Pengyi nodded gently upon hearing this. After a while, he asked curiously, You just came to West Continent like this. Didn't the Wei family discover your whereabouts? Haha. Who are you looking down on with that remark? Zheng Yi scoffed. Can a little brat like Wei Tian, who hasn't even grown all his hair, detect my movements? Then have I been living for nothing all these years? Then, he sighed again, his gaze looking into the distance. It's just a pity for Professor Ding. That was his own choice. Shengwan Pengyi interrupted. I gave him a chance. After the gene liquid was developed, the supervisory bureau could protect him. But he refused. The only request he made of me was to take good care of his student. Zheng Yi showed no surprise upon hearing this. After the Kyoto incident, he had a desire to die. Perhaps for him, this is also a form of liberation. Who's to say it isn't? Ever since I brought him to West Continent, he's always been muttering about going down to apologize to all those who died because of him back then. Shengwan Pengyi sighed. In this era, having someone like Professor Ding, I don't know whether to be fortunate or sad. Like an old stubborn man, always clinging to that ridiculous bottom line in his heart. Zheng Yi nodded and said, he wanted to live a secluded life, untouched by the dust of the world. But in this era, it is full of dust. Perhaps it is this era that let him down. 194. Our Longtu family all fight like this. Bang! Boom! Just as Ding Qiming was being led away, Su Jiang was still happily setting off explosions. The Wei family's people were almost completely wiped out by the explosions. The Wei family still hadn't breached the Supervisory Bureau's defenses. The Special Operations Group was still watching the show. Want to bet how much longer these people from the Wei family can last? Hard to say. I feel like they're running out of explosives. Forget the explosives, those cats are almost tired from running. How much are they being paid to be so desperate? So, does that mean we get a chance to step in? Oh, good point. Everyone, prepare for a wave of gunfire to wipe out the Wei family's people. Everyone was eager, wishing they could go out and take action immediately. They had been cooped up for too long. Especially after seeing Su Jiang having so much fun with the explosions, they had long been itching to join in. The Wei family captain was sweating anxiously at this moment. The Supervisory Bureau's defenses were simply too strong. Every time they were just a little short, every time they were repelled. He was on the verge of a breakdown. And those useless people from the Wei family behind him were completely useless, only wailing constantly. They were purely adding to his stress. Sizzle sizzle. The walkie-talkie sounded, and the Wei family captain pulled it out, hearing Wei Tian's voice. How are things? Have you taken it? Not yet, the Wei family captain said, steeling himself. Why is it so slow? And what's that sound on your end? Why do I seem to hear explosions, one after another? This might be a bit complicated to explain. How could he explain that a group of stray cats were setting off explosions here? Even if Wei Tian dared to believe him, he wouldn't dare to say it. Never mind, you guys withdraw first. We've already taken Ding Qiming, Wei Tian said. Withdraw? How could they withdraw? The area behind them was rumbling like a minefield. Where could they withdraw to? Young Master Wei, we've run into some trouble. We might not be able to withdraw. He then began to explain the situation there to Wei Tian in the most concise language possible. After Wei Tian heard it, he was silent for a long moment. How about this? I'll have Black Warehouse go over and help you. That's great. With Mr. Black Warehouse there, we'll definitely be able to retreat safely. All right, then you guys hold on for a bit. He's already on his way. Okay, thank you, young Master Wei. After hanging up the walkie-talkie, the Wei family captain almost wanted to cry. Finally, they could withdraw. Originally, he had brought a large group of people to West Continent, thinking it would just be dealing with a bunch of insignificant small fry. He hadn't taken it seriously at all. But not only did they fail to take it, they were now in a precarious situation themselves. The people from the supervisory bureau weren't the main issue. It was mainly that group of cats behind them. No, it should be said, it was that sniper. That person was the main reason they were in such a predicament. Terrifyingly evil. At the same time, at the Xie family. Compared to the battle at Shizhou University, this place was like children fighting. There were hardly any casualties. All the kills were taken by An Rou. Saying that the Mei family's people were assists was an overstatement. They were just a bunch of freeloaders. Damn it. Mei Zimin, what are you doing? By now, An Rou finally couldn't hold back. All the dead were the Wei family's people he had brought. The Mei family's people had almost no casualties. At most, they had a few scratches. Isn't this ridiculous? Two major leading families at war, and they just got a few scratches? Are you going to betray young Master Wei? Mei Zimin's eyes immediately widened upon hearing this, and he said, Mr. An Rou, I absolutely have no such intention. You can't slander me like that. If it reaches young Master Wei's ears, I'll be finished. Then what do you mean by this? An Rou roared, pointing at the battlefield ahead. Is this how your people fight? Mr. An Rou, you might not have seen a leading family go to war for too long. Mei Zimin chuckled. When our leading families go to war, we always fight like this. If you don't believe me, look at the people from the Xie family opposite us. Aren't they fighting like this too? An Rou gritted his teeth, glaring at Mei Zimin. He hadn't expected that at this point, the other party would still be so stubborn. Inside the Xie family, and Mingjie and Li Kai were observing the situation. Olden, that guy named An Rou seems to have noticed, hasn't he? Li Kai stood by the French window, frowning slightly. It's normal. If he didn't notice after fighting like this, then there's really something wrong with his brain. And Mingjie shook his head with a smile. He was also speechless at the way the Xie family and Mei family were fighting. They were two leading families after all. Even if it was an act, they should at least make it look more convincing. They hadn't even killed a few people yet. What kind of war was this? The isolated island battlefield fighting the Feng family was several times more intense than this. Damn it! An Rou clenched his fist, glaring at Mei Zimin. The Wei family's people he had brought were almost all dead. If Mei Zimin really had a plan with the Xie family, then his situation would be dangerous. He couldn't wait any longer. Release that guy. An Rou turned around and said to the few people surrounding the large box. Originally, he hadn't planned to release that guy. After all, he was too dangerous. But in the current situation, there was no other choice. Yes. At these words, those few people immediately agreed and began to take out tools to open the box. Meanwhile, An Rou had already run far away. In the distance, and Mingjie frowned when he saw this scene. The feeling of unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Uncle Xie, quickly attack that box, he shouted without hesitation. Xie Kongxing heard this and also didn't hesitate, ordering everyone to attack the box. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, bullets flew, and the few people around the box were hit one after another, falling to the ground. However, it was already too late. The box had already been opened. Clatter! With a loud crash, the wooden board on one side of the box fell to the ground. Rather than a box, a coffin would have been more appropriate. Because inside the box was a person. More accurately, it was a monster that looked like a person. Roar! Thud! Thud! A deafening roar, and the monster walked out of the box step by step, each step making a soft sound. Long black hair covered its face, and one could vaguely see its cracked mouth, still drooling. Its body was incredibly tall. Just standing there, it exuded immense pressure, and a foul stench emanated from around it. What the hell is that thing? I'm sure that's definitely not a human. Damn it! Was such a monster actually kept in that box all this time? Attack! Quickly attack him! Everyone reacted and started shooting at the monster. However, the bullets hitting its body seemed to have no effect, as if it felt no pain at all. Roar! The monster roared to the sky and walked towards them step by step. Don't come over. Monster! This is a monster. Bullets are useless against him. Retreat first. The sudden turn of events caught Xie Kongxing and Mei Zimin off guard. They hadn't expected the Wei family to have such a hidden card. What exactly was this monster? In the distance, and Mingjie and Li Kai, seeing the monster's face, both froze in place, unmoving. After a long moment, Li Kai spoke with difficulty. Olden, if I didn't see wrong just now, doesn't that monster's face look a bit like Feng Haoshuan, 195. Wei Tian, you can do it too. Roar. The monster, which resembled Feng Haoshuan, roared like a walking corpse. No matter what kind of attack hit it, it would quickly heal. Even grenades could only slow its pace and hinder it for a moment, but couldn't kill it. Feng Haoshuan. In the distance, and Mingjie heard the name spoken by Li Kai and murmured it. He frowned and carefully examined the monster. It really looks like that guy Feng Haoshuan, but why? How did that guy turn into a monster? And Mingjie stroked his chin, sorting through his thoughts. When the Feng family was annihilated, Feng Haoshuan was rescued from the supervisory bureau by people from the Wang family, and then disappeared without a trace. The people from the supervisory bureau also didn't specifically investigate Feng Haoshuan's whereabouts, as he was just a nobody after all. Moreover, since the Feng family had already been destroyed, there was no need to pursue him further. He never expected Feng Haoshuan to reappear in such a disgusting and terrifying form. Feng Haoshuan was rescued by the Wang family, and the Wang family is connected to the Wei family. So, Feng Haoshuan turning into this state is likely related to the Wei family. And Mingjie's pupils darkened. What the Wei family was doing might be far more terrifying than he imagined. Outside, Xie Kongxing's eyes showed a hint of anger the moment the monster appeared. Clearly, he knew something. Damn the Wei family. Are those old geezers really insane? Xie Kongxing gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. He hadn't expected the Wei family to be so bold, actually daring to conduct human experiments with incomplete gene liquid. Number 2 gene fluid could no longer satisfy the Wei family's ambition. Although it could strengthen a person's physical fitness, the side effect of drastically shortening lifespan was unacceptable to the high-ranking members of the Wei family. What they wanted was not only physical enhancement, but also greater longevity. The side effects of number 2 gene fluid were absolutely unacceptable to them. However, with the capabilities of their research personnel, to develop a more complete gene liquid, human experiments had to be conducted. In this process, no one could predict what would happen to the experimental subjects. Xie Kongxing had heard news of the Wei family conducting human experiments not long ago, but he didn't believe the Wei family had such audacity. Once the Wei family truly did this, they would face not only the supervisory bureau but also pressure from other families. No one would allow the Wei family to do such a thing, because if the Wei family succeeded, it would shake everyone's interests. But now he realized that the news was probably true. This monster before him might be a failed product of the Wei family's human experiments. Mei Zimin, let's team up and attack this monster. Xie Kongxing couldn't care about anything else at this moment and directly shouted to Mei Zimin. If this monster doesn't die, we are all in danger. Mei Zimin took a deep breath and nodded heavily. He also understood the seriousness of the situation now. The monster in the distance clearly had no rationality and indiscriminately attacked friend and foe. No wonder Lan Wu and the others kept their distance. They were also afraid the monster would attack them. Everyone from the Mei family, listen to my command. Cooperate with the Xie family to attack that monster. Yes. Everyone from the Mei family responded in unison. In the distance, Lan Wu gnashed his teeth when he saw this scene. Mei Zimin, you really betrayed us. He's not even pretending anymore. Humph, you can keep fighting, but this monster is not something you can deal with. Lan Wu murmured softly, looking at the monster with a hint of fear. Even if he faced this monster, he would only be able to run away. Fortunately, it still had no consciousness or rationality. Otherwise, Lan Wu couldn't imagine how to deal with such a monster. On a street in West Continent, a black sedan was speeding along. Several other similar black sedans followed behind it. In the back seat, Wei Tian and Ding Qiming sat side by side. "Professor Ding, don't look so grim. It's as if we kidnapped you." Wei Tian tilted his head and smiled. "Now, can you show me the gene liquid?" His gaze was fixed on the box Ding Qiming was holding, with a hint of greed. Ding Qiming held the box with both hands, saying nothing, just quietly looking at Wei Tian. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Wei Tian, I never thought we'd meet again. Originally, I thought the person I'd see would be your father, Wei Liangping. But you'll do too." Wei Tian's smile faded upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that?" A rare smile appeared on Ding Qiming's face, and he gently patted the box with his hand. "Haven't you always wanted to see the gene liquid inside here?" "All right." With that, Ding Qiming slowly turned the combination lock, making a clicking sound. Wei Tian frowned tightly, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. "Wait, stop right there!" Wei Tian shouted. Ding Qiming was unmoved, still opening the box. "I told you to stop." Wei Tian pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Ding Qiming's head. Ding Qiming still didn't stop his actions. Wei Tian's hand, holding the gun, began to tremble, and the ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. Then, he saw a slight smile appear at the corner of Ding Qiming's mouth. It was a smile, as if he had been relieved of a burden. "Damn it! Stop the car!" Wei Tian shouted while his inner self was in a fierce struggle. He wanted to shoot, but if he fired that shot, Ding Qiming would die, and everything they had done so far would turn to dust. Only one digit remained on the combination lock. With a slight turn, the box could be opened. However, Ding Qiming stopped his hand movements, slowly turned his head, fearlessly facing the gun barrel, and just looked at Wei Tian. "Wei Tian, you are still not as decisive as your father. If it were your father, he would have fired without hesitation." After saying that, a slight smile appeared on Ding Qiming's old face, and he slowly turned the last button on the combination lock, looking at Wei Tian. Wei Tian's eyes widened. At this moment, he made up his mind to shoot. However, it was already too late. Before he could pull the trigger, the box was already open. Wei Tian's gaze involuntarily looked inside the box. Inside the box, what was stored was not the gene liquid he had dreamed of, but rather, a box full of bombs. Boom! In an instant, the moment Wei Tian saw the bombs, they immediately exploded. A huge sound erupted. The entire sedan was blown over, and the condition of the people inside was imaginable. 196. Letter from Ding Qiming. "Young Master Wei. Quick, save him. Damn it, what exactly happened?" The sudden explosion caused the surrounding vehicles to immediately stop. The Wei family members got out of their cars one after another, trying to find Wei Tian. However, to their disappointment, all they found was a destroyed car and 3 corpses. One was the driver's, and the other 2 were Wei Tian's and Ding Qiming's. Due to the explosion, the bodies were disfigured, and even their torsos were incomplete. The only thing that could be confirmed was that Wei Tian was dead. With Ding Qiming's explosion, Wei Tian was as dead as he could be. Everyone was completely unprepared for this situation. They were all in a state of panic. The most bewildered was Feng Zhe. He walked out of the car in a daze, looking at the 3 corpses, and his brain immediately froze. How could this happen? Why did it suddenly explode? Feng Zhe's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. After a long while, he came back to his senses, a hint of sudden realization in his eyes. No wonder I was able to escape the supervisory bureau. No wonder they let me hear the news of where Ding Qiming left from. Feng Zhe trembled all over, as if plunged into an ice cellar, biting his lip tightly. All of this was meticulously planned by someone. They captured him, then let him know about Ding Qiming, and then let him escape to tell Wei Tian. This ensured that Wei Tian would meet Ding Qiming and take him away. Finally, Ding Qiming would use the bomb in the box to perish with Wei Tian. What a brilliant scheme. What a calculation. Feng Zhe murmured in a low voice, realizing that he was the one who had caused Wei Tian's death. He was like a puppet on strings, being controlled, with every action proceeding according to that person's plan. Who would have thought that Feng Zhe's desperate escape was intentionally allowed by the Supervisory Bureau? And who would have thought that Ding Qiming would carry a bomb to perish with him? The sole purpose of everything was to kill Wei Tian, even at the cost of sacrificing more than a dozen Supervisory Bureau personnel. With such cunning and ruthless methods, Feng Zhe could only think of one person, Sheng Wanpengyi. For the first time, he was so terrified of one person. Feng Zhe took a deep breath and said to the remaining people, "Preserve the bodies, and we are returning to the capital." He dared not stay in West Continent. It was too terrifying. If he stayed any longer, he feared he wouldn't even know how he died. Without hesitation, under Feng Zhe's command, they took the 3 bodies and quickly left the scene. Behind Shizhou University, Yanhua ran to a relatively safe place. Panting slightly, sweat dripping from his forehead. After confirming that there was no one else around, Yanhua carefully reached into his pocket and pulled out what Ding Qiming had given him. It was a letter. On the ancient-looking envelope, characters were clearly written in ink, for Yanhua's eyes only. Yanhua frowned slightly, then unhesitatingly opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. Suddenly, his eyes widened, because the first words that caught his eye were "last will" and "testament." Immediately after, the content that followed made Yanhua tremble uncontrollably, tears streaming from his eyes. To my student, Yanhua. Yanhua, by the time you read this letter, your teacher may no longer be in this world. I am very sorry, I deceived you. If the plan goes smoothly, I will be taken away by Wei Tian, and then I will perish with him. As for the 3 gene liquids, I have already handed them over to the Supervisory Bureau. This is what I owe them, and I also believe they will make good use of those 3 gene liquids. This is my choice, and it was agreed upon with the Supervisory Bureau. Therefore, I hope you do not hold anyone responsible. This final letter is just me, this old man, wanting to say a few last words to you. You have often asked me many times why I chose you as my student when there are many people smarter and more talented than you. I can now give you the answer to that question. Because you are very much like my past self. While others may have talent, achievements, and experience, you possess something they do not. That is, a heart that treats this world gently. You often ask me, what is the most important thing in scientific research? I always smile without answering, because you already possess the most important thing in scientific research. This letter is also the last lesson I will teach you. Yanhua, you must remember that the purpose of our scientific research is to make this world a better place, and to enable people to live in greater harmony with the world. To achieve this goal, one can only succeed by upholding a gentle and kind heart. Perhaps in the future, you will face much ridicule, and some people will not understand many of your actions, but it doesn't matter. I believe you will definitely persevere, because you are Ding Qiming's student. We are all the same kind of people, and this era needs people like us. In this dusty era, isn't it also a kind of romance to create a vacuum cleaner and clean this era thoroughly? Perhaps no one will remember us, no one will know the contributions we made, but what does that matter? Because we never needed their gratitude. We simply did what we wanted to do. Well, that's all this old man has to say. From now on, you will have to walk your path alone. As for what to do, remember to follow your own heart. Do not feel sad or grieved by my death. Death is not the end of life. Forgetting is. You know, this old man likes rainy days. If there's a sudden downpour and strong winds on some night, that means I've come to see you. Remember, Yanhua, you will always be Ding Qiming's proudest student. Goodbye, Yanhua. Goodbye, world. Ding Qiming. Yanhua's hands trembled, tears constantly flowing down, soaking the entire letter paper. Suddenly, he turned back abruptly, clutching the letter tightly, and ran back frantically. Teacher! Yanhua shouted heartbrokenly as he ran. However, his strength already exhausted, he stumbled and fell to the ground after running only a short distance. Even his glasses flew off and landed far away. Yanhua's vision was blurry, and he struggled to support himself, lowering his head, tears continuously dripping onto the ground. He knew that even if he ran back now, it would be too late. Teacher, what? There are so many things I haven't had a chance to ask you about yet. You haven't even seen our new laboratory yet. Yanhua murmured distractedly, unable to accept the fact that Ding Qiming was gone. Not far away, His broken glasses were picked up by someone. Shangwan Pingy wiped Yanhua's glasses with his sleeve, walked over to him, and handed them to Yanhua. Yanhua was slightly startled and looked up at Shangwan Pingy. After a long moment, he reached out and took the glasses. Your teacher. He was a great man, Shangwan Pingy said. I know. Yanhua nodded gently, biting his lip tightly. If there truly was an afterlife, then that world should be cheering right now, shouldn't it? Because at this moment, they were about to welcome a great scientist. That scientist's name was Ding Qiming. 197. Throw away your brain and follow Su Jiang. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission and successfully surviving for 24 hours. System reward drawing in progress. Please wait. Reward drawing complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the advanced skill, face changing. I'll face changing your grandma's spicy cold noodles with 5 spiced watermelon. Su Jiang was having a blast shooting when the system's notification suddenly rang in his mind. As expected, the skill he obtained this time once again left him incredibly disappointed. It wasn't like a sword strike that could cleave the heavens. Was it really that hard for him to cultivate immortality? The system next door had already slaughtered its way through the universe, and you're still here with face changing. It serves you right, you trash system, for having no sense of presence. Readers cursing you is what you deserve. You curse again. I'll curse. What are you going to do, bite me? Su Jiang was not intimidated in the slightest. We're fighting, we're battling, and you don't give me a combat skill like a sword cleaves the heavens at this time, but give me face changing. If you don't get cursed, who will? What kind of skill is face changing? Explain it to me quickly. Su Jiang asked in his mind while firing his gun. The system didn't respond, clearly angry. Hurry up, or else I'll go to your system's circle and cyberbully you. You embarrassing thing. Su Jiang's courage had also grown now. He dared to challenge the system. In the early stages, facing the system, Su Jiang was timid and submissive. Now, facing the system, Su Jiang, I am your father. He wanted the system to know who the true master of this body was. As expected, under Su Jiang's cyberbullying threat, the system finally spoke. Face changing. You can transform into the appearance of anyone in your memory, limited to once per day, and each time for a maximum of 30 minutes. Holy crap! Upon hearing this, Su Jiang exclaimed, this is amazing. If he transformed into an Xingqiang, wouldn't An Rou have to call him father? And Mingjia would also have to, forget it. He was afraid of being killed. However, with this skill, things would be much easier. Su Jiang's lips curved into a smile as he stood up and used the face-changing skill without hesitation. He transformed into Wei Tian's appearance. Su Jiang, as Wei Tian. Let's go? Su Jiang tossed the sniper rifle aside, tidied his hair, pulled out his phone, and opened the camera. Wow, it really is identical. System is awesome. Su Jiang saw that his face was completely identical to Wei Tian's, just with a bit more of a punchable feel. This skill is good. Now, won't that bunch from the Wei family be played to death by me? With that, Su Jiang went downstairs and ran towards the battlefield, while also making a call to Yang Ming. Hello, Yang Ming. I'll be impersonating Wei Tian and coming over later. You absolutely must not shoot me. You guys cooperate with me then. At this moment, Yang Ming, who had received the call, no longer knew what expression to show. He was completely numb. What the hell was going on? His brain really couldn't keep up. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming stared blankly at the ground. After a long while, he made a major decision. Just ditch his brain and blindly follow Su Jiang. That's all there was to it. You guys come over here and listen. Yang Ming waved, gathered everyone, and relayed the content of Su Jiang's call to them, word for word. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions were strange, just like Yang Ming's earlier. Isn't this nonsense? Someone voiced everyone's thoughts. Don't worry about it. Just ditch your brains and follow Su Jiang. Yang Ming said. In the distance, the sounds of explosions finally ceased. The Wang family members were still in shock, their faces bruised, but all looked relieved. Finally, was it over? Those cats haven't come out again. They must have run out of explosives. Damn it, this is truly outrageous, being beaten like this by a group of cats. Commander, what do we do now, fight or retreat? Woo, I don't want to fight anymore. They are too vicious, simply devoid of humanity. The Wang family's commander was not in a good state either. Before he could say anything, the Wei family captain's voice came from behind him. Wang family members, prepare to retreat. Young Master Wei has succeeded. We can retreat. Act together. Let's cooperate and break out of here. As soon as these words were spoken, the Wang family members immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They truly didn't want to continue fighting. Retreating now was the best option for them. In that case, let's retreat first. The Wang family commander shouted loudly, then led the remaining Wang family members, forming a retreat formation and steadily falling back. The Wei family members also switched from offense to defense, taking advantage of the Supervisory Bureau's momentary respite to frantically withdraw. With the combined strength of their two families, it would be easy for them to retreat from here. Not to mention, Black Warehouse was also there to provide support. In the distance, a black sedan approached. The driver was Black Warehouse, who had come to provide support. Everything was so perfect. As long as they could retreat, this plan would be a great success. Lu Inspector, should we pursue or not? Upon hearing this, Shangwan Lu bit her lip, wondering why the other side would suddenly retreat. Could it be that Ding Qiming had already been captured? Ding Qiming and Shangwan Pingyi's plan was top secret, so much so that even Shangwan Lu didn't know about it. Therefore, the Supervisory Bureau members were all still worried about Ding Qiming's safety. We can't let them just leave like this. Keep them here first. Yes. As soon as Shangwan Lu spoke, the Supervisory Bureau members also began to switch from defense to offense, chasing after the Wei family members. Black Warehouse frowned slightly upon seeing this. He got out of the car, just about to cover their retreat. Whoosh! A flash of blade light flickered before his eyes. Black Warehouse was startled and quickly retreated. A black throwing knife grazed past his forehead, cutting off a few strands of his hair. Black throwing knife. It's you again. Black Warehouse glared in the direction from which the throwing knife had come, but Xie Guli's figure was already gone. After throwing the knife, he immediately changed his position. However, Xie Guli did not make another move. He knew that he and Black Warehouse were not on the same level. Once his whereabouts were exposed, he would surely be instantly killed by Black Warehouse. In battles between experts, life and death are often decided in an instant. All Xie Guli could do now was silently wait for an opportunity to appear. You'd best never show your head again. Black Warehouse snorted coldly, having seen through Xie Guli's intentions. However, he also didn't have time to slowly search for the person, so he had to be more vigilant and guard against Xie Guli's throwing knives. Ahead, the forces of the Wei family and the Wang family had already converged, and the Supervisory Bureau members had also pursued them out. Suddenly, a group of people also rushed out from the alley entrance. They were from the Special Operations Group. They showed no martial ethics, coming out without even a greeting, and just started shooting. Black Warehouse frowned, his hands moving to his waist, pulling out two pistols. Dual pistols were his strongest form. 198. Mr. Wei, we will take you out. Bang, bang, bang. With Black Warehouse's cover, the Wei family and Wang family's retreat pressure significantly decreased. If this continued, they would soon be out of trouble. However, just then, a figure suddenly rushed into the battlefield. Help! Black Warehouse, quickly come save me. Don't retreat yet. Save me first. These two shouts completely attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked over, and when they saw that face, they were stunned. Young Master Wei? Black Warehouse's eyes widened. Why was Wei Tian there? Shouldn't he be on his way back to the capital with Ding Qiming by now? Although his heart was full of doubts, Black Warehouse did not doubt the true identity of the Wei Tian in front of him. Because that face was too similar, it was exactly the same. There was absolutely no possibility of impersonation. Damn it. Quickly attack them and cover me. I'm going to save young Master Wei. Black Warehouse quickly gave the order, telling them to provide cover. The position Wei Tian was in now was too dangerous. A slight carelessness could lead to being hit by a bullet. This moment, Black Warehouse unleashed his full firepower, incredibly fierce, and no one could stop him. Quick, keep Wei Tian. Shangwan Lu also said anxiously. This was an opportunity. Although she didn't know why Wei Tian appeared here, it was undoubtedly an opportunity. However, Su Jiang, who was disguised as Wei Tian, cursed inwardly when he heard Shangwan Lu's words. Damn it, Lu Jia, don't get carried away now. I'm one of us. Fortunately, Yang Ming, with the Special Operations Group, didn't shoot him, otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to handle. Black Warehouse, save me quickly. Su Jiang shouted in panic while running towards Black Warehouse as if his life depended on it. The Supervisory Bureau personnel wanted to keep him, but Black Warehouse's firepower was too fierce, and with the cover from the Wei family and Wang family, they simply couldn't spare any extra strength. As for the Special Operations Group, the moment Su Jiang appeared, they entered a state of slacking off. They habitually started to goof off. Thus, under such circumstances, Su Jiang quickly met up with Black Warehouse. However, at that very instant, an unexpected change occurred. A black flying knife, at an extremely fast speed, struck towards them. Its target was precisely Su Jiang, who was disguised as Wei Tian. Xie Guli, you motherfucker. Su Jiang cursed inwardly. You weren't this fierce when fighting the enemies earlier, were you? Now you're carrying us? Su Jiang was sweating profusely. He finally knew what it felt like for Black Warehouse to face Xie Guli's flying knife. His attacks were truly insidious. In the gun shadow flowing wind state, Su Jiang could dodge this flying knife, but doing so would likely reveal a flaw. After all, Wei Tian didn't have such agility. Just as Su Jiang was struggling, Black Warehouse solved this problem for him. Young Master Wei, be careful. Black Warehouse roared, leaning forward without hesitation, blocking in front of Su Jiang, taking the flying knife directly in his chest. The flying knife pierced deep into Black Warehouse's chest, reaching the bone. Black Warehouse, you. Su Jiang began, unsure what to say for a moment. You really, I'm going to cry. How can I bear to strike you later after you've done this for me? Young Master Wei, I'm fine. You retreat quickly. I'll take you out. Black Warehouse ignored the pain in his chest and covered Su Jiang's retreat. Seeing this, the Special Operations Group secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Su Jiang finally managed to infiltrate the enemy. The Wei family and Wang family also breathed a sigh of relief, finally getting young Master Wei back. At this moment, the only ones unhappy on the field were the Supervisory Bureau personnel. Under Black Warehouse's cover, Su Jiang finally reached the rear and was safely protected. Young Master Wei, take this gun. Wei family captain casually picked up a rifle and handed it to Su Jiang, saying, protect yourself well. Don't worry, we will definitely get you out safely. After speaking, he went forward again to fight the enemy. Su Jiang remained in place, staring blankly at the rifle in his hand. Then he looked up at the unguarded backs of the Wei family and Wang family in front of him. He almost felt too awkward to make a move. No, that's wrong. Wei Tian made the move. What did it have to do with Su Jiang? Having understood this point, Su Jiang revealed a villain's unique sinister smile. Pulling the bolt, Su Jiang walked to a suitable position, raised the gun without hesitation, and aimed at their backs. Then, he slowly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Ugh, what? Young Master Wei? Why? Su Jiang was expressionless, continuously sweeping fire at the Wei family and Wang family members. Even Black Warehouse was hit several times. Right now, he was Wei Tian. He had no emotions. The sudden turn of events left the Supervisory Bureau personnel stunned. However, the Special Operations Group seemed to have anticipated it, and at this moment, they unleashed their full firepower. Cooperating with Su Jiang, they launched a pincer attack, wiping out the Wei family and Wang family in one go. What exactly is going on? Shangwan Lu stood rooted to the spot. Her mind was also struggling to process things. Why did Wei Tian suddenly attack his own people? Why did the Special Operations Group seem to have known all this beforehand, with no surprise on their faces? What exactly was the situation now? Cough, cough. Young Master Wei, you why? At this moment, the only one still able to speak on the battlefield was Black Warehouse. He knelt on the ground, bleeding profusely, looking at Wei Tian with disbelief. He didn't understand why Wei Tian would do this. Why? Su Jiang tilted his head, chuckled softly, and slowly walked forward. Look closely, who am I? He wiped his face with his hand, changing back to his original appearance. Black Warehouse's eyes widened as he stared intently at Su Jiang's face, seemingly trying to identify him, or perhaps unwilling to accept the truth. Su Jiang. Black Warehouse gritted his teeth, forcing these two words out from his throat. However, Su Jiang didn't give him another chance to speak. Instead, he pressed the gun against his head and gently pulled the trigger. Bang, giving him a swift release. Black Warehouse died. Su Jiang. Seeing this, Shangwan Lu exclaimed in surprise. The Wei Tian from just now was actually Su Jiang in disguise. How did he do it? Xie Guli also emerged from the shadows, running to Su Jiang's side with a look of astonishment and asked in bewilderment, "What's going on with you? You still have the nerve to ask? I almost got killed by you just now." Su Jiang said irritably, "How the hell was I supposed to know it was you? Hey, how did you do that with your face?" "Disguise technique, learned it online." "Holy crap, give me the link, I want to learn too." "You can't learn it, the website's been blocked already." Blocked? Was that a legitimate website? One had to admit, these two were truly big-hearted. Bodies lay haphazardly on the ground, and they were still chatting about whether a website was legitimate or not. 199. You're just a monster? A moment later, people from the Supervisory Bureau and the Special Operations Group were working together to clear the battlefield. Su Jiang, you must give me an explanation. Shangwan Lu stared at Su Jiang with a serious expression and asked, "What exactly is going on?" It's a bit complicated to explain this matter." Su Jiang mumbled. Xie Guli also chimed in. Right. Lu, let's contact your father first, in case Ding Qiming he. Shangwan Lu glared at him, and Xie Guli obediently shut up. Humph. She snorted coldly and took out her phone, just as she was about to call Shangwan Pingy. "No need to call. I'm here." A voice rang out. The few of them turned their heads to look, only to see a man walking out of Shizhou University. It was Shangwan Pingy. Yin Hua followed behind Shangwan Pingy with his head lowered, his body covered in mud. "Dad," Shangwan Lu called out, quickly ran up to him, and asked, "Why are you here? Where's Professor Ding?" Upon hearing this, Yin Hua's body trembled slightly, but he said nothing. Shangwan Pingy glanced at Yin Hua, sighed, and said indifferently, "You don't need to worry about Ding Qiming's matter. Now, you need to head to the Xie family as soon as possible. They've encountered some trouble there." "Our family?" Xie Guli heard this and quickly ran forward to ask, "Uncle Shangwan, you said our family encountered trouble. What happened?" Shangwan Pingy looked at him, then explained that monsters had appeared at the Xie family, and they were currently joining forces with the Mei family to resist them. Monsters? Upon hearing this, the few of them frowned in unison. This was truly an uncommon term. "What's the situation like over there now?" Xie Guli asked worriedly. "Are my father and the others all right?" "They're fine for now, but it's hard to say if it drags on." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go support them quickly." Shangwan Pingy heard this, scanned the crowd, and said, "So many people acting together will be very slow, and it's very possible we won't make it in time. In that case, old Xie and I will drive ahead first." Su Jiang stepped forward, looking at Shangwan Pingy. "Is that what you mean, Bureau Chief Shangwan?" Shangwan Pingy looked deeply at Su Jiang, then said, "What good can you two do by yourselves?" "That's hard to say. What if we're exactly what's needed?" Su Jiang said with a smile. "After all, an extra person means an extra bit of strength." After speaking, without waiting for Shangwan Pingy's reply, he pulled Xie Guli into the car that Black Warehouse had driven over. "We'll go check the situation first. You all hurry over as soon as possible." Su Jiang waved his hand, then shoved Xie Guli into the driver's seat. "You drive." Before anyone could react, the two were already in the car. Xie Guli, anxious with worry, floored the accelerator and headed straight for the Xie family. Su Jiang. Shangwan Pingy watched the receding car, repeating the name. "Dad, let's hurry over too. I'll arrange for some people to clean up the site here." Shangwan Lu said anxiously. "Haha, what's the rush? That old fellow Xie Kongsheng can hold on for a while longer." "Dad, if you keep this up, I'll get angry." Shangwan Pingy heard this and sighed softly. "All right, we'll go now. Is that better? A daughter grown up is like spilled water. I didn't see you this anxious when we were dealing with the Wei family. Here, for you." In the car, Xie Guli was driving, with the accelerator pressed to the maximum. Su Jiang pulled out a lantern flower from his embrace and handed it to Xie Guli. Xie Guli stole a glance, his hair standing on end. "Holy crap, what are you doing? My sexual orientation is normal, don't mess around." Who the hell cares if your sexual orientation is normal or not? Su Jiang heard this and cursed. Is your brain filled with tofu pudding? This is something your sister Lingling asked me to give to you. Lingling. Xie Guli was stunned upon hearing this and reached out to take the lantern flower. The lantern flower was exquisitely made, clearly having taken a lot of effort. But why does it smell like grilled cold noodles? How would I know? Does your sister, Mei Lingling, also like eating grilled cold noodles? You just ate grilled cold noodles, didn't you? Xie Guli immediately realized that Su Jiang had definitely gone to eat grilled cold noodles just now. That's why the lantern flower had picked up the smell. No wonder you were so frantically pulling me along. It was just to give me this? Nonsense. In front of Shangwan Lu, if I dared to give it to you, would you dare to take it? Why wouldn't I dare? Lu is very nice. She definitely wouldn't cause trouble for me over something like this. I recorded it. I'll play it for her later. Su Jiang, you mother f asterisk 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 go. Delete it. Just kidding, I didn't record it. See, you're getting anxious again. Xie Guli gritted his teeth. If he wasn't busy driving back to the Xie family, he would have fought Su Jiang right now. He now regretted that when Su Jiang was disguised as Wei Tian, he should have gone all out and killed him. Then he could have blamed it on Su Jiang, because Su Jiang disguised as Wei Tian without telling him. TSK, he missed an opportunity to openly throw a flying knife at Su Jiang. What about that monster? What should we do? Xie Guli asked again. Don't worry, you just focus on driving. I'll handle the monster. Su Jiang leaned back in his seat, without any pressure. A small monster couldn't cause much trouble. Seeing Su Jiang's confident demeanor, Xie Guli felt much more at ease. Soon, under Xie Guli's speeding, they quickly arrived at the Xie family. After this matter, Xie Guli's driver's license points would probably be all gone. Whoa, such a big monster. The two got out of the car and frowned at the ugly and disgusting monster before them. At this moment, people from the Mei family and the Xie family were struggling to resist the monster's advance, but many had already died or been injured, clearly on the verge of collapsing. Seeing this, Xie Guli quickly threw a few flying knives to attack it. It was ineffective. The monster didn't even look at him. Damn it, how do we fight this? Xie Guli frowned. I told you, don't worry, I've got this. Su Jiang, standing by, stretched his neck, then patted Xie Guli's shoulder. Watch closely. This next move of mine will be enough for you to learn for a lifetime. Su Jiang boasted. Then, he strode forward with an arrogant gait, casually picked up a stick from the roadside, activated gun shadow flowing wind, and charged towards the monster. Su Jiang quickly moved around to the monster's back, leaped up, raised the stick in his hand, and aimed for the monster's back of the neck. Little flying stick. Here it comes. Thud. With a dull thud, the stick in Su Jiang's hand heavily struck the monster. The next second, the monster's vision went black, and it slowly collapsed forward. Su Jiang landed on the ground, wiped his nose, and whistled nonchalantly. So you're the one called a monster, huh? Filthy stealth attack, one hit to finish it. The entire scene was silent. 200. If I could live. Thud. The monster fell, its massive body slamming onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. At this moment, both the Xie family and the Mei family members were stunned. Lan Wu, in the distance, now had his mouth open wide enough to fit a light bulb. Is it over? It seems so. We struggled for so long, and he just came up and solved it with one stick? That's ridiculous. I suspect the monster was just at its limit, and that one stick was just enough to finish it off. Exactly, it must be. We hit the monster until it was at the stick's kill line. In the distance, and Mingjia watched this scene, his mouth twitching. He was still trying to figure out a solution, but the monster was already dealt with. However, he looked at Su Jiang in the distance and sighed. With Su Jiang there, it was normal. Since Su Jiang had come, it meant that Shizhou University had probably already resolved their situation. Holy cow, Su Jiang, that's amazing. Xie Guli walked over, his eyes wide. He glanced at the stick in Su Jiang's hand. It wasn't broken yet? What kind of move was that? Did you learn it online too? Do I need to learn this online? Don't you know how to knock someone out? Su Jiang asked, puzzled. Of course I know how to knock someone out, but you. Xie Guli pointed at Su Jiang, then at the fallen monster. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Who knocks out such a huge monster with a bludgeon? Is your stick a golden cudgel, or something? Xie Guli looked closely and confirmed that what Su Jiang was holding was just an ordinary stick, and it was one he had just picked up casually on the road. How could this be? How is this possible? Lan Wu murmured, his face filled with disbelief. That monster, that failed experiment, something even he would have to flee from. It was just knocked out with one stick? Damn it. Lan Wu's face was unpredictable. The situation had now reversed. His only means, the monster, had also fallen. There was no point in Lan Wu staying now. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight two major leading families alone. I can only retreat for now. Lan Wu immediately made up his mind. Retreat. The wind is strong, pull away. But before I go, Lan Wu hid in the corner, his eyes dark as he raised his sniper rifle. His target was Mei Zimin. If you dare to betray, then be prepared to pay the price with your life. A traitor's end is only one, death. With that, Lan Wu lightly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet flew from the muzzle, cutting through the air and hitting its target. Immediately, blood splattered. However, Lan Wu's eyes widened, because what he hit was not Mei Zimin. In front of Mei Zimin, a figure wearing a baseball cap suddenly appeared, blocking the shot for Mei Zimin. Mei Zimin stood stunned, watching the small figure fall in front of him, the baseball cap falling off, revealing her face. It was Mei Lingling. Mei Lingling had arrived at the scene earlier, but seeing that the Xie family and Mei family hadn't actually started fighting, she had hidden herself. Ever since the monster appeared, she had been observing the Wei family's actions, especially Lan Wu. When she saw Lan Wu looking at her father with ill intent, Mei Lingling immediately had a bad premonition. So, before Lan Wu fired, Lingling rushed out and stood in front of Mei Zimin. Lingling! Mei Zimin's eyes instantly turned red, and he cried out heartbreakingly. He quickly bent down and embraced Mei Lingling's body, his hands trembling as he caressed her. My foolish girl, why? Why did you come back? Don't speak. It's all right. Father will definitely save you. You'll be fine. Doctor, hurry. Medical personnel rushed up to check Mei Lingling's condition. The Mei family members reacted, furiously concentrating their fire on Lan Wu. However, Lan Wu, seeing the unfavorable situation, immediately fled without hesitation. Whoosh! In his haste, a silent black blade struck, deeply piercing Lan Wu's shoulder. Ugh! Lan Wu cried out in pain, clutching his shoulder, but his speed did not decrease. He was skilled in long-range combat, and his close combat ability was far inferior to Black Warehouse, so he couldn't dodge Xie Guli's flying knife. He got on the motorcycle he had prepared earlier and sped away with a stomp on the accelerator. Xie Guli, seeing this, wanted to pursue him, but Su Jiang pulled him back. Old Xie, don't chase him. Su Jiang said softly, go see Mei Lingling. Xie Guli paused at his words, his foot, which had stepped out, retracted. Looking fiercely in the direction Lan Wu had left, Xie Guli clenched his fists tightly and turned to run towards Mei Lingling. Doctor, how is my daughter doing? Mei Zimin's face was filled with anxiety at this moment. No longer the calm and steady Mei family head. Now, he was just a father worried about his daughter. The doctor did not answer Mei Zimin's words, but was seriously trying to save Lingling. Father. Lingling barely opened one eye, looked at Mei Zimin, and called out softly. Yes, I'm here. Mei Lingling, how are you feeling? Mei Zimin quickly held Mei Lingling's hand and asked, I feel so much pain. Am I going to die? Don't talk nonsense, you won't die. Father is here. How could I let you die? Mei Zimin's eyes were red, and he said gently, Don't talk for now. The doctor is here. You'll definitely be fine. At this moment, Xie Guli also ran over, looking at Mei Lingling with concern. Xie Gij. Mei Lingling's eyes instantly brightened a few shades when she saw Xie Guli's face. Yes, I'm here. Xie Guli nodded heavily. To see you again, it's truly wonderful. Mei Zimin was about to say something, but was stopped by Mei Lingling's gaze. Then, Mei Lingling spoke with difficulty. Your family and my father's family, you won't fight again, will you? No, we won't. That's good. My lantern flower, did Su Jiang give it to you? Yes, I received it. Xie Guli took out the exquisite lantern flower from his embrace. Seeing this, Mei Lingling's pale face showed a faint smile. He received it. That's good. Mei Lingling gently closed her eyes, and deep within her heart, a voice echoed repeatedly. If only I could not die, then I could see your face again. If I could live, I would work hard to manage the Mei family well for my father and always live in peace with the Xie family, never fighting again. If I could live, I would definitely say so many, many words, scold so many, many people, and also meet Xie Guli's girlfriend to see what kind of person she is. If I could live, Xie Guli, I won't like you anymore. Xie Guli, I really don't want to die. 201. Save Mei Lingling. Mei Lingling completely lost consciousness. Lingling? Lingling. Mei Zimin, with a choked voice, called out Mei Lingling's name. However, Mei Lingling did not respond. Doctor, how is my daughter? Mei Zimin looked up, his eyes red, and asked the doctor. The doctor slowly stood up and said in a low voice, Mei family head, we did our best. That bullet injured Miss Mei's heart. With Miss Mei's current condition, it's already beyond saving. Mei Zimin and Xie Guli both trembled when they heard these words. Is there no other way? Xie Guli asked with difficulty. His response was the doctor's silence. In the distance, Su Jiang quietly watched this scene. Perhaps he was the only one present who knew how Mei Lingling's life was slipping away. Ding. Detected that task target Mei Lingling's life signs are rapidly declining. Warning. Saving Mei Lingling task is about to fail. Warning. Saving Mei Lingling task is about to fail. Warning. From just now, the system's notification sound began to ring in Su Jiang's mind. Like an alarm, it constantly reminded Su Jiang that the task was about to fail. Saving Mei Lingling, is this what it means? Su Jiang frowned, feeling a wave of helplessness. He had already asked the system if there was a way to save Mei Lingling. However, the system's response to him was no way. Suddenly, Su Jiang felt his hand being held. Looking down, it was An Rou. Su Jiang, you say, if the person lying there right now was me, what would you do? An Rou held Su Jiang's hand tightly, staring blankly at the scene before them. Mei Lingling's plight clearly touched her. What if one day, she also died in Su Jiang's arms? Would his brother, and Mingjie, also cry hysterically like Mei Zimin? Su Jiang would definitely be very sad too, right? Suddenly, An Rou felt her head being gently patted. What are you thinking about? Su Jiang said with a chuckle. That day will never come. He gently embraced An Rou and whispered, in the future, I will tie you to my side, inseparable. An Rou nodded lightly. Just then, Xie Kongxing suddenly stepped forward and said to Mei Zimin, actually, Mei Lingling can still be saved. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone was stunned. What did you say? Mei Zimin heard this, looked up blankly, and stared at Xie Kongxing. I said, your daughter can still be saved. Xie Kongxing repeated again. What method? Tell me quickly. Mei Zimin got up, grabbed Xie Kongxing's shoulder, and said, even if you want my life, take it, as long as you can save my daughter. Beside them, the doctor couldn't help but say, Xie family head, with all due respect, Miss Mei's situation. Shut up. Mei Zimin cursed angrily. He had finally found hope, and now no matter what the doctor said, he wouldn't listen anymore. Xie Kongxing looked deeply at Mei Zimin, then sighed and slowly uttered 3 words. Gene liquid. What? Ding Qiming's newly developed gene liquid might be able to save Mei Lingling. Xie Kongxing said lightly. He knew some specific details about the gene liquid, which was why he said such a thing. Gene liquid. Mei Zimin kept muttering, then asked Xie Kongxing, where is this gene liquid now? In Shangwan Pengyi's hands. I'll go beg him right now. No need. Xie Kongxing glanced outside and said, he's already here. Outside the Xie family's gate, Shangwan Lu arrived late with people from the supervisory bureau. Shangwan Pengyi and Yanhua walked into the Xie family side by side. Uncle Shangwan. Before Mei Zimin could speak, Xie Guli ran to Shangwan Pengyi and said, Uncle Shangwan, I beg you to lend me a portion of Ding Qiming's gene liquid. I need to save someone. Lend. Shangwan Pengyi frowned slightly upon hearing this. Do you know the value of that thing? Let alone you. Even your entire Xie family can't afford to repay it. Xie Guli was stunned upon hearing this, and just as he was about to speak, Mei Zimin's voice came from behind him. Shangwan Pengyi. Mei Zimin walked forward and actually knelt directly before Shangwan Pengyi. I beg you, save my daughter. Beside them, Shangwan Lu quickly asked someone nearby to clarify the situation and learned that Mei Lingling was now critically ill. Father, Shangwan Lu pleaded. However, Shangwan Pengyi remained unmoved. Mei Zimin clenched his fists tightly, then suddenly looked up. If he couldn't get it, then he would snatch it. Just then, a voice that was quite unfamiliar to everyone rang out. Give it to him. Everyone was stunned, and Mei Zimin also looked over, only to see that the person who spoke was a young man standing behind Shangwan Pengyi, wearing glasses and covered in mud. Shangwan Pengyi heard this, turned his head, and frowned at Yanhua. Why? I said give it to him. Yanhua looked at Shangwan Pengyi's eyes without any fear. Teacher said that the original purpose of developing the gene liquid was to save people. And now there is a dying person right in front of us, whose life can only be saved by using the gene liquid. Why don't you save him? This goes completely against the teacher's original intention. Yanhua's voice was strong and clear. As soon as he spoke, many people began to seriously examine this inconspicuous young man. Shangwan Pengyi heard this and still insisted. But you should know the value of the gene liquid. The value of the gene liquid is to save people. Yanhua interrupted. If you don't save this person today, then please return the gene liquid. Your supervisory bureau is not qualified to keep the gene liquid for the teacher. The young man's eyes held a hint of stubbornness, and his tone was unquestionable. Shangwan Pengyi looked deeply at Yanhua, then turned to someone beside him and said, Get them a portion of the gene liquid. Yes. That person quickly ran to the car, took out a white gene liquid from the car, and handed it to Xie Guli. Xie Guli took the gene liquid and quickly ran to Mei Lingling's side, administering the gene liquid to her. Mei Zimin also ran over, panting, looking at Mei Lingling with a worried expression. Su Jiang, do you think that gene liquid will be useful? An Rou asked. Don't worry, Mei Lingling is fine now. Su Jiang said confidently, because at this moment, the system's voice had already sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected improvement in task target Mei Lingling's physical characteristics. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of saving Mei Lingling. Since the host did not make a significant contribution in the process of saving Mei Lingling, this reward will be reduced. Task reward drawing in progress. Reward drawing complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining low-tier skill, music mastery. 202. You people in the inspectorate are all sick in the brain. System, what the hell do you mean? No significant contribution. Do you have any idea how long I was silently praying? I almost exchanged in Mingjia's 20 years of lifespan for Mei Lingling's safety just now. And you're telling me there was no significant contribution? Su Jiang was unconvinced, very unconvinced. What's the deal with getting music mastery? Why the hell not? A sword cleaves the heavens? If not that, at least give me Buddha's Furious Lotus or Blue Silver. Never mind that one. At least give me an offensive skill, right? Up until now, the only skill Su Jiang could effectively use was Gun Shadow Flowing Wind. Although it was quite powerful, he got tired of using it too much. The Dirty series was at least somewhat useful, but Su Jiang really didn't know what to do with this music mastery. Play a violin piece for someone during an explosion? Actually, that's quite elegant. Su Jiang blinked, and a sudden idea sparked. Did this mean he could pursue art? No, he had already finished the college entrance exam. So what art was he going to pursue? To sum it up, Su Jiang's evaluation of this skill consisted of only 2 words. Garbage. Even a dog wouldn't use it. In the distance, Mei Lingling, who had drunk the gene liquid, began to recover from her injuries at a visible rate. Her complexion also started to become rosy, and her breathing was steady. How is this possible? The doctor exclaimed in surprise. It was simply unheard of. Mei Zimin looked tense, not daring to even breathe. After a long while, Mei Lingling slowly opened her eyes. I'm still alive? She asked softly. Alive? You're still alive. Mei Zimin bit his lip tightly and hugged Mei Lingling forcefully. It's all right. Everything's all right. The Mei family began to cheer. Xie Guli stood up, stepped aside, and let out a slight sigh of relief. Suddenly, he paused. Only then did he notice that Shangwan Lu had unknowingly stood beside him. You're not angry, are you? Xie Guli asked timidly. Shangwan Lu rolled her eyes at him. Was she really such an easily angered person in his eyes? If she truly minded, she wouldn't have gone to ask Shangwan Pengyi just now. Humph. Shangwan Lu let out a cold snort. She didn't care. Let Xie Guli guess slowly. Indeed, That cold snort made Xie Guli secretly think, "This is bad. I'll have to coax her again." "This gene liquid, won't it greatly reduce Mei Lingling's lifespan too?" Xie Kongxing quietly walked up to Yanhua and asked. Yanhua gently shook his head and said, "Number 3 gene liquid is the most complete gene liquid. It has no side effects. Similarly, it won't significantly increase a person's physical fitness. At most, it has the effect of strengthening the body." The original intention of the teacher's research into gene liquid was to create a panacea that could cure all diseases, and gene liquid is the foundation of this panacea. The previous gene liquids, because they were not complete enough, were used as enhancers to boost people's physical abilities, and they also came with the side effect of shortening lifespan. The current number 3 gene liquid, rather than calling it gene liquid, is more appropriately called life liquid. This is the tenderness that the teacher left for this world. Xie Kongxing nodded slightly upon hearing this, feeling a bit emotional. Ding Qiming, what a pity. If he were still alive, perhaps he truly could have researched the panacea. Although the gene liquid had been successfully developed, it couldn't be mass-produced, and it was still a long way from being a panacea. Just these 3 portions of gene liquid alone cost an unknown amount of financial and material resources. Oh no, now there were only 2 portions left. At the same time, Lanwu was riding his motorcycle on the highway. A black throwing knife from Xie Guli was still stuck in his shoulder, and blood continuously flowed down. Damn it! Not only is Black Warehouse's phone not answering, but why isn't young Master Wei answering either? Lanwu frowned, looked back, and after confirming no one was chasing him, he slowly stopped the motorcycle. With a muffled groan, he endured the pain and pulled out the throwing knife. Lanwu's body had been modified by gene liquid. This kind of wound didn't require hemostasis and would heal on its own after a while. After much hesitation, Lanwu scrolled through his phone screen, his gaze fixed on a contact entry. Wei Liangping. The family head isn't in the capital at this time, but Lanwu gritted his teeth. He couldn't care about that much anymore. The current situation had completely exceeded their control. Wei Tian also couldn't be reached, and Lanwu felt that something might have happened to Wei Tian's side as well. The only person he could contact at this moment was Wei Liangping. Just as he was about to make the call, Lanwu's hair suddenly stood on end. His sixth sense told him there was danger. Sure enough, the next second, he heard a whoosh. A bullet struck his phone, blowing it apart along with his hand. Arg! Lanwu cried out in pain and quickly looked back. Who was it? He saw a man wearing a hat, holding a sniper rifle, and with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, slowly walking towards him. The eyes beneath the brim of his hat were incredibly deep, as if they had experienced countless hardships and seen through life and death. Haha, if you had made that call, it would have been a bit troublesome. Lanwu's eyes widened upon hearing this. This familiar feeling. He had only recently encountered someone who could cause him such psychological pressure. You are? Ghost. Don't call me that. I stopped using that name a long time ago. The man took a deep drag from his cigarette, then threw the butt on the ground and stomped it out with his foot. With one hand in his pocket, he raised the sniper rifle with the other, aimed it at Lanwu, and calmly uttered, "I'm just a regular university teacher now." Bang! The muzzle roared, and a bullet whistled out, piercing through Lanwu's forehead. Blood splattered, and Lanwu fell dead. Facing the man who was ranked first on the assassin list, Lanwu didn't even have a chance to resist. AI, such a hassle. Jiang Yu frowned, looking at Lanwu's corpse somewhat dejectedly, and muttered, "I told that kid to just take the exam properly and be done with it, but he had to cause such a big mess. That's why I say those people from the supervisory bureau are all crazy. That Xiang Qingtian is the craziest of them all." The more Jiang Yu spoke, the angrier he got, continuously complaining to Lanwu's corpse. "I just want to peacefully get a promotion and live a comfortable life. Is it that hard? Damn it, if I didn't know those 2 troublemaking couples a favor, would I have to constantly clean up after Su Jiang?" When I first saw that kid Su Jiang, I thought he was quite well behaved, but I never expected my eyes to be so blind. Indeed, like father, like son, a troublemaker's son is also a damn troublemaker. Bad luck. Jiang Yu lit another cigarette and spat on Lanwu's corpse. "And your Wei family. None of you are good people." Pa. 203. In Xingchang's Adventures in the Capital. On a small path in West Continent, under the cover of night, several figures dressed in black cloaks were quietly trying to leave West Continent. Wang Boyan, where do you think you're going? A voice rang out, and the leading figure paused his steps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, over a dozen supervisory bureau agents appeared around them, surrounding them. Jiang. The leading figure gritted his teeth as he called out Director Jiang's name, then reached up to pull down his hood, revealing his face. It was none other than the Wang family's patriarch, Wang Boyan. Although he had brought the Wang family to help Wei Tian this time, he himself had not shown his face, instead hiding in the shadows, his purpose being to facilitate an escape if the situation turned unfavorable. But why was Director Jiang able to discover his whereabouts? Director Jiang, must you really exterminate us? Wang Boyan roared in anger. Yes, I intend to exterminate you, Director Jiang calmly replied. I warned you in Jiangdu to behave yourself. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. I said, since people from the gray zone want to get involved, they must be mentally prepared. The next second, Director Jiang waved his hand lightly in the air. Take them away. Yes. The supervisory bureau agents stepped forward and handcuffed the remaining few Wang family members, including Wang Boyan. Director Jiang, spare me. My Wang family promises to never again help the Wei family with anything, Wang Boyan said anxiously. I truly was just foolish for a moment to get involved with the Wei family. Director Jiang, for the sake of me being from a gray zone family, please give me a chance. Director Jiang merely smoked his cigarette, unmoved. He didn't spare Wang Boyan another glance until he was taken away. In this chaotic situation in West Continent, Wang Boyan, and even the entire Wang family, were nothing more than puppets. Whether it was the Mei family, the Xie family, or the Wei family, each faction had its own plans and objectives. Only the Wang family was purely being used as a pawn. The bigger the forest, the more kinds of birds there are, Director Jiang murmured. If it were in their era, someone like Wang Boyan, let alone leading a Wang family, even if he were given the strength of an entire Wei family, he would definitely not survive 3 days. Watching Wang Boyan's departing back, Director Jiang took a deep drag from his cigarette. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Director Jiang pulled it out to look. It was in Xingchang. As soon as he answered, and Xingchang's voice came through the phone, carrying a hint of exhaustion. Hello? How are things on your end? Mostly resolved. The gene liquid has also been obtained. It's with the Shangwan, Director Jiang said. What about Wei Tian? Is he dead too? And Xingchang asked. Yes, he died with Ding Qiming. At this moment, and Xingchang, far away in the capital, fell silent for a long while upon hearing this. Forget it, it's good that he's dead. Otherwise, living like that would have been painful for him too. How's the situation on your side? Director Jiang asked. Us. And Xingchang lit a cigarette and took a puff. He was in a dilapidated wooden cabin. Inside, besides in Xingchang, there were several other people standing, all with injuries on their faces and looking exhausted. Clearly, they had just experienced a fierce battle. On a small bed not far away, a man lay motionless, seemingly dead. Don't even mention it. We just escaped from the Wei family. To save Xiang Qingtian, we alerted all the families in the entire capital. So, was he rescued? Nonsense, if he wasn't rescued, would I be calling you? And Xingchang said irritably. But, are you sure that gene liquid can really save him? Xiang Qingtian's current condition is really not good at all. He's practically a vegetable already. Director Jiang hesitated to guarantee anything upon hearing this, as he also didn't know the actual effect of the gene liquid. Anyway, you've already rescued him, so we haven't lost anything. Damn you, Director Jiang. And Xingchang immediately cursed upon hearing this. I'm telling you, if you guys can't save Xiang Qingtian, I'll personally kill you. Do you know how much effort I put in to save him? Do you know how dangerous the Wei family is? It's only because Wei Liangping wasn't there. If Wei Liangping had been there, I wouldn't even dare to step foot into the Wei family's gate. You don't know anything. You only care about the petty squabbles in West Continent. Do you have any conscience? Director Jiang couldn't help but retort after being scolded like that. If it weren't for us using Ding Qiming as bait to draw out most of the Wei family's forces for you, could you have broken into the Wei family? You still have the nerve to bring that up? Drawing out most of their forces, you really have the nerve to say that? And Xingchang cursed. The Wei family members who went to West Continent weren't even 1/3 of the capital's Wei family. And you call that most? I almost fell for your trick and swaggered into the Wei family to deliver myself to them. Just you wait, Director Jiang. I've noted this down. I'm not done with you. Director Jiang was stunned to hear this. Did they really draw out so few people? He had estimated that the Wei family members Wei Tian had called over should have been quite numerous, yet it wasn't even 1/3. Looking at it this way, the Wei family's development in recent years has indeed been too rapid. Their foundation is deep. Moreover, most of the people on the list are still left in the Wei family and were not taken away by Wei Liangping. Do you know how difficult my battle was? I almost died in the Wei family, and you still have the nerve to bark over there. This time, Director Jiang didn't retort to An Xingqiang. If what An Xingqiang said was true, then his battle in the capital was indeed extremely dangerous. They had indeed underestimated the Wei family's strength in the capital. No, if the Wei family's remaining combat strength is this strong, how did you manage to rescue Xiang Qingtian? Director Jiang couldn't help but ask. When did An Xingqiang get this strong? Heh, I guess I was just lucky. An Xingqiang smoked his cigarette and said calmly. The leader of the Wei family's remaining forces this time was that Lin Jianbai fellow. His son, Lin Hui, fell into my hands before, and I exchanged him for a favor, which just happened to be repaid this time. Moreover, just in case, I also specifically asked those two people surnamed Su to help out. Surnamed Su. Director Jiang frowned upon hearing this. They actually helped you. Nonsense. Their son is my future son-in-law. How dare they not help me? As soon as this was said, Director Jiang was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. You mean? Su Jiang is their son. Nonsense. Otherwise, do you think any random Tom, Dick, or Harry can date my daughter? No wonder Su Jiang has that troublemaker style. It turns out it's genetic? Indeed, the capital has also been stirred up quite a bit by those two. All the major families are planning to jointly issue a bounty on them. Normal. Director Jiang could only comment this way. It was perfectly normal for those two to be wanted. If this continues, Su Jiang might also end up being wanted. By then, the whole family of three would be wanted by all the major families. That scene? Director Jiang couldn't even imagine it. 204. You said the salary is too low? At this moment, the Xie family had already tidied up the battlefield, and everyone was having dinner inside the house. After all, fighting is fighting, but don't joke around with dinner. After such a big battle, it was false to say that everyone wasn't hungry, and they all happened to be gathered at the Xie family. Xie Kongxing simply had the kitchen prepare a grand meal and hosted a banquet. What was outrageous was that Mei Zimin also stayed for dinner, citing that Mei Lingling had not fully recovered and it was inconvenient to take her running around. Moreover, Shangwan Pingyi was still here, so if Mei Lingling's body experienced any problems, he could ask for another gene liquid on the spot. For a time, everyone at the dining table had their own thoughts. Xie Kongxing greeted everyone with a smile. Shangwan Pingyi, on the other hand, had a stern face, as if everyone owed him something. Xie Guli carefully coaxed Shangwan Lu, but Shangwan Lu still ignored him. Mei Lingling sat next to Mei Zimin, curiously observing Shangwan Lu. Yan Hua washed his body, changed into clean clothes, and sat in his seat without saying a word. At this table, there were only 4 people who were truly focused on eating. An Mingjie, Su Jiang, Li Kai, and An Rou. Except for Su Jiang, who was eating heartily, the other three's eating habits were still quite refined. Although Li Kai and the others did not make any outstanding contributions in this battle, it did not affect their eating. After all, they were slightly weaker in this version, so it was understandable for them to temporarily avoid the limelight. When the next season's version updates, it wouldn't be too late for them to stand up and carry the entire field. For now, eating was more important. Yan Hua, what are your plans next? Shangwan Pingyi asked. Have you ever thought about joining the supervisory bureau? Yan Hua shook his head slightly upon hearing this. Director Shangwan, thank you for your kindness, but I only want to stay at Shizhou University and continue my teacher's research, to walk the path he has not yet completed. In the supervisory bureau, you can also continue your research, and we will vigorously cultivate you, Shangwan Pingyi said. Yan Hua still shook his head, firmly saying, it's not the same. Seeing this, Shangwan Pingyi did not insist, but turned to Mei Zimin. Mei Zimin, I saved your daughter with the gene liquid. How do you plan to repay this favor? Mei Zimin looked solemn upon hearing this and said, You say it. As long as it's something I can do, I'll agree to it. Mei Lingling heard this and nervously held Mei Zimin's hand. Shangguan Pengyi's eyes flickered as he looked at Mei Lingling, then at Mei Zimin. Since that's the case, then let your daughter join the supervisory bureau. Cough, Su Jiang choked. He looked at Shangguan Pengyi strangely and muttered to himself. Are you, the supervisory bureau, so short of people now? Letting Yanhua join was one thing. Su Jiang could still understand. Now he's even planning to rope in Mei Lingling? Shangguan Pengyi, you're really hungry. Xie Kongxing shook his head and sighed. No wonder in Xingchang said you were the tumor of the supervisory bureau. He really wasn't wrong. Shangguan Pengyi glanced at him but ignored Xie Kongxing. And Xingchang? He doesn't know anything. If the supervisory bureau were full of people like in Xingchang, that would be the real end. How about it? I saved your life with the gene liquid, and you work for the supervisory bureau. Isn't that fair? Shangguan Pengyi looked at Mei Lingling and said. Mei Zimin frowned, about to speak, but was pulled back by Mei Lingling. I'll go, Mei Lingling said softly. Mei Lingling. Dad, it's okay. Mei Lingling smiled slightly and said, I've grown up and can make my own choices. Mei Zimin's mouth slightly opened upon hearing this, but the words stayed at the tip of his tongue and never came out. Finally, Mei Zimin nodded, indicating his agreement. Shangguan Pengyi saw Mei Lingling agree and nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then in 2 days I'll have Lu take you to sign the contract, follow the normal procedure, with a monthly salary of 30,000. How much? With a gasp, Su Jiang suddenly looked up, staring at Shangguan Pengyi in shock. What did you just say? Monthly salary of 30,000. Su Jiang's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Shangguan Pengyi frowned. Is there a problem? There's a huge problem. Su Jiang pointed at Mei Lingling and said, What position will she have in the supervisory bureau? Newcomers, of course, all start as the lowest level agents. Then what's Shangguan Lu's monthly salary as a level 1 chief inspector? For someone of Lu's rank, according to the supervisory bureau's standards, plus various subsidies, the monthly salary is around 100,000. 100,000. Su Jiang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, I, the leader of the Special Operations Group, whose rank is even higher than Shangguan Lu's. Why is my monthly salary only 15,000? At these words, the whole room fell silent, and Mingjie lowered his head, his shoulders shrugging, seemingly trying to suppress laughter. After a long while, Shangguan Pengyi came back to his senses and asked, Is Director Jiang the one who pays your salary? Yes. Then that's normal. Shangguan Pengyi said lightly, You've been conned by Director Jiang. It's not the first time he's done something like this. This Special Operations Group thing, the Supervisory Bureau has never had it. It's probably Director Jiang creating such a department specifically to con you. If you were brought into the Supervisory Bureau through normal procedures, Director Jiang would have to pay you according to the stipulated standards, and there are many things he couldn't force you to do according to regulations. But after setting up such a special operations group, how much he wants to pay is entirely up to him. And if I'm not mistaken, your direct superior should only be Director Jiang, right? Yes. Su Jiang looked utterly dejected. Then isn't that it? Shangguan Pengyi looked at Su Jiang strangely and said, You can jump into such an obvious trap? What kind of bewitching drug did that guy Director Jiang give you? Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't sign that kind of contract, okay? And Special Operations Group. Heh. Shangguan Pengyi's words stopped abruptly. He just chuckled and didn't say anything further. Every word from Shangguan Pengyi was like a knife, piercing deeply into Su Jiang's heart. Especially that last laugh. It seemed to be the last straw that broke Su Jiang's back. Suddenly, Su Jiang remembered that Director Jiang had once told him that the Special Operations Group was discussed and decided when he was cooperating with Mingjie. In other words, at least half of this trap was related to Mingjie. Su Jiang turned his head and glared fiercely at Mingjie. Mingjie noticed Su Jiang's gaze, quickly suppressed his smile, and coughed slightly awkwardly. Cough, cough. I'm only responsible for making suggestions. The final decisions are all made by Director Jiang. The implication was that this matter had little to do with him, and the real culprit was still Director Jiang. Click. Su Jiang picked up his sniper rifle and looked at Shangwan Pingy expressionlessly. Where's that guy named Jiang? I have something to discuss with him. 2 updates today, owing 1 chapter moi. 205. What about a car as big as mine? Su Jiang, be rational. Li Kai quickly got up and held Su Jiang back, whispering, You forgot. If you lay a hand on your superior, it'll be a breach of contract. You'll have to pay 10 million. It's fine, Su Jiang said expressionlessly. If that old man dies, no one will come after me for 10 million. That makes sense. Li Kai paused, then added, But do you know where Zheng Yi is? Su Jiang fell into contemplation upon hearing that. After a long while, he said, I'll settle the score with him when I get back to Jiangdu. If Zheng Yi dared to hide, he would blow up the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau. Zheng Yi had to give him an explanation for this. At this moment, Xia Kongxing received a call from the guard. Patriarch, there's a bunch of stray cats at our gate, meowing at me, as if they want to come in. Do you need me to chase them away? Stray cats? Xia Kongxing was about to tell the guard to chase them away when Su Jiang quickly stopped him. Don't. Uncle Xia, those stray cats are my good friends. Let them in. Xia Kongxing blinked upon hearing this, looking at Su Jiang suspiciously. You? Friends with stray cats? Are you crazy, or are the cats crazy? Dad, it's like this. Xia Guli quickly explained the cat demolition team to Xia Kongxing. Although it was a bit absurd, Xia Kongxing glanced at Su Jiang and quickly accepted the cat demolition team. Xia Kongxing waved his hand grandly and said, Let them in. Also, bring out all the dried fish in the house. The next second, Fuguwei led his meow team in, strutting proudly. All the stray cats stood in a square formation, their steps neat and uniform, like a military drill. This scene caused a powerful visual impact on everyone. These cats are interesting. Shangwan Pingy examined Fuguwei with interest and said, I wonder if they're interested in joining the Supervisory Bureau. Xia Kongxing gave him a speechless look upon hearing that. You're truly heartless, Shangwan Pingy. You won't even let a cat off the hook. Have you ever seen such spiritual cats? And they can even do demolition. Such a team has great strategic significance, Shangwan Pingy said calmly. You've somewhat convinced me. Xia Kongxing couldn't help but examine Fuguwei, his eyes full of curiosity. He had seen cats before. This was the first time he had seen such an outrageous cat. Wait, he remembered there seemed to be a raccoon in the back kitchen. They were all around Su Jiang. The next second, a large basin of dried fish was brought out. All the kittens stopped in their tracks, their cat eyes bright, as if an addiction had struck, and they frantically ran towards the dried fish. Meow, dried fish. Fuguwei was the first to jump into the ocean of dried fish. Seeing this scene, Shangwan Pingy wanted these cats even more. They were easy to feed, just a little dried fish would do. Extremely cost-effective. By the way, Su Jiang, when are you planning to return to Jiangdu? Xia Guli looked at Su Jiang while eating and said, Shizhou University was damaged so badly. I estimate the competition won't happen. Huh? Su Jiang was stunned to hear that. The competition won't happen? Don't joke, old Jiang will kill me. He's still waiting for me to get a gold medal so he can get a promotion. But this should be considered a force majeure, right? Su Jiang thought for a moment. The damage to Shizhou University wasn't his fault. He was also a victim. Su Jiang and An Rou exchanged glances. Their original purpose was to participate in the competition. Now, let alone the competition, the school was gone, so there was no point in them staying in West Continent. How about we go back? Su Jiang said. But if we go back now, it'll be just in time for the final exams, An Rou said with some distress. I haven't reviewed either, Su Jiang blinked. Although their grades were good, that was only in high school. They really hadn't studied much of their university professional courses. An Rou might be all right, but Su Jiang had completely given up, skipping classes every day. Except for old Jiang's class, he basically skipped all of them. It was a bit late to cram now. Everyone looked at Su Jiang with somewhat strange expressions at this moment. You've caused such a commotion in West Continent, and you're still afraid of a mere university final exam? On the contrary, Xia Guli was overjoyed. With Shizhou University in such a state, he definitely wouldn't have to take final exams. No group assignments either, simply perfect. Forget it, we'll go back and review quickly. There should still be time, Su Jiang said. Exams were inevitable, just a matter of dying sooner or later. If they returned to Jiangdu tomorrow, they would still have 3 days to review. Learning a semester's worth of courses in 3 days was a piece of cake. Just a few all-nighters. Since that's the case, let's go back tomorrow. So urgent. Xia Guli heard this and feigned regret, trying to persuade him to stay. Why not stay a few more days? Hiss. Under the table, Shangwan Lu stomped hard on Xia Guli's foot. She glared at him. Stay a few more days? They had only been here for a few days and had already caused such a mess in West Continent. If they stayed a few more days, was he sure there wouldn't be another big battle? Shangwan Lu wished they would send Su Jiang and the others away quickly. If they really wanted to hang out, they could go to Jiangdu. Consider it a trip. In any case, West Continent could no longer endure any more trouble. Xia Guli changed the subject and quickly said, Su Jiang, I'll drive you tomorrow. No need. We have a car. Su Jiang waved his hand, about to refuse, when he suddenly froze. Where's my car? He quickly stood up and looked around. He remembered parking it at the Xia family's place. Where was his big new car? Your car. It seems it was kicked away by that monster earlier. It seemed pretty badly damaged, so I had someone dispose of it directly. Xia Kongxing's words left Su Jiang stunned. My car is gone. That was a brand new car he had just bought. He hadn't even driven it himself, and it was just gone like that? Su Jiang was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up. Uncle Xia, I've helped your Xia family so much this time. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? If I hadn't acted in time and knocked out that monster, the Xia family's losses would have been immeasurable. Xia Kongxing's mouth twitched upon hearing this. He had a bad feeling. Just say it. What do you want? Uncle Xia, considering our relationship, I won't ask for too much. Su Jiang extended a finger and said calmly, 10,021,000. 10 million for the betrothal gift, and the remaining 210,000 for a new car. A neat and precise sum. Xia Kongxing raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Renminbi? Yes. Su Jiang nodded heavily. No, I don't have a single penny. Xia Kongxing shook his head decisively. What a joke. He had to pay for the aftermath and all sorts of repair costs. Where would he get 10 million for Su Jiang? Uncle Xia, how can you be so ungrateful? Su Jiang said angrily. If it's 10 million, I think I'd rather bear the reputation of being ungrateful, Xia Kongxing said indifferently. An old fox like him, as an adult, naturally had a much thicker skin. Su Jiang wanted to extort him. He was still a bit too green. 206. Let's go back and get the certificate, shall we? Finally, under Su Jiang's tantrum and shamelessness, Xia Kongxing reluctantly agreed to buy Su Jiang a new car. After dinner, everyone left one after another, and Su Jiang and the others also had to hurry back to pack their luggage. After all, they had to return to Jiangdu tomorrow. If they went back any later, they really wouldn't have time to review. 3 days to learn everything was already the limit. Su Jiang, what do you want to do? Outside the room, An Rou looked at Su Jiang with a wary expression. Sleep, it's so late, Su Jiang said as if it were obvious. Go back to your own room to sleep. I won't. An Rou's eyes widened. Was Su Jiang really so self-righteous now? Wasn't anyone going to control him? Then I'll call my brother. Call him. I was just about to settle scores with your brother. I haven't forgotten how he and old Jiang scammed me, Su Jiang said quite shamelessly. Then, Su Jiang chose to directly break into the house, picked An Rou up in his arms, stepped inside, and casually closed the door. Hey, Su Jiang, don't mess around. Facing Su Jiang, who had suddenly become so dominant, An Rou felt a little flustered. But then she thought, Su Jiang probably doesn't have the guts, right? An Rou quickly calmed down, letting Su Jiang carry her and throw her onto the bed. Immediately after, An Rou saw Su Jiang start to take off his clothes. However, An Rou remained calm, sitting on the bed and watching Su Jiang with a composed expression. She was certain Su Jiang didn't have the guts. She had fallen for his tricks many times. This time, she absolutely would not be fooled again. Su Jiang was just a pure, big scoundrel. Then, Su Jiang started to take off his pants. Stop. An Rou couldn't help but say. All right. She was a little flustered. Why are you taking off your pants? I don't like wearing clothes when I sleep. You know that, Su Jiang said as if it were obvious. You're full of it. An Rou's face turned red with urgency. Su Jiang always slept in pajamas. How could she not know that? What exactly do you want to do? An Rou asked. Seeing this, Su Jiang sighed slightly. An Rou, I won't hide it from you any longer. Not long ago, I talked to your brother, and he seems very much against our relationship, absolutely refusing to agree to us getting married. I had no choice but to resort to this, wanting to make things irreversible with you. Su Jiang's voice was incredibly desolate, and his words stopped abruptly here as he covered his face and cried bitterly. Our marriage? And Rou's eyes widened, and she stammered. Are we getting married too quickly? An Rou, that's not the point, Su Jiang said with a serious tone. The point is your brother, he actually disagrees with us getting married. And he even humiliated me with money. Boo-hoo-hoo. Humiliated you with money? An Rou was suspicious. Why did she find it hard to believe? Yes, he said if I gave up the idea of marriage, he'd give me 10 million. But An Rou, I love you so much. How could I possibly leave you for 10 million? Su Jiang even tried very hard to squeeze out a few tears. If An Mingjie were here, he would probably have pulled out a gun and shot Su Jiang already. You can't just twist the truth like that. How could my brother do that to you? An Rou frowned, then pulled out her phone. I'll call him and ask. As she spoke, An Rou deliberately observed Su Jiang's expression, seeing that Su Jiang had no intention of stopping her. Could what Su Jiang said be true? An Rou still decided to call An Mingjie and ask. If it was really as Su Jiang said, then An Mingjie was going too far. Hello? What's wrong, An Rou? An Mingjie answered the phone. Brother, Su Jiang is with me. An Rou glanced at Su Jiang. At this moment, Su Jiang looked as wronged as a little wife. Su Jiang is. Why did he run to your place so late? An Mingjie's voice grew louder. Su Jiang said, sounding wronged. I've already told An Rou about the 10 million. 10. An Mingjie's voice stopped abruptly. At this moment, An Mingjie was thinking many things internally. Could it be that Su Jiang didn't want to pay the 10 million bride price and planned to make things irreversible with An Rou? Su Jiang, I warn you, if you dare to do that kind of thing to An Rou right now, you'll never marry my sister in this lifetime. Then if I don't do that kind of thing now, will you agree to me marrying An Rou? Su Jiang asked. Nonsense, don't even think about it. I'm telling you, Su Jiang, 10 million isn't enough. 20 million. An Mingjie meant that the bride price should be 20 million. But combined with what Su Jiang had just told An Rou, plus An Mingjie's tone when speaking to Su Jiang, An Rou naturally assumed that An Mingjie meant to give Su Jiang 20 million to make Su Jiang give up the idea of marriage. Brother, how could you be like this? An Rou said in a scolding tone. Huh? An Mingjie was a bit confused by what she said. I'm helping you, my dear sister. Seeing this, Su Jiang's eyes flashed. He took An Rou's phone and said, Ng, give up on that idea. I will absolutely never give up on An Rou. After speaking, Su Jiang hung up the phone, not giving An Mingjie any chance to speak. He was afraid that if An Mingjie said any more, he would be exposed. Boo-hoo-hoo. An Rou, you heard it right? Your brother actually treated me like this. Su Jiang took the opportunity to throw himself into An Rou's arms, crying loudly. An Rou's mind was a bit muddled for a moment, so she just patted Su Jiang's back and whispered, It's okay, my brother can't make decisions about my affairs. Boo-hoo-hoo, really? Really? Then can you also decide about the bride price and such? Of course, and our family isn't short of money, so the bride price and such don't really matter. It's fine whether you give it or not. An Rou didn't know that her words had been secretly recorded by Su Jiang. Su Jiang, who was nestled in An Rou's arms, smiled slightly. Bride price, settled. It had to be me. Originally, Su Jiang planned to stop at this point, but the opportunity was rare, so Su Jiang decided to take a little more advantage. Boo-hoo-hoo. An Rou, you're so good. Then let's get married as soon as we go back. Okay. Huh. An Rou reacted, her eyes widening. No. That's too fast. But An Rou, I'm afraid of things dragging on and getting complicated. What if your brother secretly causes trouble and ruins our relationship? My brother probably wouldn't do that, right? What if he does? That sister complex of his. He'd do anything for you. Su Jiang continued to coax. He felt that An Rou was about to give in. Let's just get the certificate first and not do anything else, okay? If it's just getting the certificate first. An Rou hesitated a bit. If it was just getting the certificate, there shouldn't be much impact, right? And she remembered that a marriage certificate could even add academic credits. However, just as An Rou was about to compromise. Bang, bang, bang. Su Jiang, get your ass out here. And Mingjia's voice rang out from outside the room. 207. An Rou is so scary tonight. Shit. Just a little bit more. Su Jiang wanted to beat An Mingjia to death. He was on the verge of success. Just one more step, and he could have gotten the little red book with An Rou. Who knew when he would have such an opportunity again? An Rou was about to fall for it. Oh no. An Rou was about to be moved by his sincerity. Now, everything was ruined. Su Jiang, if you don't come out, don't blame me for being impolite. Su Jiang immediately frowned upon hearing this, pondering a countermeasure. If this door opened, and An Mingjia explained everything clearly, he would be dead. The kind of death that was very, very miserable. However, the next second, An Rou directly got up, walked over, and opened the door. Why are you yelling? Don't you know you'll disturb people in the middle of the night? An Rou looked at An Mingjia, puffing out her cheeks. Su Jiang was stunned for a moment, then silently gave An Rou a thumbs up from behind. An Mingjia immediately backed down when he saw it was An Rou. Where's Su Jiang? Tell him to come out, An Mingjia said. Why are you looking for him? He's in your room so late. He definitely has ill intentions. What do you think I want to do? I asked him to come to my room. What about it? An Rou said self-righteously, protecting her man with dominance. Su Jiang was so moved, he was almost in tears from behind. Was this what it felt like to be protected by a girlfriend? You asked him. And Mingjia's eyes widened. But before he could finish his sentence, An Rou interrupted him. All right, stop disturbing our rest. We're going to sleep. Click. An Rou closed the door, leaving An Mingjia standing outside, looking bewildered. Let that be a lesson for you. Always watching me. An Rou snorted softly. In truth, she had long been annoyed by An Mingjia's overprotective behavior. This was a perfect opportunity to let An Mingjia know her stance. She was no longer that naive younger sister. She could handle her own affairs. It should be known that the previous An Rou was inherently a restless person who liked to control her own matters. Did getting married require An Mingjia's approval? If An Rou wanted to get married, she would, and no one's words mattered. If you had an opinion, keep it to yourself. At this moment, An Rou seemed to have rediscovered the feeling of being a little devil in the An family. How did that saying go? Even if a fish comes ashore, it will still smell fishy. No matter how well-behaved An Rou had been during this period, she was still that devilish young lady at heart. She was even getting a bit carried away. What are you looking at? Sleep. An Rou glared at Su Jiang, saying fiercely, keep looking, and your grandma will take care of you. As soon as she said this, Su Jiang's eyes lit up. Really? To be taken care of by An Rou? It wasn't impossible. Slap. An Rou casually picked up a pillow and threw it at Su Jiang. Su Jiang immediately behaved himself. An Rou tonight was so scary. The two lay quietly on the bed. Su Jiang was exceptionally well-behaved tonight. He even felt a bit uncomfortable. He might as well have gone back to his own room to sleep. Why are you so far away from me? Come here and hug me. An Rou commanded. Su Jiang obediently complied. An Rou slept in Su Jiang's arms, slowly closing her eyes. The two of them slept like this, as usual. After a while, An Rou, with her eyes closed, softly asked, Su Jiang, do you really want to get married? Actually, it's not that urgent, Su Jiang said somewhat against his will. An Rou heard this, reached out and gently hugged Su Jiang, saying, originally, I planned to wait until after graduation, but if you really want to, it's not impossible for us to get our marriage certificate first. As soon as she said this, Su Jiang opened his eyes, his heart beating a little faster. Looking at An Rou in his arms, Su Jiang truly had the thought of getting married at this moment. Not for that kind of thing, but simply wanting to live with An Rou like this. But since An Rou planned to wait until graduation, Su Jiang would respect her wishes. Su Jiang gently kissed An Rou's lips, then said, it's okay, let's wait until graduation. When we graduate, we'll get married. An Rou gently opened her eyes, her face a little flushed. Then can you endure it? An Rou asked with a mischievous smile. We're only in our first year of university. We still have a full 3 years. Well, if I can't endure it, would you be willing? Su Jiang also smiled with ill intentions. That depends on your performance. An Rou paused, then added, however, you performed well just now. Your answer satisfied me. So, I allow your hand to be naughty for one night today. Really? Su Jiang blinked. Anywhere? Not below. An Rou thought about it and said, if even below was allowed, Su Jiang might turn into a beast. And she couldn't guarantee she could control herself either. So, above was just right. Although Su Jiang was a bit disappointed, he was still satisfied. After all, before it was just sneaking around, but now it could be done openly. So, he unhesitatingly extended his wicked hand towards An Rou. Ing. An Rou couldn't help but let out a soft moan, pouting, be gentle. Subsequently, An Rou only felt her body go soft, losing even the strength to push Su Jiang away. The next day, both woke up with dark circles under their eyes. They were too excited last night and had been playing around until midnight before falling asleep. An Rou kept blaming Su Jiang for getting saliva all over her. Su Jiang was well-behaved and dared not talk back. Finally, An Rou prohibited all of Su Jiang's naughty behaviors, and only then did they manage to fall asleep. An Rou woke up and recalled everything that happened last night, her face instantly turning red to her ears. She felt that she must have been crazy last night to allow Su Jiang to do that. She reflected that such things must never be done again in the future. After returning to Jiangdu, they would sleep in separate rooms. Oh no, we haven't packed our luggage yet. An Rou picked up a pillow and threw it at Su Jiang. It's all your fault. You made me forget about important matters. Su Jiang looked confused. He didn't have any luggage. And wasn't what they did last night always important? You, go back to your own room. An Rou pointed at Su Jiang. An Rou, are you trying to abandon me after leading me on? Su Jiang was displeased. If you say one more word, I'll snip you with scissors. An Rou threatened fiercely. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang obediently slipped out of the room. As soon as he exited the room, Su Jiang saw An Mingjie sitting on the sofa. He also had big dark circles under his eyes. An morning. Su Jiang greeted with a sheepish smile. An Mingjie turned his head, looked at Su Jiang, who had just come out of An Rou's room, and snorted coldly. Su Jiang, if you dare to let my sister down, I will definitely slaughter you. An don't worry. An Rou's place in my heart is comparable to grilled cold noodles. Su Jiang said solemnly. Even if I die, I will protect her. An Mingjie glared fiercely at Su Jiang upon hearing this. You better be. 208. Let Su Jiang take over the inspection bureau. At the entrance of the Xie family, Su Jiang held Xie Kongxing's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Uncle Xie, after this farewell, when will we be able to meet again? Su Jiang's eyes were filled with tears. Xie Kongxing's face darkened. It only takes a few hours from West Continent to Jiangdu. And if you really want to see me, you can make a video call. What are you acting for? Uncle Xie, you promised to compensate me for the car. Please do it as soon as possible. Su Jiang said solemnly. I'll go back and get my driver's license right away, and strive to drive the car you bought for me. Uncle Xie, at the first opportunity. Beside him, Xie Guli couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Su Jiang being able to get a driver's license was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. He was the Xie family's eldest young master, professionally trained, and usually didn't laugh, unless he couldn't help it. Su Jiang glared fiercely at Xie Guli. What did he mean? Looking down on someone? Xie Guli's smile didn't diminish in the slightest. He openly mocked Su Jiang. The others had left after dinner last night. As for that monster Feng Haoshuan, he was detained by the Supervisory Bureau. Shangguan Pingyi even specifically asked Yan Hua to research if there was a way to restore him. Shangguan Lu was busy with the cleanup work and didn't have time to say goodbye to Su Jiang and the others. After Mei Lingling entered the Supervisory Bureau, she was also assigned to work under Shangguan Lu, and so far, her performance has been good. Perhaps, as Mei Lingling said, she has truly let go. The former little simp Mei Lingling was dead. The current Mei Lingling only lived for herself. Then, Uncle Xie, we'll head back first, and Mingjie said softly. Okay, remember to visit West Continent often in the future. Just don't bring Su Jiang. I welcome you all very much, Xie Kongxing said with a smile to An Rou and the others. An Rou and the others readily agreed, promising that they would absolutely not bring Su Jiang next time. Su Jiang. What does that mean? Excluding me? An Rou, you weren't like this to me last night. Everyone got into the car. There were 3 people when they came, and now there were 4 when they left. and Mingjie was added. As for the others, they were all arranged to take the high-speed train. And the driver was still our old, unlucky friend, Li Kai. Li Kai sat in the driver's seat, and Mingjie sat in the front passenger seat. In the back were Jiang and An Rou, the couple who were constantly showing off their affection. Oh wait. Just as Li Kai was about to start the car, Jiang quickly called out to stop. Almost forgot. Wait for me. Jiang got out of the car and rushed into the CF family like the wind. Li Kai and the other two looked confused. Soon, Jiang returned. He was seen holding Fuguwei by the scruff of its neck with his left hand and carrying Laifu tucked under his right arm. Fuguwei looked back reluctantly, seemingly longing for its dried fish. Laifu, on the other hand, looked like it had just woken up, opening its eyes in confusion and looking around. Almost forgot these two. Jiang tossed Fuguwei into An Rou's arms and stuffed Laifu into the trunk. This little raccoon, Laifu, was too big, and it had been fed so fat by the in-family people that it didn't fit anywhere else, so it had to be put in the trunk. You bear with it for a bit, okay? Jiang said to Laifu. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Okay. Laifu made an okay gesture to Jiang in a very human-like way, then lay down in the trunk and fell asleep. Anyway, it was sleepy. Where it slept didn't matter. As for the other members of the Meow Meow team, they were adopted by the CF family. It was just a bit of dried fish. They could afford to feed them. All right, let's go, master. Jiang closed the car door and said to Li Kai, Master, my ass. Did he really think of me as a driver? Li Kai suppressed the urge to curse at Jiang, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards Jiangdu. After Jiang and the others left, Zheng Yi's figure quietly appeared around the corner. I thought you wouldn't come out. Are you really afraid that kid Jiang would kill you? Xie Kongxing said to Zheng Yi with his back to him. Heh. I just didn't want him to know I was in West Continent, Zheng Yi said as he approached. So what? Why did you come to find me? And Xingchang has already rescued Xiang Qingtian and is heading this way towards West Continent. Xie Kongxing was startled. He really dared to break into the Wei family? Originally, I had no hope for your plan, but I didn't expect you to actually be able to do it. However, I've already done what I promised to help you with. Why are you coming to me again now? Zheng Yi heard this and said softly, After this matter is over, I plan to leave the Supervisory Bureau. Leave the Supervisory Bureau? What? The path the Supervisory Bureau wants to take is different from mine, and with Xiang Qingtian there, I can leave with more peace of mind. Xie Kongxing heard this, remained silent for a long time, then said, Why do you need to tell me whether you leave or not? After I leave, the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau will be unmanaged. I hope you can take over my position. You can forget about it. I'm not taking that hot potato. Xie Kongxing refused without even thinking. How long has it been since I left the Supervisory Bureau? I finally managed to build up the CF family with great difficulty, and now you want me to go back. Not to mention, you still have that guy Jiang under you now. In short, it's impossible. Don't even think about it. Xie Kongxing's answer was clearly within Zheng Yi's expectations, so he wasn't too surprised. However, besides Xie Kongxing, Zheng Yi indeed couldn't find anyone to take over his position. Suddenly, Xie Kongxing raised an eyebrow and said with ill intent, I do have a suggestion. Tell me, how about letting Jiang take over your position? Him. Zheng Yi frowned and shook his head. His way of doing things won't work. Don't be so rigid, Xie Kongxing chuckled. The Supervisory Bureau is already like this. Can it get any worse? Instead of continuing like this, why not take a gamble and hand it over to the younger generation? Each generation has its mission. We old bones have sat in our positions long enough. Why not try giving the younger generation a chance? A trace of hesitation flashed across Zheng Yi's face, but he still said uneasily, But how old is Jiang? I'm not at ease letting him take over this position now. Ha. Zheng Yi, I remember when you first joined the Supervisory Bureau, you weren't much older than Jiang. Were you? Xie Kongxing smiled, turned around, and said, Anyway, I'm just giving you a suggestion. The final decision is in your hands. You can consider it slowly. Anyway, you know that guy Jiang cannot be treated the same as ordinary people. You created this special operations group. Didn't you intend to cultivate him? Now it's just happening a bit earlier. In short, no matter what you think, don't come up with ideas for me. I've already retired. After speaking, Xie Kongxing ignored Zhang Yi and walked back into the Xie family on his own, leaving Zhang Yi standing alone in place, his face full of struggle. He really had to think about this matter carefully. 209. Su Jiang, you can't learn from that person. Phew. Finally home. Su Jiang and An Rou collapsed onto the sofa the moment they arrived home. Although their trip to West Continent only lasted a few days, every day was fulfilling, even a bit tiring. The two, who had originally planned to review, didn't want to do anything once they were home and sprawled on the sofa. After dropping them off, Li Kai drove in Mingjie and Lucky back to the Yin family. After all, Su Jiang's small house couldn't accommodate such a fat raccoon like Lucky. Wealthy also immediately ran into its cat bed and lay motionless. The two people and one cat lay there quietly for a long time, as if they were corpses. Su Jiang didn't tell teacher Jiang about his return. Anyway, with such a big event in West Continent, he figured Jiang you would find out sooner or later. He always adhered to one principle. If teacher Jiang didn't look for him, he would never actively look for teacher Jiang. How about we start reviewing tomorrow? Su Jiang suggested. Finishing a semester's worth of classes in 2 days wasn't impossible if they gritted their teeth. Does it have to be so extreme? An Rou complained, but she didn't refuse. She also wanted to slack off for a day. At this moment, Wealthy yawned in its cat bed. Su Jiang looked at it enviously, full of jealousy, sighing inwardly. Maybe I should just be a cat in my next life. No school, no exams, sleeping anywhere, sleeping as long as I want, and even going out to make friends occasionally. Su Jiang, I'm hungry, and Rou said. Why are you telling me you're hungry? Do you want to eat me? Su Jiang muttered. The next second, An Rou's pillow was thrown over. Su Jiang was too lazy to dodge. It didn't hurt anyway. It was good for padding. How about we go to Wang Xiang's uncle's barbecue restaurant? Su Jiang suggested. He hadn't been back since his last visit. But Su Jiang hadn't forgotten that Wang Xuelin had promised him free barbecue. But won't eating barbecue make me gain weight? An Rou asked with some concern. How could it? That barbecue is all high-quality protein. It's a fat loss meal. How could it make you gain weight? Su Jiang persuaded. An Rou thought for a moment and nodded gently. Wang Xuelin's barbecue restaurant tasted very good, and she had always wanted to eat there again. Then let's go. Su Jiang immediately sprang up from the sofa. So, the two left Wealthy at home and went out for barbecue. An hour later, the two arrived at the barbecue restaurant owned by Wang Xuelin. Then, they stared blankly at the transfer notice on the door. Is this out of business? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He remembered there were a lot of people when he came before, and the taste and reputation were quite good. How did it go out of business in the blink of an eye? Is the catering industry that competitive now? Let me call old Wang and see what's going on. Su Jiang was a bit confused, so he pulled out his phone and called Wang Xiang. However, after a long time, Wang Xiang still didn't answer Su Jiang's call. What's the situation? Su Jiang couldn't help but frown. In his memory, this seemed to be the first time Wang Xiang's call went unanswered. Could he be busy? And Rou guessed, maybe he's on a date with Ji Ming. TSK, now that you mention it, that's very possible. After all, that guy always prioritizes romance over friendship. Let's eat hot pot. I haven't had hot pot in a long time, and I'm tired of eating barbecue every day in West Continent, and Rou suggested. Su Jiang nodded. He didn't care much about food. He wasn't picky. He put Wang Xiang's matter out of his mind for now. That guy should be fine anyway. So the two found a nearby hot pot restaurant and had dinner. After a hearty meal, Su Jiang and An Rou held hands and strolled along the Jiangdu River. Suddenly, An Rou seemed to remember something and chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Su Jiang asked curiously. Nothing. I just remembered the first time we walked this path, An Rou said, holding Su Jiang's arm. When An Rou said that, Su Jiang remembered. The first time he and An Rou walked this path was to take her home. That night, An Rou walked ahead with her hands behind her back, humming a song. Su Jiang followed behind An Rou, carrying a large Pikachu plushie. Coincidentally, their dinner that night was also hot pot. Thinking of this, Su Jiang couldn't help but look at An Rou and ask, tell me honestly, did you start liking me from back then? You were the one who confessed to me first, okay, and in front of the whole class, An Rou glared at him softly. At these words, Su Jiang was speechless. There was no way to refute it. Too many witnesses, he couldn't deny it. but it really has been a long time since I've been this relaxed. An Rou leaned gently on Su Jiang's shoulder. Just then, Su Jiang's phone rang. Pulling out his phone, Su Jiang gasped. It was Teacher Jiang. Hello? Teacher Jiang. Su Jiang's tone was cautious. Su Jiang, where are you? Jiang Yu's anxious and worried voice came from the other end of the phone. I heard something big happened in West Continent. Many people died, and even Shizhou University was blown up. Are you okay? Teacher, don't worry, I'm fine. I've safely returned to Jiangdu, Su Jiang muttered. Oh, that's good. Su Jiang, don't be discouraged. Although the competition was cancelled, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Take your time, no rush, Jiang Yu comforted him. After a pause, he added, this isn't your fault. I don't know which idiot messed up Shizhou University like that. It's simply inhumane. They even dared to kill people. It's outrageous. Su Jiang, don't you think that person deserves to die? Su Jiang's eyes twitched at the words, and he opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but holding back. Teacher Jiang, I suspect you're scolding me, but I have no evidence. Perhaps there's some hidden reason? Su Jiang chuckled. We don't know the truth, so let's not comment, Teacher Jiang. Bah, facts speak louder than words. Su Jiang, let me tell you, the person who caused the explosion at Shizhou University is definitely not a good person. There's something wrong with their brain. You must not learn from them, understand? Beside him, An Rou, hearing this, covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, her shoulders shaking. Su Jiang gritted his teeth and said, I understand, Teacher Jiang. Do you have anything else? No. Now that you're back, I'm relieved. Prepare well for your final exams. With that, Jiang Yu hung up the phone. Su Jiang's face was dark. He felt a bit confused. Why did it feel like Teacher Jiang called just to scold him? Could it be that Teacher Jiang knew I was the one who caused the explosion at Shizhou University? As soon as this thought came out, Su Jiang shook his head. That shouldn't be possible. Teacher Jiang is just an ordinary university teacher. How could he know the real inside story of West Continent? He must be overthinking it. In a corner of Jiangdu, Jiang Yu hung up the phone, let out a long sigh, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It felt good to scold, very comfortable. And that brat Su Jiang couldn't talk back. Even more comfortable. 210, Old Fox and New Fox. It was already evening when the two returned home. Fuguwei very conscientiously dug out the last bit of cat food and ate it. Then Fuguwei told Su Jiang that there wasn't enough cat food, and he still wanted dried fish. Su Jiang casually fed him a few hot dog sausages. He was clearly a doting cat owner. While An Rou was taking a shower, Su Jiang sat on the sofa, frowning and staring intently at his phone. Even now, Wang Xiang still hadn't replied to his message. Something felt off. After thinking for a moment, Su Jiang called Yang Ming. Hello? What do you want now? Yang Ming's tone sounded like a resentful worker. He had just gotten off the high-speed rail with the Special Operations Group and was planning to relax and rest, but then he received Su Jiang's call. I can't get through to Wang Xiang. Do you know what's going on? Su Jiang asked. Wang Xiang? Wang Xuelin's nephew. Yang Ming asked, puzzled. I haven't heard of anything happening. Wang Xuelin broke ties with the Wang family a long time ago. He wasn't among the Wang family members who went to West Continent, so it's even less likely that Wang Xiang would be there. But I still feel like something's not right, Su Jiang frowned. Wang Xiang and Wang Xuelin. It's as if they suddenly went missing. Hearing this, Yang Ming sighed softly. I'll help you check it out later. Okay, I'll trouble you then. Su Jiang hung up the phone and let out a soft breath. Hopefully, nothing bad happened to Wang Xiang. Otherwise, no one would play games with him anymore. Creak. The bathroom door opened, and An Rou walked out in her pajamas. I'm done washing. I'm so sleepy. I'll go to sleep after I blow dry my hair. After speaking, An Rou yawned, returned to her own room, and casually closed the door. Good night, Su Jiang. Good night. Su Jiang blinked, then got up to take a shower. After showering, Su Jiang changed into his pajamas and naturally pushed open the door to An Rou's room. An Rou had just finished blow-drying her hair and was about to turn off the light to sleep. Seeing Su Jiang enter, she asked in confusion, Why are you coming in? To sleep, Su Jiang said as if it were obvious. Go back to your own room to sleep. An Rou said angrily, I won't. Su Jiang shamelessly played the rogue, turned off the light directly, and lay down on the bed. Are you kidding? If Su Jiang were to go back to his room and sleep alone now, it would be a miracle if he could fall asleep. He was already used to holding An Rou to sleep at night, not to mention they were at home. It felt incredibly cozy. An Rou looked at Su Jiang helplessly, knowing that this guy definitely couldn't be driven away. Don't you dare be dishonest, An Rou warned. Okay, Su Jiang readily agreed. So, An Rou lay in Su Jiang's arms and quickly fell asleep. She hadn't slept well last night, and today she had walked all day outside, so she was already extremely tired. Watching An Rou fall asleep, Su Jiang blinked and didn't take advantage of her. Instead, he gently held An Rou and honestly fell asleep as well. For the next 2 days, Su Jiang and An Rou didn't even leave the house, staying home to review their professional course knowledge. They even ordered takeout for meals. Later, realizing they were running out of time, Su Jiang even activated Gun Shadow Flowing Wind to study. It could increase his memory a bit. Similarly, for these 2 nights, Su Jiang stayed in An Rou's room. His own room hadn't even had its door opened until now. Since returning from West Continent, their relationship had rapidly warmed, no longer limited to simple intimate gestures like hugging. In a blink of an eye, it was the afternoon of the final exam. Su Jiang and An Rou walked out of the examination hall, letting out a long breath. The last subject was finally over. This semester was finally finished. You go home first. I'm going to the supervisory bureau, Su Jiang told An Rou. He hadn't seen Wang Xiang even after the final exams ended. Su Jiang knew that, if nothing unexpected happened, it was most likely that something unexpected had happened. He planned to go to the supervisory bureau to ask Yang Ming if he had found any information. And while he was at it, he was going to demand an explanation from Zheng Yi. Why only a monthly salary of 15,000? Was he trying to brush him off like a beggar? Before, Su Jiang thought 15,000 was a lot, but after knowing the truth, he felt that 15,000 was an insult to him. If Zheng Yi didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would make a scene. An Rou nodded upon hearing this, then remembered to come back early. They had agreed to watch the Olympics together tonight. Okay. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he hailed a taxi and went to the supervisory bureau. Upon arriving at the supervisory bureau, Su Jiang immediately found Yang Ming. Since returning from West Continent, there were countless reports he needed to write. So Yang Ming had been working overtime almost constantly these past 2 days, swamped with work. How's it going, Yang Ming? Any news on Wang Xiang? Sort of. Yang Ming looked up at Su Jiang and said, we found out that not long ago, Wang Xuelin took Wang Xiang and left Jiangdu for the south. The south? Su Jiang frowned. When did they leave Jiangdu? Roughly around the time you first went to West Continent. Just the 2 of them? Yes. And then? Any other news? Specifically, we're in the south. We're still investigating all of that. It's been a while, and Wang Xuelin deliberately covered his tracks, so it's more troublesome to investigate. Su Jiang nodded, patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Thank you. Notify me immediately if you get any news. He paused, then added, Old Zheng is upstairs, right? You mean Director Zheng? He just got back. He's in his office. Okay, I have something to discuss with him. You keep busy. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he slowly walked upstairs. Yang Ming looked at him with some confusion, but didn't ask further and continued working. Su Jiang walked to the door of Zheng Yi's office, reached out, and pushed the door open forcefully. Hey, Zheng, you have to give me an explanation today. Su Jiang's words stopped abruptly, because he found that besides Zheng Yi, there was actually another person sitting on the sofa in the office. And Mingjie. Oh, speak of the devil, and he appears, and Mingjie said with a smile. Zheng Yi glanced at Su Jiang indifferently, saying nothing. Clearly, Zheng Yi and Mingjie had just been discussing something, and it was related to Su Jiang. Come in and sit. I just happen to want to ask for your opinion on something. And Mingjie said with a smile, beckoning to Su Jiang. Su Jiang looked at Mingjie suspiciously, on guard. He felt like it wasn't good news. Zheng Yi went without saying, an old fox. And Mingjie was even a new generation fox. Now that these 2 were together, Su Jiang felt that he might be getting tricked again. 211. I will never sign this contract. Inside Zheng Yi's office, Su Jiang looked at the 2 smiling people in front of him, a premonition of disaster in his heart. I suddenly remembered that An Rou asked me to go home and have dinner with her. Su Jiang scratched his head with a smile. Why don't you 2 talk first? and I'll come back another day. And Mingjie heard this and looked at Su Jiang with a hint of amusement. Don't worry, I won't trick you. Didn't you come here for the contract? After speaking, and Mingjie held up a stack of papers in his hand, which was the indentured contract Su Jiang had signed for Zhengyi. As soon as Su Jiang saw the contract, his retreating steps came back, and he still looked at An Mingjie warily. What exactly do you want to do? Su Jiang said seriously. Your expression makes us look like unscrupulous black marketeers who kidnap children, and Mingjie complained. In my eyes, you two are no different from those people, Su Jiang said indifferently. Hearing this, and Mingjie and Zheng Yi exchanged a glance and sighed. How about this? To show our sincerity, as long as you nod now, we will void this contract. How about that? And Mingjie said. As soon as these words came out, Su Jiang's eyes brightened a bit. Really? I'll give it directly to you, so you'll believe me, right? And Mingjie, helpless, directly handed the contract to Su Jiang, letting him deal with it as he wished. And Mingjie secretly glanced at Su Jiang, thinking to himself that this guy was too cautious. It was all Zhengyi's previous actions that left a deep impression on Su Jiang, this pure and foolish college student. Su Jiang, holding the contract, blinked and cautiously said, Then I'll tear it up? Tear it up, go ahead. I already said it's yours to dispose of, and Mingjie said indifferently. Hearing this, Su Jiang tore up the contract without hesitation and threw it into the trash can. All right. Now he was no longer the leader of the Special Operations Group, but a free man. Su Jiang sniffed lightly. He smelled the scent of freedom. Hurrah! Well, in that case, I won't bother you anymore. I'll be leaving first. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Su Jiang did not linger and prepared to slip away. Wait a moment. Zheng Yi suddenly spoke, and under Su Jiang's bewildered gaze, he took out a brand new contract from behind him. Take a look at this, Zheng Yi said. I won't look. I won't sign. Su Jiang's reaction was unusually intense. He now smelled a conspiracy. Just take a look first. I promise I won't trick you this time, Zheng Yi said solemnly. I won't look. No matter what it is, I absolutely will not sign it. You won't sign even if there's money? I won't sign no matter how much money there is. Even if I, Su Jiang, starve to death, or jump from the supervisory bureau building, I will never again sign your unscrupulous contracts for a few stinking coins. Su Jiang's tone was impassioned and righteous, as if he were irreconcilably opposed to Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi heard this, remained silent for a moment, then nodded, took back the contract, and sighed. Since that's the case, then forget it. I won't force you. Humph. I originally thought you'd be tempted by 30 million, but I didn't expect your character to be so noble. Haha, just a mere 30 million? Su Jiang's tone changed, and he widened his eyes, saying, How much did you just say? 30 million. That's right. Zheng Yi nodded as if it were obvious. As long as you sign this contract, 30 million will be yours. RMB. Of course. Cough, cough. Su Jiang coughed lightly, once again retracting his retreating steps. Well, actually, this contract. I can take a look at it. Forget it. I still won't force you. After all, it's an unscrupulous contract. It's fine. I'll just see how unscrupulous it is first. Su Jiang chuckled and rubbed his hands, saying, As long as the money is in place, I'm not unable to sign an unscrupulous contract. It's not like I haven't signed one before. And Mingjie smiled, picked up his teacup, and took a small sip. I still like your righteous appearance from earlier. Haha. Take it and have a look. Zheng Yi threw the new contract to Su Jiang. This time, Su Jiang did not just glance over it hastily like last time, but carefully read every single clause. Ever since he was tricked by Zheng Yi last time, Su Jiang had learned from his mistakes and diligently studied the basic knowledge in this area. Although he wasn't proficient, it was enough to understand some clauses. Let me temporarily lead the supervisory bureau as the person in charge, and then be officially appointed as the director of the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau after half a year. Su Jiang read this, looked up in astonishment, and stared at Zheng Yi. Let me be the director of the Supervisory Bureau? Old Zheng, are you crazy? Zheng Yi's mouth twitched upon hearing this. To be honest, he somewhat regretted making this decision now. Just tell me if you'll sign it or not. Once you sign, 30 million will be immediately transferred to your account. Within these 6 months, you will have to follow my command, which is also your assessment. If you pass the assessment, you will become the director of the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau and be responsible for every comrade in the Supervisory Bureau. If you fail the assessment, you will terminate the contract and regain your freedom, but you will have to return 20 million. Jiang said indifferently. That's roughly the content. You decide for yourself. Su Jiang heard this and raised an eyebrow slightly. There's an assessment too? That means, as long as he signs the contract and then slacks off, making old Jiang think he's not fit to be the director of the Supervisory Bureau. At most, he'd have to return 20 million then. Wouldn't that be like getting 10 million for free? Su Jiang's eyes instantly brightened a few shades. He carefully reread the contract, making sure there were no other traps. Okay, I agree. Su Jiang got carried away again and signed his name without hesitation. After all, this was 30 million. The betrothal gift for marrying An Rou could be obtained just by signing his name. Although he had a recording of An Rou saying she didn't want a betrothal gift, what if An Mingjie didn't acknowledge it? And Mingjie and Jiang both smiled as they watched Su Jiang sign his name. All right, the contract is in 2 copies. Take your copy with you, and 30 million will be transferred to your account shortly. Jiang took back the contract and said indifferently, if there's nothing else, you can go back first. I'll find you again when there's a mission. Su Jiang, holding his copy of the contract, glanced at the two of them, then walked out of the room. As soon as he closed the door, Su Jiang received a text message notification. 30 million had been credited to his account. At the same time, he looked at the contract in his hand, blinked, and was stunned for a long time. He had clearly come to settle accounts with Jiang. How did he end up signing another contract? Never mind, as long as I have the money. Su Jiang chuckled happily, planning to take An Rou out for a big dinner tonight. After Su Jiang left, inside the office, and Mingjie let out a long breath. Phew, now I can finally rest. Jiang gave him a faint glance and said, he's still your brother-in-law, yet you tricked him even more ruthlessly than I did. Brother-in-law? Not yet. And Mingjie smiled mischievously. Besides, it's clearly written in black and white on the contract. How can you call that tricking him? Jiang slowly shook his head. Not long ago, he had only mentioned to An Mingjie his idea of letting Su Jiang take over the Supervisory Bureau. He didn't expect An Mingjie to completely trick Su Jiang and at the same time, allow himself to be separated from the An family. 212. The An family was packed up and handed over to Su Jiang? You really didn't reveal any information to him? Jiang asked suspiciously. Didn't he know you wanted to dump the An family on him? How could I let him know? And Mingjie laughed. If he knew, he would definitely avoid me like the plague. With that, An Mingjie got up and, from a drawer, took out another contract. The contract stated that all members of the An family would be assigned as members of the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau, and it was already signed with the names of An Mingjie and Jiang. You want Su Jiang to take over the Supervisory Bureau, and I also want him to take over the An family, so I came up with this method. And Mingjie looked at the contract and shook his head with a smile. From the moment Su Jiang signed that contract, everyone in the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau was under Su Jiang's management. And with the An family joining the Supervisory Bureau, it was equivalent to packaging all the An family members and giving them to Su Jiang. As for why Director Jiang would agree to this method, it was simple. Because the 30 million was paid by An Mingjie. That 30 million was actually his to begin with, and Mingjie chuckled. After all the An family's assets were liquidated, exactly 30 million was left. Since Su Jiang took over the An family for me, it's only right that he gets this money. Moreover, that money isn't just for him. It's also for my sister. After speaking, An Mingjie stretched leisurely, his tone cheerful. From now on, I'm a free man. I can travel everywhere and live my retirement life. So this is what it feels like to be a hands-off boss. No wonder that old geezer in my family always likes to do this kind of thing. Where are you planning to go? Jiang asked curiously. If it's for travel, you must have a plan, right? A plan. And Mingjie shook his head. I don't make such things. I'll go wherever the wind takes me, and maybe find some old friends for a drink along the way. All right, Director Jiang, I've booked my flight. It's time to go. Please take good care of Su Jiang. Given his personality, he'll probably try every possible way to make your so-called assessment fail. You'll have to handle that yourself when the time comes. With that, An Mingjie pulled his suitcase, waved to Jiang Yi, and walked out of the room. Jiang Yi watched in Mingjia's retreating back, slowly closed his eyes, leaned back on the sofa, and pinched his brow. Half a year, huh? Su Jiang probably wouldn't be too quiet during these 6 months. He had only been in West Continent for a few days and had already messed it up so badly. Jiang Yi truly didn't know what to do with Su Jiang at the moment. Wherever he went, things would turn into a mess. Suddenly, Jiang Yi opened his eyes, his gaze flickering. Since Su Jiang wasn't quiet, perhaps sending him to an even less quiet place might have a miraculous effect. And right now, there was just such a place. Why not send him there to stir up some trouble? But the situation there is much more complicated than West Continent right now, so I still need to plan it carefully. Jiang Yi picked up a stack of documents from a nearby desk, constantly contemplating the feasibility. When Su Jiang happily returned home, An Rou was on the phone. Okay, I know. Why don't you tell Su Jiang about this yourself? An Rou heard the movement, turned her head, saw Su Jiang, and quickly said, Su Jiang just got back. You tell him. Hello? Brother, you're on the phone with An Mingjia? Su Jiang asked suspiciously. Yeah, it's so strange. Why did he hang up as soon as he heard you were back? What did he tell you? Let me think. Oh, right. He told me to relay a message to you. What message? Su Jiang had a bad feeling. An Rou took a deep breath, mimicking An Mingjia's tone, and said, The An family is now under the Supervisory Bureau's jurisdiction. This time, I'm sorry for what I did to you. The bride price is waived for you. I wish you and my sister all the best. That's what he said, and he told me to tell it to you exactly as he said it. An Rou blinked her big eyes, looking puzzled. What does he mean by that? I don't understand. Why is he bringing up the bride price again? However, Su Jiang, upon hearing these words, froze in place, as if struck by lightning. The An family was assigned to the Supervisory Bureau? Recalling An Mingjia and Director Jiang's smiling faces in the office just now, Su Jiang immediately understood that he had been tricked. That contract, nominally for taking over the Supervisory Bureau, actually meant An Mingjia had packaged the An family along with it and given them to him. An Mingjia, you motherfucker. You're really something. Your brother, where is he now? Su Jiang asked. He said he's going on a trip and told you not to contact him. An Rou paused, then added, He should be about to board the plane now. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. Things hadn't reached an irreversible point yet. As long as he hadn't become the director, the situation wasn't too bad. Anyway, the money was already in his hands. All he had to do next was to slack off. He didn't believe that Director Jiang would really dare to hand over the Supervisory Bureau to him. He'd blow it up in minutes. What exactly is going on? An Rou was displeased. She still hadn't figured out the situation. So, Su Jiang told An Rou what had just happened in Director Jiang's office. He also handed the contract to An Rou to read. Look, your brother actually tricked me like this. Su Jiang accused. An Rou took the contract, somewhat amused, looked at it carefully, and then gasped. 30 million? Well, she knew why Su Jiang had fallen for it. For Su Jiang, a college student, he had no resistance whatsoever to that number. He was completely reeled in. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Su Jiang noticed a blind spot. The An family now belongs to the Supervisory Bureau, and I am now essentially the highest leader of the entire Supervisory Bureau, apart from Director Jiang. And An Rou is also a member of the An family, which is undeniable. That means, An Rou, I think I've become your superior now. Huh? An Rou frowned. Is that how it is? So what do you want to do? Su Jiang looked at An Rou with ill intent, rubbing his hands and laughing. Your superior is now planning to take advantage of you. Su Jiang, how dare you? Before An Rou could finish speaking, Su Jiang had already pushed her down onto the sofa. About half an hour later, Su Jiang stood up, wiping his lips with satisfaction. An Rou sat up on the sofa, her face flushed, adjusting her disheveled clothes, breathing slightly, and looking at Su Jiang with shame and indignation. She looked exactly like a ripe peach. 213. Can you wear it for me to see? Ever since he returned from West Continent, Su Jiang has become more and more arrogant. Before, Su Jiang and An Rou would at most hug and kiss occasionally. Now, they kiss several times almost every day, and each kiss lasts longer and longer, and Su Jiang's hands are becoming less and less well-behaved. As if some kind of shackles had been broken, Su Jiang's courage gradually grew. If this continues, they might do everything before they even get married. An Rou decided to sanction Su Jiang. You? Sleep in your own room tonight. An Rou said angrily. Huh? Su Jiang was startled. I'm punishing you. You're not allowed in my room for 3 days. Why? Su Jiang protested. This is my home. I'll sleep wherever I want. I'm sorry, this isn't your home. An Rou said with a smile. From the day I moved in, my brother found the landlord and bought this place. What? Su Jiang was struck by lightning when he heard this. Why didn't I know about this? You never asked me. An Rou stood on her tiptoes, leaned close to Su Jiang's face, and raised her chin triumphantly. So, now you're actually living in my house, understand? I have every right to kick you out, you know. But since you're my boyfriend, I'll be merciful and let you stay for now. If you make me unhappy, I'll kick you out. Su Jiang trembled all over when he heard this. He had no idea that his house had already changed owners without his knowledge. Although, strictly speaking, it wasn't his house anyway, since he was only renting. But he still wanted to condemn this capitalist robbery. An Rou, don't forget, I have a full 30 million now, Su Jiang said indifferently. Even if you kick me out, I can immediately buy a better and bigger house than this. If it were before, Su Jiang might have compromised. But now it's different. Now he is Su, who has 30 million Jiang. He would never compromise with capital. Oh, that's really a shame. And Rou sighed slightly when she heard this. Sister Chiona sent me a few clothes a few days ago. I was originally thinking, if you behaved well, I would wear them for you to see. But since you want to move out, I'll just have to enjoy them by myself. Clothes? What clothes? Su Jiang's eyes instantly brightened a few shades. And Rou tilted her head and deliberately said, I didn't look closely, but Sister Chiona seemed to say there were 2 pairs of black stockings. Black stockings. Su Jiang's mind rumbled. He took a deep breath, his gaze unconsciously drifting to An Rou's legs. An Rou's dressing style had always been very conservative, and Su Jiang had never seen An Rou in black stockings. As soon as he thought of this, Su Jiang swallowed with difficulty. If it was black stockings, he could temporarily compromise with capital. It wasn't impossible. An Rou, I was just joking with you. How could I possibly bear to leave you? Su Jiang immediately changed his expression and playfully reached out to hug An Rou. Didn't someone just say he wanted to buy a better and bigger house? An Rou turned her face away, completely unmoved. My perspective was too small. How big does a house have to be considered big? An Rou, you are much more important than a house in my eyes. How does that saying go? People are like fresh flowers in a pot. Life is a tangled mess. No matter how big or good a house you buy, it's just a temporary dwelling. A small box is your eternal home. Not far away, Fuguai, who was lying on the balcony, looked at Su Jiang with a slight disdain and slowly shook his cat head. What black stockings? Isn't it just a black plastic bag? Is it worth being reeled in like a fish? The cat doesn't understand, and the cat doesn't respect it. But the cat likes to watch the show. Fuguai still liked Su Jiang's unruly look from before. Where are the clothes Sister Chiona sent? Su Jiang asked curiously. In his heart, he secretly gave Chiona a crazy thumbs up. If it wasn't for Chiona sending them, An Rou, with her personality, would never actively buy black stockings to wear. Long live Sister Chiona. I haven't even said I'll wear them yet. An Rou pursed her lips and said, I'll decide whether to wear them after seeing your performance these next few days. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow when he heard this, and a plan secretly formed in his mind. That night, after they finished dinner and watched some TV, they prepared for bed. An Rou got up, turned her head, and warned Su Jiang, Remember, you're not allowed in my room for these 3 days. Su Jiang nodded obediently. After An Rou turned around, Su Jiang immediately got up and reached out to pick An Rou up. What are you doing? An Rou was a little confused. Sleeping, Su Jiang said matter-of-factly. Then, he carried An Rou into his own room. Since he couldn't go to An Rou's room, then An Rou could come to his room. No difference. Su Jiang, you're being a rogue. An Rou protested. Not yet. Su Jiang chuckled, gently placed An Rou on the bed, and then turned off the light. Now, that was truly being a rogue. An Rou's small mouth was instantly blocked. Su Jiang reached out and pulled the covers over them, then launched a full assault on An Rou. After blocking An Rou's mouth for a long time, Su Jiang finally slowed his offensive and leaned into An Rou's ear to ask, "Will you wear them for me to see, okay? Don't even think about it." An Rou was firm in her refusal. Her mouth was quite stubborn. Su Jiang chuckled inwardly and continued his offensive, using his hands. "Will you wear them or not?" No, really not wearing them. Finally, An Rou felt soft all over. Her face flushed as she nestled in Su Jiang's arms. She compromised. She promised to wear them for Su Jiang to see tomorrow, and only then did Su Jiang let her go. Breathing slightly, An Rou recovered, her eyes glinting fiercely, and she bit Su Jiang's shoulder hard. "Hiss," Su Jiang gasped. An Rou still felt unsatisfied, so she moved slightly and bit him again. "That's for bullying me. I'll bite you to death." "An Rou, are you a dog?" "Su Jiang, you're worse than a dog. Why are you swearing?" "I'm swearing at you, so what?" The two continued to play around until midnight when sleepiness overcame them, and they slowly closed their eyes and fell asleep. 2:14, I'd rather not save him. The next day, in the Supervisory Bureau of West Continent, outside Shangwan Pingyi's office, several people with stern expressions stood guard, ensuring that no one disturbed the room. Inside the room, there were only 3 people, Shangwan Pingyi and An Xingchang, who had escaped from the capital. And on the sofa, a person lay quietly. It was Xiang Qingtian. Shangwan Pingyi took out the only 2 remaining gene liquids from his safe. "Is this the gene liquid made by Ding Qiming?" And Xingchang had a cigarette in his mouth, curious as he examined the gene liquid. "Put out that cigarette." Shangwan Pingyi glared at him. "Smoking is strictly prohibited in my office. What does your office's no-smoking policy have to do with me?" And Xingchang took a puff and said indifferently, "This isn't my office." These two had never gotten along, always finding each other disagreeable. If it weren't for bringing Xiang Qingtian over, and Xingchang would absolutely not want to see Shangwan Pingyi's face. Shangwan Pingyi quietly watched An Xingchang, suppressing the urge to finish him off. At this point, saving Xiang Qingtian was more important. "Are you sure this stuff can really save him?" And Xingchang asked. "Ding Qiming said there's a 70% chance," he replied. 70%? You guys didn't tell me that before. You just said it could save him." And Xingchang said listlessly, "If you ask me, let's just not save him. Given Xiang Qingtian's condition, even if he recovers, he'll probably be drooling." "Shut up. After all these years, why is your mouth still so foul?" Shangwan Pingyi couldn't take it anymore when he heard that. "Sigh, you people just can't hear the truth," and Xingchang said helplessly. "At least Xiang Qingtian was someone you risked your life to save. If he can't be saved, wouldn't all your effort be wasted? There's no such thing as everything in this world having a reward, Shangwan Pingyi. It's not just me saying it, but after all these years, you still haven't figured out life." Shangwan Pingyi took a deep breath, no longer arguing with An Xingchang. If they continued, they would really start fighting here. Shangwan Pingyi carefully took out 1 gene liquid and administered it to the unconscious Xiang Qingtian. Then, he nervously watched Xiang Qingtian's face, hoping to see a sign of him waking up. However, several minutes passed, and Xiang Qingtian remained the same. "TSK, I told you it wouldn't work, and now a gene liquid has been wasted. You shut the hell up." Shangwan Pingyi couldn't hold back. All right, I won't say anything." And Xingchang closed his mouth, spread his hands, and gestured for Shangwan Pingyi to continue his performance. Shangwan Pingyi's face was filled with doubt and surprise. Could it be that 1 dose wasn't enough? But there was only 1 gene liquid left. He had asked Yanhua if he could produce more gene liquid, but Yanhua said he had only participated in part of the process, and the true core parts were all done personally by Ding Qiming. He alone could not make the gene liquid. So Shangwan Pingyi was still thinking of giving this 1 gene liquid to Yanhua for research, to see if he could produce more. After all, Yanhua was Ding Qiming's student, and after Ding Qiming's death, he was the most likely person to produce the gene liquid. "If only I had known, I wouldn't have given it to Mei Lingling back then." Shangwan Pingyi secretly regretted it, but it was too late now. After much hesitation, Shangwan Pingyi made up his mind and reached for the last gene liquid. "Still going to use it?" And Xingchang couldn't help but say, "If 1 dose didn't work, do you think 2 will?" Then what do you suggest we do? Shang Wanping also got angry. What the hell can you do besides making sarcastic remarks? That's funny. If it weren't for me, would Xiang Qingtian even be here? Your gene liquid would just be wasted on dogs. If you have a solution, you do it. I saved him, so I can't even voice my opinion. As the two argued, they were completely unaware that the man on the sofa slowly opened his eyes. The world before his eyes gradually changed from blurry to real. Where's this? So noisy. Is that Shangwan and Olden? Why are they arguing again? I should be at the Wei family right now, shouldn't I? Xiang Qingtian's heart was full of questions, but he only had one thought now. To make Shangwan Pengyi and in Xingchang shut up. It was just too noisy. Don't argue. Xiang Qingtian used all his strength to speak, squeezing out these few words. Although his voice was very faint, the two arguing individuals, being very sharp, detected this third voice that wasn't theirs. They both suddenly turned their heads and met Xiang Qingtian's helpless gaze. Holy crap! Both of them cursed in unison, stopping their argument. Xiang Qingtian had woken up. An Rou, are you ready? Su Jiang sat on the sofa, petting the silly cat, his eyes eagerly fixed on An Rou's bedroom door. And not yet. An Rou's slightly flustered voice came from inside the room. At this moment, she was staring at the clothes on the bed, her face flushed, her heart full of conflict. Did she really have to dress like this? She had never worn stockings before, and her previous outfits were always very conservative. The clothes Sister Chiona sent are just two. And Rou didn't even know how to describe it. This skirt was too short. If she dressed like this, she would absolutely not dare to go out. Thankfully, I only have to wear it at home. Anyway, I already promised that guy, so I'll just let him see it once. An Rou mumbled softly as she reached for the black stockings nearby. The thin, cicada wing-like fabric clung tightly to her legs, giving An Rou an unusual sensation. After putting on the stockings, An Rou, blushing, put on the black miniskirt. The top was a fitted, off-white cropped shirt with a deep V-neck that perfectly showcased An Rou's elegant neck and collarbone. Outside, Su Jiang was getting impatient. He stood up, ready to knock on the door. An Rou, are you ready? He hadn't expected that An Rou hadn't locked the door while changing. With a light knock, the door swung open. An Rou was only halfway dressed when she saw Su Jiang enter, and she froze. Su Jiang also froze, his eyes swiftly scanning An Rou's legs. Then he swallowed hard. Because Sister Chiona understood An Rou's figure extremely well, the clothes she bought for An Rou were very form-fitting, maximizing the display of An Rou's figure advantages. Especially her legs. You get out. An Rou quickly pulled her clothes on, scolding him playfully. Get out. How could Su Jiang possibly leave? Closing the door behind him, Su Jiang approached An Rou step by step. What do you want to do? An Rou retreated step by step, but the room was too small. After only a few steps back, she tripped over the edge of the bed and fell onto it. Seeing this, Su Jiang took the opportunity to pounce on her. Don't let your hands wander. An Rou protested softly. What followed was another half hour of peach ripening. Extra chapter for Chinese Valentine's Day? Please screenshot and send this to authors who updated less or even took a day off today and scorn their actions. 2:15. We are playing real CS. Time flew by, and a week later, Su Jiang and An Rou, having finished their final exams, finally enjoyed a rare period of calm. Since that day, under Su Jiang's constant persuasion, An Rou gradually accepted black stockings and now even dared to wear them out. However, of the two pairs of black stockings Sister Chiona sent, only one remained, so An Rou rarely wore them. Tisk, Jiang University is truly inhumane. Winter break is only a month and a half long. Su Jiang looked at the holiday notice on his phone and complained. Can't they give us a few more days off for the new year? What made him even angrier was that Xie Guli actually had a half-year-long holiday, because Shizhou University was estimated to take half a year to repair. As for classes, Xie Guli said he would take them online. But what's the difference between university online classes and a holiday? Su Jiang could only say he was envious, jealous, and hateful. An Rou leaned against Su Jiang, nibbling on an apple. Su Jiang, are you going back to your hometown for New Year? An Rou asked. She wanted to spend New Year with Su Jiang, and Mingjie had lost contact, and she didn't know if he would return. Well, Su Jiang thought for a moment. Although it was called his hometown, it was actually just a small county town in Jiangdu. Moreover, there were no familiar people there, so it didn't matter if he went back or not. I'll ask my parents, Su Jiang said. Ah. An Rou immediately sat up straight, nervously saying, Do Uncle and Annie know about us? She still remembered the awkward scene from the last time she met Su Jiang's parents. At that time, they weren't even together yet. Probably not, Su Jiang said. Anyway, I haven't mentioned it to them, and they haven't called me either. Su Jiang was also speechless about his parents. They said they were going on a trip to Beijing, and then there was no news from them, not even a message. If it weren't for the fact that the two elderly people were still showing affection on their social media, he would have suspected something had happened. After thinking about it, Su Jiang decided to call and ask. After all, it was almost New Year. They should be coming back, right? Soon, under An Rou's nervous expression, the call quickly connected. Hello, Dad. What's up, son? Where are you and Mom messing around now? Beijing, didn't I tell you last time? We're traveling in Beijing. Suddenly, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. His unusually keen hearing caught some sounds. Dad, why are there gunshots over there? Your mom and I are playing real-life CS. What do you need? Hurry up and say it. Nothing much. Just asking if you're coming back for New Year. New Year? Can't you spend it alone? Su Dad asked, puzzled. It's not me saying this, Su Jiang, but how old are you? Do you still need Mom and Dad to accompany you for New Year? Su Jiang was silent. Could a person actually say such a thing? At first glance, there was nothing wrong with it. But if he listened carefully, everything was wrong. So you're saying you're not coming back? Hard to say, depends on the situation. Su Jiang really didn't want to talk anymore. He wanted to hang up. He felt that making this call was a mistake. Beside him, An Rou quickly grabbed Su Jiang's hand and pointed to herself. Dad, I have something to tell you. Su Jiang organized his words and said, Well, I'm in a relationship. It's An Rou, the one you met at my place last time. What? You just started dating? Su Dad asked, puzzled. I thought you two were already together back then. It's not me saying this, but your efficiency is too low. When I was your age, I was already discussing with your mom how to manufacture you. You need to hurry up, you know? Su Jiang really couldn't listen anymore and directly handed the phone to An Rou. An Rou? Confused An Rou, bewildered, took the phone and stammered. Uncle. Hello, I'm An Rou. Oh, An Rou? Su Dad's tone immediately changed, speaking softly and gently. I didn't expect you to be next to Su Jiang. That brat didn't bully you, did he? Did he bully me? He bullies me every day. An Rou heard this and glanced at Su Jiang. Su Jiang shook his head like a rattledrum. An Rou glared at him and then said, No, Uncle, Su Jiang treats me very well. Is that so? That's good. An Rou, let me tell you, if Su Jiang dares to bully you, just call Uncle and Auntie, and we will definitely help you teach him a lesson. An Rou heard this, her lips curled slightly, and she looked at Su Jiang triumphantly. See, Uncle and Auntie have spoken. Let's see if you dare to lay a hand on me in the future. Hey, An Rou, wait a moment. Your aunt wants to talk to you. Hey, don't throw grenades anymore. It's our daughter-in-law's call. Grenades? An Rou blinked. Before she could react, the other end of the phone had already switched to Su Jiang's mother. Hello? An Rou? Hey, Auntie, it's me. An Rou stammered. The grenades Uncle mentioned earlier were. Oh, those. We're playing real-life CS. Hee. I was just throwing grenades at them. That's how it is. Auntie, are you coming back for New Year this year? New Year? Su Mom thought for a moment, then said, An Rou, Su Jiang's dad and I still have things to do, so we might not make it back. How about this? For New Year this year, let Su Jiang go to your house. It'll be good for you two to deepen your relationship. An Rou blinked. Deepen their relationship? If they deepened it any further, someone would really die? She didn't know how much longer she could hold on to that last step. Su Jiang might break through it any day now. Okay, Auntie, I understand. Do you still want to say a few words to Su Jiang? What do I have to say to him? I haven't even finished throwing my grenades over here. Then, Auntie, you go ahead and be busy. Okay, if that boy Su Jiang dares to bully you, just tell Uncle and Auntie, and we'll help you teach him a lesson. Okay, Auntie, bye-bye. Bye-bye, An Rou. The two friendly hung up the phone. As they hung up, An Rou faintly heard explosions. Not to mention, the CS uncle and auntie were playing was quite realistic. Su Jiang was beside them, like an outsider. How do I feel like you're their daughter, and I'm adopted? Especially his own mother, who didn't even bother to talk to him anymore. Her attitude when talking to him versus when talking to An Rou was like night and day. Hee. Then this new year, you can come back to the An family with me. An Rou said with a smile. Although the An family was assigned to the supervisory bureau, the two parties had not yet formally unified and integrated. Moreover, An Mingjia also requested that the An family become an independent department within the supervisory bureau, so in principle, the An family was still the An family. 216. You are noble. You are amazing. Sigh, it can only be this way, Su Jiang sighed softly. Since his parents weren't coming back, he had nowhere else to go. It seemed this year, he could only spend it at the An family. Huh? Old Jiang sent me a message. Su Jiang frowned as he read the message. What's wrong? An Rou asked when she saw his expression. Old Jiang said there's a mission and wants me to go to the supervisory bureau to find him. A mission at this time? There's only half a month left until the new year. That's not the main point. The key is, he wants me to bring you along. Me? An Rou pointed to herself, curiously asking, why would I go? Who knows what that old man is thinking? Then, I need to change my clothes. Since she was going out, and to the supervisory bureau at that, and Rou's current home clothes were definitely unsuitable. I'm not eating anymore. You finish it for me. Handing the apple she had taken a few bites out of to Su Jiang, An Rou turned and went back to her room to change. Su Jiang looked at the apple in his hand and ate it from where An Rou had bitten. Half an hour later, the two took a taxi to the supervisory bureau. Your main gate, it's so old and run down. An Rou looked around with curiosity in her eyes. It was her first time coming to the supervisory bureau. Strictly speaking, she was now considered a member of the supervisory bureau. Su Jiang took An Rou's hand and swaggered into the supervisory bureau. Good afternoon, everyone. Hard at work. Su Jiang waved to everyone with a smile, his voice exceptionally loud. Upon hearing his voice, everyone turned to look at Su Jiang, all with expressions as if they had just eaten something foul. Some of you might have already met her, but I'll still introduce her to everyone. This is An Rou, and she's also considered a member of our supervisory bureau. And at the same time, she's my girlfriend. Everyone, please take good care of her in the future. Su Jiang said with a smile, his arm around An Rou's waist. Damn it, are you here to show off your affection? Are you even letting people live? Hello, everyone. An Rou waved her hand awkwardly at the crowd. Everyone was also very polite, greeting An Rou. To avoid leaving a bad impression on An Rou, they immediately put away their playing cards. At the same time, countless pairs of eyes kept scanning An Rou. Damn it, why did such a beautiful girl fall for that scoundrel Su Jiang? The Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau was famously a monk's temple. The male-to-female ratio reached an extremely severe 0.1 to 9.9. It was said that there was only one woman in the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau, and she worked in back-end computer tasks, rarely showing her face. So, An Rou's appearance completely captivated everyone's attention. Director Jiang is waiting for you upstairs. Hurry up and go. Yang Ming walked over speechlessly, urging him. What are you doing? I've never seen you so high-profile before. Now you bring your girlfriend over, as if you're afraid others won't know. No hurry. As the temporary head of the supervisory bureau, I should at least inspect the work, right? After Su Jiang finished speaking, he took An Rou and leisurely strolled through the supervisory bureau. Seeing this, everyone was so envious their teeth ached. What made them even angrier was that Su Jiang actually started picking faults with them. Why is your computer off? It's already afternoon. You haven't done any work, have you? And you, get out those playing cards. How many times have I told you? No playing cards during work hours. Also, important documents must be kept properly. Who told you to use them to prop up table legs? The trash bag is pretty good at hiding. Why is there trash in the trash can? What are the cleaners doing? The people in the supervisory bureau listened to these words, their faces dark, barely suppressing the urge to beat Su Jiang. You're going too far. Which of these things you mentioned didn't you lead by example in doing? The day before yesterday, you even came to the supervisory bureau to play cards during work hours and won hundreds of yuan from us. Now you're saying no playing cards? You're so noble. You're so amazing. Sigh, your work is too disappointing. Su Jiang shook his head and said, I hope that when I come down later, you'll have corrected all of these things. The Supervisory Bureau is not paying you to come to work and play cards. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out. You, Su Jiang, are the one who should get out the most. Everyone watched Su Jiang's back as he went upstairs, clenching their fists and whispering, How about we kill him? Kill him? Haven't you seen what happened to West Continent when he tried to kill him? Not to mention, he's our superior now. In the Supervisory Bureau, besides Director Jiang, his rank is the highest. Then what should we do? Throw away all the cards, as he said. Throw them away? If he comes to play cards next time and there are no cards, he'll get angry with you, believe it or not. Ignore him. Do what you have to do. Continue. Everyone started playing cards again, not taking Su Jiang's words seriously at all. As An Rou went upstairs, she looked back. The people inside the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau were a little different from what she had imagined. They were, well, quite relaxed. Unlike the people in the West Continent Supervisory Bureau, who looked like they were going to war every day, with stern faces. The two walked to Zheng Yi's office door, and Su Jiang politely knocked. Come in. Su Jiang pushed open the door and brought An Rou inside. Zheng Yi was sitting at his desk, holding a stack of documents, his brows furrowed. Old Zheng, what do you need me for? And why did you insist I bring An Rou along? Su Jiang asked directly. Uncle Zheng, long time no see. An Rou greeted Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi had previously gone to the Yin family to find An Xingchang, and that was when An Rou first met Zheng Yi. She only knew that the man in front of her seemed to have a good relationship with her father. Zheng Yi nodded slightly, then looked at Su Jiang and handed him the documents in his hand. Your mission has arrived. Something has happened recently at the Yan'an border. Several of our Supervisory Bureau agents there have lost contact. According to the last message sent back by an agent, that place is now a mix of various factions. The leading emerging forces and established powers plan to cooperate to establish a new organization and completely turn the Yan'an border into their territory. Since the Supervisory Bureau does not have a branch in Yan'an, you have two missions this time. The first mission is to lead the people from the Supervisory Bureau to establish a small branch there. The second mission is to cause a big commotion there. Make as much trouble as you want. The bigger, the better. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The bigger, the better? If you put it that way, then I can really let loose, can't I? Yan'an border? Where's this place? I've never heard of it. Zheng Yi heard him and said indifferently. On the surface, it's called Yan'an, but many people like to call that place the Gray Zone. 217. The Inspection Bureau has suffered from Su Jiang for a long time. Gray Zone. Su Jiang frowned. You mean the place where the Wang family stayed before? Exactly. Wang Boyan led the Wang family out of the Gray Zone back then. Zheng Yi paused, then added, Also, I have some news here that you might be interested in. What news? Wang Xuelin appeared in Yan'an a while ago. Su Jiang's eyes flashed. Wang Xuelin actually ran back to Yan'an? That means there's a high probability that Wang Jiang is also in Yan'an now? What are they doing there? Su Jiang was full of doubts. To be honest, he didn't really want to take on this mission, because the new year was approaching soon. But now that Wang Jiang was involved, he still had to go and check it out. How do you establish a Supervisory Bureau branch? Su Jiang asked. Just find any building, hang up the Supervisory Bureau sign, make sure there are Supervisory Bureau personnel inside, and ensure they won't be killed by other forces. That's all. Is it that casual? Haha, given the current situation in Yan'an, as soon as you dare to hang up the Supervisory Bureau sign, they will come looking for you the next second. Su Jiang blinked. Is that for real? He had thought it was like West Continent, where no one dared to provoke the Supervisory Bureau. Listening to Zheng Yi, it seems Yan'an is not just ordinary chaotic now? Then why did you call An Rou over too? Su Jiang asked. From the beginning, An Rou had been standing obediently to the side, not interrupting their conversation. Zheng Yi glanced at An Rou, then took out a contract from a drawer and handed it to An Rou. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. He now had a stress reaction whenever he saw a contract. An Rou took the contract and glanced at it. This is a letter of appointment, Zheng Yi explained. I hope you can be the chief commander for this operation, mainly to command Su Jiang. What? Su Jiang's voice rose a few octaves as he pointed at An Rou and said, You're letting her be the chief commander? And she's going to command me? Jiang nodded calmly. This was the result of his careful consideration. Letting Su Jiang go to Yan'an would definitely cause a huge ruckus. There was no doubt about that. But he was afraid things would get out of his control, so he hoped to have someone with a normal brain to restrain Su Jiang. And An Rou was naturally the most suitable candidate for this role. After all, no one else could manage Su Jiang. An Rou blinked, looked at the contract, then looked at Su Jiang. She could command Su Jiang? Su Jiang shook his head like a rattle drum, signaling An Rou that she absolutely must not sign this contract. However, An Rou gave Su Jiang a brilliant smile, then decisively signed her name. Anyway, Su Jiang was going to Yan'an, and she would be bored alone in Jiangdu. Plus, she could openly command Su Jiang. Jiang watched An Rou sign the contract, nodded with satisfaction, then stood up. Let's go. I'll take you downstairs and introduce your commander identity to them. Suddenly having a young girl as commander, Jiang was worried that the people downstairs might be dissatisfied. It would be much easier if he, as the director, personally spoke up for An Rou. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. An Rou thanked him with a smile. Su Jiang stood behind the two with a gloomy expression, glaring fiercely at Jiang. What about his supposed highest rank in the supervisory bureau, second only to the director? So, as long as Jiang was willing to draft a letter of appointment, anyone could command him, right? This was only An Rou. If it were Yang Ming or someone else, Su Jiang would have directly caused a scene. The three walked downstairs. Jiang clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Let me tell everyone, for the upcoming mission, An Rou will be the chief commander. Any actions you take must be under her command. In addition, Yang Ming, please help An Rou review all of her arrangements. An Rou is young in experience, so everyone needs to take good care of her. I don't want to see any situations where orders are not followed. Everyone was silent, staring blankly at An Rou. Yang Ming gently adjusted his glasses and nodded slightly. After a long while, someone timidly raised a hand and cautiously asked, Director Jiang, may I ask a question? Speak. Does An Rou, oh no, Commanderin, have the authority to command Su Jiang? Of course. So our highest superior is no longer Su Jiang, but An Rou? That can also be understood that way. Woo! Upon hearing this answer, everyone excitedly raised their hands and cheered. Long live An Rou! Finally, they had a superior with a brain. Heaven knew what kind of lives they had been living every day following Su Jiang. If it weren't for Yang Ming, they would have probably collectively signed a protest letter long ago. As long as Su Jiang could be replaced, let alone An Rou, even if a dog came to lead them, they would approve with both hands and feet. At least a dog wouldn't suddenly go buy roasted cold noodles during an important mission, right? Long live An Rou. Su Jiang has finally been pulled down from his position. Our hard days are over, brothers. This is absolutely the wisest decision Director Jiang has ever made. Champagne. Where's my 82 champagne? Bring it out and open it. The atmosphere instantly became lively, as if the new year had arrived early. For a moment, not only An Rou, but even Jiang was a bit confused. How was this situation different from what he had imagined? He had originally thought that everyone would be somewhat resistant to An Rou, but the scene of them being liberated from suffering made his mouth twitch, and he turned to look at Su Jiang. How did you abuse them normally, kid? They hate you that much? Su Jiang bit his lip tightly, glaring fiercely at the joyful group in front of him. This is too much. Haven't I been good to you all usually? Is it really necessary to exclude me like this? Wasn't it just using gun shadow flowing wind to secretly switch cards during card games and winning some barbecue money from you all? Wasn't it just occasionally using dirty pickpocket to swipe some things from you all? Wasn't it just asking you to buy me roasted cold noodles and not paying you? Is it really necessary to treat me like this? It can only be said that the Supervisory Bureau had suffered under Su Jiang for too long. Jiang sighed. He was regretting it a bit now. Did he really want to hand the Supervisory Bureau over to Su Jiang? Would these guys revolt then? After glaring fiercely at Su Jiang, Jiang turned and went upstairs. He needed to go back to his office to smoke and calm down. Meanwhile, An Rou was slowly getting acquainted with her colleagues at the Supervisory Bureau under Yang Ming's introduction. Jiang gave Su Jiang 3 days to prepare. They would depart for Yan'an after 3 days. These 3 days were also for An Rou to get familiar with things. Moreover, Zheng Yi also trusted in Rou's ability, as she was in Xingchang's daughter and in Mingjia's younger sister. How could she be a mere pretty face? 218. My name is Su Xiaojiang. 3 days later, Yan'an Airport. Su Jiang, dressed in black, wearing a mask and sunglasses, blended into the crowd. He had a miniature earphone in his ear. No, why do I have to be so completely covered? Su Jiang grumbled in a low voice. It's because of what you did in West Continent that some people have already noticed you. Yan'an is a mixed bag, so it's hard to guarantee that no one will recognize you. Really? Am I that famous now? Just in case. You never know with these things. An Rou's voice came from the earphone. An Rou was currently in a small building in Yan'an, with Li Kai and Yang Ming also inside. Unlike her usual attire, An Rou was now wearing a special uniform from the Supervisory Bureau, looking more heroic and fitting her role as a commander. An Rou, Supervisory Bureau Commander image. An Rou had arrived in Yan'an a day earlier than Su Jiang because she needed to come here in advance to deploy the Supervisory Bureau's personnel. Under her and Yang Ming's plan, they successfully managed to infiltrate Yan'an without being discovered. And if she brought Su Jiang along, An Rou was afraid of accidents, so she had Su Jiang stay in Jiangdu for an extra day, and then take a plane to Yan'an by himself the next day. Su Jiang expressed strong protest against this, claiming it was a sign of extreme distrust. However, under our commander An's unspoken rules for one night, Su Jiang reluctantly agreed. During this time, An Rou had integrated well into the Supervisory Bureau and had a general understanding of various matters that, of course, this also couldn't have happened without Yang Ming's help. Li Kai was also transferred to An Rou's side, acting as her bodyguard. For this, An Rou even specially equipped Li Kai with a new sniper rifle. The moment he got the new sniper rifle, Li Kai felt that he was finally unsealed this season. And families first. Oh, no, there's no one family now. Supervisory Bureau's first sniper, Li Kai. Let's go? Sister Wu Qi, are there no people from those major forces around Su Jiang right now? An Rou asked the woman sitting at the computer desk, constantly typing. Wu Qi was the only female agent in the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau and also a top hacker for the Supervisory Bureau. To ensure the success of this mission, the Supervisory Bureau had virtually sent everyone, even this hacker sister who rarely showed up. Wu Qi heard this, continued typing on the keyboard, and her eyes quickly scanned the several monitors in front of her. From the surveillance, no? Su Jiang is still very safe and hasn't caused any commotion. At this moment, the few people in the room slightly relaxed. They were just afraid that Su Jiang would cause a commotion as soon as he landed, which would not be good. Suddenly, An Rou heard a quarrel from Su Jiang's side. Su Jiang, what's going on? She quickly asked. Nothing. Two people seem to be arguing because they took the wrong luggage. It looks like they're about to fight. That has nothing to do with you, right? No, but my suitcase hasn't come out yet, so I'm planning to watch the show. Inside the airport, Su Jiang pulled down his mask, nibbling on melon seeds, and watched the show with great relish. The melon seeds were borrowed from the old man next to him. Su Jiang watched the show and chatted with the big brother next to him. Big brother, your melon seeds are quite tasty. Where did you buy them? Hee good, right? I brought these melon seeds from out of town. They weren't cheap, you know. Big brother, what's your surname? Are you also here for tourism in Yan'an? Oh, my surname is Chao. My home is in Yan'an. Isn't it almost New Year's? My family insisted I come back for a blind date. The two seemed to have opened a floodgate, hitting it off instantly and chatting endlessly. No matter how An Rou called Su Jiang, there was no response. After all, they were having a great chat, and suddenly responding to An Rou would arouse suspicion. Brother Chao, you don't look very old. Are your family members in such a hurry for you to get married? Who says no? To be honest, I'm only 26 this year. Chao he looked regretful, then asked Su Jiang. Little brother, I haven't asked your name yet. Are you here for tourism? Your accent doesn't sound like you're from Yan'an. Oh, I'm Su. Su Jiang hadn't finished speaking when An Rou's loud shout came from his ear. Idiot. Don't tell him your real name. Su what? Chao he asked. Su Jiang pondered for a moment, then looked up and said word by word. My name is Su Xiaojiang. Su. Jiang. An Rou was on the verge of collapse. Couldn't you have made up another name? Is there a difference between Su Xiaojiang and Su Jiang? You're practically begging people to recognize you, aren't you? Calm down. An Rou, calm down. Seeing An Rou about to lose her temper, Yang Ming and Li Kai quickly comforted her. It's okay. Su Jiang is like this. You'll get used to it. You guys, was this what it felt like when you used to carry out missions with Su Jiang? An Rou asked, biting her lip. Li Kai and Yang Ming nodded in silence. An Rou looked at them both sympathetically. She finally understood why Jiang he had let her be the commander. Su Jiang really couldn't be left unchecked. Su, Xiaojiang. Xiao He blinked, then laughed heartily. That's a really good name. How about this? Don't call me Brother Chow anymore. My name is Chow He. Meeting is fate. If you don't mind, just call me Brother He. Here's my phone number. Your brother He here has some say in Yan'an. If you encounter any trouble while traveling, call me, and I'll help you solve it. Su Jiang looked at Chow He suspiciously. Why is he so good to me on our first meeting? Is Yan'an that hospitable? So, the two exchanged contact information. Chow He picked up his luggage and waved goodbye to Su Jiang. Brother Xiaojiang, I have to go now. If you're free another day, I'll invite you to my house. With that, Chow He pulled his suitcase and walked out of the airport. Only after he left did Su Jiang dare to speak to An Rou through his earphone. An Rou, how was my performance just now? Pretty good, right? Su Jiang's tone was eager for praise. You hurry up and get your luggage, then take a taxi over. An Rou said through gritted teeth. Noticing that An Rou's tone was a bit off, Su Jiang frowned, feeling a little confused. What's wrong now? He felt that his performance was flawless. At this moment, Li Kai and Yang Ming simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, An Rou was there. If it had been them, they probably would have lost contact with Su Jiang by now. That guy, Su Jiang, was someone who would hang up at the slightest provocation. Communication with him was incredibly troublesome. He was often impossible to find. But now that problem was solved, because Su Jiang would definitely not dare to hang up on An Rou. 219. You didn't read the information at all? 2.5 hours later, Su Jiang, who had been dragging his feet, finally arrived at An Rou's location. At this moment, Yang Ming and brother Li Kai wore expressions of schadenfreude. They were watching Su Jiang get lectured. Can't you think of a better fake name? Su Xiaojiang? Why don't you just call yourself Su Dajiang? I've told you repeatedly not to do anything extra. If your identity is exposed, we'll be in a lot of trouble. An Rou, hands on her hips, was fuming as she sternly criticized Su Jiang's actions. Wu Qi, wearing headphones, kept her head down, her eyes fixed on the computer screen, as if she hadn't heard anything. But a closer look would reveal that the speed at which she was typing on the keyboard was gradually decreasing. Clearly, she was also enjoying the drama. Brother Li Kai and Yang Ming sat on the sofa, munching on melon seeds, their faces beaming with an unprecedented smile. It was truly satisfying. That guy Su Jiang was finally getting what he deserved. But I thought Big Brother Chow was a nice person. He even offered me melon seeds, Su Jiang said weakly. An Rou covered her face in exasperation upon hearing this and said, Didn't you notice anything unusual? Was there anything unusual? That Chow his surname is Chow. What's wrong with the surname Chow? Is it that uncommon? You didn't read any of the information I gave you, did you? An Rou questioned. Su Jiang felt a bit guilty, glancing away, and whispered, I read a little. How much is a little? I was just about to read it when the silly cat made the information disappear. Su Jiang decided to pin the blame on Fugue. I'd believe a ghost before I believed you. And Rou gently patted her chest, taking deep breaths. Brother Li Kai, explain the situation here to him. I need to go get some water to calm down. She was afraid that if she kept talking, she wouldn't be able to resist strangling Su Jiang. Upon hearing this, Brother Li Kai stood up and began to explain Yin Nan's situation to Su Jiang. According to the information we've gathered, the forces in Yin Nan are currently a mixed bag, with countless large and small organizations, both legitimate and illicit. However, there are 4 forces with the most influence and strength. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Don't tell me one of those 4 is a family force with the surname Chow. Brother Li Kai immediately gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. That's right, the Chow family is one of those 4 forces. They have the strength of a leading family, possibly even stronger than the Xie family. According to our understanding, the current head of the Chow family is indeed named Chow He. So now you know why An Rou is so angry, don't you? Brother Li Kai looked at Su Jiang and shook his head, sighing. Originally, we didn't want you to enter the radar of these for major forces. Who knew that as soon as you got off the plane, you'd already interacted with Chao He and exchanged contact information. At these words, Su Jiang swallowed with difficulty. This, such a coincidence? Is it that any random person you meet has such a powerful background? Fortunately, he doesn't seem to care much about you. But if he had been even a little bit careful and looked up your name, you would have definitely been exposed. After a pause, Brotherly Kai added, besides these, there are 3 other forces. They are the Ming family, the Dark Hall, and the Black Dragon Society. Wait a minute, Su Jiang interrupted. I can understand the Ming family, but what are this Dark Hall and Black Dragon Society? The so-called Dark Hall is actually an assassin organization. They specialize in assassination. As long as the money is in place, they dare to kill anyone. Even the Wei family, they dare to take them on. That fierce? Su Jiang asked doubtfully. Do they have that kind of strength? Brotherly Kai nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, because the leader of the Dark Hall is none other than the current #1 on the assassin rankings, that mysterious ghost. This news is not a secret in Yan'an, but to this day, no one knows what the ghost looks like. They only know he is the leader of the Dark Hall. It is precisely because of this that the Dark Hall can hold its own in Yan'an, and no one dares to easily provoke them. Su Jiang nodded thoughtfully. Whether they were assassins or not didn't matter. For him, it was just a matter of a bomb. What if it was a ghost? It wasn't like he couldn't be blown up. If one bomb didn't kill him, then a few more would. He'd die eventually. What about that Black Dragon Society? It sounds like a criminal organization. Actually, it's pretty similar. The Black Dragon Society is a force that has only recently risen in Yan'an, formed by integrating many scattered illicit organizations. Brotherly Kai paused, then added, and you actually know the leader of the Black Dragon Society. He's an old friend of ours. Who? Su Jiang asked curiously. Lin Hui. Him. Su Jiang was slightly surprised. He had almost forgotten about that person. Previously, when he was on the isolated island battlefield, Lin Hui had led the Lin family's people to try and raid their base, but they were wiped out by An Xingqiang. Due to Lin Jinbai's favor, An Xingqiang spared Lin Hui's life. No wonder I haven't heard any news about him. So he ran here to become a gang leader? Su Jiang exclaimed. It could only be said that Lin Hui still had some capabilities. He came to Yan'an alone, yet he managed to form a Black Dragon Society in such a short time, with strength comparable to a leading family. He truly deserved to be someone who could exchange blows with An Mingjia. And among these 4 forces, the one we need to pay the most attention to is the Ming family. Brotherly Kai said with a serious expression, this family has great ambitions. The main reason we have this mission is largely because of the Ming family. The Ming family's patriarch, Meng Jiangnan, intends to integrate all the forces in Yan'an, form a collective, and completely turn this area of Yan'an into their private territory. Huh? Su Jiang was startled upon hearing this. Aren't they afraid of the authorities taking action against them for doing this? So, aren't we here now? Brotherly Kai said exasperatedly. Did you forget that our current identity in the Supervisory Bureau is the authorities? Su Jiang blinked upon hearing this. If that was the case, then aren't we going against all of Yan'an? Not entirely. After all, there are still some forces that haven't agreed to the Meng family's proposal. How many? Less than 20%. Then what's the difference? Su Jiang was speechless. 80% of the people have already united? No wonder Director Jiang told him to cause trouble here. So, almost all of Yan'an was already an enemy? Have the other 3 forces all agreed to the Meng family? Su Jiang couldn't help but ask. Brotherly Kai nodded. According to the information we've gathered, in 7 days, their 4 major forces will sign an agreement together. Director Jiang's intention is either to wipe them all out, or, after their agreement falls apart, eliminate them one by one. 220. Su Jiang is a music teacher? So, the point is to wipe them out, right? Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He said, why bother? Just blow up the entire Yan'an High School and be done with it. You're a devil. Li Kai retorted. This wasn't just a factory, nor was it a single family. It was a genuine region. How could it be blown up just like that? Blowing them up one by one works too. Didn't Chao He say he'd invite me to his house when he had time? We can start by blowing up the Chow family first. Hold on a second. Li Kai quickly stopped Su Jiang's idea. According to our original plan, we intended to send people to infiltrate these four major forces, gather specific information, and then act. Infiltrate. That's possible. Su Jiang was puzzled. If it's a family force, naturally it's not feasible. The Dark Hall's requirements are also quite high, so it's not suitable. Li Kai raised an eyebrow and said, "So the Black Dragon Society is our most suitable target." The Black Dragon Society is a mixed bag, composed of various gangster forces. All sorts of people are in there. Starting with the Black Dragon Society is the most appropriate, and currently, we already have one person who has successfully infiltrated their ranks. Already infiltrated? Su Jiang was surprised. Such fast action? Who is it? Hua Qing. Hua Qing? Isn't he a racer? Does he also have the ability to be a spy? Su Jiang was truly astonished this time. It was one thing for Hua Qing to be a good driver, but how could he be so outstanding in other areas too? Huh, didn't he tell you? Li Kai asked strangely. Before he became a racer, he was the leader of a small gang in Jiangdu. His life has been quite eventful, hasn't it? Su Jiang rubbed his nose, looking wistful. How did that saying go? A gangster who can't race isn't a good spy. What about me? Su Jiang asked excitedly, pointing to himself. What do I need to do? Am I going to be a spy too? He had never been a spy in his life. At this moment, An Rou walked over from the side and said, "What kind of spy would you be? Even if your face turned to ash, Lin Hui would recognize you at a glance." But I have. Su Jiang was about to say he could use face changing, but the words caught in his throat, because he remembered that the face changing skill only lasted for half an hour. Damn it, trash system. However, since you've already made contact with Zhao He, you can participate in another matter. After An Rou finished speaking, she glanced at Yang Ming. Yang Ming immediately understood, stood up, took a photo from his pocket, and handed it to Su Jiang. Zhao He has a high school sister named Chao Ran, who attends Yan'an High School. Originally, we planned to arrange someone to approach Chao Ran, but now it seems you're more suitable for this task. Su Jiang took the photo and looked at the delicate-faced young girl in the picture, shaking his head and smacking his lips. You guys are really ruthless. She's just a child. What are you thinking? We just want to use Chao Ran to ascertain the Chao family's stance. And Rou explained, currently, it appears that while the Chao family has outwardly agreed to the alliance, they are still somewhat resistant. So we want to see if we can get the Chao family to defect through Chao Ran. Because relying solely on our strength, it's difficult to contend with Yan'an High School's allied forces, not to mention a covetous Lin Hui. If Lin Hui knew we were in Yan'an High School, he would stop at nothing to deal with us. I see. Su Jiang nodded, understanding An Rou's meaning. It was about instigating the Chao family to defect, wasn't it? Although it wasn't being a spy, Su Jiang was quite interested in this task. If the defection succeeded, during the alliance meeting of the four major forces, the Chao family's sudden betrayal would surely be a spectacular scene. How do I approach Chao Ran? Su Jiang asked. At this moment, Yang Ming adjusted his glasses and said, we can arrange for you to go to Yan'an High School as a subject teacher. Considering that you would have forgotten most of your knowledge after the college entrance exam, we suggest you become a physical education teacher. With your physical fitness, being a physical education teacher certainly won't be a problem. Besides physical education teacher, are there any other options? Su Jiang asked. If he became a physical education teacher, could he even teach classes? What if other teachers kept asking him to borrow his classes, forcing him to get sick? Then he wouldn't even be able to teach, let alone approach Chao Ran. It's not that there aren't any, but besides physical education, what else can you teach? Yang Ming asked. Su Jiang blinked. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have just acquired a new skill not long ago. I can be a music teacher. An Rou. Yang Ming. Li Kai. You, Su Jiang, a music teacher? Li Kai's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but say, Su Jiang, explosion sounds don't count as music. An Rou and Yang Ming nodded repeatedly. Who are you looking down on? Su Jiang was indignant. He had to show off his skills today. Picking up a few glass cups casually, Su Jiang tapped them with a spoon, finding a few notes. Soon, Su Jiang played a melody. An Rou and the others widened their eyes, looking incredulous. No, buddy. You really can do it. Did you learn this online too? Li Kai asked. Su Jiang nodded, not feeling embarrassed at all. Because this stuff, you really can learn it online. Sigh. Actually, with my musical talent back then, I could have easily gone down the path of an art student. Su Jiang feigned melancholy, sighing. Unfortunately, that heavy rain back then ruined my artistic dream. In the end, I had no choice but to take the college entrance exam, casually scored first place, and entered Jiangdu University. Alas, life is truly unpredictable. A generation's musical genius was just buried like that. The others looked at Su Jiang expressionlessly, scoffing at his words. They didn't believe a single punctuation mark of what Su Jiang said. All right, since you have this ability, being a music teacher is fine. Coincidentally, Chao Ran is an art student and plays the violin, Yang Ming said. Violin is great. The violin is what I'm best at, Su Jiang said with a grin. However, in reality, he had never even touched a violin. But it didn't matter, he had a cheat. With music mastery, he could play any instrument with ease, truly a musical master. What? You said Beethoven. Could Beethoven understand Moonlight Sonata better than Su Jiang? 221. What a good kid. Inside a classroom at Yan'an High School. At this moment, Su Jiang was undergoing a very serious job interview. In front of him, several school leaders were looking at his resume. The resume was, of course, fake. Wu Qi had helped Su Jiang create it, and apart from his gender, almost everything else on it was false. Oh no, his zodiac sign was also real. A noble Capricorn. The interviewing leader adjusted his reading glasses, carefully looking at the name on the resume. Your name is Teacher Su Outyin, right? Yes, isn't that a good name? Su Jiang blinked his bright, large eyes. This was a pseudonym he had painstakingly come up with. As for names like Su Xiaojiang, they were, without a doubt, rejected by An Rou. To better fit the image of a teacher, An Rou even specifically prepared a pair of glasses for Su Jiang. She tried to make Su Jiang look gentle, well-behaved, and honest. The name is quite good. The interviewer said, I see from your academic qualifications that you graduated from Jiangdu University with a major in music education, right? Yes, I've been immersed in various musical instruments since childhood, proficient in playing, singing, and all forms of music. I even brought a swana. How about I perform one for you leaders on the spot? With that, Su Jiang pulled out a swana he had prepared earlier from the side. Seeing this, the leaders quickly stopped him. No need, no need. At their age, they couldn't handle a swana. It's like this, Teacher Su Outyin, our art class indeed lacks a music teacher right now. The interviewer paused, organizing his words slightly. However, the students in this art class might be a bit difficult to manage, and the pressure will be greater than in other classes. We are also trying to avoid future trouble, so we are informing you of the actual situation in advance. Can you accept it? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang elegantly adjusted his glasses and said gently, Leaders, ever since I embarked on the path of education, I have always believed that there are no naughty students, only teachers who are not capable enough. And as a music teacher, my responsibility is to use music to let students understand the beauty of this world and help them establish correct values. If you leaders can trust me, please confidently entrust that class to me. I believe I can certainly influence those students. Su Jiang finished these words in a gentle tone, and his image instantly became much taller. He seemed to be glowing. The leaders all turned their heads, surprisingly scrutinizing Su Jiang. Holy cow, this young man. He has awareness. If all teachers had such awareness, what would there be to worry about for the future of the children? The interviewer stood up excitedly, firmly shaking Su Jiang's hand. Teacher Su, you spoke so well. I never expected that in this era, there would still be a people's teacher with such professional ethics as you. Thank you for choosing our Yan'an High School. It is our honor. Su Jiang returned the handshake, saying seriously, No, it is my honor. Leaders, please rest assured, I will definitely make our Yan'an High School shine and become the most dazzling high school in all of Yan'an. Good, the leaders all applauded. With the atmosphere built up to this point, it would be unreasonable for them not to hire Su Jiang. Click. With a stamp of approval, Su Jiang. Oh no, Teacher Su Outyin was officially hired. I'm sorry, Teacher Su, but because our school's funds are a bit tight, Your salary might be relatively lower than that of teachers in other schools. The school leader said somewhat apologetically. He was also helpless. Yan'an was in chaos now, and the funds allocated to the school from above were getting smaller and smaller. It's okay. Su Jiang gently shook his head and smiled. Salary doesn't matter. The main thing is for the children. Anyway, he currently had 30 million yuan. He wouldn't even glance at a salary of a few thousand yuan. As soon as these words came out, Su Jiang's image instantly grew several points taller. Teacher Su, you truly make us old folks feel ashamed. Everyone felt embarrassed. At their age, their awareness was not as good as that of this young man. Let's go. Teacher Su, I'll take you to meet our principal. Okay. Su Jiang followed the grade director out the door, heading to the principal's office. Behind him, several people watched Su Jiang's departing back, all looking wistful. What a good kid. He's simply a model teacher. And he's handsome, polite, and humble. This young man, we should take good care of him in the future, as being an art class teacher is indeed not easy. That makes sense. Soon, Su Jiang followed the grade director to the door of the principal's office. Our school's principal is named Zhang Pengfu. You can just call him Principal Zhang. Unless he has some external work, Principal Zhang is generally in his office. Su Jiang heard this and nodded with a smile. The grade director reached out and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A slightly low voice came from inside the room. The grade director pushed the door open and saw a middle-aged man sitting at his desk, head down, writing something. Principal Zhang, I've brought the newly hired teacher to meet you. Zhang Pengfu heard this, gently raised his head, and glanced at Su Jiang. This is teacher Su Outyan. He will be responsible for the art class's music lessons from now on. He is a very good young man, the grade director praised. Hello, Principal Zhang. Su Jiang bowed slightly, greeting him. Su Outyan. Zhang Pengfu softly repeated the name, then said to Su Jiang, the students in the art class are a bit troublesome. You'll have to put in more effort in the future. No problem. This is what I should do. Zhang Pengfu nodded, then no longer paid attention to the two of them, lowering his head to continue writing something. Su Jiang peered from a distance, trying to see what Zhang Pengfu was writing. But due to the angle, he didn't see much, only the three large characters in the title. Complaint letter. The grade director did not speak again to disturb them, but instead gave Su Jiang a look, and the two silently left Zhang Pengfu's office. Don't mind him. Our principal is just like that, cold on the outside but warm-hearted. He doesn't like to talk much, but he's actually a very good person, the grade director explained. All right, now I'll take you to see the art class. The art class has less than 20 students. Don't let the small number of students fool you. They are all more troublesome than the last. Several students come from influential families, so you need to be extra careful and cautious when dealing with their matters. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly. Influential? That's great. I specialize in handling all sorts of influential people. 222. Did I give you face? Wang Yingying, I heard your brother came back to find you. Is that true? Inside the art class, a boy wearing an earring had a wild and unruly smile on his face. He sat on the desk opposite Wang Yingying, looking at the girl in front of him without restraint, and teased. How about we arrange a meeting sometime? I want to see what my future brother-in-law looks like. Wang Yingying wore a baseball cap, her hands in her pockets, and showed no reaction. This reaction made the boy feel like a clown. Wang Yingying, don't play hard to get. He said in a low voice. I'm telling you, my brother just joined the Tiger Head gang not long ago. If you follow me now, no one will dare to bully you in this area of Yan'an High School. Wang Yingying finally reacted upon hearing this. The girl slowly raised her head, looked at the boy with her cold eyes, and spoke. Su Shi, I'm warning you one last time, stay away from me. I don't care if your brother joins the Tiger Head gang or the Dog Head gang. If you harass me again, you can forget about that earthworm in your lower body. As soon as these words came out, the classroom immediately fell silent, and everyone's attention was drawn to Wang Yingying. Everyone watched Wang Yingying and Su Shi like it was a show, whispering to each other. Hey, look, Su Shi is bothering Wang Yingying again. Sistering, she's ruthless and doesn't say much. How many times has Su Shi been rejected? We have two flowers in our class, Wang Yingying and Chao Ran. Why does he have to go after Wang Yingying? Nonsense. Although both of them are the prettiest in our class, don't forget, Chao Ran's surname is Chao. No matter how powerful Sushi's brother is, he can't provoke the Chao family. On the other hand, Wang Yingying's family has no background, so she's definitely easier to deal with. Tisk, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Everyone's words were not deliberately volume-controlled, and they all reached Sushi's ears without missing a single word. But what angered him more was Wang Yingying's words just now. Sushi's face was gloomy. He stared fixedly at Wang Yingying and gritted his teeth. Good. Wang Yingying, I remember what you said. Don't you dare regret it. Wang Yingying lightly raised her eyes, glanced at Sushi, and faintly uttered 2 words. Idiot. You mother asterisk cur. Sushi couldn't hold back. He picked up a stool from the side and was about to smash it towards Wang Yingying. Seeing this, everyone quickly retreated a few steps to avoid getting hurt. Bang! Just then, the door was pushed open. Sushi hadn't even lifted the stool when his spell was interrupted. What's going on? The grade director frowned and lightly shouted. Isn't it class time now? Where's the teacher? After speaking, he secretly glanced at Su Jiang, his face a little embarrassed. He originally wanted to bring this new teacher to see the situation, but he didn't expect such a situation as soon as they arrived. He wouldn't scare this new teacher away, would he? Fortunately, Su Jiang's face was still calm and unruffled, and he even smiled and greeted the students. Only then did the grade director breathe a sigh of relief, and then he looked at them and asked, Speak up, shouldn't this class be your homeroom teacher's class? At this moment, Chao Ran, who was sitting in the front row, stood up and said softly, Teacher, our homeroom teacher took leave today, saying he was going to the principal to resign. From the beginning, Chao Ran had been looking down at the sheet music, and even Sushi's farce had not affected her in the slightest. Only when the grade director appeared did she, as the class monitor, speak up. Resign. The grade director's mouth twitched. Another one couldn't hold on and ran away, and it was the homeroom teacher. How was he going to lead this team? But the most important thing now was Su Jiang. Ahem, let's put your homeroom teacher's matter aside for now. Let me introduce someone to you. This is Teacher Su Outyin. Your future music classes will be taught by Teacher Su. Everyone welcome. The grade director took the lead in applauding. However, except for Chao Ran, no one applauded to welcome this newly appointed music teacher. The atmosphere was a bit awkward for a moment, but Su Jiang didn't mind at all and waved with a smile. Good afternoon, students. While greeting them, his eyes inadvertently swept over Wang Yingying. He had heard everything that happened in the classroom just now, so he paid particular attention to this young lady, Wang Yingying. This little girl has a promising future. She's suitable to develop in the supervisory bureau. Sushi tilted his head, looking at Su Jiang with disdain. White face, if you know what's good for you, get out now. You won't be teaching here for many days. Sushi, the grade director quickly roared. You're getting more and more disrespectful. Get out and stand there. Sushi stood still, motionless, with no fear on his face. His brother was a member of the Tiger Head Gang, and the area around Yan'an High School was basically secretly controlled by the Tiger Head Gang. Moreover, the Tiger Head Gang was one of the subordinate forces of the Black Dragon Society. Provoking the Tiger Head Gang was equivalent to provoking the Black Dragon Society. At that time, a mere high school grade director could easily be made to disappear by those dark forces with a simple arrangement. If it were the old Yan'an, perhaps those forces wouldn't be so reckless. But now it was different. Yan'an had already started to become chaotic, and people were being killed in some corner every day. If one were to design a promotional slogan for the current Yan'an, Yan'an, the big stage, come if you dare to live. Vivid and apt. Sushi's actions made the grade director's face even more embarrassed. Just as he was about to speak, Su Jiang beat him to it. Student Sushi, right? Su Jiang's smile was kind and amiable, and beneath his gold-rimmed glasses, a pair of eyes looked at him with a smile. I think you've misunderstood me a bit, or rather, your first impression of me has some deviation, so I want to correct a few mistakes in your recent words. First, I'm not some white face. I just happen to be better looking than you. Second, I signed a contract to join here. The only ones who can make me leave are the principal or my own resignation. Third, how many days I can teach here is my business. If you don't want me to teach, it's simple. Either you get out, or you figure out a way to make me get out. Su Jiang's words were incredibly calm, echoing in the silent classroom. Xiaoran couldn't help but seriously observe Su Jiang. This teacher seemed a little different from the previous ones. Wang Yingying also slightly raised her head, her eyes calmly glancing at Su Jiang. The grade director was a bit flustered. In his opinion, Su Jiang was a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers, unaware of Su Shi's situation, which was why he said such things. However, in the next second, Su Jiang's actions once again shocked everyone. Su Jiang slowly walked in front of Su Shi, gently raised his hand, and in everyone's astonished gaze, swung it down fiercely. Slap. A clear slap landed on Su Shi's face. Su Jiang looked down at the stunned Su Shi and said, "Fourth, did I give you permission to speak like that?" 223. Who told you to speak? Su Jiang's slap not only stunned Su Shi, but also everyone present. Grade director's mouth hung open, making a clicking sound, unable to utter a single word. The students were equally shocked. Xiaoran covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide as she stared at Su Jiang. Wang Yingying's eyes also held a hint of astonishment. You hit me?" Su Shi covered his face in disbelief, feeling a burning pain spread across it. This was Su Jiang holding back. If he had been serious, that slap could have directly twisted his head. "Damn you!" Su Shi, having snapped back to reality, roared and picked up a nearby stool, throwing it at Su Jiang. Grade director also reacted, about to speak to stop him, but it was already too late. Su Jiang tilted his body slightly, dodging the stool Su Shi threw, and then, with a swift motion, raised his hand and slapped Su Shi's face again. Smack! The crisp sound rang out once more. Everyone present was already numb. Grade director also closed his mouth, no longer speaking. He knew that no matter what, this matter today would be difficult to resolve. No one expected that the gentle and refined young teacher would turn out to be such a person. If words didn't work, he'd resort to force. Grade director now didn't even know what to do. Who the hell just said this was a good kid? How could this be a good kid? You're dead. You're absolutely dead. Both sides of Su Shi's face were red from the slaps. He glared at Su Jiang viciously. "My brother is from the Tiger Head Gang. Since you hit me like this today, the Tiger Head Gang won't let you off." Smack! "If you say one more word, I'll slap you again," Su Jiang said indifferently. "You." Smack! Another slap landed, and this time Su Shi truly dared not speak again, because Su Jiang was truly ruthless with his hands. After a few slaps, Su Shi's face swelled up by a whole size. Seeing this, Su Jiang smiled contentedly, not barking anymore. Su Shi stared at him intently, as if wanting to tear Su Jiang into 1,000 pieces. But his mouth remained closed, not daring to utter a sound. "Now, do any of you still have an opinion about me, your music teacher?" Su Jiang swept his gaze over everyone, smiling. "It's all right. Those with opinions can step forward. My greatest strength is being good at listening to others' opinions." Everyone looked at Su Jiang with a hint of fear, not speaking. "Why isn't anyone speaking? Did I not make myself clear?" Su Jiang repeated again. "Those who have an opinion of me, who think I'm not fit to be your music teacher, take one step forward, go." Everyone collectively took one step backward. "Very good." Su Jiang smiled contentedly, then turned his head to look at grade director. "It seems they quite accept me, their new teacher." Grade director's mouth twitched upon hearing this, and after a long moment, he nodded slightly. Forget it, whatever happens, happens. He had figured it out. Neither Su Jiang nor this art class was easy to offend. Just now, he had thought Su Jiang might not be suitable as a teacher and was planning to advise him to leave. But now he dared not voice that thought. He feared ending up like Su Shi. In his eyes, this teacher named Su Outyin had already been labeled as unorthodox by him. He now only wanted to quickly escape this troublesome place. "Then, Teacher Su, you can get acquainted with the students first. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to on my end, so I'll be leaving now, okay?" Su Jiang smiled and nodded upon hearing this. Grade director left as if fleeing for his life. He couldn't stay any longer. He hoped this teacher Su would take care of himself. Hopefully, he'd live a few more days. After grade director left, Su Jiang walked to the door and gently closed it. "All right, since the homeroom teacher isn't here, I'll temporarily take over for a class." Su Jiang walked to the podium and said, "Now, please return to your seats and sit properly." I'll take attendance. Everyone quickly returned to their seats and sat properly. Even Sushi sat down obediently. However, the hatred in his eyes as he looked at Su Jiang remained, and he secretly schemed how to deal with Su Jiang. For now, he would avoid his sharp edge. Impatience would spoil the great plan. Who was the class monitor? Su Jiang asked. It's me. Chao Ran stood up. What's your name? Chao Ran. Upon hearing this name, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. Very good, target found. However, Su Jiang didn't show it. He merely nodded slightly, then sat on the stool and crossed his legs. I don't know anyone, so you can help me take attendance, Su Jiang said. Chao Ran merely glanced around and said, Teacher, there's no need to call names. All 17 students in the class are here. Call them out. I want to remember their names, Su Jiang insisted. Hearing this, Chao Ran sighed softly. Who takes attendance like this? However, she still complied. Xiao Huahua. Here. Tang Go. Here. Wang Yingying. Here. Su Shi. Here. Who told you to speak? Su Jiang looked at Su Shi indifferently and said, Didn't I just say that if you spoke one word, you'd get a slap? At these words, everyone looked at Su Jiang with horror in their eyes. Are you a devil? They had reason to suspect that the reason Su Jiang insisted on taking attendance was to mess with Su Shi. Wang Yingying lowered her head, a faint smile playing on her lips beneath the brim of her hat. At this moment, Su Shi trembled all over, pointing a finger at Su Jiang. But the curse words reached his lips, and he dared not utter them. I'm too lazy to do it. You slap yourself. Su Jiang paused, then added, Make it loud. If it's not loud enough, keep slapping. Su Shi was devastated upon hearing this. I have to slap myself? This was simply too much bullying. Everyone's gaze, at this moment, converged on Su Shi. Su Shi felt extremely uncomfortable under their stares. He truly wanted to rush forward right now and fight Su Jiang to the death. But he knew he was not Su Jiang's match. Forget it. A wise man submits to circumstances. Su Shi took a deep breath, raised his hand, and slapped himself hard across the face. Smack! The sound was crisp and loud. Su Jiang watched this scene indifferently, his heart unruffled. In his mind, he didn't even consider Su Shi a student. From the moment Su Shi said those words to Su Jiang no longer regarded Su Shi as a person. It was Chao Ran, however, who surprised him. This little princess of the Chao family, in such an environment, could still act like a normal student, unaffected. It was as if, in Chao Ran's eyes, what these people were doing was merely child's play. Su Jiang could only say that as expected of someone from a large family. Her perspective was broad. Of course, there was also an unexpected gain. That was the girl named Wang Yingying. 224. What you wrote is a bunch of. How did you all used to have music class? Su Jiang asked. Although he had a mastery of music, he had no teaching experience at all. If you asked Su Jiang to teach sniping techniques and demolition methods, he could talk for a day and a night. But proper teaching, on the contrary, touched upon his blind spots of knowledge. He taught us how to read and sight-read music, mainly teaching violin, and occasionally he would teach us some other instruments, analyzing the commonalities among them. It could only be said that she was worthy of being the class monitor. Chao Ran had clearly done her homework very thoroughly. Reading and sight-reading music, huh? Su Jiang yawned, feeling a bit depressed. How does one teach this stuff? He suddenly knew it because he had the system. He hadn't experienced the process from 0 to 1. He started directly at 100. Now, if you ask him how to go from 0 to 1, it's simple. First, you need to have a trash system. Then, complete a mission to save Mei Lingling, and you'll understand music. How about this? For this class, you all study on your own first, and I'll go back and properly research a teaching plan. Su Jiang chose to slack off, but out of a teacher's sense of responsibility, he added another sentence. If you have any questions you don't understand, you can ask me. With that said, Su Jiang took out his phone, ready to play a round of shovel. After all, it was a whole class, and ever since the season update, he hadn't played it again. It was a good opportunity to play a round. A class was 45 minutes, and if he played well, he could even play 2 rounds. Everyone lowered their heads, silent, no one really daring to go up and ask Su Jiang questions. Except for Chao Ran. Teacher Su, could I trouble you to help me look at this score? Chao Ran handed a piece of paper to Su Jiang, on which was a hand-drawn musical staff, drawn extremely neatly. This is a short piece I wrote myself for the violin, but no matter how I change it, I always feel like something is missing. A piece she wrote herself? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and, without putting down his phone, casually glanced at it. Chao Ren wasn't angry. She just waited quietly for Su Jiang's answer. She also wanted to see if this music teacher had any real skill. The beat in the third measure has a problem. Try changing it to 4/6 time. The chord at the end can be changed, otherwise, it's too stiff. For the violin, this score would be more suitable to play with fixed do fingering. Su Jiang casually glanced at it, and then, without stopping, pointed out all the problems with the score. The students below were all shocked, looking at Su Jiang with some disbelief. No, buddy, you really understand music? They had thought Su Jiang was just using the title of music teacher, but was actually sent by the school specifically to discipline them. They didn't expect him to actually be a music teacher. But shouldn't music teachers all be gentle and refined? Someone like Su Jiang somewhat overturned their perception of music teachers. Overall, your score is completely a piece of trash. After Su Jiang finished his blunt evaluation, he smiled gently and said, "Any other questions, class monitor Chao Ran?" A piece of trash? Chao Ran was stunned. She hadn't expected the score she had painstakingly written to receive such an evaluation. "Teacher Su, I admit your musical level is very high, but I hope you respect my music." Chao Ran's tone became a bit colder. Speaking the truth is disrespecting it? Su Jiang's tone was lazy. While playing shovel, he said indifferently, "If you truly love music and truly put in effort, it's impossible to write such a terrible score." Upon hearing this, an expression of anger appeared on Chao Ran's face for the first time. The previous music teachers had all praised her score endlessly, but now, in Su Jiang's mouth, it was rated as a piece of trash. Chao Ran found it somewhat unacceptable. She didn't say anything more, but silently took her drawn score and returned to her seat. Su Jiang glanced at her lightly and continued playing his game. He hadn't lied just now. In his opinion, the score Chao Ran wrote was indeed terrible. Clearly, Chao Ran hadn't even mastered basic scales before starting to write her so-called score. A typical case of not even knowing how to walk properly, yet already wanting to run. Time passed minute by minute. Su Jiang sat on the podium, legs crossed, casually DNG cards. The dozen or so students below felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. They had never felt that 45 minutes could be so long. Self-study was impossible in this lifetime. All they could do was stare at the clock on the wall, constantly counting the time. Teacher Su." A tall, thin boy in the back row weakly raised his hand. "Can I go to the restroom?" He wanted to go to the restroom for a cigarette. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. Normally, when he did something like this, he wouldn't need to report to the teacher. He would just get up and leave. But facing Su Jiang, he could only honestly ask for permission. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang slightly raised his eyes and looked at him, saying indifferently, "Put your cigarettes on the table. Use the restroom as you please." The tall, thin boy's mouth twitched upon hearing this. What would I go to the restroom for if I don't bring cigarettes? He refused to believe it. Could Su Jiang search him? He got up, ready to go out, when Su Jiang's calm voice sounded again. "If I find you smoking in the restroom, your fate will be the same as that kid who can't speak." He was referring to Su Shi. At this moment, Su Shi, who was cued, suddenly looked up and glared fiercely at Su Jiang. "You just wait for me." The tall, thin boy's steps paused, and he swallowed with difficulty, looking at Su Jiang, then at Su Shi. I suddenly don't want to go to the restroom anymore." The tall, thin boy sat back down. There were only a few minutes left until class ended, and he could bear it. A few minutes later, Su Jiang looked at the screen of his phone showing the defeat and decisively clicked exit. Trash game. Not even a dog would play it. He couldn't play this S12 season for another day. He looked forward to S13. Just then, the dismissal bell rang. This class happened to be the last class of the day. Normally, let alone waiting for the dismissal bell, some people would leave before the time was even up. But now, everyone looked eagerly at Su Jiang. If Su Jiang didn't speak, they wouldn't dare to leave. "All right, class dismissed, go home," Su Jiang said. Everyone immediately got up and fled the classroom. Su Shi was the fastest one to run. In an instant, Only 3 people remained in the classroom: Su Jiang, Chao Ran, and Wang Yingying. "Teacher Su, please wait a moment." Chao Ran spoke, stopping Su Jiang, who was about to leave. "May I ask which prestigious school teacher Su graduated from?" Chao Ran asked. "Is that question very important?" "Very important, because it will determine whether you are truly qualified to be my teacher." 225. A world where only Chao Ran is hurt. Inside the classroom, Chao Ran said earnestly, "Actually, my family also hired a music teacher for me. He graduated from a famous music conservatory in the capital and is very well known in the music industry. Although I haven't shown this score to that teacher, I have played it on the violin in front of him. My teacher said that my performance was perfect, without any flaws. Therefore, I am now very much questioning your professional level in music." After saying this, Chao Ran stared intently at Su Jiang, awaiting his reply. However, before Su Jiang could speak, a sneer came from behind him. Chao Ran frowned, turned her head, and the person who laughed was Wang Yingying. "What are you laughing at?" Chao Ran demanded. "I'm sorry, but the joke you just told was too funny, and I couldn't hold it in." "You." Chao Ran pointed at Wang Yingying angrily, wanting to curse, but her family upbringing did not allow her to use foul language. Wang Yingying stood up, looked calmly at Chao Ran, and said, "Because your surname is Chao, even if you play the violin like an An Rou, no one will say it sounds bad. It's just that today Teacher Su said a few honest words that others dared not say, and you got anxious? You said I play the violin like an An Rou?" Chao Ran pointed at herself in disbelief. To her surprise, Wang Yingying shook her head and said, "No, I think the An Rou sounds a bit better." The damage was directly maximized. Su Jiang looked at Wang Yingying with interest, increasingly feeling that this young girl was a talent worth cultivating. Putting everything else aside, her ability to insult without using vulgar language was enough for Su Jiang to hold her in high regard. "Ahem. Although I haven't heard you play the An Rou, play the violin, judging from the score you wrote, your fundamentals are indeed not well practiced." Su Jiang said softly, "If you really want to learn music, then fire that teacher of yours. If he continues to teach you like this, I'm afraid his conscience will die of pain." After speaking, Su Jiang waved his hand lightly, walked out of the classroom, and got off work on time. His purpose in coming today was just to see what the situation with Chao Ran was. As it turned out, she was just a spoiled rich young lady. She lived completely in a false world of flattery, unable to hear a single truth. To be honest, even the little sycophant Mei Lingling was much stronger than her. If this Chao Ran was also a sycophant, Su Jiang would call her the strongest. Wang Yingying followed closely behind, carrying her backpack, hands in her pockets, and brushed past Chao Ran. She didn't even spare Chao Ran another glance, as if looking at her again would cause an explosion. Chao Ran trembled with rage, no longer able to maintain her previous composure. From childhood to adulthood, she had never experienced such humiliation as she did today. Su Jiang's and Wang Yingying's words echoed in her ears, like sharp blades, piercing through her false world. "Su Outyin, Wang Yingying." Chao Ran gnashed her teeth. She would definitely make these two short-sighted fellows pay. Originally, Su Jiang had thought that on his first day off work, he should at least inform the grade director. However, he found the office empty. The grade director was not there. Where did he go? Su Jiang wondered. Never mind, time to get off work. An Rou was still waiting for him to return and report on the battle. Leaving the school, Su Jiang bought a lollipop and walked home like a normal teacher. As he passed an alley entrance, Su Jiang inadvertently glanced into the alley. He saw several hooligan-like individuals whispering about something. Su Jiang didn't pay attention. After all, he wasn't some righteous hero, so he continued walking forward. Why did those few people just now seem somewhat familiar? Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, took a few steps back, and returned to the alley entrance. "Brothers, if we take down the Tiger Head gang today, we'll be completely on top. Grab your weapons, a small gang like them. Dealing with them is like playing a game. After this job, we'll be able to successfully join the Black Dragon Society, which counts as a great achievement." Hua Qing waved his arms, his face excited. Suddenly, Su Jiang's voice sounded from behind him. "What great achievement? Holy crap!" Hua Qing was startled and turned his head, looking wary. "Su, young Master Su, why are you here?" Hua Qing was a bit confused. What was going on? Why did An Rou send Su Jiang over too? Just dealing with a small tiger head gang. There was no need for Su Jiang to make a move, right? Because Hua Qing was on a spy mission, to avoid exposure, An Rou and the others would not contact him unless absolutely necessary. So Hua Qing naturally didn't know about Su Jiang coming to Yan'an High School to be a teacher. Brother Hua, who is this? The few younger brothers behind him looked at Su Jiang in confusion. This is, Hua Qing's eyes darted around, and he quickly said, "Let me introduce everyone. This is our true mastermind, young Master Su." "Why aren't you calling him young Master Su?" "Young Master Su," the younger brothers obediently shouted. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, hooked Hua Qing's neck, and walked to a corner. "What's going on? Didn't you go undercover with the Black Dragon Society?" "Young Master Su, I am doing that right now." Hua Qing looked back at those younger brothers and whispered, "Ever since I received the mission from Miss An Rou, I started recruiting and took in these few younger brothers. However, inside the Black Dragon Society, the competition among small factions is extremely fierce, like raising venomous insects. We can only replace them and successfully join the Black Dragon Society if we defeat the Tiger Head Gang, who are similar in power to us." "Tiger Head Gang?" Su Jiang frowned. "Why does that name sound familiar? It wouldn't be the Tiger Head Gang Sushi mentioned, would it? What a coincidence. Originally, I was worried we couldn't beat them, but now that young Master Su is here, we are completely stable," Hua Qing said excitedly. "I didn't expect Miss An Rou to send you to help us. This is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito." Upon hearing this, Su Jiang glanced at Hua Qing indifferently and thought for a moment. Anyway, Sushi would most likely bring the Tiger Head Gang to cause trouble for him. Since that was the case, why not take this opportunity to wipe them all out? He could also help Hua Qing establish a foothold in the Black Dragon Society, killing two birds with one stone. Su Jiang quickly made a decision. "Then let's do it. What time did you arrange to meet the Tiger Head Gang?" 7 o'clock tonight, which is an hour from now." "All right." Su Jiang nodded and said, "Then I'll go with you to see. By the way, since the other side is called the Tiger Head Gang, what is your side called? It can't be something like the Dog Head Gang, right?" Upon hearing this, Hua Qing shook his head repeatedly. "How can that be? We're not that vulgar." He pointed to the younger brothers not far away and said, "Young Master Su, look, we have a total of 13 people. So we're called the Yan'an 13 Tai Bao." Hua Qing grinned, showing his teeth as he laughed. 226, don't come over here. Brother, you must help me get revenge. That scoundrel White Face, he humiliated me like that today. He completely disregards your Tiger Head Gang." Sushi covered his face and cried to the tall man in front of him. Su Xiong frowned, looking at his good-for-nothing younger brother. "Useless," Su Xiong cursed, showing his disappointment. "You can't even handle a white face. Don't you dare say you're my brother outside anymore." "What's wrong?" A man walked over and asked. "Su Xiong, what's the situation?" This person was none other than the leader of the Tiger Head Gang, known as Brother Hu. "Brother Hu." Su Xiong quickly greeted him and said, "This is my younger brother Su Shi. He said he was beaten by the new music teacher at their school and wants me to help him get revenge." "Music teacher?" Brother Hu smiled playfully, looking at Su Shi's rather well-built physique, and said, "You mean, you were beaten by a music teacher?" Sushi covered his face and nodded slightly. "He's not an ordinary music teacher." "All right, I don't care about all that." Brother Hu waved his hand and said, "If you want to get even, you can talk to your brother about it later. We have things to do today." With that, he turned to Su Xiong and asked, "What time did that thing called 13 Taibao schedule with us?" 7 o'clock. "They should be here soon," Su Xiong said. These days, even any Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to challenge us. It's mainly because the Black Dragon Society's reputation is growing, and to join the Black Dragon Society, our subordinates naturally become their targets." Sushi listened to their conversation, blinking his eyes with a hint of excitement. "Brother, are you going to fight here later? Can I stay and watch?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiong glanced at him indifferently. "Why are you trying to join the fun? Hurry up and go home. Aren't you embarrassed enough?" However, Brother Hu suddenly waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Let him watch if he wants to. It's a good chance for your brother to see the might of our Tiger Head Gang." Since Brother Hu had spoken, Su Xiong had nothing more to say, so he just nodded slightly, then glared fiercely at Su Shi. Behave yourself. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Hu. Su Shi quickly bowed in thanks, his eyes filled with admiration. This demeanor, this courage, this was the goal he should pursue. That white-faced teacher was nothing in front of Brother Hu. At this moment, Su Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly, looking into the distance. Brother Hu, they're here. Brothers, grab your weapons. The members of the Tiger Head Gang stood up, some grabbing sticks, others pulling out knives. They looked quite ferocious. Huh, strange. Brother Hu frowned as he counted the people, finding that something seemed off. Aren't they the 13 Tai Bao? Why are there 14 people? Who is that extra person? Su Shi frowned and looked closely. The person walking in front. Why did he look so familiar? A little like that white-faced teacher? No, it was that white face. As Su Jiang and the others approached, Su Shi finally confirmed that the person leading the group opposite them was indeed the music teacher who had just slapped him. Oh, what a coincidence. Su Jiang smiled as he looked at Su Shi and said, "Does your face still hurt?" Su Shi looked at Su Jiang's smiling face, instinctively felt fear, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. What's going on? Su Xiong frowned and asked. Brother, he's the one I told you about, that white face. Su Shi said tremblingly. Upon hearing this, Su Xiong frowned and sized up Su Jiang. What a coincidence. He didn't look very formidable. He seemed refined. How could he do such a thing? Brother Hu also looked at Su Jiang curiously and mocked Hua Qing. Huazi, what do you 13 Tai Bao mean by bringing a teacher to help you fight? I think you shouldn't be called 13 Tai Bao. Just change your name to 13 Babies. Ha! Brother Hu grinned and burst out laughing, and the Tiger Head Gang members behind him also joined in the mockery. Su Shi took a few deep breaths and calmed down. He understood. He had the Tiger Head Gang as his backing now. What was there to fear? The one who should be afraid was that white face. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Hua Qing and Su Jiang remained calm, just watching quietly. Especially Hua Qing, who looked at the Tiger Head Gang members with a hint of sympathy. Zhang Hu, I advise you to surrender. Hua Qing kindly advised. This is for your own good. Otherwise, when young Master Su makes a move later, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Surrender? Brother Hu looked at Hua Qing in disbelief. You came with just this white face, and you want me to surrender? With that, he looked at Su Jiang again. Young Master Su? A little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet, dares to call himself young master in front of your grandpa Hu. White face, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down now and kowtow a few times to your grandpa Hu, and I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. As soon as these words came out, Hua Qing immediately shut his mouth. Good advice is wasted on those who are destined to die. Since Brother Hu wanted to die, there was nothing he could do. So far, Hua Qing had never seen anyone who had a good end after acting arrogantly in front of Su Jiang. Except for An Rou. That's right. If you know what's good for you, slap yourself a few more times. Su Shi added viciously. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's heart remained calm, and he casually glanced at the Tiger Head Gang members. After all, they were just some street punks, and there were students present, so killing people would not be good for his image. So Su Jiang decided to just give this group a small lesson. Su Jiang reached out to Hua Qing beside him and said indifferently, "Give me a stick." Hua Qing quickly handed the stick in his hand to Su Jiang. Want to fight? Brother Hu hadn't finished speaking when his eyes suddenly widened, feeling a strong gust of wind across his face. Immediately after, screams continuously echoed from behind him. By the time Brother Hu reacted and quickly turned to look, all the members of the Tiger Head Gang had already been knocked down by Su Jiang. Only he and the Su family brothers were still standing. Am I dreaming? Fake. This must be fake. Su Shi trembled all over. He didn't understand what had just happened, only feeling that he must have had a terrible nightmare. With a clatter, the iron rod in Brother Hu's hand fell to the ground. You, who exactly are you? Brother Hu asked with a trembling voice. Su Jiang did not answer him, but casually threw away the stick and slowly stepped forward, walking towards Brother Hu. You don't come over. Brother Hu's eyes were filled with terror as he continuously retreated. 227. Are you my Tiger Lord? Su Jiang walked towards Brother Hu, brushing past Su Xiong. Clatter. Even though Su Jiang didn't do anything to Su Xiong, He was still so scared that he knelt on the ground. He looked at his younger brother, Su Shi, with a terrified expression. Is this a music teacher? Which music teacher is this fierce? My foolish brother, this is more like a martial arts teacher. At this moment, Su Jiang had already walked in front of Brother Hu. Grandpa Hu. Brother, you can just call me Xiao Hu. Brother Hu said fawningly. Slap. A crisp slap echoed, and a bright red handprint immediately appeared on Brother Hu's face. You just said you were my Grandpa Hu? Su Jiang said indifferently. Brother Hu was stunned for a moment. After realizing he had been hit, he was about to get angry but quickly understood that he was no match for this white face. Forget it. A wise man knows when to submit. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Brother Hu covered his face and bowed, saying, Su. Young Master Su, right? We can discuss anything. Su Jiang shook his head and said, No need for discussion. I just want to ask you one question. Young Master Su, please ask. I will tell you everything I know. Slap. Another slap landed, and Brother Hu's other cheek also swelled up. My question is, are you my Grandpa Hu? Brother Hu's face was burning with pain, visibly swollen by a large margin. Sushi watched from the side, trembling, as if seeing himself from a few hours ago. And no, although Brother Hu hated Su Jiang intensely in his heart, he still forced a smile on his face. I am not your Grandpa Hu. My mouth is cheap. I deserve to die. Slap. Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, Su Jiang slapped him again. Why aren't you my Grandpa Hu? Su Jiang asked angrily. Are you a demon? Su Xiong and Su Shi both screamed in their hearts simultaneously. But they dared not speak, not even make a sound, because they were afraid of becoming the next Brother Hu. Su Xiong secretly rejoiced that he hadn't said anything like, I am your Grandpa Su just now. Otherwise, his current fate would probably not be much better than Brother Hu's. You. Brother Hu pointed at Su Jiang with a trembling hand, unable to speak coherently. He was truly enraged. Su Jiang's actions were completely treating him like a monkey, trampling on his self-esteem. For his dignity, he would never yield to Su Jiang. His current behavior was merely a temporary retreat. Young Master Su, those slaps of yours were brilliant. Brother Hu ignored the pain on his face and chuckled. Those slaps of yours have truly enlightened Xiao Hu. Young Master Su, I will certainly remember your teachings today, turn over a new leaf, and become a new person. Please be merciful and let Xiao Hu go, treating him like a fart. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang put his hands back in his pockets and did not hit him again. Instead, he looked at Brother Hu with interest. This guy is so tolerant. Huazi, do you want these people dead or alive? Su Jiang turned his head and asked. Not far away, the 13 Taibao, including Hua Qing, were already stunned in place. Hearing Su Jiang's question, Hua Qing reacted and stammered. Either is fine. He knew Su Jiang was formidable, but he hadn't expected Su Jiang to be this formidable. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down the Tiger Head Gang. Either is fine. Su Jiang blinked, turned back to look at Brother Hu, and murmured. So, to kill or not to kill? Don't kill. Of course, you can't kill, young Master Su. Brother Hu begged for mercy in a panic. He was truly terrified. Who exactly is this big brother, talking about killing at every turn? Although he was the boss of the Tiger Head Gang, he hadn't actually killed many people. Usually, he just got into fights and bullied people. Even when he arranged the fight with Hua Qing and the others today, Brother Hu hadn't intended for anyone to die. Su Jiang was about to speak when he suddenly frowned, sniffing lightly. What the heck is that smell? You didn't pee your pants, did you? Su Jiang looked at Brother Hu suspiciously. His nose was exceptionally keen, so the smell of urine was really unpleasant for Su Jiang. And no, Brother Hu was stunned. Although he was scared, he wouldn't pee his pants, would he? So, Su Jiang turned his head and saw water dripping from Su Shi's pants. The one who had peed himself from fright was Su Shi. He was just a high school student, let alone killing. He had never even seen a dead person. Su Jiang's words just now had completely terrified him. Teacher Su Wu, I was wrong. Su Shi plopped down, kneeling on the ground and crying out. I beg you, please don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. Su Jiang moved away from Su Shi with a look of disgust and said to Hua Qing, since that's the case, I'll leave these people for you to handle. If they don't cooperate, you can deal with them as you see fit. I'm leaving first. Not wanting to smell that unpleasant odor anymore, Su Jiang said goodbye to Hua Qing and then quickly left the area. Young Master Su, take care. The 13 Tai Bao respectfully saw Su Jiang off in unison. They had been completely conquered by Su Jiang. After Su Jiang left, Hua Qing looked at Brother Hu with an ill-intentioned smile. Xiao Hu, shall we chat? Brother Hu's mouth twitched. He was about to retort to Hua Qing, but thinking of the departing Su Jiang, he immediately put on a smiling face. Chatting is good. As for Su Xiong and Su Shi, Brother Hu was now in no position to help himself, so naturally, no one cared about them anymore. All they could do was quietly wait for Brother Hu and Hua Qing to finish their conversation. After resolving the Tiger Head Gang matter, Su Jiang walked to a slightly secluded spot and suddenly stopped. Come out. You're so young and already learned to follow people. Who taught you? Su Jiang said indifferently. As his words fell, a figure soon walked out from the shadows. How did you know I was following you? Wang Yingying asked curiously. Secret. Su Jiang looked at Wang Yingying and smiled. So what do you want to do by following me? Wang Yingying heard this and looked at Su Jiang without hesitation, speaking directly. I want to learn from you. Learn what? Killing. Who do you want to kill? Someone who deserves to die. Wang Yingying's expression was incredibly serious, staring intently at Su Jiang, awaiting his answer. Su Jiang was silent for a long time, then said, Did you misunderstand something? I am an excellent citizen. I never do things like killing, let alone teach it. I saw everything just now, Wang Yingying said. You saw me kill someone? No, but if you wanted to, you could have killed them. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang sighed softly. Kids these days are really hard to fool, though he himself wasn't much older. You should just focus on your studies. Su Jiang stretched lazily and said indifferently, I don't care if you have some story of deep-seated revenge. All I know is that I am your music teacher, and the only thing I can teach you is music. Teaching other things requires extra fees, at least the school isn't paying me for that. At these words, Wang Yingying was silent for a while before nodding slightly. I understand. She turned and left without hesitation. 228. Leave the rest to me. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a task. Task content. As a teacher, you have an obligation to guide Wang Yingying onto the right path. Note, this is a special task. Completing it will grant 2 skill upgrade opportunities. Due to the host's excessive reliance on the gun shadow flowing wind skill recently, leading to a too low usage frequency of other skills, the system has specially gifted a skill upgrade opportunity. Does the host wish to use this opportunity? Just as Wang Yingying left, the system's notification sound rang in Su Jiang's mind. Not only did it trigger a task this time, but it also gifted him a skill upgrade opportunity. Why was the system suddenly so good to him? Could it be that he was really looked down upon and mocked in the system circle? No matter what, since the system gave it, he might as well take it. Use. Host confirms usage of skill upgrade opportunity. Randomly selecting skill for upgrade. Still randomizing here? Su Jiang silently complained. He had long since stopped believing in the system's randomness. It was definitely prearranged. Sure enough, as soon as this thought emerged, the system completed his skill upgrade. Ding. Skill upgrade complete. High-level skill, face changing, successfully upgraded to special skill, super face changing. Super your grandpa. Su Jiang really couldn't hold back. What kind of thing did you upgrade for me? Instead of upgrading my gun shadow flowing wind to be more awesome, you went and upgraded face changing? Garbage system. Using super face changing, you can completely transform into the appearance and features of anyone in your memory, without time limit. What's the difference from before? Su Jiang cursed. Isn't it just looking more alike, and no time limit? Su Jiang's words came to an abrupt halt. No time limit. Doesn't that mean, as long as he's willing, he could even be Wei Tian for a lifetime? No, why would he be Wei Tian? He couldn't make An Rou call him dad anyway. But this way, can I be an undercover agent? Su Jiang murmured, his eyes instantly brightening a few shades. The reason he wasn't allowed to go undercover in the Black Dragon Society was that Lin Hui would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. But if he changed into someone else's identity, could Lin Hui still recognize him? Impossible, Absolutely impossible. If Lin Hui can still recognize me this way, then I won't eat roasted cold noodles for the rest of my life. Su Jiang smiled confidently. As for guiding Wang Yingying onto the right path, Su Jiang completely cast that aside. Did they really take him for a teacher? He was now Su Jiang, the undercover agent. Being a teacher was just a side job. Sensible students would naturally walk onto the right path by themselves. He now only wanted to run to the Black Dragon Society to play, to investigate the enemy's situation. Having made up his mind, Su Jiang returned the way he came to find Brother Hua. A short while later, Su Jiang returned to the place where he had just taught the Tiger Head Gang a lesson. Hua Qing and Brother Hu were chatting arm in arm, as if they were good brothers for many years. Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you, Brother Hua. It's a small matter. I'm telling you, little Hu, if you follow our young Master Su, your future prospects are bright. That's right. From the moment I saw young Master Su, I knew this person was extraordinary. That aura is not something ordinary people can possess. Brother Hu had a fawning smile, completely devoid of his earlier prestige. Su Jiang still preferred his arrogant look from just now. Oh, young Master Su, why are you back? Hua Qing noticed Su Jiang and quickly ran over. Brother Hu immediately stood at attention and shouted at the Tiger Head Gang brothers behind him. What are you still standing there for? Call him young Master Su. Young Master Su. Su Jiang. What's going on? Young Master Su. Well, little Hu and the Tiger Head Gang have already been incorporated by us. Hua Qing said with a smile. Now they have all joined our 13 Tai Bao. Su Jiang's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Still talking about 13 Tai Bao? How many people were there already? Not far away, Sushi was pushed out by Su Xiong. Why aren't you apologizing to young Master Su quickly? Su Xiong loudly reprimanded. Sushi plopped down and knelt before Su Jiang. Young Master Su, I was wrong, please let me go. He really didn't dare to trouble Su Jiang anymore. Even Brother Hu had softened. What else could he do? Su Jiang glanced at him upon hearing this and nodded slightly. After all, he was just a little kid, and he didn't need to be petty. By the way, young Master Su, since the Tiger Head Gang has joined us, then our entry into the Black Dragon Society is a sure thing. Hua Qing grinned and said, leave the rest to me. No. Su Jiang shook his head, reached out and patted Hua Qing's shoulder, and said in a low voice, it's for me to handle. Hua Qing. An hour later, Su Jiang, disguised as Hua Qing, led the members of the Tiger Head Gang and the 13 Tai Bao, swaggering towards the Black Dragon Society. To avoid arousing suspicion, Su Jiang secretly swapped identities with Hua Qing. The real Hua Qing should be on his way back to find An Rou by now. His undercover career had just begun and already ended. The subsequent undercover life would be lived by Su Jiang in his stead. At the same time, Su Jiang also had Hua Qing tell An Rou that he had successfully become a teacher in Yan'an and would henceforth have the dual identity of a teacher and an undercover agent. He would definitely do both jobs well. As for why he had Hua Qing relay the message, the reason was simple. Su Jiang was afraid of being beaten by An Rou. Brother Hu, why does Brother Hua's aura feel a bit different? Su Xiong, behind them, stared at Su Jiang's back and asked in a low voice. Do you think Brother Hua is an ordinary person? Brother Hu looked at him disdainfully and whispered, I'm telling you, since this Brother Hua can follow young Master Su, he must have extraordinary qualities. If I'm not mistaken, when young Master Su was here just now, this Brother Hua deliberately restrained his aura so as not to overshadow him. After young Master Su left, he completely released his aura without reservation. And young Master Su just said to listen to Brother Hua completely. Don't you understand that? Su Xiong's eyes widened upon hearing this, a look of sudden realization on his face. So that's it, Brother Hu, you see things so clearly. That's right. If you don't have some foresight when mixing in Yan'an, you'd have died in a garbage heap long ago. Brother Hu smiled confidently. Your Brother Hu might not be good at other things, but when it comes to judging people, I'm absolutely top-notch. Brother Hu is awesome. As expected of Brother Hu, it has to be Brother Hu. A chorus of flattery immediately erupted around them, which Brother Hu greatly enjoyed. At the very front, Su Jiang, with his excellent hearing, heard their conversation word for word. He just wanted to say, Brother Hu is awesome. That kind of thought process, even he felt inferior. He was also a talent. Soon, Su Jiang led everyone to the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. Since the Tiger Head Gang and the 13 Taibao had merged, it was only right to come to the Black Dragon Society headquarters for a simple registration. Su Jiang was still a little excited, wondering if he would coincidentally run into Lin Hui. 229. The first blame-shifting competition of the inspectorate. Meanwhile, outside the temporary residence of the supervisory bureau where An Rou and the others were staying, Hua Qing looked dejected, his face filled with conflict. He had been standing at the entrance for over 10 minutes, still unsure how to approach An Rou. What should he say? That his mission had been hijacked midway by Su Jiang? Sigh, this whole thing. Hua Qing pulled a long face, took a deep breath, and finally made up his mind, pushing the door open and walking in. Inside the room, An Rou and the others had long grown impatient. Why isn't Su Jiang back yet? An Rou frowned, saying, he should have been back by now, shouldn't he? Could something have happened? Unlike the anxious An Rou, Yang Ming and Li Kai sat calmly on the sofa, as if they were already accustomed to this. Calm down, An Rou, Li Kai said nonchalantly. If he's not back this late, something must have happened. Yang Ming nodded in agreement. They were all too familiar with this scenario, having experienced it countless times. If nothing unexpected happened, you probably can't reach Su Jiang's phone right now, Yang Ming said with experience. Upon hearing this, An Rou quickly pulled out her phone and dialed Su Jiang's number, and indeed, there was no answer. Yang Ming and Li Kai exchanged glances, then simultaneously spread their hands and shrugged. Don't be angry, An Rou, Su Jiang is just like that. Yang Ming said easily, we're all used to it. An Rou, upon hearing this, was about to speak when the door was suddenly pushed open. Creak. The door opened a crack, and Hua Qing cautiously poked his head in. Hee. Long time no see, everyone. Hua Qing scratched his head, smiling foolishly. Everyone's gaze instantly fixed on him, all stunned in place. After a long while, everyone finally reacted. Hua Qing, An Rou asked, puzzled. How the hell are you here? Li Kai's eyes widened. Didn't you go undercover with the Black Dragon Society? Yang Ming frowned. Wu Qi glanced over, then quickly withdrew her gaze, continuing her work. Whatever happened had nothing to do with her. She was just a corporate slave. This is a little complicated. Hua Qing gave an awkward smile and said, it might sound a bit absurd when I explain it. Just tell us simply. I met young Master Su today. Understood. Hua Qing's words stopped abruptly, and he blinked in confusion. How did they understand? I haven't even said anything yet. I just said I met Su Jiang. Why do these people look so enlightened? Let me guess in the direction of the absurd. Yang Ming adjusted his glasses and speculated. You met Su Jiang, then something happened, and then he took your place as an undercover agent? Holy crap, Hua Qing was truly shocked this time. You guys can even guess that? He had been thinking about how to explain this, but he didn't expect it to be guessed directly. An Rou frowned, hugging her head in agony and squatting down. She really wanted to beat Su Jiang up right now. She was very angry now, the kind that couldn't be appeased. It had only been a few days, and Su Jiang was already out of control. It's all your fault. An Rou glared at Hua Qing and said, why did you run off to Yan'an High School? If you hadn't gone there, you wouldn't have met Su Jiang. Huh? Hua Qing pointed at himself in disbelief, wronged. My lady, you can't make such slanderous accusations. I went there for the undercover mission you gave me. If you look at it that way, the person who made young Master Su go to Yan'an High School should be the culprit, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately looked at Yang Ming. The person who proposed the plan for Su Jiang to become a teacher at Yan'an High School was none other than Yang Ming. Yang Ming was instantly dumbfounded. He was sitting perfectly fine on the sofa. So how did the blame get thrown on him? What does it have to do with me? Didn't you all agree to my plan? Yang Ming stated he wouldn't take the blame, then pointed at Li Kai and said, if you really want to find the culprit, it should be Li Kai. The candidate to be a teacher at Yan'an High School was originally Li Kai, but he strongly refused, so we had no choice but to replace him with Su Jiang. So the reason things have come to this point is all because of Li Kai. Li Kai, who was being pointed at by Yang Ming, looked bewildered, then immediately said angrily, how the hell can this be blamed on me? Even if I were the one to be a teacher at Yan'an High School, would Su Jiang not cause trouble then? Ultimately, It's all because An Rou's family status isn't strong enough to control Su Jiang, which led to the current result. An Rou, how did this blame get thrown back on me? And what do you mean my family status isn't strong enough? An Rou said indignantly. I can control him, but the key is to be able to contact him first. I can't even contact him now. How am I supposed to control him? The four people kept shifting blame, adamantly refusing to admit it was their fault. Cough, cough. A cough sounded, and everyone instantly quieted down. They looked at Wu Qi. The cough just now came from her. Wu Qi hadn't intended to speak, but she did find it a bit noisy. Aren't you guys mistaken? Shouldn't the fundamental person causing all of this be Su Jiang? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. That's right. It was clearly Su Jiang who acted on his own. What fault did they have? It's all Su Jiang's fault. Exactly. That guy makes us worry about him all day long. Su Jiang is fully responsible, no doubt about it. For a moment, emotions ran high, and the four people all shifted the blame onto Su Jiang. Su Jiang couldn't refute, as he wasn't present. Since things have developed to this point, what should we do? Should we still manage Su Jiang? Li Kai asked. An Rou took a deep breath, shook her head, and said decisively, let him be. We'll continue to do our own thing first. Uncle Jiang said that if we really can't control Su Jiang, we should just let him do as he pleases. Our main task now is to find the leader of the Dark Hall, who is the ghost. An Rou frowned and said, the existence of this person is definitely fatal to us. Because he is in the shadows, no one has ever known his true identity, so he always has the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to us at a critical moment. As soon as these words came out, Yang Ming and Li Kai also nodded with solemn expressions. Whether it was the Ming family, the Chao family, or the Black Dragon Society, they were all out in the open. Only the Dark Hall was hidden in the shadows. Such enemies were often the most terrifying. Therefore, until we confirm the identity of the ghost, we absolutely cannot act rashly. And Rou said emphatically. 2:30. Li Kai also threw away his brain. This plan is fine. But the problem is, how do we find the ghost? Yang Ming frowned and asked. Everyone knows that the core figure of Dark Hall is the ghost. But to this day, Dark Hall is still doing well, and no one has ever truly seen the ghost, because almost everyone who has seen it is dead. How do we find someone like that? At these words, everyone fell into deep thought, trying to come up with a solution. Yang Ming was right. It was indeed very difficult to find the ghost. This person was too good at hiding. That. I have a bold idea. Hua Qing weakly raised his hand and whispered, how about we let young Master Su blow up Dark Hall? Maybe then the ghost will appear. At these words, the atmosphere in the room immediately solidified, and An Rou's expression became incredibly stiff. Yang Ming blinked, pondered for a moment, then said, don't say it. This might actually be a solution. If Dark Hall were blown up, the ghost probably wouldn't be able to sit still. After all, that was his base camp. Li Kai's mouth twitched as he looked at Hua Qing strangely. You haven't been with Su Jiang for long, have you? How did your thought process start becoming like this too? Is this talent? Li Kai sighed. An Rou looked at Hua Qing, and once again painfully clutched her head, feeling a pang of sadness. One Su Jiang was enough, but now Hua Qing also subtly showed a tendency to develop into another Su Jiang. How was she supposed to lead this team? Let's try to find him first. Finally, An Rou sighed. If we really can't find him, then we'll let Su Jiang blow it up. She had given up. Let things be as they may. Li Kai nodded slightly, with an indifferent expression. In his opinion, they would still have to mobilize Su Jiang in the end. Ever since receiving the mission and arriving in Yan'an, Li Kai had immediately discarded his brain. With Su Jiang around, what was the use of a brain? Just follow him, and it would be fine. Didn't Yang Ming start giving up now? How serious, meticulous, and dedicated to his work was Yang Ming before. And now? He spent his days sitting on the sofa, bragging with Li Kai. He had thrown away his brain back in West Continent. Yan'an, Black Dragon Society headquarters. Brother Hua, that's the Black Dragon Society ahead. Tiger Gu had a fawning smile and explained, because our Tiger Head gang has turned over a new leaf, according to the Black Dragon Society's rules, we need to register for easier management. Oh, and Brother Hua, If you have any ideas, you can give our force a new name when we register later. Su Jiang glanced at Tiger Gu upon hearing this and nodded slightly, indicating he understood. At the same time, he surveyed the Black Dragon Society's headquarters, secretly clicking his tongue. A dark force actually dared to so brazenly expose the location of its headquarters. If this were in West Continent, the Supervisory Bureau would have long since come knocking to send warmth. If this were in Jiangdu, this headquarters would have long since been ransacked by the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau and repurposed as the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau's new address. After all, the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau was really too dilapidated and urgently needed an upgrade. Let's go, Su Jiang said indifferently. Everyone followed behind Su Jiang, swaggering into the Black Dragon Society headquarters. Who are you looking for? The guards at the entrance stopped them and asked. How dare you? Tiger Ge's eyes widened, and he roared. You dare to block Brother Hua? Who Brother Hua? The guard was stunned. Was there such a person? You blind fool, if you don't recognize Brother Hua, don't you recognize your Tiger Gu? Tiger Gu pointed at the guard and said, Hurry up and let us in. We have an urgent matter to report to Chief Lin. Chief Lin isn't here today, the guard said weakly. Then what about Chief Bai? She is. That's fine then. Tiger Gu said carelessly. A small matter like merging forces didn't necessarily require reporting to Chief Lin Hui. Reporting to Chief Bai was also acceptable. Then, the guard slightly stepped aside, allowing Su Jiang and Tiger Gu to enter, while the others waited outside. The guard recognized Tiger Gu, and he judged from the current situation that this person called Brother Hua was also no ordinary individual. He was just a small guard. All he could do was try not to offend anyone and protect his own life. There were many people like him. If Lin Hui hadn't taken them in, they would have starved to death on the streets long ago, so they all cherished their lives especially. Su Jiang looked back at the guard, then whispered to Tiger Gu, the Chief Lin you just mentioned, is that Lin Hui? Brother Hua, we can't call Chief Lin by his full name. Tiger Gu hastily looked around, and after confirming no one was present, he breathed a sigh of relief. Is it that serious? Su Jiang asked, puzzled. Are you also afraid of him? Brother Hua, you just arrived in Yan'an, so you might not know much about the Black Dragon Society's situation. Tiger Gu walked along, explaining in a low voice to Su Jiang. Yan'an is very chaotic right now. We, these social outcasts, can only huddle together for warmth if we want to survive. And the Black Dragon Society, founded by Chief Lin, is where we huddle together for warmth. Not only that, the Black Dragon Society also regularly provides us with some subsidies, at least ensuring we don't starve to death. Without the Black Dragon Society, we wouldn't be able to survive, so none of us dare to provoke Chief Lin. Su Jiang nodded slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Lin Hui to have such methods. Even now, Su Jiang was still a bit unconvinced that such a large force could have been created by Lin Hui alone. What's the deal with Chief Bai? Are there two leaders of the Black Dragon Society? Su Jiang asked. Tiger Gu nodded and said, because Chief Lin is often not at the headquarters, Chief Bai handles most of the management affairs. Our merger of forces also needs to be approved by Chief Bai first before we can proceed. After speaking, Tiger Gu furtively looked around, and after confirming no one was present, he quietly whispered into Su Jiang's ear. Brother Hua, let me tell you, our Chief Bai is a rare, cold, and stunning beauty. Many people in our Black Dragon Society have ideas about her. Hua Qinggu, you are so handsome. If Chief Bai takes a liking to you, At these words, Su Jiang stopped in his tracks, turned, and looked at Tiger Gu indifferently. Tell me, if I told Chief Bai what you just said, what would happen to you? No, please don't. Tiger Gu looked panicked and quickly slapped his own mouth. Brother Hua, I was wrong. I won't say such things again. Humph. Su Jiang snorted coldly and continued walking, with Tiger Gu trotting to keep up. With a cold face, Su Jiang thought to himself, if something like that really happened, An Rou would definitely kill him. 231. If this isn't genius, what is? Soon, Su Jiang and Tiger Gu arrived at the door of a room. Tiger Gu stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A cold voice came from inside the room. Tiger Gu gently pushed the door open and led Su Jiang inside. A woman in black sat on the sofa with her legs crossed. The moment Su Jiang entered, she slightly raised her eyes and glanced at him. Su Jiang likewise assessed the chief by before him. It had to be said, she was indeed a beautiful woman, and the mature, older sister type at that. However, Su Jiang only had An Rou in his heart, and he had absolutely no thoughts about any other woman. No matter who An Rou was placed with for selection, Su Jiang would choose An Rou without hesitation. If An Rou was an option, choose An Rou. If not, don't choose. His main principle was pure love. What is it? Baiyu asked softly. It's like this, Chief Bai, our Tiger Head gang. Tiger Gu quickly informed Baiyu about the merger of the two forces. So, this is the brother Hua you mentioned? Baiyu's gaze turned to Su Jiang. Su Jiang nodded slightly. Hello, Chief Bai, my name is Hua Qing. Hua Qing, a good name. A faint smile appeared on Baiyu's lips as she scrutinized Su Jiang with interest. You're not from Yunnan, are you? Baiyu asked. That's right, my hometown is West Continent, Su Jiang said calmly. West Continent? Huh. Quite a few things have been happening there recently. Isn't that the truth? Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to come to Yunnan to make a living. In that case, do you know someone? His name is Su Jiang. Baiyu's eyes held a profound meaning. She paused, then continued. Our Black Dragon Society has been looking for this person recently. He caused a huge commotion in West Continent not long ago. Do you know him? Oh, right, this is his photo. Baiyu took out a stack of photos from a drawer, casually pulled one out, and handed it to Su Jiang. It was a headshot of Su Jiang. Tiger Gu leaned over to look and exclaimed, Isn't this young Master Su? You've seen him? Baiyu's eyes flashed, and she pressed. Where did you see him? When was this? Tiger G's lips moved. He looked at Baiyu, then at Su Jiang. Should he say it or not? However, before he could speak, Su Jiang angrily slammed the photo onto the table. Clatter. I never thought. Truly, I never thought. Su Jiang panted, gritting his teeth. To think I followed him for so long, and I never realized he was Su Jiang. Baiyu frowned and quickly asked, What exactly happened? It's like this, Chief Bai. Su Jiang frowned, his face filled with anger. I was also deceived by Su Jiang. The reason I left my home in West Continent was because that bastard Su Jiang caused a huge disturbance in West Continent, which led to the Supervisory Bureau increasing their scrutiny afterward. We couldn't even find a place to hide. After I came to Yunnan, I met someone who called himself Su Outyin. Because I hadn't seen Su Jiang's face, I didn't know at the time that he was Su Jiang. He told me to follow him, that I'd live well and eat well. I saw that he had some capabilities, so I followed him. But I never expected that he was actually Su Jiang. The person who caused me to leave my home was right beside me, and I kept calling him Young Master Su. Su Jiang frantically pounded the table, shouting in grief and indignation. This is too much. Absolutely too much. Tiger Gu stood by, dumbfounded by the scene, his head buzzing. He never imagined that Hua Qinggu had such a tragic past. That person named Su Jiang was simply inhuman. So, the young Master Su you two speak of is Su Jiang? Baiyu did not doubt Su Jiang's words, because from an objective standpoint, Su Jiang was indeed capable of doing such things. She didn't care how miserable this person named Hua Qing was. She only wanted news of Su Jiang. After all, Lin Hui had always wanted to seek revenge on Su Jiang. Exactly, Su Jiang said hatefully. He's currently called Su Outyin, and he's a music teacher in the art class at Yunnan High School. Chief Bai, are you going to bring people to deal with him? I can lead the way for you. I can help you lure him out. Upon hearing this, Baiyu's eyes flickered, even showing some excitement. After searching for so long, she finally had news. Don't rush. We're definitely going to act against Su Jiang, but not now. Baiyu calmly stated, Su Jiang is no ordinary person. We need to discuss countermeasures first and prepare enough manpower to ensure we can kill him in one fell swoop. Hua Qing, you stay put for now. Maintain contact with Su Jiang, and whatever you do, don't alert him. Baiyu looked at Su Jiang solemnly and said, We promise you, we will ensure Su Jiang dies without a burial place. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang bit his lip tightly and nodded heavily. Understood, Chief Bai, I trust you. I will cooperate with you fully. As long as we can kill Su Jiang, I'm willing to do anything. At these words, Baiyu was slightly moved. She hadn't expected the other party to hate Su Jiang so much. Hua Qing, is it? I'll remember you, Bai Yu said seriously. From now on, the Black Dragon Society is your home. How embarrassing would that be? Su Jiang thought to himself, I wouldn't blow up my own home. Fortunately, he had a flash of inspiration just now, using this opportunity to swindle a large sum from the Black Dragon Society. In the current situation, from the Black Dragon Society's perspective, to ambush Su Jiang, they would have to rely on him to lure Su Jiang out. So they would definitely tell Su Jiang the ambush location and related details. And then, Su Jiang would relay these details to An Rou, allowing her to arrange the Supervisory Bureau's personnel in advance and set up a trap. At that time, the Black Dragon Society and all its members would be caught in one fell swoop. Perfect. Su Jiang couldn't help but admire himself. He truly had a talent for being an undercover agent. When others go undercover, they have to hide for at least several months, if not several years, before they can take down the enemy's stronghold, right? But what about Su Jiang? How long had his undercover career lasted? And he could already see the light of victory. What else could this be but genius? I'll go back and tell An Rou this good news later. She'll definitely reward me. Su Jiang was secretly delighted, but on the surface, he maintained a look of grief and indignation. It had to be said, his acting skills were becoming more and more refined. At least now he could make his eyes redden. 232. Su Jiang wants to hide his private money. Inside the room, Su Jiang's mood had gradually calmed down. Tiger Goose stood to the side, somewhat uneasy. His mind was completely blank, and he couldn't understand the situation anymore. The powerful backer he had just embraced suddenly became the Black Dragon Society's #1 enemy. After experiencing such complex reversals within just a few hours, Tiger Gu had completely given up on thinking. He only had one thought now. That was to throw away his brain and just follow Hua Qing Gu. Didn't Chief Bai treat Hua Qing with such politeness? Chief Bai, tell me, what should I do? Su Jiang sat opposite Bai Yu, saying with a serious expression, as long as I can kill Su Jiang, I am willing to offer my heart to the Black Dragon Society. It's not that serious. Bai Yu comforted him. I need to discuss this thoroughly with Lin Hui, because he understands Su Jiang better than I do. You should maintain contact with Su Jiang for now, and absolutely make sure he doesn't notice anything unusual. In other words, we need you to stay by Su Jiang's side and become an undercover agent. Bai Yu poured Su Jiang a cup of tea and continued. This mission is very difficult, and Su Jiang is a very strange person. To ensure no accidents, we will not arrange anyone to protect you. Everything will depend on you. She pushed the teacup in front of Su Jiang. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang silently looked at the teacup, his eyes flickering. After a long while, he looked up at Bai Yu. I want compensation, he said. As soon as he spoke, Bai Yu, instead of being annoyed, smiled slightly. This was more like it. If Hua Qing didn't ask for anything, she would suspect Hua Qing of having ulterior motives. After all, for a person of his caliber to throw himself into such a dangerous situation just because of some old grudges, he would either be a fool or mentally ill. Hua Qing's current behavior was more in line with human nature. What do you want? Bai Yu smiled faintly, seductively saying, as long as you can help us kill Su Jiang. Even if you want me, it's not impossible. With that, Bai Yu even subtly lifted her black skirt a little higher. As soon as she said this, Su Jiang had no reaction, but Tiger Gun next to him was already swallowing. Among the Black Dragon Society members, 9 out of 10 secretly coveted Bai Yu, this thorny rose. But it was only a thought. Normally, they didn't even dare to look at Bai Yu for too long. Just as Tiger Gu thought Su Jiang was about to agree, he saw Su Jiang shake his head slightly and utter 3 words calmly. I want money. Huh? Bai Yu was a little confused. Just money? That's right, Su Jiang said decisively. Tiger Gu took a deep breath and secretly gave Su Jiang a thumbs up. As expected of my Hua Qing Gu. Even when faced with the temptation of a beauty like Bai Yu, he can stick to his original intentions. He is simply a role model for our generation. Tiger Gu felt more and more that he had followed the right person. However, Bai Yu couldn't understand it. She had already said such things, and the other party only wanted money? Is he that pure? Such a beautiful woman like me is actually not as good as a pile of stinking money? You, how much do you want? Bai Yu gritted her teeth and said. Su Jiang pondered for a moment, thinking to himself, how much is appropriate? Never mind. Ask for a lot first, and let the other party bargain. I want 10 million. Deal. Bai said decisively. Su Jiang's face went blank, and he thought, damn it. I asked for too little. I should have asked for more. I was short-sighted. Chief Bai is indeed straightforward, but I need cash, and I need it now. That's impossible. We can't gather that much cash at once. Bai frowned and said, but I can give you 3 million first, and the remaining 7 million will be given to you after the matter is done. Okay. Su Jiang nodded. 3 million first was fine. Even mosquito legs, no matter how small, were still meat. As for why he wanted cash, it was simple. Su Jiang planned to use it as his private stash. Ever since An Rou found out Su Jiang had 30 million, she had instructed Su Jiang not to spend money recklessly. Although he wouldn't give the money to An Rou to manage, if Su Jiang made a large purchase, An Rou would definitely find out. And once An Rou found out, this matter would become Su Jiang's weakness. If he angered An Rou in the future and she complained to his parents about him spending money recklessly, then he would be in for a joint beating from his wife and parents. Therefore, for long-term planning, Su Jiang had to get some private money. Hello, it's me, Bai. Bring 3 million in cash over, now. Bai made a phone call, then said to Su Jiang, please wait, I'll have someone bring the money over. Su Jiang took a sip of tea and nodded calmly. Tiger Gu on the side was stunned. Just a few words, and 3 million was in hand? Huaqing Gu is amazing. Although Su Jiang appeared calm on the surface, he was overjoyed inside. Once he got these 3 million, he had to buy a good car first. That old Xiaokangsheng, he promised to compensate me for the car, but there's been no news until now. He's an old man, and he's trying to welch on even 200,000. He's simply not human. He also didn't answer the phone. He must have blocked Su Jiang. If it weren't for the distance, Su Jiang would have planned another trip to West Continent. He would stay at the CF family until they compensated him for the car, then he would leave. TSK, thinking of this, Su Jiang started to miss the CF family's grilled cold noodles again. Soon, a member of the Black Dragon Society walked in, carrying a large bag. Chief Bai, this contains 3 million in cash. Bai nodded slightly, looked at Su Jiang, and asked, do you need to count it? No need. I trust the Black Dragon Society, and I trust Chief Bai. Su Jiang stood up, reached out, and took the bag containing 3 million, then turned his head and said, Chief Bai, then I'll head back tonight. Okay, remember what I said, don't alert the enemy. We will discuss a countermeasure as soon as possible and then contact you. Su Jiang nodded, and as he was about to leave, Tiger Gu cautiously poked Su Jiang's shoulder. Huaqing Gu, didn't you forget, we came to register? Su Jiang was stunned. He had indeed forgotten. It's okay, I'll take care of the gang merger for you. Bai smiled and said, what's the name of your gang? I'll just register it then. Upon hearing this, Tiger Gu turned his head and looked at Su Jiang with big, expectant eyes. He still hoped it would be called the Tiger Head Gang. However, Su Jiang decisively avoided Tiger G's gaze. After a slight thought, Su Jiang casually said, let's just call it the Grilled Cold Noodle Legion. This name plunged both Bai and Tiger Gu into endless silence. Hua, brother Hua, why don't you think about it again? Tiger Gu was somewhat collapsed. Even if it wasn't the Tiger Head Gang, he couldn't choose a name like that. Besides, where in Yin do they even sell grilled cold noodles? No, this is it. Su Jiang finished speaking and walked away handsomely, leaving Tiger Gu and Bai looking at each other, both somewhat speechless. Huaqing, this person is quite special. 233, we need a big picture. After Su Jiang left, Bai's eyes flickered, and she whispered to the person beside her. Find a few quick-witted people to follow Huaqing, but be careful not to be discovered. Okay, but Chief Bai, that 3 million. It's fine, just give it to him for now. I'm just afraid he'll get the money, but won't live to spend it. Bai chuckled, saying, to dare to demand money from my Black Dragon Society, and to ask for 10 million right off the bat. His guts are not just ordinarily big. After Su Jiang is killed, Huaqing's life will also be worthless. The person beside her nodded slightly upon hearing this. I understand. Then, he quietly left the room and found a few people to track Su Jiang. After he left, Bai let out a long breath and shook her head. Grilled Cold Noodles Legion? What a terrible name. Although she thought the name was bad, Baiyu still registered Su Jiang's faction. Unfortunately, neither Lin Hui, nor Baiyu, nor the Wei family knew the untold story between Su Jiang and Grilled Cold Noodles. Otherwise, the moment that name was spoken, Su Jiang would have been suspected. After registering, Baiyu pulled out her phone and decisively called Lin Hui. After the call connected, Baiyu spoke directly. There's news about Su Jiang. At the same time, Yan'an, Chao family. Dad, you have to help me get rid of that guy named Su. Chao Ran complained with a displeased look to the man in front of her. That guy named Su. His every word and action doesn't look like a teacher at all. He even humiliated me in front of the whole class. I don't care, you have to get him out of here for me. Chao Heron, the head of the Chao family, sat on the sofa at this moment, listening helplessly to Chao Ran's complaints. After a long while, Chao Ran finally finished speaking, and Chao Heron sighed deeply. Chao Ran, how many times have I told you? We are a big family. Our mindset needs to be big, understand? He's just a small teacher, and we're getting angry with him? Isn't that lowering our status? Chao Heron stretched out his hands, gesturing in front of his chest. Our magnanimity needs to be great, understand? Upon hearing this, Chao Ran pouted. But he really made me feel very embarrassed. That's why I say, you still don't have a big mindset, Chao Ran. Chao Heron shook his head with a disappointed look, saying, compared to your brother, you're still far behind. I'm not as good as my brother? Chao Ran was incredulous. With his punching bag demeanor, people curse him to his face, and he still smiles. Coincidentally, just as Chao Ran said this, her brother Chao, he came downstairs from upstairs and heard all these words. Chao Ran, what are you saying? Chao, he said discontentedly. When did your brother ever get cursed to his face? When you were in junior high? I still remember it. Chao Ran saw that her own brother was unwilling to admit it, so she said directly, at that time, that shorty from the Ming family cursed you to your face for a long time, and you couldn't even curse him back once. Chao, he chuckled upon hearing this, pulled over a chair nonchalantly, and sat down. Then do you know what happened to that shorty later? What happened? I recorded everything he said when he cursed me. Then, during the Ming family's New Year celebration, I played the recording in front of everyone in the Ming family. Chao, he said with a sigh. I still remember that Shorty was beaten by his father so badly that he couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Chao Ran was speechless and fell silent. She really didn't know about this. She couldn't even imagine how broken that Shorty must have felt at the time. See, this is what I mean by a big mindset. This is magnanimity. Chao Heron seized the opportunity to say, this is clearly not acting like a human. Chao Ran secretly grumbled, then quickly said, anyway, I don't care, I was wronged at school, and you guys have to help me get revenge. Hearing these words, Chao He and Chao Heron exchanged glances and sighed in unison. This little girl is truly spoiled. This is not my business, I just got back, Chao He said, giving up. You don't care? Am I supposed to care? Chao Heron blew his beard and glared, saying, you've been messing around outside for so long, and as soon as you come back, you don't want to do anything. Then why did I ask you to come back? You asked me to come back for the 4 alliance agreement, didn't you? Then if it weren't for this matter, you weren't even planning to come back for New Year, were you? No, Dad, how old are you? Do you still need someone to accompany you for New Year? You unfilial son. The two of them suddenly started bickering like this, and Chao Ran stood between them, a little bewildered. After a while, she finally realized, did she just ask them to help her get revenge? Then why was their conversation completely unrelated to her? Stop arguing, Chao Ran said angrily. I need you two to help me get revenge right now. Let your dad go. Let your brother go. Chao He and Chao Heron spoke simultaneously. Chao Ran glared at the two of them. Seeing this, Chao He sighed slightly and looked at Chao Heron, saying, since that's the case, let's use the old method. Chao Heron nodded slightly. That's the only way. Rock, paper, scissors. Chao Heron threw scissors and won. On the other side, Chao He, who threw paper, had a face like he had eaten something terrible. Chao Ran stood by, her forehead full of black lines. She really couldn't stay in this family anymore. All right, you find your brother for this matter. It has nothing to do with me. I'm going to walk my bird. Chow Heron carried the birdcage and left the house, in a great mood. Chow Ran looked at her father's retreating back, then turned her head, looking at Chow He with anticipation. "Brother, then will you accompany me to school tomorrow?" Chow Ran said. "Coincidentally, we have a parent-teacher conference tomorrow afternoon. You can represent me at the parent-teacher conference and embarrass that guy named Su Outyin, and help me get revenge." Chow He yawned listlessly, secretly regretting that he should have thrown rock just now. "Brother." Chow Ran was a little displeased to see Chow He's appearance. All right, I know. I'll go to your parent-teacher conference tomorrow, okay? And make that guy lose face." All right, lose face. Then Chow He stood up, sighed, and was about to go upstairs to his room. Suddenly remembering something, he turned around and looked at Chow Ran, saying, "Chow Ran, can I discuss something with you?" "What is it?" "Don't play your An Rou late at night anymore. I haven't been able to sleep for the past 2 nights because of you." "Air." Chow Ran's eyes widened, her lips trembling with anger. Looking around, she grabbed a cushion from the sofa and chased Chow He, hitting him. While hitting, she also shouted, "I'm playing the violin." 234. The origin of the 3 major lists. Chow Heron leisurely walked into a small park near the Chow family residence, carrying a birdcage. He wasn't accompanied by anyone, appearing just like an ordinary old man out for a stroll with his bird. Passers-by constantly brushed past him, and Chow Heron occasionally smiled and greeted them. No one knew that this amiable old man, who was greeting them, was the patriarch of the Chow family, one of the 4 major powers in Yan'an. Under the cover of night, Chow Heron's steps were slow as he walked to a secluded spot, seemingly casually finding a chair and sitting down. He placed the birdcage beside him. Chow Heron sat there quietly for a long time until someone arrived. It was a beautiful woman. Time had left only a few traces on her face. The woman walked towards Chow Heron and quietly sat down beside him. The 2 of them sat there silently, looking straight ahead, neither speaking first. After a long while, Chow Heron broke the silence, speaking first. "The 4 Alliance agreement is next week. Are you still unwilling to tell me your plan?" The woman smiled slightly upon hearing this. "What's the hurry? Isn't there still a week?" "You are quite composed," Chow Heron said with a faint smile. "Right now, Meng Jiangnan probably dreams of dragging you out." "Meng Jiangnan is nothing more than a puppet," the woman said indifferently. "The current situation in Yan'an has developed this way entirely because of that person's arrival." Wei Liangping. Chow Heron nodded in agreement. Ever since Wei Liangping came to Yan'an, the Black Dragon Society suddenly rose, and the Meng family also took the opportunity to propose the 4 Alliance agreement. From the current situation, it seems both the Meng family and the Black Dragon Society have probably already been controlled by Wei Liangping. So this 4 Alliance agreement, ostensibly an alliance, is in reality nothing more than a tactic by Wei Liangping to target my Chow family and the Dark Hall. Upon hearing this, both fell silent again, and Chow Heron's face was filled with worry. Facing the current situation, even his Chow family would be in danger if they weren't careful. This was also why he had no choice but to call Chow He back. After a long pause, the woman said, "Wait a little longer." "Wait for what?" Chow Heron asked. "I'm still investigating how many people from the list Wei Liangping still has." The list. Hearing this term, Chow Heron couldn't help but laugh aloud. Wei Liangping probably never imagined that those assassins he painstakingly cultivated in secret with Gene Liquid would be openly exposed by someone. And they even gave it a grand name like the mercenary ranking and assassin ranking. Only that couple could pull off such a deadly and unpunished stunt. Upon hearing this, the woman also shook her head with a smile. In reality, the people on the so-called mercenary ranking and assassin ranking were all assassins secretly cultivated by the major families in the capital. Originally, they cultivated them in secret, and no one knew each other's true strength, leading to mutual apprehension. Until one day, the assassin ranking and mercenary ranking were released by someone. When the major families saw it, wasn't it precisely the assassins they had cultivated? "I've been cultivating them in secret for so long, precisely to use them as a trump card to catch enemies off guard at critical moments. But now, you've exposed all our hidden cards. What's the point of playing anymore?" As a result, the major families were furious, issuing bounties to hunt down the person who released the rankings. However, even now, the person who released these two major rankings has not been caught. Those in the know jokingly referred to these two major rankings as the list. Moreover, the person who released the rankings also boasted that there was also a black and white ranking, and once the people on that ranking were exposed, all families in Huagua would have to be reshuffled. This is the origin of the three major rankings. So, how many people from the list have you found? Chao Heron asked. Quite a few. The woman's expression became more serious. Wei Liangping has brought almost all of the capital's old guard to Yan'an this time, which shows how much he values this region. Then how do we fight? Chao Heron frowned. If that's the case, the number of people from the list will definitely not be less than 10. So, we need to find some external help. The woman said indifferently. There's less than a week left. During this time, I'll try to get some people to come over. Given the current situation in Yan'an, who would be willing to get involved in this messy situation? Chao Heron asked. Don't worry, I've already contacted someone. The woman chuckled softly. Soon, that person will arrive. I'm just worried that when Wei Liangping hears his name, he'll flee at the mere mention of it. Who? Chao Heron quickly asked. Who is so formidable? A name alone can scare Wei Liangping away. The woman smiled mysteriously. Guess? After speaking, without waiting for Chao Heron to reply, the woman stood up, intending to leave. I'm leaving now. Before I contact you, your Chao family should proceed according to the original plan. Wait. Chao Heron suddenly called out to her, standing up and saying, Just now, my daughter Shaoran told me that a new teacher has joined their class. So, based on her description, I speculate that there's a 60% chance that teacher is Su Jiang. Chao Heron paused, then laughed. These young people are still a bit too naive, far worse than us back in the day. Su Jiang. Hearing this name, the woman's beautiful eyebrows subtly raised. Understood. The woman took a step and left the park directly. Chao Heron looked at the woman's retreating figure and shook his head with a smile. Let's go, we're going home, he said to the bird in the cage, then picked up the bird cage and returned the way he came. On the way back, unlike when he arrived, the once somewhat bustling park was now only occupied by Chao Heron, appearing somewhat lonely. That woman is still so cautious. Chao Heron chuckled. It wasn't the first time he had encountered such a situation. To ensure the security of their conversation, every time the woman came to see him, she would first clear out the people in the park under various pretexts. Sure enough, when Chao Heron reached the park entrance, he saw some warning signs. They all read, Park temporarily closed for maintenance. Chao Heron sighed, walked forward, picked up the warning signs one by one, and placed them aside. After doing all this, Chao Heron clapped his hands and walked towards home, carrying the birdcage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Jiang was also walking towards home. 235. I brought back a prisoner. Brother Huaqing, do you really not need Little Hu to send you off? Brother Hu said with a hopeful look. I'm very good at sending people home. No, really. Su Jiang looked at Brother Hu, a look of disgust on his face. Why did this guy suddenly become a bit disgusting? Could it be that his sexual orientation has some issues? How could he know that Brother Hu was genuinely scared now? Having experienced so much in one day and heard so many messages, he was terrified of being silenced if he wasn't careful. Brother Huaqing, you can't abandon me. Seeing Su Jiang still refuse, Brother Hu directly hugged Su Jiang's leg, snot and tears streaming down his face. Little Hu is really scared. Just keep me by your side. Get away from me. Your snot got on my pants. Su Jiang's expression grew even more disgusted as he reached out, pushed Brother Hu aside, and took off running. Brother Huaqing, don't run away. Behind him, Brother Hu's voice came from afar, and Su Jiang ran even faster. He hadn't run this fast, even when being chased by the Mei family and Black Warehouse. After running a good distance, Su Jiang slowed his pace only after confirming that Brother Hu hadn't caught up. Tisk, speaking of which, how do I deal with this thing? Su Jiang looked at the heavy 3 million in his hand, scratching his head in annoyance. After all, this was his private money, and if he just took it back like this, An Rou would definitely find out. System, can you give me a storage space? Get lost. You don't have one, huh? The system didn't speak. Trash system. Su Jiang, as usual, once again complained about his system. Sooner or later, I'll expose you to the system circle and make you lose all face. Forget it. I'll just find a place to hide it for now. After much deliberation, Jiang decided to hide the money in his office at Yan'an High School. It was also the grade director's office. To facilitate communication with him, the grade director thoughtfully arranged for Jiang to share his office. Putting it in my own safe, it shouldn't be discovered, right? Jiang walked along the road, thinking to himself, his steps quickening unconsciously, a smile on his face. It was his first time hiding private money, and he felt a little excited. Soon, Jiang arrived at Yan'an High School, easily climbed over the main gate, and reached the office door. He pulled out the key the grade director had given him earlier that day, opened the door, and walked in. He opened the safe. He threw the 3 million inside. He closed the safe. He locked it, all in one smooth motion. Phew. Now it's safe. To be on the safe side, Jiang also tore off a sticky note and placed it on the large bag. The sticky note read Su Outyan's exclusive valuables. Jiang believed that after the grade director saw this note, he wouldn't touch the bag. Done. Jiang clapped his hands in satisfaction, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly frowned. Then, he calmly walked out of the office, closed the door, and left the school. He randomly chose a direction, made several turns, and entered an alley. Then, Jiang's figure disappeared. Strange, where is he? A figure quickly appeared at the alley entrance, looking puzzled. His name was Guan Yin, and he was sent by you to track Jiang. At the same time, he was also on the list, extremely skilled at tracking. After discovering Jiang had disappeared, he was slightly stunned, then quickly reacted, thinking to himself, not good. Before Guan Yin could act, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck. Then, Guan Yin's vision went black, and he fainted. Strange. With this level of attack, I shouldn't have fainted. This was Guan Yin's only thought in his final moments before passing out. Thud. Guan Yin fell to the ground, and Jiang looked down at Guan Yin indifferently. Shameless pervert. Actually following me, a pure young man. If I hadn't been careful, you probably would have succeeded. With that, Jiang fiercely kicked Guan Yin twice. He knew in his heart that this person was most likely sent by you. Forget it, he's a captive, I guess. I'll take him back for Yang Ming and the others to interrogate. Jiang searched him, confirmed there were no dangerous items, then took out Guan Yin's phone and put it in his pocket. He could give the phone to Wu Qi later. This senior hacker from the Supervisory Bureau might be able to do something with it. After all this was done, Jiang, after confirming there were no other perverted followers, dragged Guan Yin and walked all the way towards where An Rou and the others were. Half an hour later, Jiang dragged Guan Yin back to the doorstep, reached out, took out his key, and directly opened the door. Bang! An Rou, I'm back. The moment the door opened, everyone's gaze fell on Jiang. At this moment, Jiang had already abandoned Hua Qing's face and returned to his original appearance. Li Kai's mouth twitched. He truly hadn't expected Jiang to dare to come back. How dare he? As expected, An Rou, who was contemplating a plan at her desk, saw Jiang enter and immediately stood up from her chair. Jiang. An Rou gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes glaring at Jiang. Beside them, Hua Qing, Yang Ming, and Li Kai sat together on the sofa, taking out melon seeds to watch the show. Go, An Rou. Beat him up. The three of them shouted in unison in their hearts. Seeing this, Jiang immediately understood his predicament. So, when An Rou walked in front of him, Jiang quickly said, I have very, very, very important intelligence to tell you. At these words, An Rou paused. She stared intently at Jiang, saying word by word, You'd better really have very, very, very important intelligence. Otherwise, when we return to Jiangdu, you'll sleep by yourself. At these words, Yang Ming, Li Kai, and Hua Qing's eyes widened. Is this something we can hear without paying? Wait, does that mean they've been sleeping together all this time? Jiang, you scoundrel. So enviable. Soon, An Rou also realized she had misspoken, and her face immediately turned red to her ears. She glared at Jiang. It's all your fault, you guy. Jiang looked innocent. You can blame me for this too? Your mouth is on you. How would I know what you're going to say? I can't just shut your mouth in public, can I? Well, Why don't we sit down and talk? Su Jiang said cautiously. I also have a captive here. With that, he pointed to the unconscious Guan Yin behind him. Only then did everyone realize that Su Jiang hadn't returned alone. Li Kai's mouth twitched. Are you out hunting? And you brought the prey home? 236. Frustrated Guan Yin. Half an hour later. That's how it is. Su Jiang sat on the sofa and said, So, after I found this guy following me, I knocked him out and brought him back. Beside him, Guan Yin had already woken up a few minutes ago, but his hands and feet were cuffed, and his mouth was sealed with tape. He was tied up like a pretzel, wriggling on the ground and making muffled sounds. However, no one cared about him. So, you deliberately exposed your identity as Su Outyin, wanting to trap and kill members of the Black Dragon Society? Exactly. Yang Ming frowned, carefully considering the feasibility of this plan. Hua Qing also looked solemn, as he had discovered a problem. He suddenly looked up at Su Jiang. Young Master Su, what if, at that time, the matter of trapping and killing the Black Dragon Society is exposed? Then, at that time, if others want to retaliate, the first person they'll look for, won't that be me? Hua Qing looked at Su Jiang in shock and said, You're using my identity to do such inhuman things. When the time comes, young Master Su, you can just change back to your original identity. But what about me? Su Jiang was stunned. He really hadn't considered this aspect. But very quickly, he comforted him. It's fine. Huazi, you won't be coming to Yan'an anymore anyway. Can they really chase you all the way to Jiangdu? Besides, if you look at it from another angle, this is also a great opportunity for you to become famous. Hua Qing bit his lip tightly, trying hard not to let tears fall. What kind of fame is this? This is called being a wanted man, for crying out loud. Li Kai and Yang Ming both gently patted Hua Qing's back, comforting him to look on the bright side. Everyone had gone through this. Whoa. Beside them, Guan Yan's eyes widened, wanting to speak. You're discussing such things in front of me. You're not planning to kill me to silence me later, are you? He could surrender. However, no one present paid him any attention. An Rou glanced at Guan Yan, then turned to Wu Qi and said, Sister Wu Qi, have you unlocked his phone? It's unlocked. At the computer desk, Wu Qi typed on the keyboard and said, I looked at his chat history, and based on his past speaking habits, I sent a message to Bai Yu, telling the other party that everything was normal. Woo. When Guan Yin heard that Wu Qi had looked at his chat history, his eyes widened, his face turned red, and he kept wailing. You hooligans! How can you peek at someone else's chat history without the owner's permission? Oh, right. I also cracked the browser's browsing history, Wu Qi said indifferently. As soon as she said this, everyone immediately stood up and gathered around Wu Qi, forming a circle, carefully looking at the computer screen. Woo. Guan Yan's body kept wriggling, trying to attract their attention. Not the browsing history. That one, absolutely not. Don't look. Don't look. I'll confess everything. Just don't look, okay? I beg you, please save me some face. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Guan Yan. They were all engrossed in looking at the computer screen. After watching for a while, An Rou was the first to blush and avert her gaze, not knowing what she had seen. Su Jiang and the others watched with great interest. Guan Yin also gave up struggling. He had completely lost the will to live. Like a salted fish, he lay motionless on the ground, his eyes devoid of light. After a long time, the few of them finally finished reading all the information on Guan Yan's phone. There wasn't much useful information, but Su Jiang at least learned the identity of his captive. Number 37 on the killer ranking, Guan Yan. To be honest, this was probably the weakest person on the list Su Jiang had ever encountered. At the same time, he was probably the most aggrieved. Leave the phone to Sister Wu Qi. If Bai Yu sends any new instructions, notify Su Jiang immediately, and Rou said softly. What if Bai Yu tells Guan Yin to go back? Li Kai asked. That's simple, Yang Ming said with a smile. Since Su Jiang can disguise himself as Hua Qing, he can naturally disguise himself as Guan Yin too. Li Kai nodded in sudden realization, having forgotten about that. Hiss. Looking at it this way, Su Jiang is a bit terrifying. Is your disguise technique really self-taught online? Li Kai asked Su Jiang. He was a little tempted. Of course, Su Jiang said matter-of-factly. Send me the website, I want to learn too. The website has been blocked. Then you teach me. Then you beg me. Li Kai's mouth twitched, feeling an urge to kill Su Jiang. What about this person? Hua Qing pointed at Guan Yin, weakly. As soon as he said this, Guan Yin was moved to tears. You finally noticed me. Let me see if I can get anything useful out of him. Yang Ming walked up to Guan Yin and tore off the tape from his mouth. With his mouth freed, Guan Yin greedily took a few breaths of air, then quickly said, I'll tell you whatever you ask. I'll tell you. As soon as he said this, Yang Ming frowned slightly. Are you sure? Of course. Hey, what are you doing, Wu? The next second, to Guan Yan's shocked gaze, Yang Ming taped his mouth shut again. Seeing how eager he is, it's hard to believe he'll give us true information. Maybe he'll deliberately give us false information. Let's just forget it. As soon as he said this, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, this was someone on the killer ranking. How could he confess so easily? It must be a trap. Woo, you fools. According to you, I'm damned if I confess, and damned if I don't. You just want me to die, don't you? Guan Yin truly gave up struggling this time. Let it be what it may. You don't want free information. You guys, you'll never get to eat 4 dishes in your life. Let's take him to the storage room and lock him up first. An Rou looked at Guan Yin and said fiercely, we won't give him food. When he can't hold on anymore, he should be able to say something useful. You are devils, aren't you? Guan Yin's heart collapsed. Didn't they say they would treat captives well? Captives have human rights too. Why won't you give him food? At this moment, Guan Yin was filled with immense regret. He shouldn't have taken this mission. Guan Yin had already finished work tonight, but Bai Yu, that woman, tempted him with high overtime pay. He was momentarily blinded by greed, thinking it was just tailing someone, not a difficult task, so he accepted it without thinking. Well, now he's tailed someone, and ended up in the Supervisory Bureau's headquarters. Guan Yin truly had unspeakable bitterness. Might as well just die. 237. Thank you, Teacher Su, for your teaching. The next morning, our teacher Su Outyin put on his gold-rimmed glasses, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and happily went to school. Although his identity wasn't that of a student, Su Jiang still liked carrying a backpack, because he could fit a lot of things in it, like explosives. But Su Jiang didn't have explosives this time. He had reformed and was no longer involved in demolitions. He had passed the age of playing with firecrackers. After yesterday's discussion, Su Jiang continued to operate under the identity of Su Outyin. As for Hua Qing's identity, ever since obtaining Guan Yan's phone, there were no more concerns in that regard. All Wu Qi had to do was periodically send messages to Bai Yu, informing her that everything was normal with Hua Qing. Good morning, grade director. Su Jiang arrived at the office and greeted the grade director with a smile. He subtly glanced at the safe. Su Jiang had deliberately made some small adjustments when he left yesterday. It seemed the grade director hadn't touched the safe. His private stash was very safe. Good morning, Teacher Su. The grade director looked at Su Jiang, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. What's wrong, grade director? Is something the matter? Su Jiang asked. Seeing this, the grade director sighed softly and said, Teacher Su, you might be new to Yan'an and don't understand the situation yet. If you trust me, listen to me and go apologize to Sushi today. His brother is with the Tiger Head Gang. It might not be a big deal in school, but if it's outside of school. The grade director's words trailed off, and he looked at Su Jiang with a meaningful gaze. He had laid it all out. Su Jiang should understand, right? Oh, you mean that matter? Su Jiang chuckled softly. It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding. It's all resolved. Resolved. The grade director was stunned, not yet understanding what Su Jiang meant, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Both turned their heads to look, only to see Sushi standing by the door, a sheepish grin on his face. The grade director's pupils constricted slightly, thinking, this is bad. Is he here to cause trouble for Su Jiang first thing in the morning? However, the scene that followed left the grade director dumbfounded. Teacher Su, this is breakfast I specially bought for you. Sushi placed the breakfast on Su Jiang's desk, then stood ramrod straight and bowed 90 degrees deeply to Su Jiang. Thank you, Teacher Su, for your guidance yesterday. Grade director. What is going on? It's nothing. It's what I should do as a teacher. Su Jiang elegantly adjusted his glasses and said indifferently, if there's nothing else, you can go back to your class now. Yes, Teacher Su. Sushi's voice was loud, and then he turned and walked towards the classroom. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even glance at the grade director. His eyes were only on Su Jiang. You see, I told you it was a misunderstanding. Aren't we getting along very well? Su Jiang said to the grade director while eating the steamed bun Sushi had brought. After a long moment, the grade director finally realized what had happened. That Su Shi would actually apologize to a teacher? And even buy Teacher Su breakfast? Teacher Su, did you drug him? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm a proper teacher. Then why is he? Why else? Su Jiang took a sip of soy milk and said matter-of-factly, of course, it's because I enlightened him with knowledge. The grade director's mouth twitched upon hearing this. What kind of knowledge could be so effective so quickly? Suddenly, the grade director's heart stirred. Teacher Su, I have an impolite request. Then don't ask. The grade director was speechless. Who taught him to chat like that? However, he still bit the bullet and said, I hope you can become the homeroom teacher for the art class. Because the original homeroom teacher resigned yesterday, and the other teachers can't control these students. But now, seeing the situation, I believe Teacher Su, you are the most suitable candidate. Please, save these children. The grade director bowed deeply, screaming internally, please take on this mess. Homeroom teacher? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. What's in it for me to be a homeroom teacher? You can get a raise. Deal. Su Jiang said decisively. Although he didn't care for such small money, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Besides, just being a homeroom teacher, isn't it simple to straighten out those little brats? If I sit on the podium, who would dare to say another word? That's truly wonderful. The grade director was ecstatic. Someone had finally taken on this mess. Time's up. I need to go teach my class. Su Jiang looked at the clock on the wall. It was almost time for class. All right, Teacher Su, please go ahead. The grade director had even started using the honorific you when addressing Su Jiang. There was no other way. If Su Jiang also left, he would truly never find another teacher who could manage the art class. Soon, the class bell rang, and Su Jiang entered the classroom on time. Inside the classroom, everyone saw him enter and, without prior arrangement, all lowered their heads, remaining silent. Only Chao Ran, with a cold face, looked at Su Jiang. Su Jiang had just reached the podium when a loud shout suddenly rang out from below. Class, stand up, Sushi suddenly yelled, then abruptly stood up and shouted loudly at Su Jiang. Good morning, Teacher Su. The entire classroom was silent, and the few people around Sushi looked at him with strange expressions. What's going on? Was Sushi drugged? Please sit. Su Jiang stammered, even though only Sushi stood up. Thank you, Teacher Su. Sushi puffed out his chest, and then sat down ramrod straight. Everyone's expressions grew even more peculiar. What was wrong with Sushi today? Yesterday, when he looked at Teacher Su, wasn't he gnashing his teeth in hatred? How did he change his tune today? Su Jiang casually picked up a piece of chalk from the side, then suddenly paused. Darn it. He forgot to make a teaching plan again. Teacher, what are we learning today? Chao Ran's voice, perfectly timed, rang out. Don't tell me it's self-study again. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, turned to look at Chao Ran, who had a provocative expression on her face. Haha. Su Jiang scoffed. Did she really think he was a pushover? Today, I will teach you the most important thing in music. Su Jiang picked up the chalk and wrote 2 large characters on the blackboard in a flowing, powerful script. Emotion. The most important core of music is emotion. A song that breaks the heart. Where can one find a soulmate in the world? Only by pouring emotion into your music can it truly be called music. Su Jiang's face was serious, and his tone was firm and powerful. So, for this next class, you will all search for your own emotions. I will supervise you while you search. With that, Su Jiang sat on the stool, crossed his legs, and pulled out his phone. Time to farm. 2:38. Su Jiang presided over the parent-teacher meeting. Inside the classroom, Chao Ran's face was terrifyingly dark. Another self-study, huh? You say you want us to find our feelings, but the sound of your game isn't quiet at all. Clap, clap, clap. Sushi clapped vigorously, his face full of admiration. Teacher Su spoke so well. A song breaks the heart. Where in the world can one find a soulmate? It truly resonated with Su Shi, as expected of Teacher Su Outyin. As soon as he said this, everyone's faces grew even darker. You've gone far enough. I've never seen anyone grovel like you. If you treated Wang Yingying like this, you might have already won her over. Even Su Jiang felt a bit embarrassed by Su Shi's fawning. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Su Shi in a new light. This guy had some talent when it came to flattery. Chao Ran glared fiercely at Su Jiang. Just you wait, young lady. When my brother comes this afternoon, you're dead. Su Jiang didn't bother with such trivial matters. He was busy playing his game. Lesson plans. Next time for sure. And so, Su Jiang's second class at Yan'an High School once again ended in the form of self-study. After class, when Su Jiang returned to the office, he found that the grade director was gone again. Not only that, but he also had a little tail following him. Wang Yingying, why are you following me? Su Jiang sat in his office chair, asking somewhat helplessly. Thud. Wang Yingying placed her school bag in front of Su Jiang, unzipped it, and began to pull something out. Soon, Wang Yingying, under Su Jiang's puzzled gaze, pulled out a wad of cash. There were banknotes of all denominations, wrapped in a black plastic bag. This is all my money, a total of 5,374 yuan. Wang Yingying handed the money to Su Jiang, stating seriously, teach me how to kill. Su Jiang looked at the cash in front of him, his mouth twitching. Did you perhaps misunderstand something? If you think it's too little, I'll think of another way. That's not the point, okay? Su Jiang said helplessly. What kind of deep hatred is this, that you must kill someone? Wang Yingying nodded. Seeing this, Su Jiang sighed deeply and asked, who do you want to kill? Meng Jiangnan. Why does that name sound familiar? Su Jiang blinked, instantly realizing. He remembered Yang Ming mentioning this Meng Jiangnan. Wasn't he the head of the Meng family? You want to kill the head of his family? Su Jiang couldn't help but ask. Yes. Wang Yingying nodded calmly. Are you crazy? I am very rational. Then am I crazy? Wang Yingying remained silent, looking at Su Jiang with eyes that said, you're right. Su Jiang scratched his head in frustration. He knew that anyone who could trigger a quest wouldn't be simple. What kind of melodramatic revenge story was this time? What grudge do you have with Meng Jiangnan? He killed my parents. Su Jiang nodded. Classic, absolutely classic. Why not just give the system to Wang Yingying? This is the kind of encounter a protagonist should have. Su Jiang looked at Wang Yingying for a while, then finally sighed. He reached into the wad of cash in front of him and pulled out a 20 yuan bill. He held the 20 yuan bill in front of Wang Yingying, shaking it slightly. This 20 yuan, consider it your treat for me to have grilled cold noodles. If there's a chance, I'll take care of that Meng Jiangnan for you. If not, we'll see. Don't spend all day thinking about murder and revenge. At your age, you should be dating and breaking up and such. Su Jiang stood up and stuffed the remaining money back into Wang Yingying's school bag. Keep this money for your tuition, eat more meat. Look how skinny you are, yet you're still thinking about killing people. Su Jiang reached out and gently tapped Wang Yingying's head, saying, now, go back to class. Oh. Wang Yingying hugged her school bag and silently walked out. When she reached the door, she couldn't help but look back. Teacher Su, what is it? There's no grilled cold noodles sold here in Yan'an. Wang Yingying quietly looked at Su Jiang and said, so, since you're not teaching me how to kill, can you give me back that 20 yuan too? As soon as she said this, Su Jiang's face darkened. Get out of here. Su Jiang roared, and Wang Yingying scurried away with her school bag. Such an impolite brat. How can you have the nerve to ask for money back after it's been given? Su Jiang grumbled, then strode over to the safe and opened it. He pulled Wang Yingying's 20 yuan from his pocket and tucked it into the bag with the 3 million yuan. When I deal with Meng Jiangnan, I'll spend this 20 yuan. There's no grilled cold noodles in Yan'an, but I can save it to buy some when I go back to Jiangdu. Su Jiang murmured. If I don't deal with him, I'll give this 20 yuan back to that little girl. After doing all this, Su Jiang reached out and closed the safe. He turned around and had just sat down when the grade director walked in. Teacher Su, class is over? The grade director said with a chuckle. You left in a hurry just now. I forgot to tell you something. This afternoon, there's a parent-teacher conference for the art class. Originally, the previous homeroom teacher handled this, but now that you've taken over this position, so? Parent-teacher conference? Su Jiang frowned slightly and said, can it be cancelled? What are you saying? So many parents have already taken time off. If you cancel it, wouldn't that trouble them? That's true. Su Jiang's face was bitter. He was mainly afraid of the Chow family coming. If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but if Chow he came, wouldn't he be recognized? How about you, director, help preside over this parent-teacher conference? Su Jiang said humbly. I just arrived not long ago, and my qualifications are still shallow, so I'm afraid I won't be able to handle those parents. No, Teacher Su, you are too modest. You can even keep those students in line. I believe their parents won't be a problem for you either. The grade director was sweating. Have him preside over the parent-teacher conference? Are you kidding me? There are people from the Chow family and the Tiger Head gang in there, and the other families also have some background, more or less. Having him preside would be jumping into a fire pit. Well, Teacher Su, I suddenly remembered I have something else to do. I'll leave the parent-teacher conference to you. After saying this, the grade director fled without hesitation, leaving Su Jiang alone in the office. Hey you. Su Jiang reached out, wanting to keep the grade director from leaving. Unfortunately, the grade director didn't even look back at him. Like a scumbag, rushing away after the deed was done. What a mess. Su Jiang was a bit depressed. He originally had no classes this afternoon and had planned to rest. Though there wasn't much difference between his classes and rest anyway. Forget it. If that Chow he really comes, I'll just knock him out and take him away. Su Jiang said decisively. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who causes the problem. 239. Wang Yingying's parents. Soon, it was afternoon. During this time, Su Jiang had been sitting in his office playing a game. He had originally planned to write lesson plans after one round. But, next time for sure. Transform. Su Jiang stared intently at his phone screen, muttering softly. However, when that golden light appeared, Su Jiang knew this round was also lost. Sure enough, the fate of a gambler was to be eliminated. Trash game, even dogs wouldn't play it. Su Jiang angrily exited the game, somewhat nostalgic for the days when Wang Xiang would help him score points. Speaking of which, didn't I come to Yan'an to find Wang Xiang? Su Jiang blinked. Too busy playing, too busy executing his mission. He had completely forgotten about Wang Xiang. He'd ask An Rou to keep an eye out later to see if she could find any news about that guy. Su Jiang stood up and stretched. Just then, voices suddenly came from outside the office door. Although the distance wasn't close, Su Jiang's excellent hearing allowed him to hear the conversation clearly. Wang Yingying, I was wondering what happened to my 5,000 plus yuan, so you stole it. I didn't steal it. You're still arguing? I took it openly. Do you have some misunderstanding about openly? You're so annoying. You're not even my real brother. Inside the office, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow upon hearing the contents of their conversation. Wang Yingying's parents were here? He checked the time and confirmed that it was almost time for the afternoon parent-teacher meeting. But the problem was, why does that voice sound so familiar? Su Jiang stepped out of the office and, turning his head, saw the two people in the hallway. One of them was Wang Yingying. The little girl looked disdainful, her hands in her pockets, her head slightly turned to the side, clearly a bit impatient. And the person standing in front of her was none other than Wang Xiang. Su Jiang's eyes held a hint of astonishment. Why the hell are you here? Wang Xiang heard someone call his name, turned his head, and saw Su Jiang's face. After a few seconds off-stunned, Wang Xiang's expression was clearly even more shocked than Su Jiang's, his eyes wide. He pointed at Su Jiang and spoke in disbelief. Su muffled. Before he could finish the word Jiang, Su Jiang instantly appeared and covered Wang Xiang's mouth. Su Jiang firmly covered Wang Xiang's mouth and whispered in his ear, Don't you dare call me by my real name. My name is Su Outyan now. Call me by my alias outside, understand? Wang Xiang was confused. Not if you understand, Su Jiang said. Wang Xiang blinked and nodded slightly, and only then did Su Jiang release his hand. Beside them, Wang Yingying silently watched the scene, scrutinizing the two with strange eyes. Her face held a hint of disdain and disgust, and she even took a few steps back, increasing the distance between herself and the two. Old Su, why are you here? Wang Xiang asked immediately. You have the nerve to ask? How many calls did I make to you? You didn't even come for the final exam. Lao Zhang said you applied for a deferred exam, and then you just disappeared without a trace. Calls. I came in a hurry and left my phone at home. I only bought a new one after arriving in Yan'an. After speaking, Wang Xiang frowned and carefully examined Su Jiang's current appearance from head to toe. How did you become so presentable after only half a month apart? What do you know? I'm a noble people's teacher now. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Wang Xiang scoffed. With you, besides letting students self-study, what else can you teach? Don't tell me you're secretly playing games during class. Nonsense. Su Jiang couldn't stand it anymore and directly said, I play openly. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang's mouth twitched. Hadn't he just heard that exact phrase? Looking at Wang Yingying beside him, and then at Su Jiang, Wang Xiang suddenly understood. He seemed to know what Su Jiang was teaching in class. At this moment, Su Jiang also turned his gaze to Wang Yingying beside them and asked, Is this your sister? Not biological. Wang Yingying spoke first. Wang Xiang glared at her, then said somewhat helplessly, She was adopted by my parents. After my parents passed away, she lived with my maternal uncle here in Yan'an. Not long ago, my maternal uncle and I were preparing to handle her transfer procedures to let her transfer to Jiang. But then, this girl suddenly became unreachable, and the school also said she hadn't been to school for several days. My maternal uncle and I got anxious and rushed here to Yan'an. At this point, Su Jiang nodded in sudden understanding, then glanced at Wang Yingying. Rebellious phase, understandable. However, didn't this little girl just say that Meng Jiangnan killed her parents? It's you, old Su. It's you, old Su. Wang Xiang pointed at Su Jiang and said, You need to explain to me properly why you came here and even became my sister's teacher. Not biological sister. Wang Yingying emphasized again. Oh well. Su Jiang tried to organize his words. However, he didn't quite know what to say, as it was a bit complicated. So, Su Jiang pondered for a moment and said succinctly, I brought people to Yan'an to stir things up. Got it. Wang Xiang nodded in agreement. With An Rou and that, what's it called? Supervisory Bureau, right? What? You know, Su Jiang was startled. He remembered that Wang Shuilin didn't want Wang Xiang to know about family forces and such things, right? How did he even know about the existence of the Supervisory Bureau now? Of course, Wang Xiang said irritably. As soon as you went to West Continent, such a huge incident happened there. I was afraid you'd die there and wanted to go to West Continent to find you, but my maternal uncle stopped me. As a result, after I repeatedly pressed him, he told me all those things. After speaking, Wang Xiang even glared at Su Jiang and said, You little brat, you hide things pretty well, huh? Not bad. Su Jiang mumbled. But since Wang Xiang knew these things, it would be much easier to explain. However, just then, voices came from the hallway not far away again. Brother, you must teach that teacher Su a lesson today. Oh, I know, you've been talking about this the whole way. Isn't your mouth dry? I don't care. Anyway, you have to help me get back at him. Didn't our dad already tell you? We need to have a bigger perspective. I don't. The voices grew clearer, and hearing another familiar voice, Su Jiang's mouth twitched repeatedly. No, Brother Chowhe, you actually came? 240. A quick version of the parents' meeting? What's wrong, old Su? Why do you look like you just ate a pile of crap? Wang Xiang asked, confused. Just as Su Jiang was about to speak, Chao Ran and Chowhe appeared around the corner of the corridor. The moment Chao Ran saw Su Jiang, her face immediately lit up with excitement. Bro, it's him. He's that white-faced teacher who humiliated me in public. Chao Ran said, pointing at Su Jiang. Chowhe heard her and looked in the direction she was pointing. Just then, his eyes met Su Jiang's bewildered ones. Chowhe felt the face of the person in front of him was somewhat familiar and couldn't help but frown. After a long pause, he pointed at Su Jiang with a surprised expression and said, Su, ooh. Su Jiang instantly appeared in front of Chowhe again, reaching out to cover his mouth. Brother Chao, I'm sorry. He whispered, then casually pulled a short stick from his waist. Before Chowhe could react, Su Jiang slammed the stick hard onto the back of Chowhe's neck. Chowhe's eyes rolled back, and he immediately fainted. Chao Ran was stunned by the sight. This white face actually hit my brother? Before Chao Ran could react, Su Jiang struck again with the stick. Chao Ran's eyes rolled back, and she also fainted. Not far away, Wang Xiang and Wang Yingying who had witnessed the entire incident, stood dumbfounded. These two witnesses also didn't understand what had happened. "What are you standing there for? Come help," Jiang said, hoisting Chao He up, and then nodded his head towards the unconscious Chao Ran beside him, gesturing to Wang Jiang. "While no one's around, quickly drag these two to my office. Don't let anyone find them." With that, Jiang dragged Chao He and walked towards his office. However, Wang Jiang and Wang Yingying still didn't move. "Why are you two still standing there?" Jiang couldn't help but say. Wang Jiang was silent for a moment, then said, "Old Su, listen to my advice, stop now." "Are you talking such nonsense to me now?" Jiang cursed angrily. "They're already unconscious like this. How can I stop?" "Well, I didn't knock him out. So if I help you, won't I become an accomplice? If you don't help, I'll frame you, and you'll be the main culprit." "You motherfucker." Wang Jiang cursed and rolled up his sleeves, helping Jiang drag the Chao siblings into the office. During this time, Wang Yingying also took the opportunity to kick Chao Ran a couple of times. These two girls had always been at odds, and Wang Yingying wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. "See that safe? Put them in there first," Jiang said in the office, opening the safe. "After I finish the parent-teacher meeting, I'll find 2 urea sacks, take them back to An Rou's place, and ask them if they have any good ideas." Wang Jiang's movements froze upon hearing this. "Old Su, do you know who they are?" Wang Jiang couldn't help but say, "They are from the Chao family. If you do this, won't the Chao family launch a citywide manhunt for you?" "Nonsense. It's precisely because they are from the Chao family that I can't reveal my identity." Jiang's hands didn't stop, stuffing both Chao He and Chao Ran into the safe. Fortunately, the safe was large enough. Otherwise, these two wouldn't have fit. Now they fit perfectly, and Jiang had hit them quite hard, so they would probably sleep for a while. Wang Jiang's mouth twitched. "I feel like it would be better for you to just reveal your identity." The disappearance of Chao Ran and Chao He would surely enrage the Chao family. Then, with just a little investigation, they would trace it back to Jiang. "It's fine. They won't find me," Jiang said with a confident smile. At worst, he would leave Yan in high school and stop being a teacher. His purpose in coming here to be a teacher was to get close to Chao Ran. But where else could he get close to her? Getting close to her back at An Rou's place would be the same. After shedding Su Outyan's persona, Jiang could just put on another persona, couldn't he? Anyway, he had super face changing. He didn't believe the Chao family was so powerful that they could find him even after he changed his face. After doing all this, Jiang clapped his hands in satisfaction. "All right, Lao Wang, you stand guard here for me and don't let anyone get near this safe." "What if they wake up?" "They won't wake up. They'll sleep for at least a few hours. I know how hard I hit them." Jiang paused, then added, "After I've handled the parent-teacher meeting, I'll take you guys to our base camp." Wang Jiang nodded lightly upon hearing this. "Okay, it just so happens I also need your help." He and Jiang never stood on ceremony about such things. "I'll go to the classroom first. Just wait for me for a few minutes." After Jiang finished speaking, he directly strode towards the classroom. Wang Jiang nodded, then suddenly froze. What did he mean? Just wait for a few minutes? Didn't he say there was a parent-teacher meeting? When Jiang arrived at the classroom, 15 of the 17 parents in the entire class had arrived. Excluding Wang Jiang and Chao He, everyone else was present. "Good afternoon, parents." Jiang scanned the room and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Su Outyan, and I am currently the homeroom teacher of the art class." "Teacher Su, you've worked hard." A sudden loud shout startled everyone. Jiang looked in the direction of the voice and saw a person standing ramrod straight, looking at Jiang with gratitude. It was Shi's older brother, Xiong. Cough, cough. "It's no hardship at all. This is what I should do." Jiang smiled, secretly lamenting that these two truly were brothers. "Parents, then our parent-teacher meeting will officially begin now." Jiang adjusted his glasses and said with a smile, "Below, I will briefly say a few words. Since coming to the art class, I have found that our art class students perform exceptionally well. They are lively and adorable, proactive, and have extremely strong practical skills. As the homeroom teacher of the art class, I feel extremely gratified. Su Jiang finished speaking with an impassioned tone and led the applause. Clap, clap, clap. Below, the parents also followed suit, applauding. The 15 students of the art class all stood silently beside their parents, their faces full of black lines. What the hell did he mean? Extremely strong practical skills. Did smashing people with stools count as practical skills? After the applause stopped, Su Jiang continued. And most importantly, our art class students' thirst for knowledge exceeds my imagination. Almost every minute, every second, they are studying, which leaves me awestruck. So, parents, actually, I don't have much to say at today's meeting. I believe that letting parents understand that their children are studying hard and are excellent, that's enough. Bang! Su Jiang slapped the table hard and said, therefore, I propose that today's parent-teacher meeting concludes here. For the remaining time, I hope parents can take their children home to relax and have fun for a day. That's it, meeting adjourned. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience below was bewildered. This was the end? Parent-teacher meeting express version? 241. You don't have a driver's license? Parents, please take your time leaving. Su Jiang smiled, watching the parents leave the classroom. The parents were bewildered. The students were happy. After all, a sudden holiday like this was like going to a certain fast food restaurant to eat your favorite burger, only to find a free coupon at the end. And they even gave you an extra Coke. That was probably the feeling. Phew, what a refreshing parent-teacher conference. Su Jiang reached out, wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead, and sighed. Then, Su Jiang casually closed the classroom door and jogged back to his office. At this moment, Wang Xiang was still sternly criticizing Wang Yingying because she had stolen 5,000 yuan from him. Seeing Su Jiang return, Wang Xiang asked, "Why are you back so soon? Did you forget something?" "No, the parent-teacher conference is over," Su Jiang said. Wang Xiang. Wang Yingying. "Are you sure you were holding a parent-teacher conference?" Wang Xiang couldn't help but ask. "Nonsense, otherwise, was I holding a nightclub?" Su Jiang retorted. Too lazy to bother with Wang Xiang, Su Jiang stepped forward and opened the safe. Fortunately, he was fast enough. Otherwise, the Chow family siblings would have suffocated inside. "Lao Wang, get 2 urea bags over here," Su Jiang said without turning his head. "Where the hell am I going to get you urea bags?" Wang Xiang cursed. "Then what should we do?" Su Jiang stood up, his face conflicted. "We can't just openly carry these 2 siblings back, can we?" Seeing this, Wang Xiang sighed deeply. He knew Su Jiang was unreliable. "You and my sister wait here. I'll go get the car," Wang Xiang said. As soon as he said this, a certain nerve deep inside Su Jiang was touched. "You have a car? My great-uncles." "No, what I mean is, you can drive." "Nonsense, are there still college students who can't drive these days?" Wang Xiang seemed to realize something. He slightly raised an eyebrow, curled his lips, and asked, "Old Su, you don't have a driver's license, do you?" "I do. Let me see it. I forgot to bring it." "There's an electronic one on your phone." "I forgot my phone too." "If you don't have one, you don't have one. Don't be embarrassed. We're buddies. We won't laugh at you." Su Jiang fell silent. Wang Xiang smiled even more happily. It was rare to see Su Jiang in such a pickle. Wang Yingying stood aside, silently watching these 2 guys. So childish. She thought to herself, "All right, I'll go get the car first. You 2, when no one's around, move them down." Wang Xiang pulled out his car keys from his pocket and triumphantly dangled them in front of Su Jiang. Then he walked away coolly. Su Jiang took a deep breath and gave Wang Xiang's retreating back a firm middle finger. "What are you so proud of? You just have a driver's license?" "Although I don't have a driver's license, I have money to buy a car. I can take my time getting a driver's license. But can you take your time buying a car?" Thinking of this, Su Jiang exhaled softly, feeling much more balanced inside. Seeing Su Jiang's actions, Wang Yingying once again muttered, "Childish." Soon, Wang Xiang drove the car downstairs. Su Jiang and Wang Yingying worked together, and when no one was around, they dragged the Chow family siblings into the car. From a distance, Wang Xiang watched Su Jiang and Wang Yingying's actions and suddenly felt a moment of trance. The way those 2 did bad things, it was so similar. It was as if they were the siblings. "No, I need to keep Su Jiang away from my sister from now on. She can't be led astray," Wang Xiang thought to himself. Bang! Closing the trunk door with force, Jiang clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, "This is fine. We can set off." After speaking, he naturally sat in the back seat. Wang Xiang sat in the driver's seat, quietly watching him. "Why are you looking at me?" "Drive," Jiang said. "No, I'll drive only if you sit in the front," Wang Xiang said indifferently. "Are you really treating me like your driver?" Jiang's mouth twitched. He gave Wang Xiang the middle finger, then got out of the car and sat in the passenger seat. Wang Yingying, on the other hand, sat steadily in the back seat, hands in her pockets, silently watching the scene. "Really so childish," she complained again. Jiang opened his phone navigation. Wang Xiang stepped on the gas and headed towards the Supervisory Bureau's headquarters. "By the way, where's Jimeng?" Jiang suddenly asked. Hearing this, Wang Xiang said while driving, "She's in her hometown, Jiangdu. I told her when I came, and I'll go back to see her during the new year." "Tisk, you're going to her house for New Year's?" Jiang asked curiously. "What can I?" Wang Xiang glared at him. "My whole family is just my great-uncle and my sister. Anyway, there are only 3 of us, so it's just right to go to Jimeng's house and meet both sets of parents." Jiang nodded slightly upon hearing this, thinking his own situation was quite similar. The difference was that Wang Xiang still had a great-uncle and a sister. Jiang would be alone for the new year. He didn't even know where his parents were gallivanting. "Oh, you have to help me with something," Wang Xiang suddenly said. "Beg me," Jiang said proudly. "I'll call the Chow family right now. Do you believe we'll all die together?" "Tisk, just kidding. Why are you so anxious?" Jiang quickly pacified Wang Xiang, saying, "Help with what?" Wang Xiang glared at him irritably, then said, "My great-uncle was put in the police station by the Meng family. Help me get him out." "Huh?" Jiang frowned slightly. "The Meng family? Why would they put your great-uncle in the police station?" "To humiliate us." In the back seat, Wang Yingying spoke faintly. "To tell us that in their eyes, we are just ants, and they can trample on us as they please." As soon as she said this, Wang Xiang, who was driving, sighed. "That's true. A long time ago, when the Wang family was still in Yan'an, my parents had a feud with Meng Jiangnan. Later, in an accident, Meng Jiangnan killed my parents. And after the Meng family learned that we had come to Yan'an, Meng Jiangnan didn't react, because in his eyes, we couldn't stir up any trouble. But his adopted son, Dream Qingzhe, was unwilling to let us go." At the mention of Dream Qingzhe, Wang Xiang's face immediately darkened a few shades. "Dream Qingzhe found us and said some unpleasant things. After my sister cursed at him a couple of times, he took my great-uncle away." As he spoke of this, Wang Xiang's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. "He didn't lay a hand on my great-uncle, but instead had the police station hold him, saying that he would release my great-uncle when my sister and I knelt and apologized to him." Behind, Wang Yingying lowered her head, her entire face covered by shadow beneath her baseball cap. Jiang glanced at Wang Yingying through the rearview mirror. He probably understood now why this little girl wanted to kill someone. Because he, too, now felt a bit like killing someone. 242. Rou, I'm back. Wang Xuelin was taken away, nothing was done. He was simply locked up in the police station. That Dream Qingzhe was undoubtedly humiliating Wang Xiang and Wang Yingying. "I won't do anything. Your maternal uncle is in the police station. If you have the ability, go rescue him. You have no power, no background. How can you rescue him? If you can't rescue him, you can only come beg me." Dream Qingzhe's actions were as if he was toying with a few small ants, just looking for some fun in his life. The Meng family is so powerful, they can even control the police station? Jiang couldn't help but ask. "Old Su, this is Yan'an, not Jiangdu," Wang Xiang said softly. "If I had to describe it, this place right now is a lawless land. Here, you won't see any justice or fairness." Jiang frowned tightly upon hearing this. A lawless land? The situation in Yan'an was even worse than he had imagined. "I understand. We'll go rescue your maternal uncle tonight," Jiang said. "After all, staying in there all the time isn't easy." "Tisk, listening to you, have you been in there?" "I went in and saw it once in high school." At these words, Wang Yingying couldn't help but look up at Jiang. Jiang wore a look of "past events are unbearable to recall" and said indifferently, "Back then, I was young and reckless and didn't know any better. Someone didn't like me and challenged me to a fight. And then I accepted his challenge. But I set the fight location at the plaza in front of the government building. Jiang looked depressed whenever he thought of this matter. I didn't expect those idiots to actually bring people. When the people around saw it, they immediately called the police. Then I went in and wrote many words of self-criticism. TSK, don't even mention it. The most panicked person in that incident was actually our principal. Jiang suddenly smiled and said, I heard he was later interviewed by a big leader, and he probably had to write a self-criticism too. Wang Xiang's mouth twitched continuously upon hearing this. It was truly his high school principal's good fortune to meet him. A short while later, the three arrived at the Supervisory Bureau's headquarters. Your headquarters, it's quite big. Wang Xiang got out of the car and complained, looking at the slightly dilapidated building in front of him. What are you talking about? Jiang was displeased. Even a sparrow, though small, has all its internal organs. With that, he opened the trunk and dragged out both Chao He and Chao Ran. He took out the key and opened the door. An Rou, I'm home, Jiang shouted. Inside the house, An Rou and the others were startled. It wasn't even time for school to end, so why were they back? Soon, their expressions stiffened, because they saw that Jiang wasn't the only one who had returned. Hi. Wang Xiang greeted An Rou with a chuckle. Long time no see. An Rou was stunned, her mind a bit muddled. Why was Wang Xiang here? However, that wasn't the main point, because something even more headache-inducing happened. Jiang slowly dragged two people in, saying, My identity was almost exposed today. Luckily, I had a flash of inspiration and knocked them out. An Rou and the others immediately had an ominous premonition and quickly walked forward. Li Kai and Yang Ming looked at the unconscious Chao family siblings, their mouths twitching continuously. Jiang, don't tell me these two are from the Chao family, Yang Ming said with a trembling voice. Nonsense, these are the Chao family siblings, Jiang said with some displeasure. Didn't you investigate them? How can you not recognize them? I damn well don't dare to recognize them. Why are you kidnapping people and bringing them back again? My head feels a bit dizzy. I need to recover. Yang Ming covered his head and turned to walk towards the sofa. He didn't care anymore. Let it be whatever it would be. Letting Jiang out brought back a small surprise every day. If this continued, in a few more days, wouldn't Jiang kidnap a ghost and bring it back? An Rou clutched her head in distress and squatted on the ground. She wanted to go back to Jiangdu. She shouldn't have come to be this broken commander. Since things have come to this, let's take them in first. Li Kai sighed and stepped forward to help Jiang carry the two inside. Only he, at this moment, could somewhat recover his composure. Wang Yingying stood at the very back, her gaze filled with curiosity as she surveyed the few people inside the house. Half an hour later, Jiang recounted everything that had happened at school today. After he finished, everyone's expressions, including An Rou's, were numb. After all, they had already experienced it once yesterday. For a moment, everyone was silent. So, how do we handle these two? Hua Qing pointed at the Chao family siblings and asked weakly, Should we put them with that stalker man? The stalker man he referred to was Guan Yin. An Rou gently pinched her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Just lock them up together for now. Given the current situation, we can't possibly let them go. Li Kai nodded upon hearing this, got up, and found several ropes, tying Chao Ran and Chao He securely. He opened the storage room door, and Guan Yin was lying quietly inside, as if dead, without any struggle. He truly hadn't eaten anything all day, not even a sip of water. The key was, he wanted to go to the bathroom. At this moment, Guan Yin heard the movement, slowly opened his eyes, and saw the door open, a dazzling ray of light shining in. Woo, I need to go to the bathroom. Guan Yin whimpered weakly. Li Kai and Yang Ming dragged the Chao family siblings in, but Guan Yin only glanced at them before looking away. There was no need to be surprised. Wasn't it normal for these hooligans to kidnap people every now and then? All he wanted right now was to go to the bathroom. Yang Ming looked at Guan Yin, decided it was probably enough, and stepped forward to tear off the tape over his mouth. I need to go to the bathroom, Guan Yin said extremely weakly. Let me go to the bathroom, and I'll tell you everything. Outside the door, Wang Xiang's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. Is your supervisory bureau a legitimate organization? Of course, there's nothing more legitimate than us. Su Jiang answered frankly. Afterward, Guan Yin was taken to the bathroom by Li Kai. A short while later, he walked out looking refreshed. Who? Guan Yin let out a long sigh of contentment, feeling alive again. All right, now tell us, what do you know? Yang Ming sat on the sofa and asked softly. Guan Yin looked at him and said indifferently, I want to eat. Yang Ming frowned and reached for the tape beside him. Wait. Seeing this, Guan Yin quickly said, I heard you guys say last night that you're looking for the ghost, right? I have information about the ghost. At these words, everyone was stunned. 243. Close the door and release Su Jiang. You said you have news about ghost? An Rou immediately stepped forward, a hint of doubt on her face. No one has ever seen ghost, so how do you know? Hee. You seem to have misunderstood something. Guan Yin chuckled disdainfully and said, It's not that no one has seen ghost. It's that the people who have seen ghost didn't know she was ghost. At these words, everyone frowned, and Yang Ming stared intently at Guan Yin. Keep talking. I want to eat. Guan Yin didn't continue talking about ghost, but said proudly, and I want to drink water. Wang Xiang's mouth twitched. Is that all you want? Even if he didn't know what ghost was, he could tell that Guan Yin should possess extremely important information. And holding such crucial information, Guan Yin's demands were just food and water? Couldn't he think a little more long-term? What have you, Supervisory Bureau, driven him to? Yang Ming pondered for a moment, then calmly said to Hua Qing, Bring me the bento, I just finished eating. Are you devils? Guan Yin couldn't hold back when he heard this. I'm not eating leftovers. Are you taking advantage of us? Li Kai immediately rolled up his sleeves and said fiercely, Do you even understand your status as a captive? Don't captives have human rights? Guan Yin shouted in despair. No. Everyone replied in unison. Wang Xiang rubbed his forehead. Is this really the Supervisory Bureau? He remembered that in Wang Xuelin's words, the Supervisory Bureau's image was quite righteous. But looking at it now, what about this is righteous? This is clearly a proper triad organization, isn't it? Li Kai looked at Guan Yin with an unfriendly expression, then turned and shouted, Huazi, close the door and release Su Jiang. Su Jiang. Oldly, are you floating? Or can I, Su Jiang, no longer carry a satchel of explosives? You dare to say such things to my face, huh? All right, everyone, stop messing around. At the critical moment, An Rou stepped forward, feeling a headache. None of these people were normal. You speak first. After you're done, we'll give you food, she said to Guan Yin. It's not leftovers, right? Guan Yin asked cautiously. No. An Rou was a little helpless. You swear. Guan Yin was still suspicious. Hey, I'm really giving you too much face. Li Kai couldn't hold back, rolled up his sleeves, and was ready to act. Fortunately, Hua Qing held him back. Seeing the situation, Guan Yin could only say sullenly, All right then, after I'm done speaking, you can't abuse me anymore. At least give me food. Okay, no problem, An Rou assured him. After receiving this assurance, Guan Yin sat on the sofa, took a deep breath, a hint of recollection on his face. Ever since I got into this line of work, I've been doing tailing, tracking jobs. Guan Yin began to recall the experience of that day, his face full of emotion. It was a night a year ago. I received a mission to track an important figure from the Chow family. Although this mission was extremely dangerous, my daughter was seriously ill at the time and I desperately needed money. So I took on the mission. But after I got the exact mission details, I realized that the person they wanted me to track was none other than the Chow family's patriarch, Chow Heron. Upon hearing this, everyone showed a hint of surprise. This guy, tracking the Chow family patriarch, and still alive to this day. It seems he has some skill. Too bad he met Su Jiang, this cheat. What about your daughter? Wang Xiang asked. Guan Yin heard this, shook his head silently, and gave a bitter smile. It was an incurable disease to begin with. No matter how much money I earned, it would only prolong her suffering for a little longer. After that mission, my daughter left this world. At these words, everyone present fell silent. Guan Yin glanced around, chuckled softly, and asked, Got a cigarette? Give me one. Li Kai took a cigarette from his pack, handed it to Guan Yin, and lit it for him. Thank you. Guan Yin thanked him and took a leisurely puff. Let's get back to Ghost. That night, Chow Heron suddenly walked out of the Chow family alone, carrying a birdcage. I thought this was my chance, so I followed him all the way. I followed him to a small park near the Chow family and watched him walk in. I originally wanted to follow him into the park, but what? An Rou quickly pressed. Guan Yan's eyes suddenly became a little more serious. Frowning, he said, I remember very clearly, just as I was about to step forward to follow Chow Heron, I suddenly felt a sense of trepidation in my heart. Those of us in this line of work are naturally much more sensitive, so at that time, I chose not to continue stepping forward. Instead, I pulled my foot back and quietly waited for Chow Heron to come out. Strangely, that Chow Heron stayed in the park for more than 2 hours. Even stranger, during those 2+ hours, no one else entered or exited that park besides Chow Heron. Guan Yin flicked the ash from his cigarette and said in a low voice, when Chow Heron came out, I saw a woman standing beside him. And behind that woman, without exception, were all Dark Hall members. They all obeyed that woman's commands. So I'm certain that woman is Ghost. At these words, everyone in the room was stunned. Ghost was actually a woman? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Yang Ming couldn't help but say, that's Ghost, the #1 on the assassin list. How could she be a woman? Absolutely no mistake. Guan Yin said decisively. Dark Hall members only obey Ghost's commands. No one can command that group of people except Ghost. When I realized this, I knew that what I saw and heard that night, I couldn't tell anyone, even if it meant death. But aren't you telling us now? Wang Jiang retorted. Wasn't I forced by you guys? Guan Yin roared. Didn't you say you wouldn't tell even if you died? Well, I'm not dead, am I? Wang Jiang was speechless, unable to refute. Damn, that makes so much sense. Guan Yin took a deep breath, staring intently at An Rou, and said, so, I need you to protect me. That night, Ghost and Chow Heron must have discussed something very important. If they knew I was there that night, I would definitely be hunted down by Dark Hall, and if you knew about this, you would also be silenced. Therefore, we are now all in the same boat. At these words, An Rou and the others hadn't even spoken yet. Wang Jiang, who was beside them, blinked, then suddenly stood up abruptly. 244. Hello, I want to report a case. You motherfucker. Wang Jiang couldn't hold back anymore. He pointed at Guan Yin and said, if it's something that gets you killed for hearing it, then why the hell didn't you let us leave first? Who the hell wants to hear this crap you're saying? My sister is still here too. He really wanted to kill Guan Yin right now. What's the difference between your behavior and a bandit's? Wang Jiang was truly exasperated. He just wanted to bring his sister here to look around and ask Su Jiang to help save Wang Xueling. Why the hell was he going to be silenced? What did this have to do with him? He didn't even know what the ghost was. Guan Yin was stunned by Wang Jiang's scolding and pointed at Wang Jiang. He's not with you guys? I'm with your grandpa, you motherfucker. Wang Jiang cursed loudly. His manners, whatever they were, had long been thrown aside. He was a bit exasperated. In contrast, Wang Yingying was much calmer beside him. Brother Wang, don't be angry. It's not a big deal. It's just 2 more grasshoppers on the rope, isn't it? Hua Qing quickly stepped forward to comfort him, saying, it's fine. Even if Dark Hall comes after us, we still have young Master Su to back us up. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Was that the point? The point was, he was innocent. He just wanted to save his uncle, and now not only was Wang Xueling not saved, but he was also in danger of being hunted by Dark Hall. Who could tolerate that? If he had known this would happen, then Wang Xueling wouldn't have been absolutely necessary to save. Anyway, he wouldn't die for a while. All right, anyway, I've said what I needed to say. Guan Yin thumped the table and shouted, I want to eat. Give me food. Yang Ming got up, took a new bento box, and handed it to Guan Yin. Guan Yin took the bento box and immediately started eating without a word. Do you still remember what that woman looked like? Yang Ming asked. Guan Yin swallowed a mouthful of rice and nodded. Although it's a bit blurry, as long as she stands in front of me, I will definitely be able to recognize her. Her appearance might change, but the aura about her will definitely not. I'd recognize her even if she turned to ashes. An Rou heard this and shouted towards the computer desk not far away. Sister Wu Qi, can you find all the photos of women in Yan'an these past few days? Can you do it? After a moment of thought, Wu Qi nodded. Yes, I just need to hack into Yinnan's local archive system. Is it difficult? How long will it take? An Rou asked. Wu Qi didn't answer, but her hands flew across the keyboard. After more than 10 seconds, Wu Qi's index finger pressed the last key, then she chuckled softly. Done. At this moment, countless women's photos were displayed on her computer screen. As long as they're officially recorded in Yinnan, they're all here, Wu Qi said calmly. Everyone instantly gathered around, looking at the densely packed photos on the screen, with only 2 words in their minds. Awesome. Is this the strength of the Jiangdu Supervisory Bureau's top hacker? He's terrifyingly strong. Yang Ming looked at the photos on the computer screen, nodded slightly, then said to Guan Yin, You'll spend these next few days looking at photos here. Find everyone you think looks like the ghost. The scope can also be narrowed down further based on age and other characteristics. Okay. Guan Yin agreed without hesitation. After all, he was now bound to this group of people. He needed these people to protect him, so he was extremely cooperative. So, shall we rest now? Su Jiang suggested. Rest your grandpa. Wang Xiang angrily rebuked. Didn't we agree to save my uncle tonight? Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. Su Jiang slapped his forehead and said, Then tell me where your uncle is being held, and I'll go now. After Wang Xiang told Su Jiang the address, he asked, Are you going alone? I'll go with him, Li Kai said with a light chuckle. It's a good chance to try out my new gun. As soon as he said this, one of Su Jiang's nerves was triggered again. You have a new gun? Su Jiang's eyes lit up. I'm warning you, don't you dare touch my new gun, Li Kai said with a wary expression. I won't touch it, I'll just feel it. Not even feeling it. Su Jiang pouted and let out a small hum. If he won't let me touch it, then he won't let me touch it, stingy. I'll replace your gun sooner or later. At this moment, An Rou suddenly walked to the side and took out 2 dark golden masks from a drawer. They were roughly like this. You too. Put these on to avoid exposing your identities. An Rou handed the masks to Su Jiang and Li Kai. Actually, I can disguise myself, Su Jiang said. Put them on. An Rou's voice got a bit louder. She had already taken them out. Su Jiang obediently put on the mask, then said to Hua Qing, Huazi, get me a few grenades. His conditions were also improving now. He no longer looked down on the family's inferior explosives. The Supervisory Bureau's explosives and grenades were the real deal. Soon, Hua Qing brought a few grenades and Li Kai's sniper rifle. The long-awaited grilled cold noodles toy gun combo was online. An hour later, inside a police station in Yinnan. It was already evening, and the main gate outside had been closed, but there were still quite a few people inside the police station. They sat around a table, playing poker. They played and chatted at the same time. Brother Lang, your luck is amazing this hand. You got another triplet. Exactly, it has to be Brother Lang. Hee. If Brother Lang didn't have something, why would young Master Meng fancy him? Ever since Brother Lang led us to follow young Master Meng, life has been much more comfortable than before. One of them, with a lewd smile on his face, said, If it weren't for young Master Meng, I wouldn't believe that we could actually wear this uniform. With that, he tugged at his police uniform. This caused the surrounding few people to burst into laughter. The man sitting in the center, known as Brother Lang, also smiled slightly and said, Remember, this place in Yan'an will sooner or later be the Meng family's world. We're following young Master Meng now, and things will only get better and better. Right now, doing what young Master Meng told us to do is the most important thing. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Brother Lang is right. Young Master Meng told us to take good care of that Wang Shulin, right? I've taken good care of him these past few days. Take it easy, don't kill him. It'll be hard to report back to young Master Meng then. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Come on. Let's deal the cards again. Brother Lang smiled and shook his head, reaching out to grab the poker cards from the table. However, at this very moment, boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from outside the door. Everyone was startled and stood up. What's going on? Why was there an explosion? Brother Lang frowned, a bad premonition in his heart, and said in a low voice, Go outside and see. Everyone nodded and quickly picked up their weapons, cautiously walking outside. Outside, a cloud of dust had risen from the explosion, making it impossible for them to see anything for a moment. It wasn't until a strange voice came that they gradually saw the outline of a figure slowly stepping out from the smoke and dust. "Is anyone there?" Jiang was wearing a mask, tossing a grenade in his hand. He walked out from the smoke and dust of the explosion, saw Brother Lang and the others, scanned them, and chuckled softly. "Hello, I'd like to report a crime. 245. I am your father." Inside the police station, Brother Lang stared at the masked man in front of him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. "Reporting a crime? Who reports a crime with a hand grenade? You're clearly flaunting the law, aren't you? How dare you break into a police station in the middle of the night?" Brother Lang softly reprimanded, then said in a low voice, "You will pay for your actions." At these words, Jiang remained standing, unmoved. Brother Lang's gaze hardened, and he waved his hand lightly. "Everyone, draw your guns and kill this perpetrator." "Yes." Everyone responded, and just as they were about to raise their guns to shoot Jiang, a bullet cut through the night sky. Bang! A gunshot echoed from a distance. A sniper bullet struck one of them, splattering blood, and he died on the spot. "Damn! A sniper!" Realizing the presence of a sniper, everyone stopped their movements. Brother Lang was startled by the shot, sweating profusely, his legs trembling. What? "Brother, we can talk this over properly." Brother Lang forced a smile and cautiously asked, "Why? Why have you come here tonight?" Jiang stood still, casually playing with the hand grenade in his hand. "Didn't I say? I'm here to report a crime." What crime do you wish to report?" "I haven't thought about it yet." "Huh? What? Is there a problem?" Jiang's tone sharpened. "And no." Brother Lang shook his head frantically, chuckling. "Not a single problem." Beneath the golden mask, Jiang's eyes were fixed on Brother Lang. Under immense psychological pressure, sweat dripped continuously from Brother Lang's face, yet he dared not wipe it away, because he was afraid the sniper in the distance would misunderstand and shoot him dead. After a moment of thought, Jiang said lightly, "Do you have Dream Qingzhi's number?" "Young Master Meng?" Brother Lang was startled, then quickly nodded. "Yes, I do." "Call him," Jiang commanded. A hint of hesitation flashed across Brother Lang's face, but soon he understood his predicament. He had no choice. Trembling, he pulled out his phone and dialed Dream Qingzhi's number. Hello? What is it?" Dream Qingzhi's voice came from the other end. Brother Lang dared not speak, cautiously glancing at Jiang. Jiang stepped forward and took the phone from Brother Lang. "Hello? Dream Qingzhi? Who are you?" "I am your father." At these words, not only was Dream Qingzhi dumbfounded, Brother Lang and the others also looked stunned. Who the hell are you?" Dream Qingzhi's voice carried a hint of anger. "I told you, I am your father." Jiang continued without changing his expression. "Today, your father will teach you a lesson. In Yunnan, your Ming family can't possibly control everything. Our Dark Hall's leader, Ghost, has spoken. From today onwards, your Ming family will be our Dark Hall's enemy, to the death." Dream Qingzhi was shocked upon hearing this. "You're from the Dark Hall? I am your father. You want to break the Four Alliance agreement? We want to be your father. Bastard. You're asking for death. I am being your father." Dream Qingzhi was completely enraged. He had never felt so humiliated. Yet, over the phone, he couldn't kill the other party. Beside him, Brother Lang and the others were completely dumbfounded. The current situation was no longer something they could be involved in. On one side was the Meng family's young master, and on the other was a Dark Hall assassin. Neither side was someone he could offend. A smile played on Jiang's lips, and then he said with a light chuckle, "All right, I'm done teasing you. Tell Meng Jiangnan, if he dares to come on the day of the Four Alliance agreement, the Dark Hall will dare to kill him." With that, Jiang directly hung up the phone. He casually tossed the phone back to Brother Lang, then said, "Give me Wang Xuelin." Wang Xuelin? Hearing this name, Brother Lang was slightly startled, but quickly realized who the other party was talking about. This Dark Hall assassin. Is he here to rescue that person? Quick, go and bring Mr. Wang out. Brother Lang turned and shouted at his subordinate. It must be said, his words were quite artful. The subordinate quickly nodded, grabbed the keys, and hurried towards the detention area. Soon, Wang Xuelin was helped out, his face somewhat bruised and swollen. Jiang frowned, assessing him. He wasn't a doctor, but he could tell that Wang Shuolin's injuries were all right, not severe. As for whether there were any serious internal injuries, he wasn't sure. As he just said, Su Jiang wasn't a doctor. Sir, Mr. Wang was already injured when he was brought in. We didn't do it. Brother Lang didn't dare to breathe, cautiously explaining. Su Jiang was silent, not speaking. As Wang Shuolin walked, he looked up at Su Jiang, his gaze narrowing. Who is this person? Why did he come to save me? When Wang Shuolin reached Su Jiang softly said, Uncle Wang, are you all right? Wang Shuolin was slightly startled. This voice, why does it sound a little familiar? Suddenly, Wang Shuolin inadvertently glimpsed the hand grenade in Su Jiang's hand. His pupils contracted, and he suddenly remembered something. You're Su? Well, Su Jiang reached out and covered Wang Shuolin's mouth, whispering, Don't expose my identity. Wang Shuolin blinked, nodding slightly. Then, Su Jiang released his hand and looked at Brother Lang and the others not far away. Brother Lang was flustered by Su Jiang's gaze and stammered, Brother, do you need anything else? No, I'm thinking about how to deal with you all, Su Jiang said bluntly. At these words, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Then, Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and pulled a revolver from his waist. Oh right, let's play Russian roulette. If one person dies, I'll leave, how about it? Su Jiang smiled as he looked at Brother Lang and said, You first. Brother Lang swallowed hard, his legs trembling. Play that big. However, if he was the first, although from a scientific perspective, the probability was the same. But from a metaphysical perspective, the first person usually doesn't die. Brother Lang took a deep breath, staring fixedly at Su Jiang. You promise? Of course, I guarantee it with my honor. Su Jiang smiled, then pointed the revolver at Brother Lang's head. Are you ready? Su Jiang asked. Ready. Brother Lang looked as if he was ready to die. Su Jiang spun the cylinder, making a clicking sound. Suddenly, Brother Lang seemed to see something, and a look of terror immediately appeared on his face as he shouted, Wait! Bang! A bullet flew from the muzzle, striking Brother Lang between the eyebrows. Brother Lang's eyes widened, and he fell straight backward, lifeless. For a moment, Su Jiang was also stunned. Such bad luck. Hit the jackpot on the first shot? Well, Wang Shuolin, unable to watch anymore, couldn't help but say, You were so busy spinning the cylinder just now, you didn't remove the bullets, did you? At these words, Su Jiang quickly opened the cylinder. Indeed, there were still 5 bullets left inside, and one had already been claimed by Brother Lang. For a moment, everyone present fell into a deathly silence, the atmosphere somewhat eerie. 246, Dancer of the Times. I said I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? Su Jiang said awkwardly. Everyone stared at Su Jiang with a what do you think expression. Since he's dead, why aren't you leaving? Su Jiang's tone changed, and he threatened fiercely. If you stay any longer, the remaining 5 bullets will be just enough for 5 more rounds. As soon as he spoke, the men's faces changed, and they all ran away frantically. Su Jiang watched their retreating figures and slowly exhaled. He didn't kill them to let them spread the news. The Dark Hall openly declared war on the Meng family. Even if the credibility of this news wasn't high, there would always be fools who believed it. Then, word would spread from 10 to 100, and most of Yinnan's forces would know about it. The power of public opinion is terrifying. He didn't believe that the ghost would be able to sit still then. Why bother with the trouble of identifying photos? With so many photos, how long would it take? And they might not even identify them correctly. So Su Jiang chose this most direct method. Cough cough. Su Jiang, why are you here? Only after there were no outsiders around did Wang Shuolin call out Su Jiang's name. I came here to do something and happened to run into Wang Jiang. He told me to come and save you. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he helped Wang Shuolin walk outside, saying, It's not me, Uncle Wang, but you said you'd leave, so why did you close the barbecue restaurant? If you don't have time to manage it, couldn't you just hire a few college students to help you? Anyway, current college students are cheap and hardworking, extremely cost-effective. Su Jiang chattered on, and it was clear he really liked Wang Shuolin's barbecue restaurant, second only to grilled cold noodles, mainly because it was free. Wang Shuolin's face darkened when he heard this. So you're not a college student now, are you? Just then, Li Kai slowly walked over with a sniper rifle. There was a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. He had ambitiously rushed out, but only fired one shot. Can you really divert the trouble like this? Li Kai couldn't help but ask, is the Meng family that foolish to believe you're from the Dark Hall just based on a phone call? He had heard Su Jiang's words clearly through his earpiece, so he naturally knew about Su Jiang impersonating the Dark Hall. The Meng family definitely won't believe it. Su Jiang shook his head, then smiled. But the Meng family can't completely disbelieve it either. More or less, they will develop a sense of caution towards the Dark Hall. And most importantly, they won't be able to find anyone to confront. Su Jiang said mockingly, do you think Meng Jiangnan, after knowing about this, can find the ghost and ask her if she had such intentions? Li Kai was stunned, then shook his head. If the ghost were that easy to find, they wouldn't have found nothing until now. Then that's it. So this matter only has two outcomes. Su Jiang smiled and held up 2 fingers, saying, first, the ghost appears and explains this matter to Meng Jiangnan, but in doing so, her identity will no longer be a secret. Second, the ghost continues to hide her identity, and under the fermentation of public opinion, even if there were no issues between the Dark Hall and the Meng family, issues would arise. And no matter which situation, it's beneficial to us. As Su Jiang spoke, Li Kai's eyes widened continuously. He scrutinized Su Jiang, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and pointed at him, shouting, I don't care who you are, get off Su Jiang. That brute Su Jiang couldn't possibly have such a clever mind. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. What do you mean by that? What do you mean I don't have such a clever mind? I was the top scorer in the college entrance exam, all right? And it was a crushing victory. Su Jiang snorted, too lazy to argue with Li Kai. After all, geniuses always face a lot of skepticism. Can you guys take me to the hospital first? Wang Xuelin said weakly. I'm actually quite seriously injured. As soon as he spoke, Su Jiang and Li Kai quickly helped Wang Xuelin into the car. Li Kai got into the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and drove towards the Supervisory Bureau's base camp. They also had medical staff there. The car roared, and soon drove away from the police station. Brother Lang's body lay quietly on the ground, with no one to collect it. A figure suddenly appeared, eyes under the brim of a hat, indifferently looking at Brother Lang's body on the ground. Jiang Yu lit a cigarette and just stood there quietly. Suddenly, he trembled all over. Haha, it's making me laugh out loud. Jiang Yu turned his head, looked in the direction Su Jiang had left, and sighed. Indeed, the student has surpassed the master. This brat's methods of stirring up trouble are no worse than his old man's. It's just that now, the Dark Hall and that woman are probably going to have a headache. Jiang Yu smoked, his tone a little schadenfreude. Then, he smiled and shook his head, stubbing out the cigarette and throwing it on the ground. A ghost can be a dead person, and a person can also be a living ghost. After speaking, Jiang Yu reached out and pulled down his hat brim, slowly taking a step, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. At the same time, he silently recited in his heart, Su Jiang, whether it's fate's arrangement or that Xiang Qingtian truly foresees everything. In short, the grand play in Yin Nen has already begun. The Supervisory Bureau's years of effort, Xiang Qingtian's meticulous planning, and the countless eyes from various families in the capital watching here. Yin Nan is no longer simply a struggle between the 4 major forces. It's far more complex than that. Yin Nan is now more like a corner of a giant chessboard, and the changes in this corner are extremely important. Wei Liangping, disregarding everything, even abandoning the capital, came here to unite with the Meng family's forces. And that woman and Xiao Heron have been lurking in Yin Nan for many years, also to seize the initiative at a critical moment. The suddenly rising Black Dragon Society also has an invisible hand behind it, controlling everything. The situation is getting more and more interesting. Jiang Yu's lips curved slightly upwards, and a rare look of excitement appeared in his eyes. He was someone who had already died once. Now he was merely an outsider. After West Continent, seeing Ding Qiming's death, Jiang Yu no longer wanted to get involved. He only wanted to be an observer and also a witness, silently watching the changes of this era. Suddenly, Jiang Yu remembered what those old guys had said a long time ago. When this world is so chaotic that it's beyond saving. The dancer of the era, surrounded by 10,000 people. We'll fire the salvation gun towards the peak of the white clouds. Zhang Yu thought the dancer of the previous era would be Xiang Qingtian, but he failed. Now, will Su Jiang be the dancer of this era? Or will Xiang Qingtian make a comeback? Zhang Yu thought about these things, becoming increasingly expectant. His figure once again disappeared into the night, as if he had never appeared. 247. First things first. Inside the Supervisory Bureau's headquarters, Wang Xuelin was receiving medical treatment, and the doctor treating him was Hua Qing. Hua Qing held some medical instruments, diligently tending to Wang Xuelin's wounds with a serious expression. Beside them, Su Jiang was utterly bewildered. "Aren't you Hua Zi? You're also a doctor?" Li Kai heard him and explained on Hua Qing's behalf. Hua Qing graduated from medical school back then, but the doctor profession was too competitive. He couldn't find a job, so he went to mix in society. Su Jiang's mouth twitched. "This is possible too? Hua Qing, you wouldn't happen to have a system too, would you?" "Alas, the past is too painful to recall, so let's not mention it." Hua Qing sighed as he applied medicine to Wang Xuelin. "Hua Zi, do you have any other skills?" Su Jiang couldn't help but ask. "Young Master Su, I really have no other tricks," Hua Qing said with a wry smile. "I'm just an ordinary person. How could I be like you?" Su Jiang nodded slightly upon hearing this. If Hua Qing had any more skills, he would suspect that the system was looking for a new host and preparing to run away. "Uncle, how are you feeling?" Wang Jiang asked with some concern. Wang Xuelin frowned and whispered, "All right, I'm not going to die." Then, he looked up and scanned the people present. "Thank you all for this. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have been stuck in that dreadful place." "It's nothing, Uncle Wang. Just remember to open your barbecue restaurant when you get back," Su Jiang said with a grin. Wang Xuelin was momentarily speechless, then shook his head with a smile. An Rou gave Su Jiang a light glare, then softly said, "Uncle Wang, what are your plans next? Are you going to stay in Yan'an or return to Jiangdu?" She paused, then added, "We can help you with Yingying's transfer procedures anytime." Wang Xuelin was about to speak when he was interrupted by a sudden voice. "I'm not leaving." Wang Yingying stood to the side and said faintly, "Unless Meng Jiangnan dies, I won't leave." Wang Jiang frowned upon hearing this, about to reprimand Wang Yingying. Wang Xuelin suddenly waved his hand, stopping Wang Jiang's actions. Aside from Wang Jiang's parents, he was the one who had spent the most time with Wang Yingying, so he knew better what kind of person Wang Yingying was. "Yingying, do you understand the Meng family?" Wang Xuelin looked at Wang Yingying calmly and continued to ask, "Do you know what kind of person Meng Jiangnan is?" Wang Yingying remained silent. After a long while, she spoke. "I only know that my parents died by his hand. So he must die. I'm not like some people who only know how to hide." As she said this, she deliberately glanced at Wang Jiang. "Wang Jiang, you're talking, but why are you also indirectly scolding me? Do you think I don't want revenge?" Wang Xuelin listened to Wang Yingying's words and sighed softly. "Forget it. You're an adult anyway. I should respect your choice." After a long pause, he suddenly looked at Su Jiang and said, "Su Jiang, can I trouble you all to take care of Yingying, this girl? In my current situation, staying in Yan'an is useless and would only drag you down, so I plan to return to Jiangdu first. Yingying and Jiang are my last remaining family in this world. I hope they can live." Everyone looked at Su Jiang, and An Rou did the same. Although she was the commander, she knew that the true core of their team was Su Jiang. So the only person Wang Xuelin requested was Su Jiang. He did not ask the Supervisory Bureau, nor An Rou, nor Yang Ming, but Su Jiang. Su Jiang heard Wang Xuelin's request and looked at Wang Yingying beside him. Then, he grinned and said, "No problem, Uncle Wang. Consider it payment for your barbecue restaurant being free for me." Su Jiang was surprised and admired Wang Xuelin for making this decision. As Wang Xuelin said, he only had two relatives left, Wang Jiang and Wang Yingying. If Su Jiang were in Wang Xuelin's position, he would absolutely not let Wang Yingying do something so risky. But as Wang Xuelin said, Wang Yingying had grown up, so he respected her choice. Even if this choice was a bit immature and somewhat reckless, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. But Wang Xuelin still respected Wang Yingying. This was what made Su Jiang admire him. Wang Jiang stood by, wanting to speak but hesitating, finally letting out a helpless sigh. "What? You want to go back?" Su Jiang teased. Haha. Wang Xiang scoffed and gave him a glare, saying, My sister is still here, so do you think I can go back? At this, Wang Yingying said faintly, I didn't ask you to stay. Can't I just want to stay? Wang Xiang's voice grew a few shades louder. How could this little girl be as annoying as Su Jiang? Wang Yingying looked up, her eyes under the brim of her hat staring at Wang Xiang for a long moment. Whatever. Wang Xuelin looked at this scene and shook his head with a wry smile. These siblings had been at odds since childhood, and he didn't expect them to still be like this when they grew up. In that case, in a couple of days, I'll arrange for someone to send Uncle Wang back to Jiangdu, An Rou said. Wang Xuelin nodded slightly upon hearing this. Thank you all. It's nothing, An Rou said with a smile. You should rest and recover well these 2 days. Wang Xuelin, supported by Hua Qing, returned to his room to rest. Then, An Rou turned to Su Jiang beside her and said, The Chao siblings have woken up and are clamoring to see you. Oh, they're awake. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow. He had almost forgotten about the 2 siblings. Following An Rou downstairs towards the storage room, Su Jiang also took the opportunity to hold An Rou's small hand. Since arriving in Yan'an, they hadn't had much chance to be intimate. An Rou felt Su Jiang holding her hand and glared at him lightly, but she didn't shake his hand off, instead letting him hold it. Anyway, Yang Ming and the others were all upstairs now, and there was no one else on the storage room floor. Still a few steps from the storage room, Su Jiang suddenly stopped. An Rou paused, turned her head, and asked, What's wrong? Su Jiang pulled her by the waist and kissed her lips. This guy is sneak attack. An Rou, somewhat displeased, reached out and patted Su Jiang, but very quickly, her patting hands gradually wrapped around Su Jiang. After a long while, their lips finally parted. An Rou was breathing slightly, her beautiful eyes glaring at Su Jiang. Are you satisfied now? No, Su Jiang shook his head. Stop messing around. Let's get down to business first. I'm getting down to business right now. You're being a hooligan, Su Jiang blocked An Rou's mouth again. He had been holding back for too long during this time. An Rou also gradually began to respond to Su Jiang, and even when Su Jiang's hands started to wander, she didn't stop him. 248. Throw it on the street. Sometime later, the storage room door opened, and Su Jiang emerged, looking utterly satisfied. An Rou followed behind him, her cheeks flushed, glaring at the man in front of her. Inside the storage room, Chao He saw Su Jiang's arrival and gritted his teeth, speaking. Su, Xiao, Jiang, who exactly are you? He had already learned about Su Outyin from Chao Ran, so he knew that the man in front of him could not possibly be named Su Xiaojiang. Woo woo woo. Beside him, Chao Ran's mouth was sealed with tape, so she could only make muffled sounds. Originally, her mouth wasn't taped, but Chao Ran talked too much and her voice was too loud. So, she was happily gifted a piece of tape. Su Jiang picked his ear and said indifferently, What does it matter who I am? Then why did you kidnap us? Nonsense, you 2 siblings wanted to mess with me, and I can't kidnap you. Chao He was momentarily speechless, as Chao Ran had indeed told him to deal with Su Outyin. But he knew that Su Jiang kidnapping them must have had other reasons. Chao He's eyes flickered, and he said in a low voice, You're afraid we'll expose your fake identity, aren't you? But because we are from the Meng family, you don't dare to kill us, so you can only tie us up. Su Jiang nodded, acknowledging Chao He's statement. Anyone not too foolish could guess these things. At this moment, An Rou stepped forward and whispered, Let me handle it. Su Jiang moved to the side, casually pulled over a small stool, and sat down. An Rou turned her head, looked at Chao He, and said, Mr. Chao He, we have always wanted to talk to you. Talk. Is this how you talk? Chao He twisted slightly. He was currently tied up tightly. This is also to avoid any accidents. We hope you can understand. An Rou paused, then added, We want to know, what is the Meng family's attitude towards the Four Alliance Agreement? As soon as these words were spoken, Chao He's eyes flashed. Your target is the Four Alliance Agreement? That's right. An Rou showed no intention of concealing her objective. Chao He sneered and said, Why should I tell you? Even if I don't tell you, do you dare to touch us? You don't dare. Because once you touch us, no matter the reason, the Meng family will definitely pursue you relentlessly. Since that's the case, why should I tell you? Hearing these words, Su Jiang stood up, walked in front of Chao He, and extended his hand. Slap. A slap landed on Chao He's face. Am I giving you too much leeway or what? Su Jiang said fiercely. Is the Meng family so impressive? Chao He was stunned by the slap. What bewildered him even more were Su Jiang's next words. Talk properly to our commander, or I'll strip you naked and throw you on the street. Then hang a sign around your neck with the great name of Chao He of the Meng family written on it. Are you a devil? Is this a method a carbon-based life form could come up with? Chao He was a bit intimidated, because he felt that the man in front of him could really do such a thing. Because he looked like someone who would do something like that. He was the eldest young master of the Meng family. If he were really stripped naked and thrown onto the street, he would never be able to show his face in public again in his life. Beside him, Chao Ran, who had been whimpering since the beginning, immediately quieted down after hearing this. She was a girl, and she certainly didn't want to be that. Seeing that both of them had quieted down, Su Jiang sat back on the stool. An Rou glanced at him helplessly, then said to Chao He, Mr. Chao He, we actually bear no ill will towards you two siblings. Chao He had an expression that said, Do you think I believe that? Seeing this, An Rou didn't bother with further pleasantries. So, what is the Meng family's attitude towards the Four-Alliance Agreement? Chao He hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm not entirely clear about the specifics, because my father is leading this matter. But from the way he acts, I estimate he's also harboring some bad intentions. Anyway, regarding the Four-Alliance Agreement, the four major powers are definitely not as united as outsiders claim. These things were not core secrets, so there was no harm in Chao He revealing them. An Rou nodded slightly upon hearing this, which was roughly in line with what she had thought. The four major powers each harbored their own intentions. Even the Meng family, who initiated this alliance, probably had other objectives. Then, does your Meng family have any intention of cooperating with us? An Rou asked. Our target is the Meng family. As soon as these words were spoken, Chao He's pupils constricted. These people want to deal with the Meng family? Then why the hell did you kidnap that grandson Dream Qingsha? What's the deal with kidnapping me? I can't make decisions on this matter. Chao He said in a low voice. You can go discuss it with my father. And Rou shook her head slightly. Approaching Chao Heron carried too high a risk. None of these older generation individuals were simple. Each of them was an old fox, and she was afraid that one careless mistake would lead her into their trap. Therefore, every step An Rou took was very cautious. Sometimes she even thought, if only An Mingjia were the commander. With her brother's mind, he could completely contend with those old foxes. Unfortunately, An Mingjia had run off, and now no one knew where he was traveling. Even his phone was unreachable. Life is not easy, An Rou sighed. Or you could let me go back first, and I'll talk to my father about this for you. How about it? Chao He coaxed. Are you dreaming? Su Jiang sneered. There's no way for outsiders who come into our place to leave. Then you also said you'd strip me naked and throw me out. That's two different things. Su Jiang angrily retorted. If you say one more word of nonsense, I'll strip you naked and throw you out right now. Chao He glared at Su Jiang, saying nothing more, thinking to himself. You just wait for me. When my Meng family's forces arrive, I'll definitely strip you naked and throw you on the street. Chao He's phone had a tracking device, and he believed that as long as he endured the humiliation, the Meng family members would definitely come to rescue him. At that time, it would be his day to see the light again. However, what Chao He didn't know was that the tracking device on his phone had already been discovered by Wu Qi. And at Su Jiang's suggestion, Wu Qi had changed the location of the tracker to the Meng family. In other words, now on the Meng family's side, it would only show Chao He's location as being at the Meng family. If the Meng family's actions were fast enough, they should have already arrived at the Meng family by now, right? As soon as he thought of this, Su Jiang was eager to go to the Meng family to watch the show. The situation in Yan'an, with their intervention, had become completely chaotic. However, once their fifth force was exposed, what awaited them was the danger of being targeted and encircled. Therefore, they had to ensure secrecy. Seeing that asking further questions would yield nothing, An Rou gave Su Jiang a look, and the two walked out of the storage room together. Chao He stared intently at their retreating figures, not saying a word. 249, they are just children. At the same time, at the Meng family's entrance, a large contingent of the Chao family had already arrived. You surnamed Meng, quickly hand over my young master and young miss. Otherwise, today, it will be war between our two families. You shameless scoundrels, talking about an alliance while secretly doing such despicable things. Meng Jiangnan, come out and speak. The Chao family members were blocking the entrance, yelling insults. After discovering that Chao He and Chao Ran were missing, they immediately tracked Chao He's phone location. The results showed that Chao He's location was at the Meng family. It was clear that Chao He and Chao Ran had been kidnapped by the Meng family's people. The Chao family members were instantly furious. Oh, you Meng Jiangnan. Playing such underhanded tricks, are you? So the Chao family directly brought a large group of people, looking as if they were about to declare war on the Meng family. Chao Heron stood in the back, looking at the Chao family members who were yelling in front, his brows slightly furrowed. Something was wrong, very wrong. In his eyes, Meng Jiangnan had no reason to kidnap Chao He and Chao Ran, but the location clearly showed them at the Meng family. If it wasn't Meng Jiangnan who did it, then who could it be? Chao Heron was incredibly calm, constantly analyzing other possibilities. Meng Jiangnan wouldn't do such a thing. The Black Dragon Society might, but they have no motive. The Dark Hall is even less likely. So if this matter wasn't done by Meng Jiangnan, then it means a fifth-party force has appeared and disrupted the situation. This afternoon, Chao Ran asked Chao He to attend a parent-teacher conference, and then she disappeared. So, could the problem be at the parent-teacher conference? Chao Heron frowned tightly, then his eyes suddenly flashed. He remembered Chao Ran saying that the music teacher she wanted to deal with was called Teacher Su Jiang. If that music teacher is Su Jiang, then everything makes sense. And for the force Su Jiang belongs to, changing a location isn't a difficult task. Upon thinking of this, Chao Heron cursed under his breath. He was now 80% sure that Su Jiang was behind this. The key is, why the hell did you kidnap my son and daughter? Are you just bored? However, Chao Heron still breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least having them in Su Jiang's hands was much better than in Meng Jiangnan's hands. And at this moment, inside the Meng family, Meng Jiangnan listened to the shouting outside, his expression as if he had eaten excrement. That old fellow Chao Heron must be crazy, right? Who the hell kidnapped your children? Patriarch, what should we do now? The butler beside him asked. The Chao family members outside are very agitated. I'm afraid a war might actually break out. War my ass. Meng Jiangnan cursed angrily. Even if his Chao family overturns my Meng family today, his young master and young miss aren't with me. He couldn't keep an eye on his own people, lost them, and then comes to me demanding them back. That old fellow Chao Heron is getting more and more shameless. The butler lowered his head, not daring to say a word. After cursing, Meng Jiangnan stood up and walked towards the door. Patriarch, it's very dangerous for you to go out now, the butler urgently called out. I don't believe that Chao Heron really dares to start a war, Meng Jiangnan said with disdain. Creak. The Meng family's gate opened, and Meng Jiangnan stepped out with his hands behind his back and a gloomy face. Seeing this, the Chao family members who had just been yelling now had their voices silenced. As long as Meng Jiangnan didn't show himself, they could curse freely. But now that Meng Jiangnan was out, the only one qualified to speak with him was Chao Heron. You surnamed Chao, what do you mean? Meng Jiangnan asked in a low voice. What do I mean? Chao Heron said with an angry face. I want to ask you what you mean. Your daughter and your son were not kidnapped by me. You say they weren't, so they weren't. Then what do you want? You let my people search your Meng family. Impossible. Meng Jiangnan refused without even thinking. Let Chao Heron send people to search the Meng family? Given Chao Heron's character, was he really going there to search for people? He was going to raid the house. Then you are feeling guilty. Chao Heron pointed at Meng Jiangnan and angrily rebuked. The more you act like this, the more it proves your guilt. Even though he knew it was highly probable that Meng Jiangnan didn't kidnap them, he had already come. And the location was indeed at the Meng family. So, even if the Meng family didn't kidnap them, Chao Heron insisted at this moment that Meng Jiangnan did it. If you don't give me some benefits today, don't even think about settling this peacefully. My daughter hasn't even graduated from high school. My son just came back from outside. Meng Jiangnan, if you have something, come at me. Don't lay a hand on my children. After taking a deep breath, Chow Heron said with a sorrowful and indignant expression, gritting his teeth. As long as you release them, my Chow family will agree to sign the Four Alliance Agreement. Isn't your purpose in kidnapping them for this? You release my children, and this agreement. I'll sign it. Chow Heron's tone was incredibly desolate. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, he seemed like a pitiful father who was compromising with evil forces for the sake of his children. Patriarch, no. Damn Ming family, you're going too far. Patriarch, let's not bow down to them. At worst, we'll fight them to rescue young master and young miss. Yes, Patriarch, let's fight them. Fight. Fight. For a moment, emotions ran high, and the Chow family members, with red eyes, glared at Meng Jiangnan. At the same time, many fearless passers-by also filmed this scene. Once it spread, the Meng family's reputation would likely be ruined. Seeing this, Meng Jiangnan's face was incredibly grim. He really wanted to shoot Chow Heron dead right now. That Four Alliance Agreement, whether you sign it or not, what the hell does it have to do with me? And you're telling me to release them? Where the hell am I supposed to find people to release for you? If Chow He and Chow Ran were really at the Meng family, Meng Jiangnan would have gladly sent them off respectfully, urging Chow Heron to take them away and scram. The key is, they really aren't with him. Meng Jiangnan, under pressure, forced himself to say, the people are truly not here with me. Meng Jiangnan. Chow Heron's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was hoarse as he said, they are still just children. Do you really want me to kneel before you, before you're willing to let go of my children? Should I just kneel to you, is that okay? Meng Jiangnan felt a surge of indignation. I'm just sitting at home, and trouble comes from the sky. Looking around at the people on the outermost perimeter, Meng Jiangnan knew that if this matter spread today, his reputation would be completely ruined. In Yunnan, such news spreads very quickly, and there was only one way to prove his innocence. Chow Heron, you're ruthless. Meng Jiangnan almost ground his teeth to dust, saying in a low voice, I'll let you come in and search. Is that good enough? 250. Master Meng, I'm sorry. Family head. The butler beside him couldn't help but advise. Letting them in is like letting wolves into a flock of sheep. Meng Jiangnan glared fiercely at the butler upon hearing this. How could he not know that? But there was no other way now. If Chow Heron insisted on not letting him go, it would be even more troublesome. It was better to let him go in and search. If he couldn't find anyone, Chow Heron would have nothing to say. Chow Heron, I'm telling you this beforehand. If you don't find anyone, don't accuse me of hiding them again. Furthermore, you must apologize to me and prove my innocence. Chow Heron nodded upon hearing this. Of course, I, Chow Heron, will not be as shameless as you. Meng Jiangnan. You're F** king enough. If you keep cursing, I'll really fall out with you. Subsequently, Chow Heron led a few people and openly stepped into the Meng family. He wasn't afraid that Meng Jiangnan would take the opportunity to attack him, because even if the Meng family had that thought, it was impossible to act now. Moreover, the Chow family's people were still waiting outside. Meng Jiangnan followed closely beside Chow Heron the entire time, afraid that this guy would pull another trick. On the surface, Chow Heron was searching for people, but deep down, he was already certain that this matter had absolutely nothing to do with the Meng family. From Meng Jiangnan's attitude, it was clear that he was also clueless about this matter. In that case, was it really that kid Su Jiang? He's really cunning, actually leading me all the way to the Meng family here. Chow Heron mused inwardly, but since he was already here, he definitely couldn't come for nothing. Where is your Meng family's armory? Chow Heron suddenly asked. Meng Jiangnan was startled upon hearing this, then angrily said, Chow Heron, you even want to search my Meng family's armory? If you don't let me search, then you're guilty. Upon hearing this, Meng Jiangnan clenched his fists. He knew that Chow Heron wouldn't honestly search for people. It's over here. Meng Jiangnan led Chow Heron towards the armory. Since he had already let the big bad wolf in, he wouldn't be able to send this wolf away without letting it eat its fill. Humph. It still has to be your Meng family. Your armaments reserves are much more than our Chow family's. Chow Heron exclaimed while browsing the armory. This was not coming to search for people. It was clearly coming to scout out enemy intelligence. Chow Heron, have you seen enough? Meng Jiangnan said through gritted teeth. The armory is only this much space, and you've seen it. Your family's young master and young miss aren't here. Why are you so anxious? Are you guilty? Don't push your luck. Don't be angry. Chao Heron smiled, then walked out of the armory and looked around. Suddenly, he turned to look at Meng Jiangnan, saying meaningfully, Wei Liangping, isn't he here with you? At these words, Meng Jiangnan's pupils darkened slightly. I don't understand what you're saying. Playing dumb? In Yan'an today, who doesn't know about your cooperation with Wei Liangping? Nonsense. Your mouth is really stubborn. Chao Heron chuckled softly, then casually strolled around a few more times. He still hadn't found any trace of Chao He or Chao Ran. Finally, he sighed deeply, saying, It seems my children are indeed not here. Meng Jiangnan's eye twitched. I told you from the very beginning they weren't here. Chao Heron walked out of the Meng family with a hint of regret. Chao Heron, have you forgotten something? Seeing Chao Heron about to leave, Meng Jiangnan said with a forced smile, Didn't you just say that if you didn't find anyone, you'd have to apologize to me and clear my name? At these words, Chao Heron had a look of sudden realization. I forgot. Then, he stood ramrod straight, faced Meng Jiangnan, and shouted loudly, I'm sorry, family head Meng. I shouldn't have doubted you, nor should I have called you a despicable scoundrel, and even less should I have presumed guilt based on your past evil deeds. I deeply reflect, and am also helping family head Meng to clarify. Although family head Meng used to burn, kill, plunder, and commit all sorts of evil, this matter today was indeed my mistake in blaming family head Meng. I hereby solemnly apologize to family head Meng. I'm sorry. Chao Heron and the Chao family members bowed deeply to Meng Jiangnan. I'm sorry. Family head Meng. Chao Heron and the Chao family members bowed a second time. I'm truly very sorry. Chao Heron and the Chao family members bowed a third time. Then, Chao Heron raised his head, looked at Meng Jiangnan, and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. Family head Meng, are you satisfied with such an apology? Meng Jiangnan's face was ashen, already too angry to speak. You call this an apology? If I had known you would apologize like this, I wouldn't have opened my mouth. Chao Heron, I'll remember this matter today, Meng Jiangnan said through gritted teeth. I hope you find your Chao family's young master and young miss soon. Don't let it be a case of white-haired people sending off black-haired people. Then everything will be too late. Chao Heron nodded solemnly upon hearing this. I will definitely engrave family head Meng's words in my heart. Also, family head Meng should take this as a warning. What if young master Dream Qingxia is also kidnapped one day? At that time, it might be family head Meng who is the white-haired person sending off the black-haired person. Meng Jiangnan's face was gloomy. He snorted coldly and turned to walk into the Meng family. Saying another word to Chao Heron would be a waste of mental effort and saliva. Chao Heron watched Meng Jiangnan's retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. Then, he waved his hand and said, Chao family members, let's all go back with me. Family head, what about the young master and young miss? Don't worry, they're fine. Upon hearing Chao Heron say this, the Chao family members immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they were fine. Thus, the Chao family members left in a grand procession. After returning to the Meng family, Meng Jiangnan was so angry that he sat in a chair and gulped down a mouthful of tea. After emptying the cup, his face was ashen, and he was constantly panting heavily. Just now, I almost couldn't resist killing Chao Heron. A voice sounded, and Meng Jiangnan slowly looked up, only to see a man standing before him, dressed in black, wearing a black mask. If you had killed him, the trouble would have been huge, Meng Jiangnan said in a low voice. I know. That's why I didn't act. The man nodded slightly, sat on a chair beside Meng Jiangnan, holding a dagger in his hand, constantly toying with it. So much time has passed. Is there any news of the ghost? Meng Jiangnan asked. The man paused for a moment, then slowly shook his head. He's very well hidden. I can't find him. Then you, the second on the assassin list, aren't so great, are you? Meng Jiangnan said mockingly. I heard you fought with the ghost before, but now you can't even find him? This man beside him was also on the list. Second on the assassin list, Black Hawk. 251, news flying everywhere. Black Hawk didn't get angry when he heard Meng Jiangnan's words. Instead, His tone carried a hint of wistfulness. I've always wanted to fight him one more time. The reason I came to Yan'an is because I heard that the leader of the Dark Hall here is called Ghost. Meng Jiangnan's brows furrowed slightly at the words. He didn't understand what that meant. Is there a problem? Yes, Black Hawk said decisively, because Ghost died in the Kyoto incident back then. So, I believe that the current Ghost of the Dark Hall is an imposter. This is also why I came to you. Hearing this, Meng Jiangnan's heart skipped a beat. The Ghost of the Dark Hall is an imposter? Can you be sure? Meng Jiangnan asked urgently. This information is very important. Think carefully before you answer. Black Hawk was silent for a long time before slowly saying, I've fought Ghost more than once. I know his style of doing things best. An organization like the Dark Hall is definitely not a force he would establish. Moreover, I've investigated, and ever since the Dark Hall appeared, apart from the name Ghost, there has been no other information about Ghost. He hasn't even made a move. Therefore, I'm 70% sure that this so-called Dark Hall is nothing more than an assassin organization established by borrowing the name of Ghost. Hearing these words, Meng Jiangnan fell into deep silence. From the beginning, he had been a little afraid of the Dark Hall because he had been unable to find Ghost, which made him hesitant to act against the Dark Hall easily. But now Black Hawk was saying that Ghost was already dead, and the current one was fake? Then who was the true identity of this fake Ghost? And what was the purpose of establishing the Dark Hall? Countless questions swirled in Meng Jiangnan's mind. Have you told Wei Liangping about this? Meng Jiangnan asked. Yes. Black Hawk nodded. What was his reaction? No reaction. Black Hawk said indifferently. How could an old fox like him show any reaction even if he truly had won? Meng Jiangnan nodded. He had a point. Wei Liangping's idea is that you can make a move on the Dark Hall to test them out. Huh. Meng Jiangnan heard this and laughed in exasperation. Test them? Why didn't Wei Liangping go test them himself? I'll handle this matter as I see fit. You may leave first. Meng Jiangnan said indifferently. Black Hawk stood up and walked out of the room. He didn't belong to the Meng family, nor was he under Wei Liangping's command. He just needed help from these two families to find Ghost and kill him with his own hands. Whether this Ghost was real or fake, the name should vanish. Meng Jiangnan took a deep breath, pinching his brow, and just then, the phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Dream Qingzhi calling. What is it? Dad, there's something you might need to know. Meng Jiangnan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper as he listened to Dream Qingzhi's subsequent words. Early the next morning, Su Outyin, the teacher, put on his backpack and went to school to teach. The difference was that today, he had a little tail following him. Wang Yingying. Originally, Su Jiang wasn't planning to continue being a teacher, but thinking of the Black Dragon Society, Su Jiang had no choice but to maintain Su Outyin's identity. He had to wait for Bai Yu and the others to discuss, and then come to kill him. If Su Outyin ran away, where would they kill him? Along the way, Su Jiang occasionally passed by some small alleys and heard conversations from some hooligans inside. Hey, have you heard? Last night, the Chao family and the Meng family almost went to war. I know. It seems it was because the Meng family kidnapped the Chao family master's son. The version I heard is different. Mine says the Meng family did all sorts of bad things, and the Chao family couldn't stand it anymore, so they declared war. How come I heard that someone in the Meng family passed away, and the Chao family master went to pay his respects and even bowed 3 times in public? Hearing these words, Su Jiang's mouth twitched slightly. Was the Meng family so eventful last night? He should have gone to watch. Maybe he could have made the situation even more chaotic. However, Su Jiang still felt a bit regretful, because no matter which version they were talking about, it seemed the two families still didn't fight in the end. Your news is outdated. I have new explosive news here. This voice slightly caught Su Jiang's attention, and he couldn't help but slow down his steps. He only heard that voice continue. Last night, not only the Chao family, but even the Dark Hall openly declared war on the Meng family. What? Is that true? What's wrong with the Meng family? Did they violate heavenly laws? As soon as this news came out, everyone exploded. After all, that was the Dark Hall. Compared to the other 3 forces, the Dark Hall was the most mysterious and the most difficult to join. So everyone was very curious about news concerning the Dark Hall. Hee. I went to great lengths to find this out. That person continued. I heard that last night, people from the Dark Hall blew up a police station under the Meng family, and then called the Meng family's eldest young master. The Dark Hall members not only insulted the Meng family's eldest young master, but also openly declared war on the Meng family on behalf of the Dark Hall. Hearing these words, Su Jiang's mouth curved into a slight smile. The effect he wanted had been achieved. Next, he could enjoy the show. Just as he was about to leave, Su Jiang heard a sentence that made him freeze in place. Moreover, I heard that the identity of the current leader of the Dark Hall, Ghost, has been exposed. What? Ghost's identity has been exposed. Who is it? Who is it exactly? That person chuckled, kept them in suspense, and held up 2 fingers. This news, 200 yuan per person. Su Jiang turned his head, looked at the person in the alley, and frowned slightly. Ghost has already appeared? That shouldn't be. It's too fast. However, the next sentence from that person directly stunned Su Jiang. After taking the money, that person cautiously looked around and then whispered, "The identity of this ghost will scare you to death if I tell you. The leader of the Dark Hall, Ghost. His true identity is the one who caused a huge commotion in the West Continent not long ago, single-handedly defeating and forcing the Kyoto Wei family to flee. The Supervisory Bureau's Great Demon King, Su Jiang." As soon as these words came out, not far away, the expression on Su Jiang's face completely froze. The half-eaten bun in his hand dropped to the ground. The words he had just heard echoed in his mind. I am Ghost. 252. Su Jiang takes the blame. How is that possible? I've heard of that Su Jiang. He's just a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet. How could he be a ghost? You wouldn't know this, but when they say ghost, it's just someone impersonating him. Then isn't he afraid of the real ghost hunting him down? Haha, the real ghost already died in that Kyoto incident back then. Holy crap, brother, you know so much. Of course, I paid a lot to find out all this. Glasses Man looked smug. While he wasn't good at fighting, he was famous in this area for gathering information. Outside the alley, Wang Yingying stood with her hands in her pockets and glanced at Su Jiang. At this moment, the smile on Su Jiang's face had long vanished, and he looked as if he had eaten excrement. You are the ghost? Wang Yingying asked indifferently. I'm a damn hammer. Su Jiang was so furious that he even cursed himself. This news was circulating too ridiculously. How did it spread? Can't you get some real news? Su Jiang's face was ashen as he strode into the alley. This news of yours, where did it come from? Hearing an unfamiliar voice behind him, Glasses Man turned around, displeased, and stared at Su Jiang. My friend, if you eavesdrop on information, you have to pay double the price. I asked you, where did the news come from? Su Jiang repeated again. Hearing his tone, Glasses Man frowned. White face. Are you looking for trouble? The few people behind him quickly took a few steps back. They were just there to listen to news, not to fight. Su Jiang looked up, glanced at the retreating people, and said indifferently, I'll give you 3 seconds to scram. As soon as these arrogant words came out, how could they tolerate it? Holy crap, what an arrogant tone. White face, are we giving you too much face, huh? Who the hell do you think you are? Still 3 seconds. Bro, big brother, don't shoot. The arrogant words of those few people were only halfway out when they were scared out of their wits. Because Su Jiang had impatiently pulled out a pistol and aimed it at them. 3, 2. Before the last count was out, the few people who were just incredibly arrogant instantly vanished without a trace. Only Glasses Man was left. Glasses Man looked at the gun in Su Jiang's hand and swallowed hard. Damn it, he ran into a tough guy. Now can we talk? Su Jiang asked with a smile. Yes, of course. Glasses Man nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Where did you get the news from? Which news are you referring to, big brother? The one that says Su Jiang is the ghost. Glasses Man heard this, reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and quickly said, Actually, I can't guarantee that this news is real. Someone just paid me to spread this news. That person said that I just needed to spread the news that Su Jiang is the ghost, and I didn't need to worry about anything else. I thought it wasn't a big deal, and besides, the other party also provided a photo of Su Jiang appearing in Dark Hall as proof, so I agreed. Faux photo. Su Jiang was truly shocked this time. When had he ever been to Dark Hall? Show me the photo. Glasses Man took out a photo from his pocket. In the photo, a group of people wearing Dark Hall uniforms were bowing slightly to the person in front, looking incredibly respectful. And the face of the person at the very front was exactly the same as Su Jiang's. Glasses Man obviously noticed the problem too. He was too nervous just now and didn't pay attention. Now that he looked, why did this white face in front of him look so much like Su Jiang in the photo? He quickly reacted, widening his eyes and pointing at Su Jiang. You are Su. Su what? No, nothing. Glasses Man hurriedly took off his eyeglasses and said, I didn't bring my eyeglasses when I left home today. I can't distinguish between people and animals within 5 meters, so I can't see your appearance at all, big brother. Su Jiang heard this and looked at Glasses Man with a hint of admiration. This young man was going places. Then, he shifted his gaze back to the photo. It looked convincing, but Su Jiang knew that this photo was undoubtedly fake. It was photoshopped. Moreover, this photo, along with the circulating news, was most likely the ghost's counterattack against him. How devious. Su Jiang smacked his lips, shaking his head as he looked at the photo. This not only exposed his identity, but also pushed him into the limelight. Soon, it was estimated that all the forces in Yan'an would know that Su Jiang had arrived. But what puzzled Su Jiang even more was how the ghost had so quickly determined that it was his doing that night. And how had he launched such a strong and effective counterattack in such a short time? Besides that, did the person who asked you to spread the news give you any other instructions? No, but I suspect he didn't just find me. All right, got it, you can scram now. Su Jiang didn't plan to lay hands on Glasses Man. Although he recognized him, it was no longer a secret. They had already plastered his big headshot everywhere. What was there left to hide? As soon as Glasses Man heard he could leave, he immediately expressed his gratitude profusely, then ran off without looking back. The moment he recognized Su Jiang, he thought he was a goner. He never expected Su Jiang to let him go. This doesn't seem like the great Demon King's style. Glasses Man muttered as he ran. After Glasses Man left, Wang Yingying walked up to Su Jiang and said indifferently, Are we still going to school today? School my ass. Su Jiang cursed softly. He knew he should have used a different face when he used the Su Outyin identity back then. But at that time, his face-changing skill hadn't been upgraded yet, so he used his original appearance. Another point was that Su Jiang felt that very few people would recognize his face. But now, it was certain that his face would become famous in Yan'an after today. The ghost went to such lengths to create this fake photo. He definitely wanted Su Jiang to become famous in Yan'an. This was a no-brainer. Ghost, huh? Just you wait, little master. Su Jiang gnashed his teeth. He had always been the one to frame others, and he never expected to be made a scapegoat today. How could he swallow this indignation? How could he endure this grievance? How could he bear this huge burden? He and the ghost were irreconcilable. Let's go back to base camp. Su Jiang waved his hand and said fiercely, If I don't dig out and kill this ghost, then my trip to Yan'an will have been for nothing. Even that bastard Lin Hui will have to die after him. Wang Yingying followed behind Su Jiang expressionlessly, wanting to speak, but holding back. Your identity is exposed. What does that have to do with me? You're skipping class. Why are you dragging me along? However, seeing Su Jiang's current appearance, ready to bite anyone he saw, Wang Yingying still held her tongue. To avoid being snapped at. 253. I am a ghost. At the same time, in the park near the Chow family, it was still that familiar long bench, with a man and a woman sitting on either side. Chow Heron looked at the photos of Su Jiang being framed in his hand and shook his head with a chuckle. This move of yours is truly ruthless. He turned his head, looked at the woman beside him, and gloated. If you do this, that little guy is definitely going to blow his top. The woman smiled slightly upon hearing this, saying indifferently, He brought this upon himself. I haven't even gone to trouble him, yet he's jumping around. Doesn't he like to impersonate people from my Dark Hall? Then I'll just let him be the Dark Hall leader. He should be satisfied now, right? Upon hearing these words, Chow Heron couldn't help but pity Su Jiang. Of all people to impersonate, he just had to impersonate someone from the Dark Hall. He knew how difficult this woman was to deal with. If Su Jiang didn't have some connection to you, I'm afraid he would have been killed by you by now, right? Chow Heron sighed. That kid probably still wants to get revenge on you right now. When he finds out your identity, I wonder if he'll still have the guts. As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on the woman's face deepened. She quietly looked at the lake in front of her and spoke softly. Even without that connection, I'm not afraid of that kid's revenge. These young people are good at fighting, but when it comes to using their brains, they are still too green. This matter is a small revenge from me towards him, and also a test for him. If he can't even handle this, then it means he's nothing more than a brute with strength. If he only has strength, he won't be able to stay in this place, Yan'an. Brute? Chao Heron heard this word and secretly shook his head. He didn't think Su Jiang was a brute. A brute with a brain is certainly terrifying, but a brute who not only has a brain, but also an unconventional way of thinking. That is the true disaster. Sigh, my son and daughter are still in his hands. Chao Heron sighed. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. What did he do to provoke him? Don't worry, your children won't die. The woman said indifferently. Killing them now would be detrimental to Su Jiang. Chao Heron nodded gloomily. I know, but what if? That brat Su Jiang's way of doing things is exactly like that scoundrel in Xingqiang, even surpassing him. As soon as this was mentioned, Chao Heron became even angrier, slapping his thigh and starting to curse incessantly. That dam in Xingqiang is no good either. Back then, I asked him to help me with a fight, and that grandson ended up blowing up half of the isolated island battlefield. Blowing up the island is one thing, but he even blew up my people too. It's only been these past few years that he hasn't dared to appear before me. Otherwise, I would have just shot him. Clearly, Chao Heron was still holding a grudge over what happened back then. Of course, this was understandable, as in Xingqiang had indeed caused Chao Heron considerable psychological trauma back then. You came to help me fight, but you ended up beating up my own people? Who wouldn't be angry about that? You should be content. The woman said with disdain. If it weren't for his explosion back then, your Chao family would have been annihilated by Meng Jiangnan long ago. As soon as these words were spoken, Chao Heron was speechless and couldn't refute them, because it was indeed the truth. Back then, the Chao family and the Meng family fought on the isolated island battlefield. Chao Heron knew he couldn't win, so he called in Xingqiang over as an external aid. It could be said that if it weren't for in Xingqiang's earth-shattering explosion back then, the Chao family would have been annihilated by the Meng family. However, even though the situation was eventually reversed, the Chao family still couldn't annihilate the Meng family. What a pity. If Wei Liangping hadn't interfered back then, Meng Jiangnan's grave grass would probably be 2 meters tall by now, right? Chao Heron lamented. Haha. Wei Liangping risked being targeted by various great families to save Meng Jiangnan back then. It seems he was already eyeing Yan'an at that time. The woman said indifferently. Speaking of which, what price did Wei Liangping pay back then to make the great families in Kyoto let him off? Chao Heron frowned and said, the isolated island battlefield was jointly opened by the great families. How could they let Wei Liangping off so easily when he broke the rules? The woman heard this, remained silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, uttering 3 words. Gene liquid. Upon hearing this term, Chao Heron's pupils constricted, and his voice involuntarily grew a few shades louder. You mean, Wei Liangping gave out the gene liquid formula developed by the Wei family? Is he crazy? For the sake of a Meng Jiangnan, he's willing to give up something like this? Chao Heron's tone was filled with incomprehension, but it also resolved one of his doubts. The great families in Kyoto all used gene liquid to cultivate assassins. Originally, he thought that the great families had obtained the formula during the Kyoto incident. But now it seemed that perhaps only the Wei family had obtained the formula. The subsequent gene liquid formulas were also circulated to the various great families by the Wei family. Do you think someone like Wei Liangping would do a losing business? The woman chuckled mockingly. It shows that in his eyes, Meng Jiangnan, or rather, the Meng family, is even more important than the gene liquid formula. Chao Heron smacked his lips. He certainly didn't see Meng Jiangnan as having that much value. All right, be careful during this period. Many people are trying to find out about you. Chao Heron's expression was somewhat serious as he said in a low voice. Right now, Yan'an is a gathering place for all sorts of characters, good and bad. At least now, many people know that you, the ghost, are a fake. Fake. The woman couldn't help but laugh when she heard this word. She said meaningfully, Chao Heron, do even you think that I, the ghost of the Dark Hall, am a fake? Chao Heron frowned. Isn't that so? In Yunnan, he was the person who knew the woman's identity best. So he knew that the woman in front of him could absolutely not be the ghost, because the real ghost had already died. Chao Heron, in the eyes of people like you, what is the ghost? Does that even need asking? Of course, it's the person ranked first on the assassin list. That's it. Is there anything else? The woman smiled and said softly, of course there is. A ghost can be a dead person. A person can also be a living ghost. The woman stood up, her gaze calmly fixed on the front. The former ghost, who was number 1 on the assassin list, is dead. The one alive now is the ghost of the Dark Hall. Chao Heron listened to these words, frowning, seemingly pondering their meaning. After a while, he said, so, you replaced the old ghost and became the new ghost? No. The woman shook her head, turned around, and stared intently at Chao Heron. I have never replaced or impersonated the ghost. I am the ghost at 254, the second blame-shifting competition of the Supervision Bureau, inside the Supervisory Bureau's main base. Everyone looked at the photos Jiang brought back, feeling a headache. I told you last night not to do that, and now look what happened. You didn't manage to throw dirt on them, but instead, you ended up taking all the blame. Li Kai started pointing fingers at Jiang. Upon hearing this, Jiang couldn't take it anymore. You're being an armchair critic now, but you were there too, and I didn't see you raise any objections. That's why I said, if Jiang went, something was bound to happen, Yang Ming said blandly. Hey, aren't you guys being too irresponsible? Jiang said, displeased. If we're talking about the real culprit, if Wang Xiang hadn't told me to go save someone, none of this would have happened. Wang Xiang. What the hell does that have to do with me? I told you to go save people. I didn't tell you to do anything else. Wang Xiang was agitated, indicating that he wouldn't take the blame for this. Everything I did was for the sake of our plan, wasn't it? Jiang retorted. Then tell me, what is our plan? An Rou suddenly asked. Jiang fell into a deep silence. Everyone's gazes were quietly fixed on him. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang slammed the table 3 times, saying with a serious expression, none of that matters now. The most urgent thing is how to resolve the current situation. And putting aside the facts, aren't you also at fault? Especially you, Wang Yingying. Jiang suddenly pointed at Wang Yingying and said, if you hadn't provoked Dream Qingxia, would your great-uncle have been captured? If your great-uncle hadn't been captured, none of these subsequent events would have happened. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yingying didn't humor Jiang and responded with a simple, crude gesture. She silently gave Jiang the middle finger. Yang Ming shook his head, lamenting that Jiang was becoming increasingly inhumane. He was even shifting blame onto a child. Losing his character was one thing, but now he was even starting to lose his humanity. Jiang, it's not too late to rein yourself in and turn over a new leaf. Yang Ming patted Jiang's shoulder, his expression solemn. Jiang directly shook off Yang Ming's hand and ignored him. To the side, Guan Yin was eating freshly cooked noodles, looking on as if it had nothing to do with him. He didn't understand how such an absurd team had managed to stick together until today without disbanding. Was it really just pure blame shifting? All right, everyone, stop arguing. An Rou took a deep breath and said helplessly, let's first think about what to do next. At her words, everyone temporarily stopped their blame shifting. Yang Ming sat on the sofa and said softly, to me, this isn't a big deal. Although Jiang has been exposed, he has the art of disguise, so the impact isn't significant. And this isn't necessarily a bad thing for us. Yang Ming paused, then continued. To outsiders, the current Jiang is the leader of the Dark Hall. So, Jiang's every move represents the Dark Hall's direction. Therefore, we can pull a switcheroo and let Jiang solidify his identity as ghost. Who are you calling a civet cat? Jiang said, somewhat displeased. Is there no politeness? Yang Ming was speechless and looked at Jiang with a hint of exasperation. He was just making an analogy. At the same time, An Rou quickly followed Yang Ming's train of thought and came up with a solution. Since the Dark Hall was established, many people have admired the name of Ghost and wanted to join the Dark Hall. However, the Dark Hall's requirements for new recruits are very strict. Not just anyone can join. But in this situation, we can let Su Jiang use the Dark Hall's name to seize the opportunity to recruit a group of forces. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. This way, the problem was once again thrown back to Ghost. You said I'm the leader of the Dark Hall, so if I recruit some people using the Dark Hall's name, there's nothing wrong with that, right? If you disagree, then you can only publicly clarify that I am not Ghost. Otherwise, you can only watch me strengthen myself using the Dark Hall's name. Yang Ming said while looking at the data. This is a good idea. There are quite a few unaligned forces in Yan'an now. Bringing them under our command would be a considerable force. As for whether they could control this force, they weren't too worried. After all, the leader was Su Jiang. For this matter, Su Jiang, as the leader, cannot appear casually, so we must find a spokesperson to persuade these unaligned forces. An Rou scanned everyone, looking for someone suitable for this task. Hua Qing was immediately ruled out. He absolutely could not appear outside casually right now. Su Jiang was still using his identity with the Black Dragon Society. I'll do it. Suddenly, Wang Xiang stepped forward and said with a smile, Yan'an is my hometown after all, so it's most suitable for me to handle this. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on him. Wang Yingying also couldn't help but look up at him. Old Wang, this is no joke. Su Jiang reminded him. Those unaligned forces are not to be trifled with. It's fine. With your reputation, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on me, Wang Xiang said nonchalantly. An Rou frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then said softly, Then let brother Li Kai go with you. That way, it will be safer. Li Kai heard this and smiled confidently. Don't worry, they're just some hooligans. He was incredibly strong this season, full of drive. To the side, Guan Yin was still slurping noodles, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. Although he had surrendered, his current task was to identify photos and eat noodles. Clearly, everyone hadn't completely lowered their guard against him. After all, he was still on the assassin list. One must always be wary of others. Guan Yin was happy with this arrangement. It didn't matter where he slacked off, and here he got free food and lodging, and didn't have to carry out dangerous missions. Everyone was talented, and their words were pleasant to hear. He had no intention of resisting whatsoever. He would do whatever he was told. What? An assassin's pride? What was that worth? A few days of starvation would set him straight. Just then, Su Jiang's phone rang. Taking out his phone, Su Jiang frowned slightly. It's Bai Yu calling. Then, Su Jiang answered the phone, his voice naturally changing to Hua Qing's. Chief Bai, what's wrong? Hua Qing, can you still contact Su Jiang now? Su Jiang heard this, remained silent for a moment, then spoke. Yes. Upon hearing this reply, Bai Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After learning that Su Jiang had been exposed, she was worried that Su Jiang would disappear without a trace. Now it seemed Su Jiang hadn't run off yet. Therefore, their operation could no longer be delayed. Hua Qing, come to the Black Dragon Society. We need to discuss how to deal with Su Jiang. Upon hearing these words, a smile appeared at the corner of Su Jiang's mouth. They finally couldn't sit still anymore. 2:55, everything, for the Black Dragon Society. 2.5 hours later, Su Jiang, disguised as Hua Qing, arrived at the Black Dragon Society alone. Apparently, the guards were smarter this time. Seeing that the person was Hua Qing, they not only didn't stop him, but also bowed slightly. Hello, Brother Hua. Su Jiang's face was cold, and he nodded slightly, looking at the guard with a hint of appreciation. This young man's path was getting wider and wider. Glancing at the guard's computer screen, Su Jiang's brows furrowed again. Oh, so you're playing games during work hours, huh? And it was Black Monkey. He hadn't even beaten the big boss. Worthless, he deserved to be a guard. Shaking his head, Su Jiang stepped forward and, familiar with the route, walked to the door of Bai Yu's office. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Inside the office, Bai Yu looked up slightly. Seeing that the person was Hua Qing, she quickly got up. You're finally here. Were you followed? Don't worry. Chief Bai, I'm always the most reliable when doing things. After Su Jiang finished speaking, he sat down on the sofa, looked around, and casually said, Didn't you say we were discussing how to deal with Su Jiang? Where is Chief Lin Hui? Bai Yu poured Su Jiang a cup of tea and explained. Chief Lin had some urgent matters, So this plan will be led by me. Lin Hui isn't participating? Su Jiang frowned. That shouldn't be right. That guy Lin Hui hates me so much. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Or rather, is there something more important than killing him? As soon as he thought of this, Su Jiang subtly asked, such an important matter, and your chief Lin isn't participating? Upon hearing this, Bayu's expression showed a hint of displeasure. Do I really need to explain this kind of thing to you specifically? However, thinking that the upcoming plan still required Hua Qing's help, Bayu patiently explained. A lot has happened these past 2 days. I think you've probably heard some rumors. The Chao family and Meng family suddenly had a conflict, and in the Dark Hall, various rumors about the ghost have frequently appeared. As one of the 4 major forces, our Black Dragon Society naturally needs to take action. Upon hearing these words, Su Jiang nodded slightly. Immediately after, his eyes flashed, and he cautiously added, Chief Bai, there's no one else here. Can I ask you something? If it doesn't involve secrets, I can answer you. Our Black Dragon Society's supreme leader is Chief Lin Hui, right? That's right. Even I have to rank below him. Bayu nodded, then asked in confusion, why are you asking this? Su Jiang stared intently at Bayu and said word by word, what I want to ask is, in our Black Dragon Society, above Chief Lin Hui, is there anyone else? Bayu's gaze sharpened, and she said coldly, what do you mean by that? Chief Bai, don't get agitated. I'm just curious, asking a question. Su Jiang quickly waved his hand and explained with a smile. After all, I heard that Chief Lin Hui only came to Yan'an not long ago and established the Black Dragon Society, which is comparable to the Chao family and Meng family. To achieve such results in such a short time, anyone would suspect that Chief Lin Hui has someone behind him, right? At the same time, Su Jiang was secretly observing the expression on Bayu's face. In that instant, a very subtle change appeared on Bayu's face. Although it was very brief, Su Jiang still keenly caught this detail. It was this change that gave Su Jiang an 80% certainty to conclude that there must be someone else behind the Black Dragon Society. Bayu quietly looked at Su Jiang, her face extremely cold. Hua Qing, our Black Dragon Society has always been developed by Chief Lin Hui alone. There is no one else. Bayu said with a serious face, you just need to remember this point. As for other matters, don't inquire about what you shouldn't. Everyone has curiosity, but if you can't control it, it can kill you. Bayu's tone subtly carried a hint of threat, and the atmosphere instantly solidified. After a long while, Su Jiang chuckled, breaking the stalemate. Chief Bai is right. I was too curious. It's my fault. Let's talk about business now. Su Jiang sat up straight and asked, how do you plan to deal with Su Jiang? You have to tell me first, how confident are you that you can lure Su Jiang out? If we act today, I'm 80% confident, but in a few more days, it's hard to say. Su Jiang leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs. You also know that the reason I have contact with Su Jiang is because of the identity of Su Outyin. Now that his identity has been exposed, the identity of Su Outyin will probably no longer be used, so today is the last chance. After today, if I try to find him again, the risk will be even greater. Upon hearing this, Bayu nodded with understanding. This was also why she sought out Hua Qing immediately after receiving the news. On one hand, she was afraid Su Jiang would run away, and on the other hand, she was worried that as time passed, Su Jiang would become wary of Hua Qing. Tonight at 8 p.m., there's an abandoned building in the south. You lead Su Jiang there. Bayu took out her phone and sent Su Jiang a location. Our people will set up an ambush there in advance. Once you bring Su Jiang to the designated location, we'll make our move. Don't worry, we will ensure your safety then and won't let Su Jiang harm you. Su Jiang looked at the location sent to his phone and nodded slightly. How many people have you ambushed? Enough to kill Su Jiang. Bayu did not directly answer his question. Su Jiang scoffed at this. Enough to kill me? What big talk? Back then, the Feng family also made such threats in front of me. Now, if you add them all up, the grass on their graves is almost a small forest. As for the Black Dragon Society, haha, what kind of rotten fish and shrimp? In that case, I'll go contact Su Jiang first. Su Jiang stood up, looked at Bayu with a solemn expression, and said in a low voice, everything, for the Black Dragon Society. Then, he turned around dashingly, leaving Bayu with a cold back. The moment he turned, Su Jiang thought to himself, "Go eat sh*t, Black Dragon Society. If I don't make you cry tonight, then my name isn't Su." With this thought, Su Jiang stepped out of the Black Dragon Society. He glanced over. The guard was still playing Black Monkey, still that familiar big boss. Looking at this, even if the Black Dragon Society was destroyed, he still wouldn't beat this level. Worthless. Su Jiang shook his head, then stepped away. He did not return to the main base, but instead turned into an alley. When Su Jiang came out again, he had changed into an unfamiliar passerby's face. He also changed into a light black outfit. Su Jiang stretched his body, then swayed towards a certain direction. And at the end of that direction was the Chao family. 256. Su Jiang faces Chao Heron. Su Jiang, dressed in black and with a changed, ordinary face, walked all the way to the vicinity of the Chao family. Stop. As soon as he took a step, the Chao family's guards quickly stopped Su Jiang. Who are you and who are you looking for? Su Jiang slightly raised his eyes and said indifferently, I'm looking for your Chao family master. Our Chao family master isn't someone anyone can meet, you'd better. I have news about your young master and young lady. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the guard's face immediately changed, and he quickly asked, Is what you said true? Su Jiang nodded. But this news, I'll only discuss it with your Chao family master. The guard frowned, a hint of struggle flashing across his face, but he quickly made a decision. Please wait a moment. Then, he picked up the landline phone and called Chao Heron. News about Chao He and Chao Ran? Chao Heron's face showed a few hints of doubt when he heard the guard's report. Shouldn't Chao He and Chao Ran be in Su Jiang's hands right now? What does the person at the gate look like? Chao Heron asked. A very common face. Nothing unique about him. Not a white face? I don't think he fits that description. Then it's not Su Jiang. Chao Heron mused to himself. Many people in the circle now knew that Su Jiang's appearance was famously that of a white face. After a brief thought, Chao Heron said, Let him in. Yes. After receiving instructions from the Chao family master, the guard proactively made way for Su Jiang. The Chao family master is waiting for you in the reception room. Where is the reception room? Turn left after entering the door and just keep walking. Okay, thank you. He's quite polite. Su Jiang's expression was calm, and along the way, many Chao family members were sizing him up. Walking all the way to the reception room, Su Jiang reached out and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Chao Heron's deep voice came from inside the room. Su Jiang took a deep breath, his face a little more serious. Every time he faced these old foxes, he felt some pressure. Creak. Su Jiang pushed the door open. There was only one person inside, standing quietly in front of a painting, not saying a word. Chao Heron had his back to Su Jiang, and after a long while, he was the first to speak. Did Su Jiang send you? That simple sentence made Su Jiang's pupils contract slightly, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Damn, he wanted to leave. He immediately assumed that he was Su Jiang's person. Chao Heron's words directly indicated that he knew Chao He and Chao Ran were in Su Jiang's hands. Why are these old foxes so difficult to deal with, one after another? Su Jiang secretly complained. If only all the family masters were like Feng Qingya. TSK, he missed the Feng family. He missed the time when there wasn't so much intrigue. He missed himself when he was a good student and an excellent citizen. No, he still is. After a slight sigh, Su Jiang spoke, saying indifferently, Chao family master, I don't know what you're talking about. When facing these old foxes, the first thing to do is to be firm. Don't know? Chao Heron chuckled upon hearing this, then turned around and saw Su Jiang's face. Indeed a very ordinary passerby's face. Unless he was wearing a human skin mask or something similar. What's your name? Chao Heron asked with a smile. Chao family master, why don't we talk about business first? Su Jiang stared intently at Chao Heron and said, Don't you want to know the whereabouts of your children? No rush. Chao Heron unhurriedly sat on the sofa and asked the question again. What's your name? People on the streets call me Zhang Biao. Su Jiang casually made up a name. Zhang Biao. Chao Heron silently repeated the name and nodded slightly. So, Mr. Zhang, what do you want to talk to me about? The whereabouts of your children, do you want to know? No. Su Jiang was speechless for a moment. This was not what he had imagined. Shouldn't you be anxiously searching the world for your son right now? They aren't your biological children. Jiang couldn't help but ask suspiciously. No, they are my biological children, Chao Heron said casually. However, I believe they're fine, right? When he said this, his eyes quietly looked at Jiang. This feeling made Jiang very uncomfortable. He felt this way when facing Zhengyi. Taking a deep breath, Jiang directly stated the purpose of his visit. Tonight at 8 p.m., we are going to ambush the Black Dragon Society, and we need your Chao family's help. Why should I lend you our manpower? Because the downfall of the Black Dragon Society is also beneficial to your Chao family. Jiang paused, then added, Moreover, don't you want to know who is truly behind the Black Dragon Society? Chao Heron heard this and shook his head slightly. Just this isn't enough. The conflict between my Chao family and the Meng family is already well known. If we also confront the Black Dragon Society, then my Chao family's position will be precarious. The price you're offering is not enough for us to help you. Hearing these words, Jiang remained silent for a moment before speaking again. If the Chao family takes action tonight, Chao He and Chao Ran can be safely returned to the Chao family tomorrow. These words undoubtedly indicated to Chao Heron that Chao He and Chao Ran were in his hands. To confirm this, Jiang took a photo from his pocket and handed it to Chao Heron. The photo showed the bound Chao family siblings. At the same time, Jiang was secretly on guard. In case Chao Heron suddenly attacked, he could retreat safely at the first opportunity. However, Chao Heron merely glanced at the photo, placed it on the table, and didn't look at it again. Still not enough, he said indifferently. Moreover, I cannot guarantee whether you will keep your promise. Jiang frowned upon hearing this and said, I, Zhang Biao, can swear. Oh, come on, swearing with a fake name is meaningless. Chao Heron interrupted directly. If there's nothing else, you can leave. From the very beginning, he had not believed the name Zhang Biao. Jiang's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected Chao Heron to be so difficult. His original plan had almost completely fallen through, because Chao Heron was simply impervious to both soft and hard tactics. Jiang stood still, thought for a moment, and then made a decision. Then, Chao family master, I will take my leave now. Chao Heron nodded, sat on the sofa, and watched Jiang leave the room. A few minutes later, Chao Heron sighed softly, just as he was about to get up. A voice suddenly sounded in the quiet room. Chao family master, I think now we can have a good talk. Hearing the voice behind him, Chao Heron froze, then slowly turned around. He saw Jiang standing behind him, looking at him calmly. The face he wore was Jiang's signature white face. Jiang was no longer hiding his identity. 257. Those people's eyes are annoying. Chao Heron looked at Jiang in front of him, a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, seeing Jiang's familiar attire, he quickly understood. A human skin mask? You could say that. Chao Heron nodded slightly, then said, But this doesn't change anything. I won't take risks just because you're Jiang. I know. Jiang nodded, calmly stating, So, I plan to discuss another deal with you. Oh. Chao Heron raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Tell me about it. Jiang took a deep breath and said, word by word, I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Chao Heron chuckled. Like the family and the supervisory bureau? No. Jiang shook his head, extending a finger and pointing at himself. It's me. Then, he pointed at Chao Heron. Cooperating with you. It doesn't involve others, nor does it concern organizations. It's just me, Jiang, cooperating with you, Chao Heron, as two individuals. Upon hearing these words, Chao Heron's gaze instantly became a bit more serious. He scrutinized Jiang carefully, as if this was the first time he truly looked at the young man before him. Tell me, what is your reason for doing this? Chao Heron asked earnestly. Because those people's eyes are very annoying. A rare serious expression appeared on Jiang's face. Ever since I came to Yan'an, I've noticed many things that weren't right. It wasn't until recently that I vaguely understood that perhaps it wasn't Zhang Yi who sent me to Yan'an, but the person named Xiang Qingtian. Whether it's the four major forces, or the masterminds hidden behind the scenes, or even the supervisory bureau. Your goals are actually all the same, right? Jiang stared intently into Chao Heron's eyes, saying word by word. You all want to completely control this gray zone of Yin-Nan in your own hands. Upon hearing this, Chao Heron's pupils contracted, and the calm expression on his face vanished. Who told you all this? Su Jiang's expression was calm. He did not answer the question. The reason he was able to analyze everything currently happening was, on one hand, indeed based on the clues he deduced from Yin-Nan, and on the other hand, it came from a whisper in Mingjia secretly told him before he left, not long ago. Be careful of the supervisory bureau, and even more careful of Xiang Qingtian. Su Jiang had kept this sentence deep in his heart, never mentioning it to anyone. It wasn't until now, facing Chao Heron, that he felt he couldn't just sit back and wait any longer. What happened to Yin-Nan, or who it fell into, had nothing to do with him. However, Su Jiang really disliked the feeling of being a pawn on a chessboard. Aren't you all secretly watching this place? Don't you all want to control Yin-Nan? If that's the case, then making your wishes fall through is my revenge on all of you. Chao family master, I want to control Yin-Nan. Su Jiang said, word by word. Ding. Detecting that the host has triggered a special grade mission. Yin-Nan's Last Dawn. Mission content. Become Yin-Nan's Last Dawn. Due to the high difficulty of this mission, the host may choose whether or not to accept it. Upon mission completion, the host will receive all of the system's low-level skills, as well as one special grade skill. Accept. Su Jiang unhesitatingly chose to accept in his mind. This was the second special grade mission he had encountered. The first mission was the Jiangdu Chaos, and this mission was called Yin-Nan's Last Dawn. The mission rewards were unprecedentedly generous. All low-level skills, and one special grade skill. But this also meant that this mission's difficulty was incredibly immense. You want to control Yin-Nan? Chao Heron frowned upon hearing Su Jiang's words. Do you know what you're saying? Of course I do. Then you still came to me for cooperation? Chao Heron sneered. If what you say is true, and my Chao family also wants to control Yin-Nan, then why should I cooperate with you, who has the same goal? Because it's not a conflict. Su Jiang said softly. Just like your alliance with the Dark Hall, although the goal is the same. Only by cooperating throughout the process can you survive to the end and contend for the fruits of victory. Isn't that right? So, until the very last moment, these factions of yours can always cooperate with each other to first eliminate those who are isolated. Chao Heron's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected that his cooperation with the Dark Hall would be mentioned so casually by Su Jiang. At this moment, he remembered what that woman had said in the morning and shook his head with a wry smile. A brute? Brainless? What a joke. He looked at Su Jiang in front of him, no longer holding any of his previous disdain. Su Jiang's age and demeanor had completely misled everyone, causing them to label him as a brute. If it weren't for this face-to-face conversation today, perhaps even he himself would have suffered a great loss because of this label. I admit I underestimated you, Su Jiang. Chao Heron said seriously, but I can't just cooperate with you based on a few words. Cooperation is built on the foundation of both sides having a certain level of strength, and at least in my opinion, you don't yet have the strength to cooperate with me. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang chuckled. In that case, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? After tonight, the Black Dragon Society will cease to exist. Impossible, Chao Heron said without thinking. Even if you kill all the Black Dragon Society members sent to besiege you tonight, at most it will only severely wound the Black Dragon Society. Completely destroying the Black Dragon Society is absolutely impossible. It's precisely because you think it's impossible that I'm making this bet with you. Su Jiang asked with a smile, so are you in? Chao Heron looked at the confident expression on Su Jiang's face and hesitated for a moment. Deep down, he didn't believe Su Jiang could truly destroy the Black Dragon Society. How could such a large force be wiped out just like that? But, seeing Su Jiang's confident smile, Chao Heron still hesitated. Could it really be destroyed? After a moment of hesitation, Chao Heron gritted his teeth. I'm in. He really didn't believe it. Was Su Jiang truly that formidable? If you win, my Chao family will cooperate with you. But if you lose, if I lose, there's only one possibility. Su Jiang interrupted. That is, I'm dead. Chao Heron looked deeply at Su Jiang and nodded slightly. Then, Chao family master, just wait for the news tonight. Su Jiang smiled meaningfully. then stepped forward, brushing past Chow Heron. And just like that, he left the Chow family. 258, leaving the inspectorate. Phew, these old foxes are truly more troublesome than the last. Su Jiang let out a long breath after leaving the Chow family. He looked back at the Chow family's gate, then shook his head with a smile. Cooperation? Cooperation, my ass. They had kidnapped their children. How could they possibly cooperate with him obediently? There was always the risk of being stabbed in the back. Su Jiang truly trusted only a handful of people without reservation. As for everyone else, one could only say that if one day Su Jiang truly cooperated with someone he wasn't close to, there would only be one possibility. That was, Su Jiang was preparing to stab them in the back. And today, the reason Su Jiang did all this was to plant a seed in Chow Heron's heart. At the same time, it was also an opportunity to tell those people in the dark that he was unhappy. Since they made him unhappy, then no one should be happy. If everyone was unhappy, then Su Jiang would be happy. Tonight, let me give you a big surprise. Su Jiang murmured softly, then strode towards the base camp. He needed to discuss tonight's plan thoroughly with An Rou and the others. Not long after Su Jiang left, inside Chow Heron's room. Old 7, what do you think of what just happened? In the empty room, Chow Heron suddenly spoke these words. As soon as he finished speaking, a man with a terrifying scar on his face suddenly appeared behind Chow Heron. I can't give advice on such matters. It's up to you, family head, to decide, Old 7 said indifferently. Chow Heron chuckled upon hearing this, then asked again, then what do you think of Su Jiang? I can't see through him, but his strength is greater than mine. Old 7's expression became more serious. Even I didn't detect him when he suddenly appeared just now. If he had suddenly erupted and attacked you, I'm afraid I really might not have been able to stop him. Moreover, perhaps he also detected my presence, but just didn't say anything. Hearing these words, Chow Heron frowned. Old 7 had followed him for many years and was his personal bodyguard. He was most clear about Old 7's strength. Now hearing Old 7's evaluation of Su Jiang, Chow Heron was also a bit surprised. However, this was also within reason. After all, that kid is the one who turned West Continent upside down. Chow Heron paused, then asked again, do you think he can really destroy the Black Dragon Society? After a long silence, Old 7 said, won't we know after tonight? Indeed. Chow Heron nodded, his eyes showing a hint of anticipation. Then let me see just how capable this son-in-law in Xingchang found truly is. 2.5 hours later, inside the Supervisory Bureau's base camp, Su Jiang told An Rou and the others everything that had happened today, word for word, including his conversation with Chow Heron, which he also revealed. Are you crazy? Li Kai couldn't help but say. Destroying the Black Dragon Society tonight. What do you take us for? Calm down, let me finish first. Su Jiang held out his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. Then, his expression turned serious, and he said word by word, what I'm about to tell you is not a joke. Everyone here is someone I trust. So I'm taking this opportunity to make things clear now. Seeing Su Jiang's serious expression, everyone couldn't help but frown. This was the first time they had seen Su Jiang like this. Su Jiang looked around at everyone, then slowly extended a finger, and his first sentence shocked everyone. First of all, the first thing, I want to leave the Supervisory Bureau. What? Yang Ming looked at Su Jiang with a serious gaze. What do you mean by that? Su Jiang looked at him calmly and said, literally, from now on, I will draw a clear line between myself and the Supervisory Bureau. Why? Because I don't trust the Supervisory Bureau. But Director Jiang, I don't trust Zheng Yi either. Su Jiang interrupted Yang Ming, saying directly, I'll reiterate, I don't trust many people. The few of you here count, so I'm being direct with you. I'm serious about controlling Yan'an. I'm not just saying it for fun. So, from now on, I will not act under the name of the Supervisory Bureau. All our actions will be under the name of only one force, and that is my force, Su Jiang's force. Do you understand? Li Kai nodded gently upon hearing this. He understood. Su Jiang wanted to create his own force. As he said, he didn't trust any force now, not even the Supervisory Bureau. Therefore, he could only create an organization he could trust, and the highest authority in this organization could only be him, Su Jiang. Now, you can choose. Su Jiang said calmly. Will you choose to come with me, or will you still retain your supervisory bureau identity? He first looked at An Rou. An Rou gave him a glare, then snorted lightly and said, You're like this. What choice do I have? Then, she took out her supervisory bureau commander's badge, casually placed it on the table, and walked to Su Jiang's side. At this moment, An Rou chose Su Jiang without hesitation. Seeing this, Li Kai sighed. Our young miss has run off with you. What else are we going to choose? He also took out his supervisory bureau badge, flicked it, and tossed it aside. Wherever young Master Su is, I am there. Hua Qing did the same, taking out his supervisory bureau badge and placing it on the table. Seeing this, Wang Xiang blinked and smiled. Old Su, although I'm not from the supervisory bureau, since it's your force, I'll support you, brother. He brought Wang Yingying and walked to Su Jiang's side. Suddenly, the people in the room stood in two groups. Su Jiang and Yang Ming stood facing each other, while Wu Qi sat at the computer desk, adjusting her glasses, waiting for Yang Ming to make his choice. She was with Yang Ming. Whatever Yang Ming chose, she would choose. Guan Yin slurped his noodles, caught between the two, a bit bewildered. What was going on? He looked at Yang Ming on his left, then at Su Jiang on his right. Guan Yin quickly made his decision. He carried his noodles and walked behind Su Jiang's group. He wasn't clear about Yang Ming, but he knew Su Jiang was a ruthless person. Following a ruthless person was always the right choice. Yang Ming, what do you choose? Su Jiang stared intently at Yang Ming. A look of hesitation appeared in Yang Ming's eyes. He was unwilling to betray Zheng Yi. Finally, he sighed and said softly, Sorry, Su Jiang, Yang Ming, Director Zheng. He has already resigned from the Supervisory Bureau. Did you know about this? Just as Yang Ming was about to refuse Su Jiang, Wu Qi, who was nearby, suddenly said these words. At these words, Yang Ming's refusal was cut short, and he froze in place. 259, let's do something big tonight. Director Zheng resigned? Yang Ming's eyes were filled with shock. He quickly asked Wu Qi, When did this happen? Some time ago, Director Zheng submitted his resignation application through the Supervisory Bureau's internal system. And it already shows that the application has been approved. I think you probably can't contact him now. Hearing this, Yang Ming quickly took out his phone and dialed Zheng Yi's number. No answer. How could this be? Yang Ming frowned. He didn't understand why Director Zheng would leave the Supervisory Bureau like this. What about their dreams then? Seeing this, Su Jiang had a flash of inspiration and smiled. Yang Ming, why don't you come stay with me for now? It's not too late to make a decision once you find Zheng. Yang Ming looked at Su Jiang upon hearing this. After a long hesitation, he sighed and nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. No matter what, he had to find Zheng Yi and get a clear explanation. Seeing Yang Ming agree, Su Jiang smiled slightly, finally having tricked him over. Without Yang Ming, he really wasn't sure if he could persuade all the other members of the Supervisory Bureau. With Yang Ming, things would be much easier. As for letting Yang Ming choose later, what a pipe dream. Once he's on Su Jiang's pirate ship, there's no getting off. His ship never docks. And after Yang Ming made his choice, Wu Qi naturally followed Yang Ming and joined Su Jiang's forces. Very good. So our first matter is successfully resolved. Su Jiang suddenly showed a mysterious smile and slowly extended his second finger. Then, the second matter is about tonight's operation. An hour later, everyone was dumbfounded after hearing Su Jiang's plan. An Rou covered her face. She had thought Su Jiang would be shameless, but she never expected him to be this shameless. The others also looked at Su Jiang with admiration. Too shameless. Li Kai shook his head and exclaimed, How can there be such a shameless scoundrel like you? Su Jiang's plan once again refreshed his understanding of a person's bottom line. What are you talking about? Su Jiang frowned upon hearing this and criticized. I'm doing all this for the greater good. You just purely want to be a scoundrel. Everyone complained in their hearts simultaneously. Are we really going to do this? Yang Ming said somewhat reluctantly. Once they did this, they would truly become famous. Su Jiang's firm nod was his answer. Tonight, gather all our people and do something big. Su Jiang's eyes were filled with excitement. But won't it be too risky? An Rou suddenly spoke up. With just our manpower and strength, the margin for error is too low. If something goes wrong, we'll be in a passive position. Su Jiang smiled softly upon hearing this. It's fine. I found some helpers. They'll arrive tonight. Helpers? An Rou was puzzled. Su Jiang then took out his phone and made a call. Hello? Where are you? Su Jiang asked. Faintly, An Rou heard a rather familiar voice from the other end of the phone. Why are you rushing? I'm already on the way. Are you sure you can make it tonight? I can make it, but are you planning to cause trouble tonight? Hee. Tonight, brother will take you to do something big. I only brought 1/3 of my people. Don't you dare ruin them all. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. See you tonight. With that, Su Jiang directly hung up the phone. Shaking his phone, he smiled at everyone. Now, our manpower is almost sufficient. Everyone fell silent. After a while, Yang Ming spoke first, grumbling. Li Kai and I will go gather our people. With that, he directly pulled Li Kai and walked out of the room. Looking at their receding figures, An Rou suddenly thought of something and excitedly turned to Su Jiang, saying, Oh, by the way, since we're a new force, shouldn't we have a new name? I suggest we call it Nicholas. MMPH. An Rou hadn't finished speaking when Su Jiang covered her mouth. Still calling it Nicholas? Was she treating his new force like a zoo? Seeing An Rou's protesting eyes, Su Jiang said helplessly, Let's not rush with the name. Let's finish tonight's business first. MMPH. I protest. MMPH. Su Jiang, you're dead. Seeing this scene, everyone wisely left to do their own things. For a moment, only Su Jiang and An Rou were left in the room. After some persuasion from Su Jiang, An Rou's face was flushed red, and she temporarily gave up the idea of naming the force. Time passed by minute, and night quickly spread across the entire sky. In an abandoned building somewhere in Yan'an, Baiyu had already ambushed with the Black Dragon Society. It was almost the agreed-upon 8 o'clock, but there was still no sign of Hua Qing and Su Jiang. In the shadows, Baiyu frowned deeply. What was going on? She had brought 1/3 of the Black Dragon Society's members tonight, determined to kill Su Jiang in one fell swoop. But now, let alone Su Jiang, she hadn't even seen a stray dog or cat. Could something have gone wrong? Baiyu couldn't help but send a message to Hua Qing. Baiyu, how are things? Soon, Hua Qing replied to her message instantly. Hua Qing, Chief Bai, wait a little longer, we'll be there soon. Seeing this message, Baiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could bring the people, being a few minutes late didn't matter. At the same time, Chao family. Chao Heron stood on his family's rooftop, admiring the night view before him. Old Seven stood beside him, drinking wine with his head down. Yan'an tonight is exceptionally quiet. Chao Heron shook his head and sighed. Why do I feel like this is the calm before the storm? Old Seven took a sip of wine and said indifferently, Didn't you arrange for people at the Black Dragon Society headquarters so you'd get news at the first sign of trouble? Yes. Chao Heron nodded and smiled. Because I'm really curious how Su Jiang plans to destroy the Black Dragon Society. Even if Baiyu brought out 1/3 of her people, the remaining 2/3 of their strength is not to be underestimated. Even if he's going for a sneak attack, if he can't quickly deal with the Black Dragon Society headquarters, once Baiyu brings her people back as reinforcements, they'll be caught in a pincer attack, which would be troublesome. Old Seven heard this, remained silent for a moment, and then said indifferently, Let's wait for the news. You're good at everything, but you're just too boring. Chao Heron shook his head, also picked up a glass of wine, and just as he brought it to his lips and took a sip, boom! In the distance, a fire lit up, and a sound came from afar, clearly an explosion. Oh, have they started their operation? Chao Heron glanced in the direction where the fire lit up, and then his eyes suddenly widened. Uft! All the wine sprayed out. Chao Heron's mouth was wide open, looking in that direction in disbelief. Old Seven, I remember that area. That's the Meng family, right? It seems it is, right? Old Seven was equally dumbfounded. His mind couldn't process it anymore. At the same time, Meng family. Su Jiang stood amidst the flames, carrying a sniper rifle, with a group of assassins in dark hall uniforms standing behind him. Looking at the Meng family before him, a cunning glint flashed in Su Jiang's eyes, and he roared, Meng Jiangnan, get your ass out here. I am Su Jiang, the leader of the Dark Hall. Tonight, it's your Meng family's doomsday. 260. The Black Dragon Society also exploded? Why? Why the Ming family? Chao Heron stared intently at the distant flames, muttering to himself. He swore. He was truly a bit bewildered. He genuinely couldn't comprehend Su Jiang's actions anymore. Running to make a bet with him in broad daylight, claiming he would wipe out the Black Dragon Society, looking so confident. Yet, not only did he deceive him, he also stood up the Black Dragon Society. He went to attack the Ming family instead? He's crazy, isn't he? Chao Heron's finger trembled as he pointed into the distance, finally managing to squeeze out that sentence. Old Seven slowly nodded in agreement. Even in Xinjiang back in the day wouldn't have done something so insane. But at this moment, there was only one person who was truly bewildered. That was Meng Jiangnan. Su Jiang, you motherfucker. Inside the Meng family compound, Meng Jiangnan, with bloodshot eyes, cursed without restraint. In front of him, members of the Meng family were clashing with Su Jiang's people. Meng Jiangnan was truly on the verge of going mad. Whom had he provoked? The main gate was suddenly blown open. Then a group of people calling themselves the Dark Hall stormed in, followed immediately by Su Jiang's shouts. Meng Jiangnan, my Dark Hall declared war on your Meng family long ago. Tonight is the day your Meng family perishes. In the distance, Su Jiang was still roaring. Upon hearing this, Meng Jiangnan became even more infuriated. You're the leader of the Dark Hall, my ass. The leaders of these major families naturally saw through the Dark Hall's method of framing Su Jiang. In their eyes, it was impossible for Su Jiang to be involved with the Dark Hall. Thus, all parties were watching this matter with a sit-back-and-enjoy-the-show attitude. But they truly hadn't expected Su Jiang to be so shameless. He actually claimed to be the leader of the Dark Hall, even having his subordinates disguise themselves as Dark Hall members to launch a lightning attack on the Meng family. You'll take on the identity of the one being framed just because it's offered? Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out one after another, as Su Jiang, carrying a backpack full of grenades, moved like a ghost through various battlefields. Wherever he passed, a grenade was sure to be left behind. In the distance, Li Kai set up his sniper rifle and continuously fired, hitting his targets almost every time at that range. And those disguised as Dark Hall members were originally from the Special Operations Group. After ideological education from Li Kai and Yang Ming, they now belonged to Su Jiang's faction. At the main base, An Rou and Yang Ming monitored the movements of various forces through the surveillance footage on Wu Qi's computer screen. Static. The walkie-talkie in An Rou's hand crackled, and Su Jiang's voice came through. An Rou, what's the situation now? An Rou, hearing this, focused her gaze on the computer screen. The Chao family hasn't made any moves, nor have we found any traces of genuine Dark Hall members. Dream Qingzhe is leading the Meng family members who were out to reinforce. The Black Dragon Society, huh? Suddenly, An Rou frowned, her tone becoming a bit more serious. Su Jiang, by you of the Black Dragon Society, is leading people towards the Meng family. People are also continuously rushing from the Black Dragon Society's headquarters to the Meng family. Hearing this, Su Jiang, who was in the midst of the battlefield, revealed an expression of just as expected. Got it. I'm hanging up now. After speaking, Su Jiang hung up the walkie-talkie and let out a deep sigh. That's why I said, you old guys are all dirty-minded. He casually tossed a grenade, and another roar echoed. Su Jiang's loud shout rang out again. Meng Jiangnan, are you waiting for the Black Dragon Society's rescue? How surprising. I never thought the Meng family and the Black Dragon Society's cooperation would be so close. No, this is no longer just a matter of closeness. Su Jiang chuckled softly, then his voice boomed. Could it be that the Black Dragon Society was also created by Wei Liangping? Secretly controlling both the Meng family and the Black Dragon Society, then on the day of the Four Alliance Agreement, suddenly launching an attack, catching everyone off guard. What a truly brilliant scheme. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The Black Dragon Society and the Meng family, they're on the same side? And they're both under Wei Liangping's control? Is it real or fake? Su Jiang. Meng Jiangnan gnashed his teeth and roared, as if he wished he could tear Su Jiang to shreds. What Su Jiang had just said in public would undoubtedly spread afterwards, no matter what. At that time, Even killing Su Jiang would be useless, because this matter had already aroused the vigilance of all parties. Everyone attack. You must kill Su Jiang. At this moment, Meng Jiangnan only wanted Su Jiang dead. If Su Jiang lived, it would have a huge impact on their plan. Currently, both sides were fighting evenly, with the Meng family subtly gaining a slight advantage. But under Su Jiang's grenade explosions, they quickly fell into a disadvantage again. Seeing this, Meng Jiangnan clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath. We can only wait for the Black Dragon Society's reinforcements. Just hold on a little longer. Once the Black Dragon Society's reinforcements arrive, Su Jiang and his people will have no escape. On the Chao family rooftop, Chao Heron's brows furrowed tightly as he looked at the message brought by his subordinate. Black Dragon Society. Meng family. I never expected Wei Liangping to have such a hidden card. If Su Jiang hadn't stirred things up like this, everyone probably would have been kept in the dark. Beside him, Old Seven also slowly nodded. I'm afraid Su Jiang suspected this point early on, which is why he chose to attack the Meng family. It's just, once the Black Dragon Society's reinforcements arrive, what will they do then? Chao Heron frowned tightly. Just fighting the Meng family was arduous enough. How could they fight once the Black Dragon Society arrived? Young people are still too impulsive. Chao Heron sighed and shook his head as another roar came from behind him. Old Seven looked at the direction of the explosion, frozen in place, and couldn't help but poke Chao Heron. What's wrong? Chao Heron looked up in confusion at Old Seven. It exploded. Old Seven pointed forward, muttering. Nonsense, Su Jiang and the Meng family are fighting. Hasn't it been exploding all along? Chao Heron said irritably. What's so surprising about that? No. Old Seven quickly said. It's the Black Dragon Society headquarters that exploded. What? Hearing this, Chao Heron suddenly stood up, looking astonished into the distance. Sure enough, the roar just now came from the direction of the Black Dragon Society headquarters. At this moment, that area was also ablaze. What exactly is going on? Chao Heron was dumbfounded. Shouldn't Su Jiang be at the Meng family right now? Then who was causing the explosions at the Black Dragon Society's side now? At the same time, at the Black Dragon Society headquarters, in the midst of the sea of fire, a man in a black trench coat stood in the center. Around him, there was also a group of people dressed in dark hall uniforms. Tisk, no wonder that guy likes explosions so much. So this is what it feels like. Xie Guli looked at the black flying knife in his hand and instantly felt it wasn't as good. Similarly, he stood in the flames, head held high, and shouted loudly. Everyone from the Black Dragon Society inside, listen up. I am Xie Guli, the second leader of the Dark Hall. You have been surrounded by me. Today is the day your Black Dragon Society dies. 261. Now that things have come to this, let's get started. At this moment, Baiyu was leading the majority of the Black Dragon Society's forces to support the Meng family. Upon learning that Su Jiang was attacking the Meng family, Baiyu knew that she had been tricked by the man named Hua Qing. The other party was definitely in cahoots with Su Jiang. Everything before this was just to deceive her. Realizing this, Baiyu immediately changed her strategy, leading her people to support the Meng family. At the same time, she also notified the headquarters to mobilize, ensuring nothing went wrong. Chief Bai, this is bad. Someone is attacking our headquarters. What did you say? Hearing this, Baiyu's eyes widened, and she froze on the spot. The person reporting the news, seeing her reaction, braced himself and said, the other party claims to be the second in command of the Dark Hall, leading a large group of people in Dark Hall uniforms, and they are currently breaking into the headquarters. Now the headquarters forces are weak and completely unable to withstand their attack. If we don't return to reinforce, I'm afraid the headquarters will be finished. For a moment, Baiyu's mind was in chaos, caught in a dilemma. Why did the situation turn out like this? Should she go support the Meng family, or return to reinforce the headquarters? Chief Bai, the person couldn't help but shout. Time was of the essence. A decision had to be made quickly. Just then, Baiyu's phone vibrated. Baiyu took out her phone and saw that someone had sent her a message containing only 3 short words. Kill Su Jiang. Seeing this message, Baiyu's brows furrowed tightly. Did that mean the headquarters was just giving up? Baiyu hesitated for a moment, then quickly made a decision. To the Meng family. Yes. Since that person had sent such a message, it meant that in his eyes, killing Su Jiang was more important than saving the Black Dragon Society. Inside the base, An Rou, who had been monitoring the movements of all parties, saw this scene and quickly called Su Jiang via the walkie-talkie. Su Jiang, Bai Yu and her people didn't return. They're still heading towards the Meng family. The plan failed. Retreat now. Otherwise, when Bai Yu and her people arrive, it will be difficult for you to leave. At the Meng family, Su Jiang's expression remained unchanged as he listened to An Rou's words. Wait a little longer, he said indifferently. Huh? An Rou stared with wide eyes, frowning. What are you still waiting for? Do you have another trick up your sleeve? No sooner had she spoken than An Rou witnessed an unbelievable scene. On the street, in front of Bai Yu and her convoy, a group of people suddenly emerged, blocking their path. They were also wearing Dark Hall uniforms. Who are they? An Rou was dumbfounded. How could there be more people? All of their personnel had already been dispatched. So now, where did these Dark Hall members blocking Bai Yu come from? From your tone, they made a move? Su Jiang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. If I'm not mistaken, the ones blocking Bai Yu and her people now are the true Dark Hall. The true Dark Hall. An Rou and the others were startled. Why would they help us? Because this is an opportunity one created for them, Su Jiang chuckled. This is a chance to wipe out both the Black Dragon Society and the Ming family in one fell swoop. If you were someone from the Dark Hall, would you let go of this opportunity? It's just that old man Chao Heron is too cowardly. Otherwise, after tonight, Yan'an might really only have two major forces left. It seems the true leader of this Dark Hall is quite a smart person, knowing who to help at this moment. Moreover, with me acting as the Dark Hall's leader in front, even if something goes wrong, they can shamelessly pin the blame on me. So, the Dark Hall has no reason not to make a move. Everyone's faces showed a sudden realization upon hearing this. This guy Su Jiang, did he even consider this step? Somewhere in Yan'an, a woman sat gracefully on a sofa in a room, swirling the red wine glass in her hand. She stared intently at the wine glass, murmuring softly, Su Jiang, I really, severely underestimated you. But this makes it more interesting. The woman leaned lazily on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling, a slight smile playing on her lips. I really want to know, if you and Xiang Qingtian were to clash, who would be more insane? Yan'an is truly becoming more and more exciting. At the same time, on the Chao family's rooftop, Chao Heron was full of indecision. To act or to observe? I didn't expect that woman to act so decisively. Chao Heron paced back and forth. Things happened too suddenly, completely without any warning or preparation. He was not like the Dark Hall. When the Dark Hall made a move, they could still pin the blame on Su Jiang when it was over. His Chao family was not the Dark Hall. Their identity was clearly visible. If they couldn't completely destroy the Meng family and the Black Dragon Society tonight, then things would be troublesome later. Old Shi, what do you think we should do? Old Shi took a sip of wine and calmly said, if we act now, we won't even get a bite of anything hot. Chao Heron stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, letting out a deep sigh. Indeed, when it was time to be decisive, he wasn't, and now it was too late. Sigh, I'm really getting old. If it were his once spirited self, he probably would have acted even more decisively than that woman. Forget it, what's done is done. Let it go? Pulling a nearby chair over, Chao Heron lay down directly. Since he wasn't acting, he would watch the show. He would see who would be the final winner of tonight's farce. Of the four major forces, 3 were already engaged in battle, while only his Chao family remained safe and sound. Outside, there were explosions everywhere, but only his Chao family's place was quiet and peaceful. It was like the last pure land in an apocalypse. The wildfire Su Jiang started didn't burn his side, but it was already about to make Meng Jiangnan collapse. Su Jiang. Meng Jiangnan gritted his teeth. He had just received news that the Black Dragon Society's reinforcements couldn't make it. His Ming family could only rely on themselves. Fortunately, the people Dream Qingzhe brought were still on their way and had not encountered any interception. Ha 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 ha. Meng Jiangnan, today is the day your Meng family dies. I will make your Meng family completely erased from Yan'an. From now on, this Yan'an will be my, Su Jiang's, Dark Hall's world. Su Jiang laughed wildly, like a big villain. Just then, a figure attacked with incredible speed. Black Hawk's eyes gleamed sharply. He had been waiting in the dark for an opportunity, and now that Su Jiang finally exposed a flaw, he decisively attacked Su Jiang from behind. He didn't use a gun because Su Jiang moved too erratically, making it difficult to aim. If he fired and missed, it would expose his presence, so he had been holding back. Until now, he had found the right opportunity. Holding a dagger, he swung it fiercely towards Su Jiang's back neck. Meng Jiangnan, watching from afar, didn't even dare to breathe, his eyes filled with anticipation. As long as Su Jiang died, all of this would end. However, in the next second, Black Hawk only felt a pain in his wrist. One of Su Jiang's hands had, at some unknown point, grabbed his wrist. What I hate most are people like you who launch sneak attacks from behind. Su Jiang stared intently at Black Hawk, a playful look on his face. Finally, he had lured this guy out. 262. Su Jiang is too weird. Su Jiang had noticed Black Hawk's presence earlier, when he activated Gun Shadow Flowing Wind. However, just like Black Hawk, Su Jiang also found it difficult to make the first move, so both sides had been observing each other in secret. Black Hawk was waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Su Jiang. As for Su Jiang, he deliberately exposed a weakness, luring Black Hawk out. One could only say that neither of them had clean intentions. What you? With his wrist firmly seized by Su Jiang, Black Hawk's eyes showed a hint of disbelief. He knew he had been tricked. A slight smile played on Su Jiang's lips as he said viciously, I hate two kinds of people the most in my life. One kind are those who like to launch sneak attacks from behind. The other kind are those who don't let me launch sneak attacks from behind. In a one-on-one fight, with the enhancement of Gun Shadow Flowing Wind, he feared no one. Back in West Continent, it was always a situation of one against many, and even with Gun Shadow Flowing Wind, Su Jiang couldn't do much. But the situation was different now. On this battlefield, no one dared to interfere in their fight. This meant Su Jiang could completely let loose and focus entirely on dealing with Black Hawk. Today, he was going to show these people what it meant to be the king of one-on-one. Holding Black Hawk's hand, Su Jiang started by unleashing a righteous skill. Dirty Pickpocket. Instantly, the pistol at Black Hawk's waist vanished, reappearing in Su Jiang's hand. Black Hawk's eyes widened when he saw the gun in Su Jiang's hand. Then he quickly realized something. It's over. This guy is sinister. Su Jiang's smile was sinister. With one hand holding Black Hawk, his other hand slowly rose. The muzzle pointed at Black Hawk, and he pulled the trigger. At the same time, Black Hawk suddenly pushed off with both feet, disregarding the pain, break free his captured hand, and with a swift roll, dodged the dangerous shot. However, Su Jiang was not surprised. If the opponent died so easily, then the Meng family would be too useless. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Jiang rushed forward, kicking towards Black Hawk's lower body. Holy crap! Black Hawk was startled, cursing inwardly. You said my methods were dirty, but your attack style isn't much cleaner, is it? Black Tiger steals heart. Invincible whirlwind kick. Crow sits on Boeing 747. Su Jiang attacked relentlessly, chanting the names of moves. Black Hawk, having lost the initiative, could only dodge awkwardly at this moment. The key was that the moves Su Jiang used had no relation whatsoever to what he was chanting. Swish! Su Jiang's kick missed, and Black Hawk's face lit up, just as he was about to counterattack. Su Jiang's trouser leg twitched, and a grenade slowly fell, rolling to Black Hawk's feet. Holy crap! Black Hawk's eyes widened, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Then he looked up again. Su Jiang had already run far away, squatting on the ground, covering his ears, and looking at Black Hawk with a mischievous smile. He was as annoying as a child setting off firecrackers and watching passers-by. Without the slightest hesitation, Black Hawk kicked the grenade away as fast as possible, then quickly dropped to the ground. Boom! The grenade exploded, and for a moment, dust filled the air. Cough, cough. Black Hawk stood up from the dust, looking disheveled, his eyes filled with astonishment. Who exactly is this guy named Su Jiang? Could this guy really be Ghost? The moment this thought emerged, Black Hawk decisively shook his head. He had fought Ghost before, so he knew that Ghost's fighting style wasn't so shameless. At least he wouldn't start by attacking the lower body. In the distance, Meng Jiangnan's face had already turned completely dark. Damn, Black Hawk, aren't you second on the assassin rankings? Is that all you've got? You can't even handle a little kid? If this continues, my Meng family will truly be in danger today. Meng Jiangnan worried internally, and just then, a voice rang out. Father, I'm back. In the distance, Dream Qingzhe was seen approaching with a group of people. Upon seeing this, Meng Jiangnan's face lit up, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Dream Qingzhe's addition, the situation could be completely reversed. However, before Dream Qingzhe and his group could get close, a backpack full of grenades flew over from a distance. Dream Qingzhe looked up, a bit puzzled. Huh, why did a backpack fly out? Get down, quick. That backpack is full of explosives. From a distance, Black Hawk's panicked shouts could be heard. Upon hearing this, Dream Qingzhe instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Without any hesitation, he immediately dropped to the ground. However, before his body even touched the ground, in the distance, a fair, delicate hand quietly reached out, pointed the gun at the backpack, and slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet flew from the muzzle, accurately hitting the backpack. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, emitting a dazzling flash of fire. That backpack contained all the remaining explosives Su Jiang had. This single blast directly wiped out more than half of the combat power Dream Qingzhe had brought. Qingzhe, Meng Jiangnan shouted worriedly, while Black Hawk was searching for Su Jiang's figure. Hello, can you hear me? In the distance, Su Jiang suddenly appeared, holding a large megaphone, his voice echoing across the entire battlefield. Meng Jiangnan, listen to me, your young master. Today, my Dark Hall will temporarily let you off, lest you say we launched a sneak attack and won unfairly. Tomorrow night, same time, same place, my Dark Hall will come to destroy your Meng family again. Everyone in Dark Hall, obey my command. Retreat. After speaking, Su Jiang threw down the megaphone and was the first to flee, and everyone else had already retreated during the interval of the explosion just now. Under Li Kai's cover, the retreat went very smoothly. Bastard! Leave them behind. Meng Jiangnan grew anxious when he saw Su Jiang trying to escape. What was the difference between this and letting a tiger return to the mountains? As for saying they'd come again tomorrow, Meng Jiangnan completely dismissed it as nonsense. The reason they were so disheveled this time was entirely because the Meng family was caught off guard. If the Meng family were in full battle readiness, Meng Jiangnan didn't believe Su Jiang, that grandson, would truly dare to come. Meng Jiangnan, you'd better think it through. If you really fight us to the death, Chao family will be the one to benefit. Seeing that Meng Jiangnan still wanted to stop them, Su Jiang pulled out another megaphone and shouted from a distance. My Dark Hall doesn't care, but are you really willing to let that old man Chao Heron pick up the pieces? I'm not afraid to tell you. Chao Heron has already allied with me. As long as you dare to pursue, your Meng family can expect to take off. Upon hearing this, Meng Jiangnan was startled. That's right. Until now, that old man Chao Heron hadn't shown up. Could it be that he really allied with Su Jiang? If that were true, then there was a high possibility of the Chao family ambushing them ahead. In the past, Meng Jiangnan might not have been so suspicious. But now he was truly afraid, because Su Jiang was truly too sinister. 263. Slander. This is blatant slander. Come back, everyone, stop chasing. Finally, Meng Jiangnan sighed deeply, swallowing this grievance. He watched helplessly as Su Jiang led his people away, leaving only the Meng family in ruins. Dream Qingzhe, injured by the explosion, was carried away by medical personnel for treatment. Black Hawk, looking disheveled, walked up to Meng Jiangnan, his expression incredibly solemn as he said, We absolutely cannot let this Su Jiang live. He's still so young. In a few more years, I'm afraid, he will become a true ghost. He might even surpass them. Meng Jiangnan's face was grim, and he remained silent. After tonight, Su Jiang's name would truly spread throughout Yan'an. He had invaded the Meng family, launched a sneak attack on the Black Dragon Society headquarters, and even with just one sentence, he made Meng Jiangnan afraid to pursue him. Tonight, Su Jiang had shocked all the major forces, as well as those lurking in the shadows. Old Xie, how are things on your end? After leaving the Meng family, Su Jiang immediately contacted Xie Guli. At this moment, the Black Dragon Society headquarters was completely unrecognizable. Siak Guli sat on a large rock, smoking a cigarette, and spoke into the walkie-talkie. It's long done. That Baiyu didn't come back, and there weren't many people here. Fighting them was like cutting melons and vegetables. How about your side? Is the Meng family destroyed? Destroyed my ass. Su Jiang cursed, saying, I never expected to destroy them in the first place. All those old guys' trump cards are still being held back. Didn't you see that Shady Lin Hui and Wei Liangping didn't even show up? Siak Guli nodded slightly at his words. So I'll dismiss my people? Yes, dismiss your people first, then wait for me at the main camp. What are you going to do now? Over the walkie-talkie, Su Jiang let out a sinister laugh and said, of the 4 major forces, 3 made a move tonight. How could the Chao family be left out? Are you still planning to attack the Chao family? Siak Guli couldn't help but ask. No, you're overthinking it. Su Jiang quickly shook his head, saying righteously, Chao family master is my officially certified soul partner, my beloved friend and relative. How could I possibly lay a hand on him? I believe you a ghost. With that, Siak Guli directly hung up the walkie-talkie. He knew that Su Jiang going to the Chao family now meant nothing good. Let's go. Siak Guli stood up and clapped his hands. Work's done. Everyone stood up and followed Siak Guli, leaving behind a ground littered with bodies and building debris. On the other side, on the street where Baiyu and the others were. At this moment, bodies of Black Dragon Society members lay scattered across the street. The only one still standing was Baiyu. Her face was incredibly pale, her body covered in blood, and her eyes were fixed on the Dark Hall members in front of her. The Black Dragon Society will definitely not let you go. She knew she wouldn't survive today. In the recent exchange, Baiyu had already realized that these people in front of her were likely the true Dark Hall. Decisive in their killing, every move was fatal. Most importantly, they were silent. From their appearance until now, they hadn't uttered a single word. Their presence was solely for killing. Unlike the fake Dark Hall, led by Su Jiang, their mouths were never idle, either cursing or spouting trash talk. The real and fake Dark Hall were clear at a glance. Why are you helping Su Jiang? Baiyu's voice was hoarse as she asked the question. Her answer was a silent bullet. Whoosh! The bullet flew from the silenced muzzle and struck Baiyu in the center of her forehead. Baiyu's eyes widened, and she fell straight backward, completely lifeless. The leader of the Dark Hall withdrew his gun, then turned and led his group away silently, as if they had never appeared. Meanwhile, on the Chao family rooftop. Slander. This is blatant slander against me. Chao Heron was furious. He was sitting at home, and trouble came out of nowhere. He had just learned that Su Jiang had publicly claimed to have allied with the Chao family. This completely bewildered him. No, I was lying at home watching the show. How did this get dragged into it? Meng Jiangnan is also an idiot, not daring to chase after just one sentence. With that kind of guts, why is he even the Meng family master? Go home and drink milk. He'll never get to eat 4 dishes in his life. Chao Heron paced back and forth in a rage, constantly cursing. And that bastard Su Jiang, he lies without even thinking, just spouts whatever comes to mind. How many people will that mouth of his ruin? He's so skilled at throwing dirt and framing others. Who taught this little bastard? Chao Heron was truly speechless. The crucial thing was that he couldn't even come out and clarify this matter. What would he say? I haven't allied with Su Jiang. This is all Su Jiang lying to you. Who would believe that? Then Su Jiang would pop out and say, oh, right, we haven't allied. Everyone, feel free to attack me. I, Su Jiang, swear on my character that Chao family master will absolutely not stab you in the back. We really haven't allied. If Su Jiang said that, who would still believe they hadn't allied? Who would dare to gamble? It's better to just group Su Jiang and Chao Heron together from the start, since neither of them is a good person anyway. Old 7, what do you say we do about this? You're the family master, don't ask me about everything. If I had to think of everything myself, why would I need you guys? Old 7 was speechless, then said, in my opinion, if you had acted earlier, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Didn't you just say it was too late to act? Who knew that Su Jiang would be so insidious? Old 7 spread his hands indifferently and said, in this situation, we can't come forward to clarify, so we can only hold it in. Like Meng Jiangnan, just swallow this down. Hearing this, Chao Heron's face turned ashen. So, and Xinchang angered me back then, and now and Xinchang's son-in-law is also angering me? Do I owe your family something? Just then, Chao Heron's phone rang. Hello? What is it? Chao Heron asked irritably. He was currently in a fit of rage. Family master, someone at the gate is looking for you. I'm not seeing anyone. But what? Why are you stammering? Spit it out. The person looking for you. He said his name is Su Jiang. His name is Su. Chao Heron froze, his voice abruptly stopping. Su Jiang? Didn't that little bastard just withdraw from the Meng family? No. That little bastard actually dares to come looking for me? Are you sure he's Su Jiang? He has a white face. Then that's Su Jiang. Chao Heron gritted his teeth and said, let him in. I happen to have something to discuss with him. Hanging up the phone, Chao Heron rubbed his fists together. Su Jiang better be able to give him a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, we'll see. To be honest, Chao Heron was a little afraid to make a move on this kid now. 264. Don't worry, I know my limits. Inside the Chao family mansion, Su Jiang, dressed in black, strode boldly through the main gate. Guided by the butler, he ascended step by step to the rooftop. At this moment, only Chao Heron and Hu Qi were on the rooftop. Seeing Su Jiang appear, both of them simultaneously turned their gaze towards him. Humph! Chao Heron snorted coldly and said, You fellow, after slandering me, you still dare to swagger right in front of me? What do you mean by slandering? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise, and said, Chao family master, could it be that you want to go back on your word? Go back on what word? Our bet. Su Jiang said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Didn't we agree that if I wiped out the Black Dragon Society tonight, you would join forces with me? Are you trying to go back on your word? Upon hearing this, both Chao Heron and Hu Qi were stunned. They had genuinely forgotten about that, mainly because what happened tonight was too chaotic. Who had time to remember your bet? By you and the others are dead, right? Su Jiang looked at Chao Heron. Chao Heron remained silent. The Black Dragon Society's headquarters are gone, right? Su Jiang turned to Hu Qi. Hu Qi's mouth twitched. Then doesn't that count as wiping out the Black Dragon Society? Su Jiang clapped his hands, then spread them out, saying. Upon hearing these words, no matter how much Chao Heron wanted to argue, it was useless. Indeed, the current Black Dragon Society was no different from being wiped out. Their combat power was 80% depleted, and their headquarters were burned into a pile of ruins. After tonight, there would be no more Black Dragon Society as a force in Yan'an. Fine, I can join forces with you. Chao Heron nodded lightly, then said, But after tonight, you will definitely become a thorn in the side of all major forces. Because you are too ostentatious. Not only ostentatious, but also possessing a certain level of strength and often not playing by the rules. Such a person, in their eyes, is an extremely unstable factor, capable of disrupting their plans at any time. Su Jiang heard this without any surprise, as he had known this all along. Rather than waiting for the fish to slowly surface, it was better to just reel them in directly. As long as the fish took the bait, Su Jiang would directly use an American scoop net, letting them know what it meant to take off. There are 4 major forces on the surface in Yan'an, but I'm still not clear about how many forces are lurking in the dark. Su Jiang finished speaking, looked at Chao Heron, and asked, Have you found anything on your end? I do have some information on my end, but why should I tell you? Don't be silly, we're cooperating. First tell me, if you know their information, what do you plan to do? Does that even need asking? Su Jiang said strangely. Of course, it's like with the Meng family, to catch them off guard and leave no one behind. Chao Heron's mouth twitched upon hearing this. That's why I don't want to tell you. Do you have any idea what a mess you've made of Yan'an tonight? If it were anyone else, they would probably be wishing they could find a place to hide and avoid the limelight right now. But you still want to pick a fight with people? Are you a honey badger? Chao Heron didn't speak, just quietly looked at Su Jiang. Su Jiang understood Chao Heron's look and waved his hand. Don't worry, old Chao. I know what I'm doing. You don't know what you're doing at all. After a long silence, Chao Heron sighed. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Those lurking guys are much more troublesome than those on the surface. In all these years, I've only managed to uncover 2 forces. Which 2? Jiang quickly asked. One of them has always been hidden in the outskirts of Yan'an. Their specific strength is unclear, but they definitely won't be weaker than the Meng family, because this force should be a joint creation of some large families from Kyoto. Chao Heron had Hu Qi bring paper and pen, then drew a simple map, marking the location of that force. Because we don't know their name, let's tentatively call this force the Kyoto Allied Forces. They are very deeply hidden and have always operated in the outskirts, never entering the center of Yan'an. They are probably also waiting for an opportunity to secretly make a move. After speaking, he handed the drawn map to Jiang and reminded him, I suggest you don't touch this force for now, because their specific strength is unknown. Moreover, once you touch them, it's equivalent to becoming enemies with various large families in Kyoto. If you want to deal with them, fine. I only have one request. Chao Heron said with a serious expression. If you fight them, it has nothing to do with me. Don't you dare drag me into it. He was truly afraid that Jiang would cause trouble everywhere under the guise of their alliance. Got it, got it. Jiang nodded carelessly, then asked, what about the other force? The other force? To be honest, I've only discovered a clue. Even now, I don't know who the leader of this force is. Chao Heron frowned and whispered, I only know that this force is very mysterious, and they all have a very strange belief. They call their force the New Century. Then, Chao Heron turned to look at Hu Qi. This force was discovered by Hu Qi by accident, so let him tell you about it. Hu Qi. Jiang raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name, and asked curiously, do you have 6 older brothers above you? Hu Qi's mouth twitched, and he said indifferently, because my name is Hu Qi, they call me Hu Qi. Hu Qi? This name seems familiar. Where have I seen it? Jiang frowned slightly, then realized, pointing at Hu Qi excitedly. I remember now. You're on that list, right? Hu Qi sighed and said, you're talking about the list, right? I'm on it too. Mercenary list 5th, Hu Qi. Jiang raised an eyebrow and asked, are you also a short-lived ghost who used gene liquid? Hu Qi's face darkened. That's a bit presumptuous of you. At this moment, Chao Heron, who was beside them, explained. Not everyone on the list has used gene liquid. Gene liquid can enhance a person's physical fitness, but it cannot change a person's talent. Therefore, there is a very small number of people who have not used gene liquid but are still ranked on the list, and their rankings are not low. For example, the number 1 assassin, Ghost, and Hu Qi, who is in front of you now. They are all people who possess strength purely through combat experience and talent, without undergoing gene liquid modification. Jiang's face showed some surprise upon hearing this. That Ghost, is that amazing? He can steadily hold the number 1 position without even using gene liquid? How strong must his talent be? Is he a natural assassin Saint Body? And this Hu Qi in front of him, being able to rank 5th, is also not simple. Jiang scrutinized Hu Qi with a burning gaze, revealing a meaningful smile. He wondered if he could borrow this person from Chao Heron for a while. 265. Lend me some manpower to fight Mingjia. Let's get back to the main topic and talk about New Century. Old 7 clasped his hands across his chest and softly said, I only found out about the New Century organization by chance. The organization's strength is unknown, its purpose is unknown, and its leader is also unknown. But what's certain is that this organization is very capable in terms of intelligence. After I discovered the New Century organization, when I wanted to dig for more information, I received a warning letter. At this point, Old 7's brows furrowed deeply, and he said with a solemn tone, if it was just a simple warning letter, that would be one thing. But the key is that the warning letter was not only sent to me, but also to the Chao family master. The content of the letter meticulously listed all of the Chao family's secrets, including members, various resource data, and so on. Then, at the end of the letter, it warned us that if we continued to inquire about New Century, they would publicize all these confidential data. So after that, we never inquired about New Century again. After speaking, Old 7 quietly looked at Jiang. Jiang also quietly looked at him. That's all I know. Jiang's mouth twitched when he heard that. This was equivalent to saying nothing at all. If he didn't know anything, where would he find them to fight? Is their intelligence capability really that strong? Su Jiang was a bit skeptical. You'll know if you try, Old Seven said jokingly. Maybe you'll also receive a warning letter then. Su Jiang snorted. What age was this? They were still using warning letters. If he were the leader of New Century, he would definitely stuff explosives into the warning letter. Explode upon opening. Regarding these two forces, the existence of the Kyoto Allied forces is probably known to many, but no one has explicitly stated it. However, the existence of New Century is known to very few, and no one dares to dig deeper. So this force is the most feared. Chao Heron sighed with emotion, looking at Su Jiang and lamenting. Originally, in Yunnan, all forces dared not act rashly. There was a delicate balance between the overt and covert forces. But with what you've done today, that balance will inevitably be broken, and some people might not be able to hold back anymore. I know that. I still have one question. Su Jiang stared intently at Chao Heron and said, what is the true identity of the Dark Hall's leader, that woman? Upon hearing this, Chao Heron's pupils slightly constricted, and he said seriously, you know about her existence? That shouldn't be right. That woman has always been cautious in her actions. Even the Ming family doesn't know that the Dark Hall's leader is female, so how did Su Jiang know? It's truly bizarre. Don't worry about that. Just tell me who she is. Chao Heron remained silent for a long while, then said in a low voice, this information, and only this, I cannot tell you. I can only tell you that she will absolutely not harm you, nor will she stand against you. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and smiled. So, she has some connection with me? Then why did she frame me? Does that mean she has a connection with me, but not a strong one? Since the connection isn't deep, then why are you so sure that she will definitely not be hostile to us? Chao Heron felt an ominous premonition upon hearing this. He felt that if Su Jiang continued to analyze like this, there might truly be a big problem. If that woman found out that Su Jiang guessed her identity because of him, then he would be in trouble. Su Jiang, stop guessing. When the time comes, you will know her identity. Chao Heron couldn't help but say. Oh. Su Jiang stared intently at Chao Heron, a smile appearing on his lips. You're anxious? You're anxious, which means my line of reasoning is correct? Damn it. Chao Heron remained silent, glaring fiercely at Su Jiang. You shouldn't be this smart, damn it. Damn it. If anyone ever says this kid is brainless again, he, Chao Heron, will be the first to disagree. Has a connection with me, but not a strong one, yet will definitely not be hostile to me. That means she has a very deep connection with someone close to me, and this person must be very close to me. As soon as he thought of this, Su Jiang's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Chao Heron with a surprised expression. Chao Heron covered his face in pain. It's over, completely over. This kid must have guessed it. Chao Family Master, thank you so much. Without you, I really wouldn't have known that the leader of the Dark Hall is one of our own. Su Jiang quickly stepped forward, enthusiastically shook Chao Heron's hand, and smiled. Chao Heron's mouth twitched, and he quickly pulled his hand back, saying, no, please don't say that. You discovered her identity yourself. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't say anything. Su Jiang was slightly stunned at this, then immediately understood. Was Chao Heron afraid of being troubled by that woman? If you have nothing else, then get lost. Chao Heron waved his hand, telling Su Jiang to hurry up and leave. He really didn't want to spend another minute with this guy. Oh, and remember to return my son and daughter. Chao Heron reminded him. Of course, tomorrow, your Chao family's young master and young lady will be safely returned. Su Jiang smiled and agreed, but showed no intention of leaving. What else do you want? Well, you see, aren't we allied now? So tomorrow, I plan to borrow some manpower from you. Su Jiang rubbed his hands, saying with a bit of embarrassment. Borrow manpower? Chao Heron frowned and asked, what do you need manpower for? Didn't I tell Ming Jiangnan? Tomorrow, at the same time and place, I'll go fight the Ming family again. Get the hell out of here. Before Su Jiang could finish speaking, Chao Heron roared directly, no, I won't lend you a single person. If you want to fight the Ming family, go fight them yourself. I will not interfere no matter what. Su Jiang frowned, covering his ears with both hands. He glanced at Chao Heron and whispered, if you don't lend, then don't lend. Why are you shouting? With such a small mindset, you won't even get to eat 4 dishes in this lifetime. And you call it an alliance, when you're not even willing to lend this small amount of manpower. After speaking, Jiang turned around and left directly. Chao Heron trembled with rage. What the hell do you take this place for? We just allied, and you want me to go fight the Meng family with you tomorrow? You're dreaming. Do I? Chao Heron, look that much like a fool? At this moment, Old Seven suddenly stepped forward, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity. Chao family master, news just came in, you might need to take a look. Chao Heron heard this, turned his head, and saw the message on his phone, his eyes suddenly widening. It read, suspicious person found at Yan'an high-speed rail station. Suspected, Xiang Qingtian. 266. Overthrow the world and rebuild it. Yan'an high-speed rail station. A man with a fluffy scarf around his neck and a suitcase in his hand slowly walked out of the high-speed rail station's main entrance. Who? The air in Yan'an is still filled with the scent of gunpowder. Xiang Qingtian stretched, taking a deep breath. Ever since he woke up in Shangguan Pingyi's office that day, his weakened body had been slowly recovering. It wasn't until a few days ago that he barely regained the ability to move. Disregarding Shangguan Pingyi's advice, he took an overnight high-speed train to Yan'an. Taking out his phone and looking at the messages on the screen, Xiang Qingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Tisk, I'm still late. I missed so much good show tonight. Attacking the Meng family. Ambushing the Black Dragon Society. Joining forces with the Chao family. It seems Shangguan was right. That young man named Jiang is indeed not to be underestimated. I really want to meet him soon. Cough, cough, cough. Xiang Qingtian coughed a few times, looking very weak. Putting his phone back in his pocket, he picked up his suitcase and had only walked a short distance when Xiang Qingtian stopped. Because someone was blocking his way. Cough, cough, cough. You came really fast. Xiang Qingtian looked at the person in front of him, with no surprise on his face, as if he had known he would come. It's really been a long time since I've seen your annoying face. Xiang Qingtian smiled, calmly speaking the name of the person in front of him. Wei Liangping. I didn't expect that Jiang, that young fellow, couldn't draw you out, but as soon as I arrived, you appeared? It seems that in your eyes, I am far more important than Jiang. Wei Liangping stared coldly at Xiang Qingtian. Under the night sky, in the vast square, the two stood opposite each other. After a long silence, Wei Liangping spoke, his voice low. Xiang Qingtian, and Xinchang finally managed to save you. Are you running to Yan'an to die again now? Haha, you say that as if you dare to kill me. Xiang Qingtian chuckled indifferently. I'm standing right here. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Wei Liangping was silent, saying nothing. Since Xiang Qingtian dared to appear in Yan'an so brazenly, without any disguise, it meant that Xiang Qingtian was confident that no matter who came, he could handle them. What exactly do you want to do by coming to Yan'an? Wei Liangping stared intently at him and said, could it be that you also want to control this gray zone? Control? Xiang Qingtian raised an eyebrow, smiled, and shook his head. I have no interest in controlling Yan'an. I came to destroy Yan'an. As soon as these words were uttered, Wei Liangping's pupils sharply contracted. What did you say? I said, I came to destroy Yan'an. Xiang Qingtian repeated again, then looked at Wei Liangping, teasingly saying, you don't believe me? Wei Liangping decisively shook his head. I don't believe it. You are not the kind of person who would do such a thing. Upon hearing this, Xiang Qingtian nodded in agreement. You're right. The old me truly wasn't the kind of person who would do such a thing. So, I failed, and the supervisory bureau failed along with me. Since that path doesn't work, I might as well take a different path. Xiang Qingtian's gaze instantly turned cold, and he said word by word, Yan'an is just the beginning. I want to overthrow and rebuild this world. You're truly insane. Wei Liangping's eyes showed a hint of shock. He hadn't expected that Xiang Qingtian, having come back to life, would become so crazy. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Similarly, he also knew deeply that such a Xiang Qingtian would be even more terrifying. Wei Liangping said, if you do this, will the people from the supervisory bureau agree? Of course not. Xiang Qingtian shook his head, then said, so, I've drawn a clear line between us. From now on, Xiang Qingtian is Xiang Qingtian, and the supervisory bureau is the supervisory bureau. Wei Liangping stared intently into Xiang Qingtian's eyes, momentarily unable to tell if this was true or false. Fundamentally, he didn't believe Xiang Qingtian would abandon the supervisory bureau. But now he suspected Xiang Qingtian had gone completely mad. It wouldn't be strange for a madman to do anything. It's getting late. I still need to rush back to sleep. To be honest, my body hasn't fully recovered yet, and I need to catch up on sleep every day. Xiang Qingtian put one hand in his coat pocket, pulled his suitcase with the other, and walked towards Wei Liangping. Then, he stopped in front of Wei Liangping and said softly, "Are you going to kill me? If not, please move aside. You're blocking my way." Wei Liangping looked at the other person with a gloomy gaze, his hand in his pocket tightly gripping the gun handle. He wanted to kill Xiang Qingtian right here, but he didn't dare to gamble, because this was Xiang Qingtian. Taking a deep breath, Wei Liangping slowly turned sideways, making way for Xiang Qingtian. The square was clearly wide, but Xiang Qingtian still chose to walk the path that Wei Liangping had just occupied. As the two brushed past each other, Wei Liangping suddenly spoke. "If I were to make a move on you, would you die?" Xiang Qingtian, with his back to Wei Liangping, said indifferently, "The one who dies will be you." Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than a bullet suddenly shot from afar, grazing Wei Liangping's scalp. Wei Liangping broke out in a cold sweat, taking a deep breath. He knew it. Xiang Qingtian had a backup plan. This vast square had long been under the surveillance of snipers he had arranged. If Wei Liangping had truly intended to make a move just now, the one who died certainly wouldn't have been Xiang Qingtian. Turning around, looking at Xiang Qingtian's back, Wei Liangping's eyes showed a hint of apprehension. Yan'an was becoming increasingly turbulent. Xiang Qingtian walked to the roadside, where a black car was parked. After putting his suitcase in the trunk, Xiang Qingtian opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Was Wei Liangping alone? Xiang Qingtian asked the driver in the front. "Yes, sir." The driver nodded and said, "No one else was found. After the news of your appearance spread, only Wei Liangping came." Xiang Qingtian nodded slightly, and the driver stepped on the gas, starting the car. After a while, Xiang Qingtian closed his eyes and asked softly, "Where is Su Jiang now?" "He just left the Chow family and is on his way back to their main base." "Sir, do you want to see him?" "No need. I'll see him when the time is right." "Understood." Xiang Qingtian slowly opened his eyes, looking at the scenery outside the window, his gaze flickering. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. But at this moment, the various forces in Yan'an were shaken by a piece of news. Xiang Qingtian had arrived in Yan'an. 267. I don't talk to dogs. That night, after the farce caused by Su Jiang, the major powers were once again shaken. On one hand, the news of Xiang Qingtian's arrival in Yan'an made all forces raise their vigilance to the extreme. After all, his appearance was not a good thing. Anyone who was a bit older would not want to confront Xiang Qingtian, because they couldn't win. If Su Jiang was an unstable troublemaker, then Xiang Qingtian was a terrifyingly stable pillar of strength. As long as one was schemed against by Xiang Qingtian, no matter how they resisted, they would be manipulated step by step like a puppet. The development of events would always follow Xiang Qingtian's plan. Even if you thought you had broken free from his control, you wouldn't know if it was just another part of his plan. Therefore, the news of Xiang Qingtian's appearance made them feel particularly uncomfortable. On the other hand, there was the Meng family's arrest warrant. The target of the warrant was, naturally, Su Jiang. From now on, Su Jiang is wanted throughout the city. Dead or alive, the bounty, 100 million. Additionally, anyone who provides accurate information about Su Jiang's whereabouts, once verified, will receive a reward of 10 million. As soon as this news was released, many people quickly couldn't hold back. As the saying goes, heavy rewards attract reckless men. Especially in a place like Yan'an, there were countless reckless men. For a time, the entire Yan'an was inquiring about Su Jiang's whereabouts, and some even planned to create false information to deceive the Meng family. The fate of such people would naturally not be good, as the Meng family was not foolish after all. They naturally had ways to verify whether the information was true or false. Meanwhile, Su Jiang, who had already returned to the base camp, felt a little tempted after learning about this. That's 100 million. He could marry An Rou. The Ming family is really willing to spend so much. How much do they hate me? Didn't I just play with some firecrackers at your house? Is it really necessary to put out such a bounty on me? Oh my God, 100 million, Su Jiang. Why don't you just turn yourself in? Beside him, Xie Guli looked at the arrest warrant and sighed. You can't sacrifice your life for money, can you? Get lost. Su Jiang cursed, saying, with the Ming family's character, 99% chance they'll renege on the debt. The remaining 0.1% is that they'll kill you and then burn 100 million in hell money for you. Really? Xie Guli asked suspiciously. Anyway, if I were Ming Jiangnan, that's what I would do, Su Jiang said matter-of-factly. That's 100 million. How could they not renege on the debt? Since Su Jiang would renege on debts, and that Ming Jiangnan kid wasn't a good person, he would definitely renege on debts too. An Rou and the others immediately looked at Su Jiang with disdain. Do you think everyone is as lacking in integrity as you are? In response, Su Jiang said, what's integrity worth? He had long forgotten where he threw it. What do we do next? Li Kai asked. After tonight, many eyes will definitely be on us. Any slight movement will easily get us discovered. It's fine. On the way back, I've already thought of a plan. Su Jiang smiled confidently, then turned to ask Wu Qi, can you find Ming Jiangnan's phone number? Wait a moment. After a flurry of keyboard typing, Wu Qi found Ming Jiangnan's phone number. What are you going to do? An Rou quickly asked. You just caused trouble at their place. Surely you're not planning to call him to mock him now, are you? Don't worry. I'm just noting down the number. I won't call him now. Su Jiang smiled slightly, then said, let's rest up. Tomorrow night, we'll go hit the Ming family again. Everyone, ? Hit them again. Upon hearing this, Li Kai couldn't help but say, are you serious? I thought you were just joking. What are you saying, old Li? Promises made must be kept, otherwise, how will I, Su Jiang, get by in Yannan in the future? You're already wanted by them. How do you plan to get by? Su Jiang clapped his hands, then said, all in all, just follow my command tomorrow. We might not necessarily hit them, but there's a high probability we will. And Rou stared at Su Jiang quietly. She felt she had been sidelined. Forget it. She'll listen to Su Jiang when they're out, and he'll listen to her when they're home. Where's my room? Xie Guli asked unhurriedly, munching on an apple. We have limited rooms. How about you share a room with Hua Qing? Upon hearing this, Xie Guli turned to look at Hua Qing. Hua Qing scratched his head honestly and smiled. Young Master Xie, don't worry, I don't snore when I sleep. Xie Guli waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind, then said to Su Jiang, don't forget what you promised me. Su Jiang nodded, making an okay gesture. Afterward, Xie Guli walked into the room to rest. What did you promise him? An Rou asked suspiciously. You didn't sell yourself, did you? Don't even mention it. I asked this guy to bring people to help, and he actually tried to negotiate terms with me. What terms? He asked me to give him alliance skins. Hearing this, An Rou was speechless. That's it. She thought it was something serious. What's with that expression? Let me tell you, he didn't just ask for one skin. He asked for 100 sets of skins right off the bat. Su Jiang said, feeling a bit wronged. Not far away, Wang Xiang's mouth dropped open in shock upon hearing this. Seriously, buddy? Such a big sacrifice. An Rou rolled her eyes at Su Jiang, ignored him, and walked straight back to her room. Wang Yingying glanced at Su Jiang, muttering immature under her breath. Perhaps at this moment, Wang Xiang was the only one present who understood Su Jiang's inner feelings. And he knew that Su Jiang was reluctant to buy skins even for his own account. But now, he had to buy a full 100 sets for Xie Guli. This was more painful than killing him. After chatting for a while, they all returned to their rooms to rest, as everyone was very tired tonight. Su Jiang walked alone to the rooftop, looking at the dark night sky, and let out a long breath. Then, he took out his phone and dialed Ming Jiangnan's number. Hello. Family head Ming. It's only been a few hours, but I miss you dearly, Su Jiang said with a smile. On the other end of the phone, Ming Jiangnan naturally recognized that annoying voice. Su Jiang. He gritted his teeth and said, you actually dare to call me? Are you calling to mock me? Don't misunderstand. I'm not calling to talk to you. Su Jiang paused, then said softly, let Wei Liangping answer the phone. I have something to discuss with him. I have no connection with Wei Liangping. Such a tough mouth. I don't have time to argue with you. Let Wei Liangping answer the phone. I know he's with you. Meng Jiangnan was silent for a moment upon hearing this. Just tell me what you want to say. I don't talk to dogs, Su Jiang said directly. Su Jiang, did I say something wrong? Aren't you just Wei Liangping's dog? At this moment, the other end of the phone suddenly went silent. Su Jiang waited for a while before hearing a low voice. What do you want to talk about? Speak. Who are you? Su Jiang asked. I am Wei Liangping. Upon hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Su Jiang's lips. 268. I just set off some firecrackers. The next morning, Xie Guli walked out of his room, yawning. Guan Yin was cooking noodles in the living room. Morning, want some noodles? Guan Yin, wearing an apron, smiled and greeted Xie Guli when he saw him. I'll make you guys some noodles. Upon hearing this, Xie Guli's mouth twitched, and he quickly waved his hand. No need. I don't have the habit of eating breakfast. He wasn't lying. Which college student eats breakfast? Unless he stayed up all night. He doesn't eat. But I do. Old Guan, make me a bowl. Suddenly, Su Jiang appeared and smiled at Guan Yin. After spending these past few days together, they realized that Guan Yin was truly guileless. Like Hua Qing, honest and simple, his only hobby was cooking noodles because he said his daughter loved his noodles the most before she passed away. All right, Guan Yin grinned and then focused on cooking the noodles. By the way, where's Shangwan Lu? The two sat on the sofa, and Su Jiang asked curiously, You didn't bring her over? If they could even get the Shizhou Supervisory Bureau to come over as muscle, then they wouldn't be afraid of the Meng family. Bring my ass. West Continent still has a ton of things to deal with. Xie Guli glared fiercely at Su Jiang. It's all your fault for messing up West Continent. The cleanup isn't even finished yet. Our school still hasn't been repaired. TSK, then shouldn't you thank me properly for missing a semester of classes? Su Jiang said as if it were obvious. Hee, I do thank you, but Lu would love to kill you. Xie Guli leaned back on the sofa, his tone lazy. Before coming here, she even asked me to relay a message to you. What message? She said, don't let her see you in West Continent, or she'll bring the Supervisory Bureau to arrest you. Not even for tourism? Weren't you there for tourism last time? Su Jiang fell silent. He seemed to have really gone to West Continent for tourism last time, and to take an exam incidentally. As a result, he neither traveled nor took the exam. Subsequently, the others also woke up one after another and ate the noodles Guan Yin cooked together. Seeing this, Xie Guli also ate a large bowl. He really didn't want to eat, but that guy Su Jiang was eating it so deliciously. What's the plan for tonight? Are we really going to fight the Meng family? An Rou asked, taking small bites of her noodles. Su Jiang nodded slightly upon hearing her. Just follow my command for tonight's operation. I'll go to the Chow family in a bit to borrow some people. Borrowing people from the Chow family? Li Kai's mouth twitched. Will they lend them? I'll go ask. It's not like we'll lose anything. And it's a good chance to send those two siblings from the Chow family back. At this, everyone was stunned. Oh right, they almost forgot. Those two were still locked in the storage room. Su Jiang finished his noodles quickly and went to the storage room. Creak. Inside the room, Chow He struggled to open one eye, and seeing that the person who came was Su Jiang, he gritted his teeth and said, The Chow family will definitely not let you off. Hee, your father doesn't even dare to say that to my face now. Su Jiang chuckled, walked over, and untied the two. What do you want to do? Don't be nervous, just sending you home. What trick are you trying to pull now? Don't want to leave? Then forget it. Su Jiang stopped his actions, spread his hands, and prepared to leave. It wasn't like he absolutely had to release them. After all, Chow Heron didn't seem to be in much of a hurry. Wait. Seeing Su Jiang really about to leave, Chow He couldn't help but shout, Let me go. I still prefer your unyielding look from just now. Su Jiang smiled slightly, crossed his arms, and walked to the side to tear off the tape from Chow Rant's mouth. How about this? As long as you two siblings curse Meng Jiang a few times, calling him an idiot, I'll let you go. As soon as Chow He heard this, he immediately reacted. He said with a serious expression, You want to use this to sow discord between us and the Meng family? You're dreaming. That's right, you're dreaming. Chow Ren echoed. Su Jiang looked at the two siblings with an expression like he was looking at idiots. Do I need to sow discord between your Chow family and the Meng family? That old guy Chow Heron is practically shitting on Meng Jiangnan's face. Do I still need to sow discord? If you don't want to leave, then forget it. Su Jiang looked impatient and turned to leave. Wait. Chow He called out to him again. I'll curse. Su Jiang turned his head and looked at Chow Ran again. I'll curse too, Chow Ran said weakly. Subsequently, inside the storage room, Meng Jiangnan is an idiot. Meng Jiangnan is an idiot. Meng Jiangnan is an idiot. After cursing several times, Su Jiang recorded it all on his phone. Finally, Su Jiang clapped his hands in satisfaction, revealing a bright smile. All right, now I'll send you home. He quickly untied the two, and then Su Jiang walked out on his own, leaving Chow Ran and Chow He looking at each other. Brother, what should we do? Let's wait and see what trick he's trying to pull. Chow He frowned. He wanted to see what kind of conspiracy Su Jiang would use now. However, until they got into the car, they still couldn't figure out what trick Su Jiang was trying to pull. Hua Qing was driving. Ever since experiencing Hua Qing's driving skills, Li Kai, the old driver, had been fired by Su Jiang. Because he was currently a wanted man, Su Jiang not only changed to a passerby's face, but also wore a dark gold-striped mask. Depart. Hua Qing stepped on the accelerator and drove directly towards the Chow family. Along the way, Chow He and Chow Ran sat in the back, looking vigilant. Even now, they still couldn't believe that the other party actually dared to brazenly send them to the Chow family. Isn't that just asking for death? What's your real name? Chow He couldn't help but ask. His current understanding of this man was only the name Su Xiaojiang. Me? My name is Su Jiang. Su Jiang replied casually. At this point, this name is known all over the streets and alleys. I have nothing to hide. Known all over the streets and alleys? Chow He frowned. He had only been locked up for a few days. What had happened outside? Oh, and don't you dare reveal my whereabouts. The Meng family is offering a 100 million bounty for me. Oh, 100 million. Chow He and Chow Ran's mouths dropped open, with only one thought in their minds. What the hell did you do for Meng Jiangnan to spend 100 million to put a bounty on you? You couldn't have blown up the Meng family, could you? Seeing their disbelieving expressions, Su Jiang directly threw the wanted poster he had printed yesterday to them. Chow He picked up the wanted poster, his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. It really is 100 million. What exactly did you do to the Meng family? Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's tone immediately became aggrieved. I didn't do anything. I just set off some firecrackers at his house last night, and he wants to put a bounty on me. You tell me, isn't he going too far? Beside him, Hua Qing heard this, trying desperately to hold back his laughter, his shoulders shrugging. Setting off firecrackers? You might as well say the Meng family's gas tank exploded. 269. It was Meng Jiangnan who kidnapped him. Screech. Hua Qing executed a stylish drift, bringing the car to a steady stop right at the entrance of the Chow family's mansion. Su Jiang opened the car door, slowly stepped out, and removed his mask, revealing his original appearance. The Chow family's gatekeeper's mouth twitched at the sight. You again? Do you think this is your home? Coming every day? However, in the next second, his eyes widened, because he saw Chow He and Chow Ran also stepping out from the backseat of the car. Both had a trace of confusion on their faces and a hint of disbelief. Su Jiang had actually sent them back. Wah! Chow Ran burst into tears and ran towards the house entrance with all her might. As she ran, she shouted loudly, Dad, help me. Su Jiang kidnapped me. Come out and save me. Chow Ran's voice was incredibly clear, and for a moment, everyone in the Chow family heard her cry for help. The gatekeeper frowned even more, looking at Su Jiang warily. The young lady and young master were actually kidnapped by this guy? Don't move. The gatekeeper yelled, pulled out his pistol, and aimed it at Su Jiang. If you make any rash moves, don't blame me for shooting. Beside them, Hua Qing sat in the car, munching on a fried dough stick, completely unconcerned. Incidentally, he was munching on a fried dough stick while drifting just now, making Su Jiang incredibly envious. At this moment, Su Jiang looked at the dark muzzle in front of him and yawned. What's going on? What's going on? Your young master and young lady were kidnapped by Meng Jiangnan, and I risked my life last night to rescue them. Is this how you treat your savior? By now, a group of people from the Chow family had come out, shielding Chow He and Chow Ran behind them, staring intently at Su Jiang. You're spewing nonsense. You're the one who kidnapped us. Chao Ren immediately flared up when she heard that. Where's the evidence? Su Jiang asked. Evie. Chao Ren was speechless. Su Jiang chuckled and shook his head, saying, You don't have evidence, but I do. With that, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and pressed the play button. Immediately, the voices of Chao He and Chao Ran echoed in the silent atmosphere. Meng Jiangnan. My Chao family will not let you off. Meng Jiangnan. What tricks are you trying to pull now? Meng Jiangnan. You're dreaming. Meng Jiangnan, you idiot. Hearing the contents Su Jiang played, everyone in the Chao family was dumbfounded. Was it really the Meng family who did it? That's the young master and young lady's voices, absolutely unmistakable. Right. Especially that last line cursing Meng Jiangnan as an idiot. It's perfectly articulated and seamless. This recording definitely isn't edited. That hateful Meng Jiangnan. Behind them, Chao He and Chao Ran were dumbfounded. Can he really do that? That recording is fake. Chao Ran shrieked. Do you dare to swear that you didn't say any of those words? Su Jiang narrowed his eyes and shouted again. Do you dare to swear that not a single word in those recordings was said by you? Do you dare to swear that you never cursed Meng Jiangnan as an idiot? Chao Ran's small face turned red with anxiety. Trembling with anger, she pointed her finger at Su Jiang, but couldn't utter a single word, because she really didn't dare to swear. But things really weren't like that. Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Get Chao Heron out here. I have something to discuss with him. Su Jiang crossed his arms and leaned against the car door. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from inside the Chao family mansion. You all may step down. Everyone turned to look at the newcomer. Patriarch, Dad. Chao Heron stood at the entrance with a gloomy expression, having been disturbed so early in the morning. Looking at Su Jiang outside the gate again, Chao Heron secretly gritted his teeth. You again? Do you really think this is my home now? Dad, you have to avenge me. Chao Ran, sobbing, ran to Chao Heron, pointing at Su Jiang and accusing him. He really was the one who kidnapped me. Chao Heron glanced at Su Jiang, pondered for a moment, and then sighed slightly. He reached out and stroked Chao Ran's head, saying, Silly girl, you've suffered. Even your mind is confused. The one who kidnapped you is clearly Meng Jiangnan. At these words, Chao Ran's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Beside her, Chao He frowned slightly, as if he had realized something. So he quickly walked up and pulled Chao Ran aside. Dad, you're right. Chao Ran might have been without rest for too long. Then, Chao He looked around at everyone and softly said, It was indeed Meng Jiangnan who kidnapped us. At this moment, Chao Heron's eyes held a hint of appreciation. As expected of his son, he immediately understood his intention. If they were to reveal now that Su Jiang was the kidnapper, they wouldn't gain any benefits, and it might even cause Su Jiang to continue making a fuss. It would be better to go with the flow and say, as Su Jiang did, that Meng Jiangnan was the kidnapper. This way, if the Chao family were to launch a surprise attack on the Meng family in the future, they would have a good excuse. You, Meng Jiangnan, kidnapped my son and daughter, so isn't it natural for me to attack your Meng family? What? You didn't kidnap them? Su Jiang said you kidnapped them, and my son and daughter also said you kidnapped them. Then you kidnapped them. Even if it wasn't you, it was. I knew it. Besides the Meng family, who else could do such a thing? If you ask me, we should have just gone to war with the Meng family that day. Are you forgetting that yesterday Su Jiang risked his life to rescue the young master and young lady from the Meng family? Oh, right. I really forgot. We really must thank him properly. Suddenly, the Chao family's attitude towards Su Jiang underwent a complete 180-degree turn. They were incredibly enthusiastic. No need. This is all just what I should do. Su Jiang, amidst the crowd, smiled and waved his hand, appearing incredibly humble. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, what a good child. Not only did he risk his life to infiltrate the Meng family to save their young master and young lady, but now he's also wanted by Meng Jiangnan. Meng Jiangnan is truly not human. If Meng Jiangnan had a black pot on him, he would find that this pot was now getting bigger and bigger. Beside him, Chao Ran's face was as if she had eaten excrement, but her mouth was covered by Chao He. and she wanted to speak, but couldn't. Chao He, out of sight, out of mind, directly led Chao ran away from there and back to their room. All right, you all may step down. Su Jiang and I have something to discuss. Only when Chao Heron spoke did everyone slowly retreat. However, before leaving, they still greeted Su Jiang warmly. After everyone had left, Chao Heron looked at Su Jiang, snorted coldly, and said faintly, "Follow me to the reception room." Su Jiang rubbed his nose, told Hua Qing to wait for him in the car, and then followed Chao Heron to the reception room. 270. Hard to say. It depends on the situation. Inside the reception room, Chao Heron could no longer hold back and glared at Su Jiang. "What are you doing here again? In just 2 days, you've come 3 times. Do you really think this is your home?" Su Jiang covered his ears and frowned. "Why are you yelling so loud? I came to see you this time for a serious matter. You have no serious business at all. Nothing good ever happens when I meet you." Chao Heron said with disdain. "Stop messing around. Lend me some people," Su Jiang continued. "No, I won't lend them no matter what. Think it over carefully, don't regret it," Su Jiang said with a serious expression. "If you don't lend them, and I take down the Meng family tonight, you won't even get a sip of the soup. You can't take down sh*t. Chao Heron's sh*t was only halfway out when he suddenly stopped. Because he remembered that it seemed to be like this before, when Su Jiang said he wanted to destroy the Black Dragon Society, he had been dismissive. What was the result? Not only was the Black Dragon Society gone, but the Meng family was also bombed. Thinking of this, Chao Heron frowned deeply and looked at Su Jiang suspiciously. What kind of trick was this kid up to now? Are you confident you can take down the Meng family? Hard to say, depends on the situation. Do you have a backup plan? Depends on the situation, hard to say. Is someone else helping you? Hard to say, depends. If you say depends on the situation one more time, I'll kick you out. Chao Heron's beard bristled and his eyes widened. He had been asking for ages, and all Su Jiang could say was depends on the situation. Hearing this, Su Jiang obediently closed his mouth. Besides depends on the situation, he really had nothing else to say, because it really did depend on the situation. Chao Heron frowned deeply, pacing back and forth, seemingly deep in thought. After a long while, he suddenly pointed at Su Jiang and said, "Do you know that I have a friendship with Xinjiang?" Su Jiang blinked his big eyes, not speaking. "So what? Your friendship with my father isn't going to help. An Rou used to call me Uncle Chao when she was little. Then I'll call you Uncle too. Uncle, lend me some manpower," Su Jiang said, seizing the opportunity. Just calling him uncle, it's not shameful. All in all, my point is, I can give you the people, but you must guarantee that they won't be used as cannon fodder. Uncle, what are you saying? We're all family. How could they be cannon fodder? You must treat them well. Of course, I treat everyone well. Su Jiang's face was beaming with a smile as he readily agreed. But then, his smile faded, and he said in a low voice, "However, Uncle Chao, there's one thing I must say up front. The people you give me must fully obey my commands without any hesitation. Whoever I tell them to fight, they fight. Whoever I tell them to cooperate with, they cooperate with. If they can't do that, then I don't want them." Chao Heron's pupils constricted upon hearing this. What exactly do you want to do? As soon as Su Jiang said this, Chao Heron immediately reacted. Tonight, it definitely wouldn't be as simple as just attacking the Meng family. Don't worry, Chao family master. I have no ill will towards the Chao family. As of now, we are still allies. But after tonight, that might not be the case. Su Jiang sat directly on the sofa, his gaze fixed on Chao Heron. Chao family master, how do you choose? Chao Heron silently sat opposite Su Jiang and lit a cigarette for himself. Su Jiang didn't rush him, just quietly waited for Chao Heron's answer. After a long while, Chao Heron suddenly spoke. "Xiang Qingtian has come to Yan'an. Do you know about this?" As he said this, Chao Heron stared intently at Su Jiang's face, trying to find a flaw. However, there was no surprise on Su Jiang's face. Instead, he nodded slightly. "I know. Then what do you plan to do?" Chao Heron stared closely into Su Jiang's eyes and asked, "If you stand against him, what will you do?" Su Jiang looked puzzled upon hearing this and said, "Since we're already standing against each other, why not just go for it? Even if the opponent is Xiang Qingtian, I don't care if he's some red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, or whatever colored heaven. As long as he's my enemy, I'll go for it. Chao Heron raised an eyebrow and shook his head with a bitter smile. In his opinion, Su Jiang had never fought Xiang Qingtian before, which was why he would say such a thing. A newborn calf fears no tiger. Chao Heron shook his head, sighed, and then said, "The people, I'll give them to you. How you command them, it's up to you. But I only have one condition." Chao Heron slowly extended a finger. Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and asked, "What condition?" "You must guarantee that you won't make a move against the Chao family." "That's it." Su Jiang stood up, clapped his hands, and said with a grin, "I thought it was a big deal. Uncle Chao, we're family. How could I make a move against my own family?" Chao Heron looked at him coldly. Now they were family again. Now he was calling him Uncle Chao again. Didn't he just call him Chao Family Master? Uncle Chao? Then we've happily decided this. You wait for my news tonight. Su Jiang held Chao Heron's hand with a warm smile, as if Chao Heron were his own uncle. Chao Heron shook him off with a look of disgust and said, "If there's nothing else, get out quickly. Don't keep running to my place all day long." "All right," Su Jiang answered, immediately took off, and disappeared from Chao Heron's sight. Chao Heron looked at Su Jiang's back and cursed inwardly. That brat. He has no manners when talking to elders, so disrespectful. Then, he spoke again, Old Seven. Old Seven walked out from the other side. "Count the manpower, have them prepare for battle, and wait for Su Jiang's message tonight." "Okay, but how many people are you planning to give Su Jiang?" Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Chao Heron's eyes. "Have everyone in the Chao family prepare for battle. I'm going to bet that this kid Su Jiang can continue to be so wicked. Let's take a gamble. Go big with him." Old Seven nodded helplessly upon hearing this. One could only say that Chao Heron was also a gambling addict. He either didn't make a move, or when he did, it was an all-in. On the other side, Su Jiang had already left the Chao family, but he frowned. Where was Hua Qing? A black car was parked alone, and Hua Qing was nowhere to be seen. Upon closer inspection, there was a note clipped to the car window. Su Jiang frowned slightly, walked over, picked up the note, and looked at the handwriting on it. West Park, be there or be square. The signature was Ghost. Clearly, the other party was afraid Su Jiang wouldn't go, so they kidnapped Hua Qing. Thinking of this, Su Jiang's brows furrowed deeply. West Park. Which way is the F*King West? They didn't even give me a map. How am I supposed to get there? Su Jiang was a pure science student. In high school, his geography grades were, to say the least, abysmal. If you told him left and right, he could distinguish them, but if you said east, south, west, north, he genuinely didn't know. The only sentence he wrote the most was, "The advantage of this area lies in its extremely abundant cheap labor." 271. Come on, Su Jiang, you can do it. For a time, Su Jiang, unable to find his way, had no choice but to run back to the Chao family. When the guard saw Su Jiang, his entire face became strange. "You again? Why don't you just stay? It's tiring to go in and out." Fortunately, Su Jiang didn't go in, but instead directly asked the guard, "Buddy, a quick question. Which direction is West Park?" "West Park." The guard heard him, frowned in thought for a moment, and then pointed in a direction. "I remember it should be over there, but it's a bit far. I don't recommend walking." "All right, thanks." Su Jiang waved his hand and smiled indifferently. A bit far didn't matter. He had a car anyway. He could still drive that short distance. Returning to the original spot, Su Jiang didn't hesitate, a hint of excitement in him, as he reached out and pulled open the driver's sidecar door. As soon as he sat down, Su Jiang's heart sank. Damn, why is it a manual transmission again? Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Su Jiang suddenly realized. He seemed to be driving without a license. Ahem. This is unavoidable. After all, Hua Qing was caught, and I was anxious and impatient, so I had no choice but to drive. If I arrive late and Hua Qing is cut into 8 pieces, I'll die of guilt. Besides, I drove once in West Continent, so there shouldn't be any problem. Come on, Su Jiang, you can do it. Su Jiang encouraged himself while starting the engine. Although he learned automatic transmission, it didn't prevent him from driving a manual. It was just an extra clutch pedal, wasn't it? It wasn't an extra steering wheel. Vroom. Su Jiang buckled his seatbelt, stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared, heading towards West Park. Meanwhile, inside West Park, the people from Dark Hall were getting impatient. Damn it, why isn't he here yet? Could he have gotten lost? As for Hua Qing, he was tied up and thrown under a tree, completely unresisting. He had given up. He couldn't escape, and he couldn't win a fight, so he might as well take this opportunity to catch up on sleep. Anyway, young Master Su will come to save me. Even if I die, young Master Su will avenge me. It must be said, Hua Qing's mindset was truly enviable. On a bench in the park, the woman sat as always, calmly looking at the lake in front of her. But if one looked closely, they would notice her brows were also slightly furrowed, as if she, too, was getting a bit impatient waiting. Su Jiang still hasn't arrived? The woman spoke softly. As soon as she finished speaking, a person in a Dark Hall uniform walked out from behind her. This person was Dragon 3, one of the 12 Hall Masters of Dark Hall, who had personally killed Bai Yu yesterday. According to the intelligence, Su Jiang seems to be lost, Dragon 3 said in a low voice. Lost? The woman was startled upon hearing this. Didn't you tell him it was West Park? I did, but it seems he can't even tell north, south, east, or west. Dragon 3 paused, then added, And what? He's driving here, but the car's route is extremely strange, not going in a straight line at all. Even stranger, even though it's not raining and it's daytime, he keeps turning on the wipers and high beams. We suspect he's sending some kind of secret signal to the outside world. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression showed a hint of displeasure. Sending a secret signal? Humph. A cunning little fellow. Don't mind him. I want to see what tricks he's going to play. Yes. Dragon 3 responded, and then retreated back into the shadows. Damn it. Why is the wiper position different from the driving school car? The driving school car clearly didn't have so many fancy things. Never mind. Anyway, there are no cars on the road right now. Grip the steering wheel firmly, step on the gas. Going in a straight line should be fine, right? Having figured this out, Su Jiang gripped the steering wheel tightly, ensuring the car drove in a straight line, then stomped on the accelerator. Vroom. The engine let out a wail, and the car instantly accelerated, moving forward. Fortunately, Su Jiang didn't need to turn, because the end of this one-way street was the park where Dark Hall was located. Whoosh! The car sped past like the wind, having already run countless red lights. The few scattered cars around, seeing this spectacle, dared not get close. Is it going to fly? If his driver's license isn't revoked, I'll wash my hair standing on my head. Based on my experience, he's definitely drunk, and very drunk at that, otherwise he wouldn't drive like this. How many red lights has he run? And why is he using the wipers? Hello, Traffic Police Department? I want to report. If Su Jiang had heard these discussions, he would probably have scoffed and sneered. Revoke his driver's license? I don't even have a driver's license. What's he going to revoke? Report to the Traffic Police Department? I even blew up the police station. Am I afraid of you, traffic police? No, can't teach bad habits to children. Su Jiang's behavior cannot be learned. Improper driving. 2 lines of tears for loved ones. Soon, Su Jiang saw the park not far ahead, an excited smile on his face. I knew it. I could definitely drive. Didn't I just steadily drive to the destination? Could Hua Qing understand driving as well as I do? The more Su Jiang thought, the more excited he became. Recalling the scene of Hua Qing drifting while eating a fried dough stick, he suddenly had a bold idea. He wanted to drift too. At this moment, Shu Lu, on the outskirts of the park, also spotted the car approaching. He lowered his head slightly and called out on the walkie-talkie. Dragon 3, target spotted ahead. It should be Su Jiang. Received. After he gets out of the car, bring him to see the leader. Wait, something's not right. What's wrong? He's not slowing down. Shu Lu frowned tightly, as if facing a formidable enemy. Could it be that Su Jiang, because we tied up his person, is enraged and embarrassed? Inside the car at this moment, Su Jiang was utterly bewildered. He remembered that Hua Qing had indeed used the handbrake to drift, right? But why? Why isn't it working even though I broke the handbrake? Su Jiang looked at the handbrake lever in his hand, on the verge of tears. He had been too nervous just now and broke it with a pull. No choice. The brakes failed. Su Jiang could only choose to jump out of the car now. Activating gun shadow flowing wind, he pulled open the car door and leaped out, rolling a few times on the ground. Then, he looked up at Xu Lu and the others standing in front of the park and shouted, "Guys, get out of the way, my brakes failed." Before Su Jiang could finish shouting, Xu Lu and the others had already run to both sides, safely dodging the car. The car violently crashed into the park, tumbling repeatedly. A few seconds after it landed, it burst into raging flames, then exploded. Boom! The car instantly exploded in the park, erupting in a huge fire. Xu Lu and the others' faces turned extremely grim, their eyes wide with anger as they stared at Su Jiang not far away, roaring in a low voice. "Su Jiang, are you declaring war on our Dark Hall?" 272. Su Jiang and An Rou had an engagement? When Su Jiang heard this, he blinked his eyes innocently. "How can your Dark Hall be like this?" He stood up and shouted angrily. "Not only did you kidnap my people, but you also gave me a strange address without a map. Do you know how much effort I put in to find this place? Do you know how much pressure someone without a driver's license endures driving a car here? Do you know what to do when the brakes fail? You don't know. You only care if I'm going to declare war on your Dark Hall." At this, Su Jiang looked aggrieved and pointed at them, shouting, "Who the hell wrote me that note? Step forward. Don't you know how to draw a map? It was hard for me to even get a taxi, so I had to drive myself. You owe me a car." Xu Lu and the others stood still, their mouths twitching, looking utterly bewildered. They were stunned by Su Jiang's outburst. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. However, they roughly understood what Su Jiang was trying to convey. On one hand, Su Jiang stated he didn't do it on purpose. On the other hand, they owed Su Jiang a car. "Xu, brother Xu, is this reasonable?" One person cautiously asked Xu Lu. Xu Lu glared at him fiercely. "Reasonable? Reasonable my ass. If we hadn't dodged quickly just now, we'd be on stretchers heading to the hospital." Just as he was about to confront Su Jiang, Dragon 3's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Xu Lu, bring Su Jiang over." "But this is the leader's command." At these words, Xu Lu clenched his fists in frustration, glaring viciously at Su Jiang. He really found this hard to swallow. "I'll settle accounts with this kid later," Xu Lu thought to himself, then pointed at Su Jiang. "You, follow me." Su Jiang obediently followed behind Xu Lu, looking utterly honest. Because he had to leave a good impression on the person he was about to meet. The fire caused by the car explosion had been quickly extinguished by the Dark Hall members. Su Jiang followed behind Xu Lu, passing through small paths until they reached a small lake. Xu Lu stopped, turned, and looked at Su Jiang with annoyance, saying, "It's just ahead. Go by yourself." Su Jiang nodded, straightened his clothes, then stepped forward, walking towards the front. On the long bench, the woman quietly gazed at the lake. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head and met Su Jiang's eyes. Su Jiang showed a bright smile and said, "Hello, Auntie, I'm An Rou's boyfriend, Su Jiang." At these words, a hint of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes. "You know who I am? Chow gave me some clues, and I guessed it. So it was that guy." The woman smiled and shook her head, then stood up, looked at Su Jiang, and said seriously, "You guessed correctly. I am indeed An Rou's mother, Zhu Rushua. At the same time, I am also the current leader of the Dark Hall, Ghost." Subsequently, Zhu Rushua stepped forward and carefully examined Su Jiang. A smile appeared on her lips as she sighed. "An Rou's taste is truly excellent." Su Jiang smiled and shook his head. "Being able to meet An Rou is my good fortune." At these words, Zhu Rushua's smile deepened. She took Su Jiang's hand and sat down on the long bench. "You must have a lot of questions, right?" Su Jiang remained silent for a while, then nodded slightly. Since the other party was An Rou's mother, there was nothing to hide. Moreover, he also had many things he wanted to clarify. So, Su Jiang began. "After coming to Yan'an, I noticed that things were a bit off. On the isolated island battlefield, the battle between me and the Feng family wasn't widely known, so at that time, I hadn't drawn much attention. But after the battle in West Continent, I must have entered the sights of certain people, and it was from that moment that those people realized my uniqueness and tried to use me as a chess piece. After realizing this, I began to detach myself from the supervisory bureau, not binding myself to any force. This was my first step. Zhu Rushua listened to Su Jiang's words, and the admiration in her eyes grew stronger. After Su Jiang finished speaking, she added, "And your second step was to step forward and use the Ming family to make them realize that you, this chess piece, are very unstable. This way, they will begin to weigh whether your existence is an advantage or a disadvantage for them. But none of this is important, because your goal, from beginning to end, has only been one. That is to destroy the Ming family, right?" Su Jiang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, then nodded, acknowledging the statement. He said calmly, "Ming Jiangnan killed my brother's parents. I must avenge that. Moreover, those people behind the scenes are too good at hiding. If I don't truly destroy a faction, I won't be able to force them out." After his words fell, Su Jiang and Zhu Rushua both fell into a brief silence. After a long while, Zhu Rushua chuckled softly and reached out to caress Su Jiang's head. "You looked quite like my son just now." She was referring to An Mingjia. "However, hearing what you just said, I'm relieved." Zhu Rushua looked at Su Jiang and said solemnly, "No matter what you do, the Dark Hall will always fully support you. Not because you are An Rou's boyfriend, but because the Dark Hall should originally be yours." At these words, Su Jiang's eyes widened, a little bewildered. "The Dark Hall was originally mine? Auntie, what do you mean by that?" "From a certain perspective, the Dark Hall was actually left to you by your parents." Zhu Rushua smiled and said, "I think you must have noticed it too. Your parents are not simple." Su Jiang was still a bit shocked, and he nodded slightly. If his parents were truly ordinary people, then the moment he drew the attention of those individuals, they would have long been used to threaten Su Jiang. Calling them earlier to ask if they wanted to come back for the new year was just to confirm whether they were safe. "I can't reveal too much about your parents, but what I can tell you is that they are currently in the capital, and they are not in danger. Speaking of which, your mother and I have been best friends for many years. When you were little, you and An Rou even had an arranged marriage. But back then, we thought that was too cliché, so we didn't pursue it." At this point, Zhu Rushua tilted her head, a hint of mischievousness in her tone. "If you were a girl, I might have arranged a marriage between you and my son." At these words, Su Jiang instantly shivered. Thinking of that scene, he'd rather die. 273. The Beijing Incident in the Dark Hall. "Ha ha ha, I'm just messing with you." Zhu Rushua couldn't help but laugh when she saw Su Jiang's expression. "Even if I really had that idea, your mom definitely wouldn't agree. After all, who would be willing to stick their precious daughter on a pile of cow dung?" Hearing this, Su Jiang's face showed a hint of displeasure. "Who is she calling cow dung? Auntie, if you keep talking like that, I'm going to fall out with you. I'm going back to cook with An Rou. All right, back to the main topic. Let me tell you about Dark Hall first." Su Jiang's expression immediately became obedient, and he sat up straight, looking like he was all ears. Zhu Rushua's face showed a look of recollection as she slowly began to speak, her voice clear. "It all starts with the Kyoto incident back then. The Kyoto incident back then, due to the appearance of Ding Qiming's gene liquid, caused a stir among the various great families, who all believed that the existence of gene liquid could allow their families to achieve a qualitative change. And the only dominant family in Kyoto at the time, the Qin family, also sensed a crisis because of this, believing that the appearance of gene liquid would shake its position as the dominant family. So on that day, all the families in Kyoto attacked recklessly, completely seeing red, and the other few overlord families also took the opportunity to attack the Qin family. At that time, the Wei family was one of the main families besieging the Qin family. Speaking of this, Zhu Rushua's face showed a look of mockery, somewhat feelings. The so-called gene liquid was nothing more than an excuse. Perhaps some people truly focused on the gene liquid, but definitely not many. What those families needed was just an opportunity for the great families to join forces and pull the Qin family off its pedestal. As for the gene liquid, that was something to consider after the Qin family's demise. That battle raged in Kyoto for 5 days and 5 nights. The entire Kyoto was drenched in blood, and countless innocent people lost their lives because of it. The final outcome of the Kyoto incident was the complete demise of the Qin family, the dominant family, while the other families were also greatly weakened, and the incomplete version of the gene liquid was stolen by the Wei family. Xiang Qingtian led the supervisory bureau, and in that battle, he desperately tried to prevent the war from breaking out, doing his best to save the lives of innocent people, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Ultimately, Xiang Qingtian was also ambushed and then imprisoned by the Wei family, and the supervisory bureau has been in decline ever since, its influence fading. Hearing this, Su Jiang frowned slightly and asked, "Then why didn't they just kill Xiang Qingtian?" "Because Xiang Qingtian is more valuable alive than dead," Zhu Ruxue explained. "If Xiang Qingtian died, many old agents of the supervisory bureau would disregard their lives to avenge him. To avoid these troubles, the Wei family chose not to kill Xiang Qingtian, but to simply watch the supervisory bureau gradually wither. Over time, many people's initial resolve was worn away, and they withdrew from the supervisory bureau, returning to their hometowns to establish their own family forces. So that's how it is." Su Jiang nodded. At this moment, he thought of many people. Xie Kongxing should be one of those people. And Xing Chang probably was too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to rescue Xiang Qingtian. Then what does all of this have to do with Dark Hall? Dark Hall appeared after the Kyoto incident. Zhu Ruxue slowly said. In that battle back then, there was a man who was elusive, decisive in his actions, and claimed to be the #1 assassin in the world. Even the Qin family's patriarch was assassinated by him, and he almost succeeded. Even so, after being discovered by the Qin family, he was still able to retreat completely, and he killed quite a few people from the Qin family. When this news spread, it instantly shook the entire Kyoto. Hearing such a description, Su Jiang's pupils suddenly constricted. That assassin is Ghost? Smart. Zhu Ruxue nodded in approval and added, "That man was indeed the later Ghost. It's just that at that time, there was no assassin ranking, and thus no title of Ghost. What I'm going to tell you next is the true origin of Dark Hall and the title Ghost." Hearing this, Su Jiang's gaze instantly became a few shades more serious. This was also something he wanted to know. Zhu Ruxue took a deep breath and stared intently into Su Jiang's eyes. Su Jiang, from the very beginning, Ghost was actually two people. Ghost is two people? Su Jiang frowned in confusion. What did that mean? However, Zhu Ruxue quickly explained it to him. During the Kyoto incident, it was said that the man died in an encirclement. However, just when everyone thought he was dead, Ghost appeared. The same terrifying sense of oppression, the same assassinations that struck fear into the great families, made everyone believe that this Ghost was the man from before. It was at this time that your mother sought me out. Zhu Ruxue's eyes showed a look of recollection as she said. She said she hoped I could establish an organization under the identity of Ghost. Coincidentally, and Xingchang at that time wanted to train Mingjie and have him expand the An family in Jiangdu. I was also bored and had nothing to do, so I agreed. At first, I was worried that establishing a force using the name Ghost would lead to the real Ghost coming after me. But later I understood that the real Ghost probably also had some dealings with your mother. Because whenever I needed to display my assassination skills, the real Ghost would act on my behalf to assassinate certain people. Over time, they also came to regard me as the real Ghost. As her words fell, Su Jiang's mouth was already wide open, somewhat stunned. Oh my mom. Oh my great mommy. How incredibly awesome are you? If I had known you two old folks were so amazing, why would I need a system? Wouldn't I be able to walk sideways in Jiangdu? Although I can walk sideways in Jiangdu now too. But getting something for free and getting something through your own efforts are two different feelings. He wanted the free stuff more. A while ago, your mom called me and said you had arrived in Yan'an, asking if I wanted to hand Dark Hall over to you to play with. I just wanted to test you, so that's where the false message came from. But I didn't expect your performance to exceed my expectations. You completely went off script. Now it seems that Dark Hall can't be given to you. If you were in control of Dark Hall, who knows when it would be ruined? Zhu Ruxue showed a slight smile. It's better for Dark Hall to remain in my hands. It's easier to control. 274. Su Jiang's genius idea. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang immediately grew anxious. Don't be like that, Auntie. How could I possibly ruin the Dark Hall for you? I'm such a well-behaved, honest, and adorable child. What's there to worry about entrusting it to me? I'm also a school 3 good student and an outstanding citizen. These are all verifiable with certificates. Su Jiang rattled on for a long time, all to convince Zhu Ruxue to hand over the Dark Hall to him. After all, that was the Dark Hall. Such a large group of assassins. Anyone who didn't want them would be an idiot. Taking over the Dark Hall, plus the Chao family, he'd be able to strut around Yunnan like he owned the place. Starting tomorrow, I'm not eating beef. Auntie, please just give it to me, Su Jiang said, trying to curry favor. There's no room for discussion on this matter. Zhu Ruxue waved her hand and said, besides, your mother also said that whether or not the Dark Hall is given to you is up to me. Hearing this, Su Jiang's mouth drooped. He knew it was completely hopeless. Still have to eat beef. However, although the Dark Hall will be under my control, it will still cooperate with your actions. It's just that they will only obey my commands, not yours. Su Jiang nodded sullenly upon hearing this. That works too. At least he could be sure that the Dark Hall was on their side. All right, now tell me about your plan. What did you say to Chao Heron? It's like this, Auntie, I plan to. Su Jiang didn't hide anything and truthfully laid out his entire plan. If Chao Heron were to hear what Su Jiang was saying now, he would surely be fuming and jumping up and down. Because the plan Su Jiang told Zhu Ruxue could not be said to have no relation to the plan he told Chao Heron earlier. It could only be said that they were quite different. Zhu Ruxue's brows gradually furrowed as she listened to Su Jiang's plan. Only after Su Jiang finished speaking did she look at him with a surprised gaze. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes. Only this way can we force them all out. It's possible, but there's one thing you must know. What? The Meng family cannot be destroyed. Zhu Ruxue looked at Su Jiang seriously and continued. At least, Meng Jiangnan cannot die. Hearing this, Su Jiang frowned tightly. Why? Zhu Ruxue sighed, rubbing her forehead. Originally, I shouldn't tell you this, but if I don't, who knows what kind of trouble you'll stir up. She was so conflicted now. Because with Su Jiang's personality, if he knew about that matter, he might be even more dangerous than Meng Jiangnan. For the first time, Zhu Ruxue's face showed such a conflicted expression, making Su Jiang, who was beside her, feel a bit strange. What on earth is it that I'm not allowed to know? Sigh. Never mind. I'll tell you anyway, lest you kill Meng Jiangnan, and then we all end up doomed. Zhu Ruxue took a deep breath and slowly said, you know about Uncle An blowing up the isolated island battlefield back then, right? Yes, Uncle An told me about that. Su Jiang nodded slightly, confused. How did it get back to this? Then do you know where Uncle An got that batch of highly explosive materials? Xie Kangsheng said that Uncle An borrowed it from him back then. Then do you know where Xie Kangsheng got those explosives from? I don't know that. I was planning to ask Uncle Xie at the time. Suddenly, Su Jiang's voice stopped abruptly, and his eyes widened. No, it couldn't be. You're right. The original source of that batch of explosives was the Meng family. After speaking, Zhu Ruxue extended another finger and pointed to the ground where they were standing. Immediately after, she said something that made Su Jiang feel a chill, yet also a hint of excitement. Now, somewhere beneath the entire Yunnan, those explosives are buried. As long as Meng Jiangnan wills it, the entire Yunnan will cease to exist. And the only person who knows the burial location of the explosives is Meng Jiangnan. Once it comes to a matter of life and death, Meng Jiangnan will detonate the explosives without hesitation, and according to him, even if he dies and doesn't get to detonate them, someone else will detonate them for him, and everyone will perish together. At this point, Zhu Ruxue suddenly laughed. So, now you know how many people broke out in a cold sweat when you raided the Meng family last night, right? If you had really killed Meng Jiangnan last night, then Yunnan would have been blown to smithereens last night. This is also why those Kyoto allied forces in the suburbs don't dare to approach the center of Yunnan. Because if it really detonated, they would be in the suburbs and could run further away. However, Su Jiang's face was now filled with excitement. He now had only one thought in his mind. Explosives. Lots and lots of explosives. The kind that could blow up the entire Yunnan. Damn it. How can such inhumane things be controlled by an asshole like Meng Jiangnan? Su Jiang looked as if he abhorred evil, seemingly detesting Meng Jiangnan's actions. Zhu Ruxue's mouth twitched as she quietly watched Su Jiang. It wouldn't be safe if this stuff was in your hands, would it? I'm warning you, Su Jiang. Don't even think about that batch of explosives. Zhu Ruxue extended her finger, reminding him. The Dark Hall's people are already looking for the location of those explosives. Don't cause trouble for me. Su Jiang nodded obediently upon hearing this, then said with a hopeful expression, Then, can I have the explosives once they're found? No. Su Jiang closed his mouth sullenly. If she wouldn't give them, she wouldn't give them. Why shout so loudly? However, this meant that Meng Jiangnan truly couldn't be killed. At least, not while An Rou and the others were still in Yunnan. Huh, wait a minute. Su Jiang suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a special skill he hadn't used yet. Undying Contract. It could give him an extra life. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Auntie, I have a bold idea. Put away your bold idea. Then I have an immature little suggestion. Don't make me call your mom to come beat you. Hearing this, Su Jiang obediently shut up. However, this could be used as a fallback. At a crucial moment, he could have An Rou and Zhu Ruxue and the others all evacuate Yunnan. I'll perish with you all. I have 2 lives. Do you all? TSK. At that time, he could even stage a scene of separation and death, making An Rou think he had died and be heartbroken. Then he would suddenly reappear and propose to her. An Rou would probably be so moved that she would immediately agree, right? As soon as he thought of this, Su Jiang's lips couldn't help but curve upwards. He was simply a genius. He could even think of such a perfect proposal plan. Moreover, it was the kind that couldn't be replicated by others. At this moment, he wanted to see Meng Jiangnan even more. 275. I am a young man. Su Jiang imagined his beautiful proposal plan and started giggling foolishly. Seeing this, Zhu Ruxue looked at Su Jiang with a strange expression. This child, is his brain all right? Just a moment ago, she thought Su Jiang was in control, but now he was laughing like an idiot. Was he possessed? Then, Su Jiang suddenly thought of something, stopped smiling, and asked, By the way, Auntie, aren't you going to see An Rou? No, Zhu Ruxue said decisively. As soon as I see that girl, she'll definitely cling to me and not let me leave. I haven't had enough fun yet. I'll go home when I don't feel like playing anymore. Hearing this, Su Jiang's mouth twitched. He finally understood why she and his mother were best friends. They were both restless individuals. Besides, when had there ever been a normal person around him? So, you're not allowed to tell An Rou about my presence. Zhu Ruxue extended a finger and warned with a serious expression, If I find out that you told An Rou about me, then you're dead. Su Jiang sighed helplessly upon hearing this. He finally knew who An Rou learned her threatening words from. Like mother, like daughter, indeed. Don't worry, Auntie, I'm the most tight-lipped person. Su Jiang raised his hand and said earnestly, I swear on my character, I will absolutely not tell An Rou about Auntie's matters. Seeing Su Jiang's assurance, Zhu Ruxue snorted coldly. Just when Su Jiang thought everything was fine, Zhu Ruxue suddenly asked again, How far have you and An Rou developed? Su Jiang was stunned. This question was too sudden, wasn't it? How far have they developed? How should he answer this? That he had already started eating the little rabbit? He definitely couldn't say that. After a brief moment of thought, Su Jiang looked up and said seriously, Auntie, An Rou and I have a pure boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. I'll believe you when pigs fly. Zhu Ruxue looked at Su Jiang with disdain. With your dishonest appearance, 11 out of 10 things you say are lies. Auntie, everything I'm saying is true. Su Jiang was a bit anxious and said weakly, You don't know? Auntie, I, a pure maiden man, was almost forcefully taken by your daughter several times. It's only because I'm virtuous and uphold the last shred of male morality that An Rou didn't succeed. You might not know, I'm a very conservative person. If it's not for marriage, I won't do such things. Su Jiang's face was extremely serious, making it sound as if An Rou had always been lusting after his male beauty. Zhu Ruxue listened with a face full of black lines. How could she not know what kind of person her own daughter was? This Su Jiang fellow was too bold, daring to feign pity in front of her. Su Jiang, are you taking me for a fool, Auntie? Zhu Ruxue asked this question gently, her smile amiable. How should one put it? It was the exact same smile An Rou had every time before she beat Su Jiang. Su Jiang instinctively closed his little mouth and reflexively said, Sorry, Auntie, I was wrong. Humph. Zhu Rushue glared at him crossly, then said, I don't care about what happens between you and An Rou, but you can't let her down. If I find out you bullied An Rou, not only will I beat you, but your mother will also beat you. Hearing this, Su Jiang pouted somewhat aggrieved. Why was this happening? His own father and mother sided with An Rou, and now his mother-in-law didn't favor him either. The only one on his side was probably in Xingqiang. But what good was in Xingqiang? He was also disliked by everyone. Even in Mingjie chased him down, so his status might even be lower than Su Jiang's. For a moment, Su Jiang felt a wave of sadness about his future family status. No, he had to have a child, so the father could gain status through the child, preferably a boy, who could handle things. Then, if there was trouble, he could just dump it on his son. As soon as he thought of this, Su Jiang noticed something was off. Hiss, could my own father have had the same idea back then? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was highly possible. Perhaps there was a big black pot waiting for him in the capital. Su Jiang made up his mind that from now on, he had to be extra careful in places his parents had visited. Otherwise, he might accidentally fall into a trap. Don't worry, Auntie, I will definitely treat An Rou well, Su Jiang promised again. All right, if there's nothing else, take your driver and leave. Zhu Rushue waved her hand, signaling Su Jiang could depart. However, Su Jiang didn't move, but instead became somewhat hesitant. What? Still something else? Well, Auntie, Su Jiang said a bit shyly and quietly. You returned my driver, but the car is still nowhere to be found. Car? Zhu Rushue frowned, disbelievingly saying, You're not suggesting I compensate you for the car, are you? It's not exactly compensation, it's more like repayment, Su Jiang whispered. Besides, that car was quite expensive. Zhu Rushue was so angered by Su Jiang's words that she laughed, her finger trembling as she pointed at Su Jiang, momentarily speechless. Dragon 3. I'm here. Get him a car, and tell him to scram immediately. Yes. Su Jiang quickly took advantage of the situation and said to Zhu Rushue, Thank you, Annie. Goodbye, Auntie. With that, Su Jiang took off, swiftly fleeing the scene. If he stayed any longer, he might really get a beating from his mother-in-law. Let's go, Huazi. Su Jiang picked up Hua Qing, who was still sleeping, and walked towards the park exit. Huh? Young Master Su, you're here? Hua Qing groggily opened his eyes and looked around. What time is it? Are all the enemies blown up? In his opinion, since Su Jiang was able to rescue him, the enemies were probably all blown up. Ahead, Dragon 3's footsteps paused slightly upon hearing this, then quickly returned to normal. Blow up your head. Dark Hall and us are family, understand? Su Jiang gave Hua Qing a flick on the forehead. Hua Qing clutched his head and, hearing this, said with a confused expression, They surrendered? Ahead, Dragon 3's footsteps paused again. Don't you dare speak again. Su Jiang quickly covered Hua Qing's mouth. Why couldn't this kid think normally? Did he really want to see him fight with Dark Hall? Soon, Dragon 3 led the two to the park entrance. Hua Qing looked at the car in front of him, stunned for a moment. Young Master Su, this doesn't seem to be our car. Well, our car was sent for maintenance. Huh? But I remember that car wasn't new. Stop your damn nonsense. Get in and drive. Su Jiang kicked Hua Qing's, but hard. Why was he so unobservant? Didn't he hear him say it was sent for maintenance? Still asking endlessly. He deserved to never have 4 dishes in his life. It served him right for being kidnapped. Soon, Hua Qing got into the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and drove away with Su Jiang. 276, Xiang Qingtian and New Century. Inside the principal's office at Yan'an High School. Today was the weekend, and all the students had gone home, leaving only the principal, Zhang Pengfu, in the office. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Zhang Pengfu frowned. At this hour, who could it be? Come in. The door opened, and a man wearing a scarf walked in, smiling and waving to Zhang Pengfu in greeting. Hi, long time no see, huh? Seeing the newcomer, Zhang Pengfu frowned. Xiang Qingtian, what are you doing here? Does that even need asking? Xiang Qingtian said with a grin. Of course, I'm here to see how well you've been managing my new century. Hearing this, Zhang Pengfu slammed the pen in his hand onto the desk and snorted coldly. You still remember that New Century is your organization? You've been gone for over 10 years. Do you know how I've managed these past 10 plus years without you? And now you actually have the nerve to come back? Clearly, Zhang Pengfu was extremely displeased with Xiang Qingtian's shirking of responsibility and harbored a great deal of resentment. Seeing this, Xiang Qingtian scratched his head somewhat sheepishly and said apologetically, "Well, I was busy setting up a supervisory bureau over there, so I couldn't look after things here." Zhang Pengfu heard this and looked at Xiang Qingtian coldly, without speaking. Few people knew that the organization New Century was founded even earlier than the Supervisory Bureau. And the person who founded New Century was also Xiang Qingtian. Cough, cough, cough. Xiang Qingtian suddenly began to cough violently, and Zhang Pengfu frowned at the sight. "It's nothing. Cough, cough, cough. My body hasn't recovered yet. It's an old problem." Xiang Qingtian smiled, his face quite pale, and waved his hand, indicating he was fine. Then he looked up at Zhang Pengfu and said with a smile, "Zhang, how about we discuss something?" Half an hour later. Bang! "Xiang Qingtian, are you out of your mind?" Zhang Pengfu slammed the table and stood up, looking at Xiang Qingtian in disbelief. "Do you have any idea what you're doing right now? Calm down." Xiang Qingtian sat in his chair, waved his hand gently, and then said seriously, "Zhang, I know very well what I'm doing. This world is sick, and the only way is to overturn and rebuild it. I once tried a more gentle approach, but obviously, I failed. The Kyoto incident made me realize that this world is beyond saving." He leaned back on the sofa, a hint of self-mockery on his face. Xiang Qingtian pulled a cigarette from his pocket and, regardless of whether his body could still handle smoking, lit it with a lighter. After taking a puff, he looked up at the ceiling and slowly began to speak. "Zhang, you didn't personally experience the Kyoto incident. You don't know how powerless I felt at the time. Over 100,000 people, a full 100,000 innocent people. They just died like that amidst the squabbles of those despicable families. What did they do wrong? They were just a group of ordinary people trying to live their lives in this world. Later, I understood, it wasn't that they were wrong. It's this world that's wrong." Zhang Pengfu stood silently in place, just listening to Xiang Qingtian's slow narration. "Zhang, do you still remember that saying?" Xiang Qingtian looked at Zhang Pengfu and softly recited, "The dancer of the era will fire the gun of salvation to rescue this sick world." Zhang, I want to become the dancer of the era. And I also hope that New Century can become the dancer of the era. Zhang Pengfu remained silent upon hearing this. After a long pause, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, "What about the Supervisory Bureau then?" "The Supervisory Bureau?" Xiang Qingtian sighed and said, "Our paths diverge. We cannot conspire together. The Supervisory Bureau also has its own path to follow. As of today, the Supervisory Bureau is no longer my Supervisory Bureau. From the moment An Xingchang rescued me, the Supervisory Bureau gained a new soul." Zhang Pengfu took a step and slowly walked in front of Xiang Qingtian. "Then what if one day, the Supervisory Bureau becomes a stumbling block on New Century's path forward? What will you do?" Hearing this, Xiang Qingtian took a deep breath, flicked off the ash, and said indifferently, "I told you, the Supervisory Bureau and I no longer have any connection." Zhang Pengfu stared intently into Xiang Qingtian's eyes, seemingly trying to judge the truthfulness of his words. Xiang Qingtian chuckled at the sight. "Give it up, Zhang. Trying to see through me? When did you get that ability?" "It's precisely because I don't have that ability that I dare not believe what you say." Zhang Pengfu snorted coldly and said, "Who in the world doesn't know that if you, Xiang Qingtian, want to deceive someone, you'll even deceive yourself first?" Xiang Qingtian heard this and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Then the world truly misunderstands me too deeply. So, Zhang, are you willing to help me?" Zhang Pengfu's face was ashen as he turned his back to Xiang Qingtian. "New Century is yours. You can do whatever you want with it." Hearing this, Xiang Qingtian's face lit up with a smile. He knew that Zhang Pengfu had agreed. "Thanks, Zhang." At the same time, he also mused inwardly. "Sorry, Zhang." Meanwhile, at the Meng family, Wei Liangping and Meng Jiangnin sat facing each other in a room, silently drinking tea. "What did you and Su Jiang talk about last night?" Meng Jiangnin asked. "Ha ha ha. He wants to cooperate with me." Cooperate. With you? Is there anything surprising about that? Wei Liangping smiled and slowly said, there are no eternal enemies in the world. As long as interests align, then cooperation is possible. Meng Jiangnan's eyes flickered upon hearing this. Interests? What common interests could we have with Su Jiang? Wei Liangping smiled and shook his head, pouring himself a cup of tea, then said, as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. For Su Jiang, it doesn't matter who he fights. The key is who is willing to help him. If the Meng family isn't willing to help him, he'll fight the Meng family. If the Chao family isn't willing to help him, he'll smear the Chao family. So, if the Kyoto Allied forces and New Century don't help him, do you think Su Jiang will fight them? At this point, Wei Liangping smiled slightly, picked up his tea, and took a sip. He paused, then added, therefore, at this juncture, helping him is equivalent to using him to flush out all those other hidden forces. As long as he doesn't oppose us, cooperating with him and fighting anyone will be beneficial to us, won't it? Meng Jiangnan nodded slightly upon hearing this, but still felt a bit uncomfortable. He had just been humiliated by Su Jiang yesterday, and today he had to join forces with him. It truly was a thought that brought discomfort. However, this was Wei Liangping's idea, and he couldn't refute it. He could only swallow his anger and look for an opportunity to retaliate against Su Jiang later. 277. The First Landlord Contest. Young Master Su, why don't we just take out the Dark Hall? Hua Qing asked curiously while driving. We've impersonated them. How can they tolerate it? Why ask so many questions? You just need to know that the Dark Hall are our people, Su Jiang replied helplessly. He couldn't reveal his mother-in-law's identity. After all, currently, among the forces in Yan'an, only the Dark Hall has been confirmed as their own. The others were hard to say. Although Chao Heron had a friendship with An Xingchang, after so many years, who knew if that old man would develop ulterior motives? Besides his true family, Su Jiang didn't trust anyone else now. Screech. Hua Qing once again demonstrated a stylish drift and reverse parking, leaving Su Jiang utterly envious. Young Master Su, we're here, Hua Qing said with a smile. Su Jiang didn't get out of the car immediately. Instead, after a long silence, he said, Huazi, park properly from now on. Don't always play with drifting. It's very dangerous. Hua Qing, ? Although he didn't know why, Hua Qing still nodded and agreed. When Su Jiang got out of the car and returned to the base camp, the room was already filled with a pile of cardboard boxes. Su Jiang casually opened one. It was full of identical dark gold striped masks. I searched several stores to get so many in such a short time. It should be fine, right? Li Kai said from the side. It's fine. It's just for show anyway, Su Jiang nodded, then said, I've been to the Chao family, and they're willing to lend people. Really? An Rou's voice raised a few octaves, and she quickly asked, how did you do it? Su Jiang chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Secret. An Rou pouted in annoyance at his words, but her heart was filled with curiosity. She felt as if Su Jiang had changed into a different person since coming to Yan'an. Compared to the Su Jiang in West Continent, the current Su Jiang seemed much more reliable. The current Su Jiang had started to plan independently, arrange actions, and consider more things. Perhaps this was a sign of a man's maturity? As An Rou thought of this, a smile appeared on her face. After all, the more outstanding Su Jiang was, the prouder she felt. Beside her, Su Jiang had no idea An Rou was thinking so much. He checked his phone. There was still a long time until the evening operation. But everything that needed to be done was almost finished, and for a while, everyone had nothing to do. Clap, clap, clap. Su Jiang clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone, we still have 3 hours until the operation begins. Everyone focused intently, looking at Su Jiang. Was there another arrangement? Or was he going to give some instructions? I propose, Su Jiang said with a serious expression. Since we're just idling, why don't we play poker? Everyone. An Rou covered her face. She took back what she had just said about Su Jiang being reliable. He was still that big pig's trotters. Huazi, go buy a few decks of playing cards. All right. Hua Qing excitedly ran out. He felt that following Su Jiang was simply too enjoyable. Every day, he occasionally drove, and when he had nothing to do, he stayed at the base camp bragging. Now he could even play cards. It was much more comfortable than his previous life in the An family, where he fought day in and day out. You guys play, I won't participate. Yang Ming waved his hand. Wu Qi was the same. She still had to monitor the surveillance. Within the entire base camp, Wu Qi had the heaviest workload, which caused her to be filled with the resentment of a laborer. See, can I join? Guan Yin asked weakly. Su Jiang smiled slightly. Of course, Wang Yingying also wanted to play, but Wang Xiang strictly forbade her, saying she couldn't be exposed to such bad habits, as it would harm the flowers of the motherland. Then, Wang Xiang was kicked flying by Su Jiang. How dare you shamelessly spout such nonsense? Su Jiang gave Wang Xiang the middle finger and scornfully said, When you took me to play cards in the middle of the night, why didn't you say it was a bad habit? So, I'm not a flower and deserve to be corrupted by you, huh? Wang Xiang clutched his butt, his eyes wide, looking at Su Jiang in disbelief. Are you effing slandering me again? When did I take you to play cards? At most, I just took you to an internet cafe for an overnight session in the middle of the night. I even paid for the instant noodles. Can you hurry up? The cards are already bought. What are we playing? Xie Guli yawned, looking listless. If Wu Qi and Yang Ming aren't playing, we have 8 people. How do 8 people play? It's fine. Let's pull Yang Ming in. We'll just split into 3 groups, 4 fight the landlord and compete for the championship. Yang Ming, ? I said I'm not playing. You want to play? I don't want to play. Stop messing around. Come and make up the numbers. And so, the first Fight the Landlord competition began. The competition was divided into 3 groups. Group 1, Su Jiang, Li Kai, Guan Yin. Group 2, Xie Guli, Wang Xiang, Hua Qing. Group 3, An Rou, Wang Yingying, Yang Ming. Wu Qi served as the referee for the first competition. Yang Ming sat down helplessly, watching everyone, his mouth twitching continuously. No, are you guys really playing? Are we still going to act tonight? Just as he was thinking these things, Su Jiang at the next table had already started shuffling the cards. The competition adopted a points system, but as the game progressed, Wu Qi, the referee, found her eyelids twitching incessantly. Because Su Jiang and Xie Guli's scores were rising too fast. If they weren't cheating, Wu Qi would chop off her head and kick it like a ball. But the key was, she couldn't figure out how they were cheating. On the field, Xie Guli's lips curved slightly. His years of practicing throwing knives weren't for nothing. I can even make it so you can't see my throwing knives, let alone stealing a few cards. Moreover, Wang Xiang and Hua Qing simply didn't have the eyesight to keep an eye on Xie Guli. On the other side, Su Jiang was even more lawless. Activating Gun Shadow Flowing Wind, he shuffled and swapped cards recklessly. Li Kai and Guan Yan's hands were simply indescribable. 3, 4, 5, 6, but no 7, 8, 9, 10, Jack, but no Queen. When Su Jiang played another royal bomb, the two were so enraged that they threw down their cards and refused to play. The only clean group was An Rou, where the game was back and forth. Finally, after several rounds of cards, the first-place winners of the 3 groups were Xie Guli, Su Jiang, and An Rou. Among them, Su Jiang and Xie Guli were group leaders with a massive lead in points. An Rou truly fought her way to victory with her own card skills. I say, how about we play for a prize? Su Jiang suddenly suggested. What do you want to play for? Xie Guli raised an eyebrow and asked. The loser has to grant the champion one request. How about that? An Rou stood silently by the side, watching the two. Oh no, it was 2 scoundrels. Who present didn't know they were cheating. It was just that they couldn't be caught. And they still had the nerve to suggest a prize. No, you 2 gamble yourselves. I'm not participating. An Rou decisively chose not to participate because she knew she couldn't win. With Su Jiang and Xie Guli around, this deck of cards wouldn't be clean at all. The cards were dirty, and the people were even dirtier. 278. This is different from what we agreed. From then on, Su Jiang and Xie Guli's card game could only be described as a battle between gods. Everyone was stunned. An Rou also fell silent. 5 of a kind. K-bomb. Joker bomb. Pass. JQ straight bomb. Wang Xiang shook his head, sighing. This is too shameless. You 2 aren't holding back at all, are you? The smallest cards are bombs, and you start with a bomb. Bombs aren't enough, so you start with straight bombs, right? This is polluting the competition environment too much. Finally, the exasperated crowd unanimously voted to disqualify these two from the competition. Lifetime ban. To restore order to the arena. In response, Jiang and Xie Guli, the two contestants, expressed strong protest. Why ban me? I've always played fairly and justly. Exactly. If you're bad, practice more. Is it cheating if you can't win? Landlord has an element of luck. Is it wrong if I'm just luckier? You guys are just sore losers. Where's the referee? I want to see the referee. Wu Qi, the referee, couldn't hold back any longer and directly gave both of them a red card. Each holding a red card, the two were chased by the crowd to sit on the sofa as if they had been ostracized. Finally, with Jiang and Xie Guli not participating, everyone realized how important a clean competition environment was. After banning the two, according to the substitution principle, the final group members were changed to An Rou, Huaqing, and Li Kai. However, to everyone's surprise, this final was not as intense as they had imagined. Because An Rou's luck was simply too good. She almost always had good cards. The final result was An Rou's complete victory with a record of 7:0:0. Ahem. I announce that the champion of the first poker landlord competition is An Rou. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone applauded to congratulate her. Only Jiang and Xie Guli watched this scene indifferently, without applauding. Humph. When the tiger is away, the monkey becomes king. This championship has no value at all. It's not worth having. All right, it's about time. I'll arrange tonight's operation. Jiang checked the time. It was time to get down to business. Hearing this, everyone stood up and looked at Jiang. An Rou, Wu Qi, Wang Xiang, and Wang Yingying. The four of you will stay at the base camp. As usual, watch the surveillance and report any situation immediately. Old Xia will come with me to cause trouble at the Meng family. Since the Meng family is prepared today, it would be a bit troublesome for me to go alone. Lao Li, you go with Guan Yin to the Chao family to get the person, then stand by. I'll reiterate, for tonight's operation, everyone listens to my command. You hit whoever I tell you to hit, understood? Everyone nodded solemnly. Beside them, Huaqing weakly raised his hand. Young Master Su, what about me? Jiang looked at him and smiled slightly. Huazi, your mission is very important. Really? What's my mission? Driving. Huh. Evening, night fell. The Meng family was silent and on high alert. Father, do you think Jiang will really come? Dream Qingzhe, with bandages wrapped around his face, walked to Meng Jiangnan's side, leaning on a crutch. Before Meng Jiangnan could answer, Black Hawk suddenly appeared. If he dares to come again, I will let him know what despair feels like. Black Hawk was still resentful about not being able to keep Jiang yesterday and suffering a great loss. He hadn't slept well last night. Now, in Black Hawk's eyes, killing Jiang was as important as killing the ghost. In fact, Jiang was even more important. Because this guy was too evil. Don't worry, that guy Jiang will come. Meng Jiangnan did not tell the two about Wei Liangping's cooperation with Jiang. The less people knew about this, the better. Tonight was just a play to cooperate with Jiang. They're here. As soon as the words fell, a large group of figures appeared in the distance. Meng Jiangnan's brows furrowed slightly at the sight. Because their faces were all covered with dark gold-striped masks, concealing their features. Jiang, who was leading, also wore a mask and held a large megaphone. Walking to the main entrance of the Meng family, Jiang stopped, turned on the megaphone, and shouted, "Hello! Hello, can you hear me? Meng Jiangnan, I told you, yesterday I let you off, but today is the Meng family's doomsday." Inside the Meng family, Meng Jiangnan sighed helplessly when he heard this. To be honest, he was immune to these words now. Every day it's doomsday this, doomsday that. However, the next second, Jiang's words stunned him. Today, I am not representing the Dark Hall. All forces in Yan'an, I know you all have sent people to scout the situation around here. All of you listen to me. Jiang smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, and roared into the megaphone. I, Jiang, today, representing the new century, declare war on the Meng family. As soon as these words came out, the spies from various forces around them were all stunned. The new century, what kind of force is that? Could it be a force created by Jiang? And some people who knew the inside story including Meng Jiangnan, all swallowed hard. Su Jiang has gone mad, hasn't he? He even dares to impersonate the new century? Especially Meng Jiangnan. He was completely dumbfounded at this moment. This was not what they agreed upon. Didn't they agree that it was enough to just come over, fight a bit, and put on a show? Why did he drag the new century into it? But Su Jiang didn't care about any of that. After roaring those words, he waved his hand. Full attack. Today is the Meng family's doomsday. Giving Meng Jiangnan no time to think, the people behind Su Jiang began to attack. Immediately, gunshots and explosions continuously rang out. Stop them, Meng Jiangnan anxiously said. He didn't have time to think so much now. He had to stop Su Jiang's people first. Looking at the battle situation before him, Meng Jiangnan gritted his teeth. Damn it, this isn't what Wei Liangping said. How is this acting? This fight is even more brutal than yesterday, isn't it? What exactly are Wei Liangping and Su Jiang conspiring? Meng Jiangnan was certain that Wei Liangping definitely hadn't told him the whole truth. Around them, spies from various forces were also frantically sending back information. Su Jiang had started a war with the Meng family again. At the same time, the force called the New Century also appeared in the eyes of various families. Forces that didn't know the situation began to frantically gather intelligence about the New Century. And those who knew some of the situation were also inquiring about what relationship Su Jiang had with the New Century. Why would Su Jiang suddenly impersonate the New Century? 279. Then we'll all be finished together. Eula. Let's do it, brothers. Tonight is the Meng family's death. Meng Jiangnan, come out and face your death. It's unclear who he learned it from, but the people on Su Jiang's side never stopped talking when they fought. They started cursing from the first frame, every sentence aimed at the opponent's family. The Meng family's people were so enraged their eyes turned red with murderous intent. Damn it, we can't out-curse you, but can't we out-fight you? However, after fighting for a while, they realized they might actually not be able to out-fight them. Although the Meng family was fully prepared for battle, unlike last night. But don't forget, Su Jiang's side also didn't deploy their full forces last night. Because a group of people, led by Xie Guli, were diverted to fight the Black Dragon Society. Now, with Xie Guli and his people arriving, the balance of power between the two sides returned to equilibrium. They even subtly suppressed the Meng family. Meng Jiangnan saw all of this, and sweat continuously dripped from his forehead. No way, are we really going to lose? Meanwhile, Su Jiang had already set up his sniper rifle from a distance. Since Li Kai and Guan Yin went to the Chao family, he temporarily took over the sniper position. It must be said that Su Jiang's combat power with a sniper rifle was no weaker than when he used grenades. Even Meng Jiang didn't dare to show his head. Li Kai might not have had that capability, but with Su Jiang sniping, if Meng Jiangnan dared to show his head, he would be instantly killed. He wasn't joking. It was a pity he didn't bring the silly cat this time. Otherwise, with the Meow Meow demolition team, the Meng family would have no chance at all. Bang, bang, bang. Under Su Jiang's suppressive fire, the Meng family's people continuously fell, and their morale was greatly dampened. Su Jiang also seized the opportunity to shout, boosting his side's morale. Everything, for the new century. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to be injected with a stimulant, roaring and waving their hands in unison. Everything, for the new century. For a moment, both the Meng family and the spies from various major forces in the shadows twitched their mouths, wearing speechless expressions. You guys are F***king enough. Last night, weren't you shouting everything for the Dark Hall? Today it's the new century? Your allegiances change quite flexibly, don't they? This shameless guy, he won't pretend to be from the Meng family to attack the Chao family tomorrow, will he? Compared to that, I'm more curious if the new century spies are here, and what their mood is right now. Where are the Dark Hall spies? What's your boss's attitude towards Su Jiang? Come out and chat. Oh, this brother looks new. Whose side are you on? In the shadows, the spies from various major forces were also scheming and probing each other. They weren't too concerned about the current battle. Even if the Meng family lost, as long as Meng Jiangnan didn't die, it was fine. They didn't believe that Su Jiang didn't know about Meng Jiangnan burying explosives. Once Meng Jiangnan died, the entire Yin would be finished, so no matter how they fought, Su Jiang couldn't possibly truly kill Meng Jiangnan. The current battle was just for entertainment. Anyone who got involved at this point was crazy. Su Jiang, if you have the guts, come over here. Let's have another showdown. Black Hawk shouted provocatively at Su Jiang from a distance. There was no other way. With Su Jiang sniping, it was difficult for him to even get close, let alone engage in close combat with Su Jiang. However, Su Jiang was too lazy to bother with him, not even shooting at Black Hawk. Because he knew that Black Hawk, being a cunning person, was standing at an absolutely safe distance. Even if Su Jiang shot, he could dodge it immediately. Shooting at him would be a pure waste of bullets. However, Black Hawk also didn't dare to easily enter the fray. He knew that although Su Jiang ignored him, he would definitely not overlook him. If he showed even a tiny flaw, Su Jiang would probably pull the trigger on him without hesitation. This was what made Black Hawk feel most aggrieved. Damn it. He had lived so many years, yet he was being forced into immobility by a mere youngster. Helpless, he could only continue to curse at Su Jiang, trying to provoke his anger. However, who was Su Jiang? Unless you stole his grilled cold noodles, would he get angry with you? Wow, the Meng family is practically being suppressed. Su Jiang is too fierce. Wherever there's a disadvantage, he fires a few shots and immediately creates an advantage. With this level of control, why isn't he on the list? You must be new. The list is updated once a year. This guy, Su Jiang, hasn't even been around for a year since he emerged. But it's almost the end of the year. When the list updates then, Su Jiang might even surpass the ghost and directly dominate the top spot. And that guy named Xie Guli, the way he throws those small flying daggers is really insidious. I feel like he can also make the list. The waves behind push the waves ahead. These young people are getting fiercer and fiercer. In the shadows, people from various forces continued to watch the show, some even pulling out a handful of melon seeds and cracking them. Inside the Meng family, Meng Jiangnan frowned deeply. If this continued, the Meng family's manpower would truly be depleted. So, Meng Jiangnan gritted his teeth, stood up, and walked out. At this point, he had no choice but to show himself. He also didn't believe that Su Jiang would dare to kill him. Soon, Meng Jiangnan's figure appeared, and he roared, "Enough, Su Jiang. If we keep fighting like this, it won't benefit either of us." Bang! Before Meng Jiangnan could finish speaking, a bullet directly sliced through the sky and struck Meng Jiangnan's lower abdomen. For a moment, everyone was stunned. In the shadows, the melon seeds in the hands of that group of people instantly dropped to the ground, and the atmosphere instantly solidified. Meng Jiangnan felt the pain in his lower abdomen and the continuously flowing blood, his face filled with disbelief. Su Jiang really dared to shoot him? Was he not afraid that everyone would perish together? However, the next second, Su Jiang's voice came through the loudspeaker, astonishing everyone. "Meng Jiangnan, if you have the guts, detonate all of Yan'an today. Anyway, I, Su Jiang, have a worthless life. Those people in the dark want to watch a show, so let them watch to their heart's content. You guys like to hide and not come out, don't you? Then you guys can just keep hiding. However, the next shot, I'll aim for Meng Jiangnan's head. I don't care if you're the Kyoto Allied Forces or the New Century or some random nobodies. Since you won't come out, then let's all go down together." When Su Jiang finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Meng Jiangnan clutched his lower abdomen tightly, his eyes wide. He could indeed detonate Yan'an, but he didn't want to die like this, especially to die so suddenly. He couldn't accept it. At this moment, it wasn't just him who couldn't accept it. The people from various major forces in the shadows were practically going crazy. "No, buddy. It's not that serious, is it? We're just watching a show, and you're dragging us all to perish together? Are you out of your mind? Can't we just stop watching?" 280. Everyone listens to me. Patriarch. Retreat quickly. Where's the doctor? Go treat the patriarch now. Damn Su Jiang, let's fight them. The shot at Meng Jiangnan completely infuriated the Meng family. Of course, even more anxious were the people from other hidden forces. At this moment, they were even more worried about Meng Jiangnan's safety than the Meng family. Meng Jiangnan couldn't die. Damn it. What exactly does Su Jiang want to do? Does he really want to kill Meng Jiangnan? He's forcing us to show ourselves. What should we do? You ask me, who should I ask? The most important thing now is that Meng Jiangnan can't die. That's right, Meng Jiangnan can't die. Just as everyone stepped forward, intending to cover Meng Jiangnan's retreat, Su Jiang pulled the trigger again from a distance. Bang! The bullet struck near Meng Jiangnan's feet, causing everyone to freeze instantly, not daring to make another move. Seeing this, Su Jiang chuckled softly. Since you've shown your face, how could I let you just go back like that? Immediately after, he took out his megaphone again, his voice echoing across the entire battlefield. Everyone listen, don't you dare move. Whoever moves again, I'll shoot Meng Jiangnan, and we'll all be done for. Now listen to me. Everyone around Meng Jiangnan, retreat. As his voice fell, the expressions of those around Meng Jiangnan varied. To retreat or not to retreat. If they retreated, it would be equivalent to completely handing Meng Jiangnan over to Su Jiang as a hostage. But if they didn't retreat, no one could guarantee whether Su Jiang would really dare to shoot. Although in their hearts, they still leaned towards Su Jiang not daring to kill Meng Jiangnan. But what if? What if Su Jiang, that madman, was truly insane and single-mindedly wanted to kill Meng Jiangnan? For a time, the atmosphere on the battlefield became incredibly strange. Neither side's forces made a move, because at this point, moving was meaningless. Black Hawk looked utterly frustrated, having already cursed Meng Jiangnan's ancestors 18 generations over in his heart. Not just him, others were also secretly cursing in their minds. Idiot Meng Jiangnan. Why play at mutual destruction when you have nothing better to do? Did you think holding that batch of explosives would make you a human shield and no one would dare to kill you? Now look, you're in a difficult situation, and you've even implicated people from other forces. Damn it, idiot Meng Jiangnan. In the end, we still have to help him figure things out. This is just ridiculous. Who can control Su Jiang? Ever since he arrived, we haven't had a single day of peace. Quickly contact your respective bosses. The situation has developed to a point where we can no longer make decisions. Crap, the high-speed rail tickets out of Yan'an are sold out? Which bastard was so fast? Hee, I just grabbed one, saving it as a fallback. Soon, the people around Meng Jiangnan, including Black Hawk, all stepped back cautiously from Meng Jiangnan's side. Seeing this, Meng Jiangnan clutched his lower abdomen, squatting on the ground in agony, blood spilling from his lips, staring intently in Su Jiang's direction. Su Jiang, if you have the guts, kill me, and let all of Yan'an be buried with me. He couldn't bear such humiliation. Rather than being slaughtered like this, he might as well die. Haha, don't speak so tragically. You make me sound like the villain. Su Jiang's voice came from afar. Whether you live or die isn't up to you. It's up to the forces hiding in the shadows. If they show themselves, you live. If they don't show themselves, we all perish together. It's just that you, Meng Jiangnan, will go first. Immediately after, Su Jiang ignored Meng Jiangnan and instead shouted through the megaphone. Are the Kyoto Allied forces here? If you are, come out quickly, otherwise Meng Jiangnan is dead for sure. I'll only count to 10. If you don't come out, we all perish together. Hearing this, everyone's expressions tightened. Is this going to call out names one by one? And right from the start, he's directly demanding the Kyoto Allied forces show themselves? Before everyone could finish thinking, Su Jiang had already begun counting. 10-9. This was too overbearing. He didn't give anyone any preparation time. Crap, where are the Kyoto Allied forces? Hurry up and go out. Yeah, just go out and show your face. It's not a big deal. Are the Kyoto Allied forces here or not? Hurry up and go out. If that madman Su Jiang really shoots later, you, the Kyoto Allied forces, will be fully responsible. The current scene vividly illustrated this point. Before disaster strikes oneself, no one can truly empathize. They will only stand by and make sarcastic remarks, purely talking without feeling the pain. 5, 4, 3. Just as Su Jiang was about to count to 1, a low voice rang out. Wait! A loud shout was heard, and from the distant woods, a man slowly walked out. The man had a frustrated expression, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. You are from the Kyoto Allied forces? Su Jiang asked. The man nodded fiercely, gritting his teeth and saying, My name is Tang Ji, and I am an intelligence officer for the Kyoto Allied forces stationed in Yunan's central urban area. Very good. Su Jiang nodded with satisfaction. With someone setting an example, things would be much easier afterwards. You Kyoto Allied forces, always hiding in the suburbs, what's up with that? Cowardly, yet love to play games. What's your Kyoto Allied forces stance? Whose side are you on? Let's chat. Everyone's faces darkened. You're starting to chat now? Meng Jiangnan is about to die. Su Jiang glanced at Meng Jiangnan. Although he wasn't a doctor, he could tell that Meng Jiangnan's condition could hold on for a while longer. However, if Meng Jiangnan died later, it wouldn't concern him. As he said at the beginning, he wasn't a doctor. We, the Kyoto Allied forces, have always maintained a neutral stance. Tang Ji said stiffly. We absolutely have no intention of being enemies with you, nor do we intend to be enemies with any of the forces. Neutral? Su Jiang's eyes became somewhat dangerous when he heard this word. Are you sure? Tang Ji swallowed hard, momentarily unsure how to answer. He was now somewhat uncertain. Seeing this, Su Jiang suddenly smiled and then shouted, Wei Liangping, are you there? Come out and chat. This guy from the Kyoto Allied forces says they're neutral. What do you think? As his voice fell, no one answered Su Jiang, nor did anyone step forward. This made Su Jiang a little awkward. He raised an eyebrow and said again, If you don't come out, I can't guarantee Meng Jiangnan's life. Everyone heard this and looked speechless. Besides this, you have nothing else to threaten with, right? But it had to be said, this indeed could threaten people. As soon as Su Jiang spoke, a figure slowly walked out from within the Meng family. Everyone looked over, and the person who appeared was indeed Wei Liangping. 281 explosions. Holy crap, it's really Wei Liangping. He's indeed with the Meng family. If Su Jiang hadn't pulled this stunt, he might not have shown himself. I say, isn't anyone concerned about Meng Jiangnan? I feel like he's about to kick the bucket. Wei Liangping's appearance instantly caused a stir, and everyone started talking. Wei Liangping didn't answer Su Jiang immediately. Instead, he gently waved his hand, called over a medical staff member, and told him to treat Meng Jiangnan. The medical staff member hesitated. Could he go? Would Su Jiang open fire? Don't worry, he won't shoot. Wei Liangping said calmly. Given the situation, it probably won't be resolved anytime soon. If we drag it out any longer, Meng Jiangnan will really die. Upon hearing this, the medical staff member's face contorted for a moment. He gritted his teeth and slowly walked towards Meng Jiangnan. However, his speed was not much faster than a turtle's. Su Jiang merely glanced at him and then paid no further attention. After all, it was just treating Meng Jiangnan, not taking him away. Su Jiang still had that much tolerance. Su Jiang. Only then did Wei Liangping turn his gaze to Su Jiang in the distance, letting out a deep sigh, secretly regretting his decision. He must have been out of his mind to cooperate with Su Jiang. Originally, they had agreed to stage a fight, a play to force some people out. But Wei Liangping hadn't expected Su Jiang to be so deranged as to target Meng Jiangnan. If he had known Su Jiang would do this, he would rather die than cooperate with him. Meng Jiangnan was also an idiot. He just had to yell a few times when he could have simply stayed hidden. Is he trying to show off how capable he is? Wei Liangping. The Kyoto Allied forces say they're staying neutral. What do you think? In the distance, Su Jiang held a megaphone and said with a grin. Wei Liangping heard this, glanced at Tang Ji indifferently, and sneered inwardly. Neutral? More like a fence-sitter. Yin Nan has no neutrality. Wei Liangping uttered a simple sentence, filled with a chilling aura. Upon hearing this, Tang Ji's expression immediately changed. Great minds think alike. Su Jiang nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Tang Ji and said, You heard him. Here, there's no such thing as neutrality. Either you represent the Kyoto Allied forces and pick a side now, or your Kyoto Allied forces are out. Su Jiang's face was beaming with a smile, and he said kindly, Choose one. At this moment, Tang Ji's face was incredibly grim. Su Jiang was practically forcing him to make a choice. After a long while, he spoke with difficulty. Picking a side. How does that work? It's very simple, Su Jiang said as if it were obvious. Either you join me, and we fight the Meng family, or you join the Meng family and come fight me. Or, you can form your own faction and fight both of us. Upon hearing this, everyone's mouths twitched involuntarily. The way he put it, it sounded like playing house. Hearing these three options, Tang Ji's face grew even uglier. Tang Ji didn't even think about the first option and immediately ruled it out. Hu and Yin didn't know that Su Jiang was universally disliked. Whoever got involved with him would be unlucky. And joining the Ming family, that meant going against Su Jiang, which was even more something Tang Ji didn't want to see. From what he had observed these past few days, anyone who provoked Su Jiang would truly not have a single day of peace. Even Ming Jiang still didn't know when he had provoked this guy, Su Jiang. Therefore, the best option right now was only one. Our Kyoto allied forces will form our own faction. Tang Ji took a deep breath and said emphatically. Upon hearing this, no one was surprised, and Su Jiang's face showed no emotional fluctuation. Instead, he looked deeply at Tang Ji. Are you sure? I'm sure. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. That's excellent then. This way, we'll be enemies. Hearing this, Tang Ji instantly became alert. What do you want to do? Don't be nervous, I won't lay a hand on you. Su Jiang smiled faintly and said, I was thinking, if you had chosen to side with me, that would have been troublesome. This way it's perfect. As soon as his voice fell, a roar suddenly came from afar. Boom! The sound of an explosion came from a very distant place, and the sound was somewhat faint. What's that sound? Why is there another explosion? Su Jiang and Xie Guli are both here. It can't still be them blowing things up, can it? Then what's going on? It can't be a gas tank explosion, can it? That direction, it seems to be the suburbs? Holy crap! Is it the Kyoto Allied forces? At the same time, Tang Ji's phone vibrated, and two messages appeared before his eyes. Base under attack. It's the Chow family and the Dark Hall. Seeing these two messages, Tang Ji's pupils suddenly contracted, and he dropped his phone on the ground. He suddenly looked up, staring at the smiling Su Jiang in the distance. It's you. You've already allied with the Chow family and the Dark Hall. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. What? Su Jiang allied with the Chow family and the Dark Hall. So that means the ones attacking the Kyoto allied forces now are people from the Chow family and the Dark Hall. Holy crap, when did this happen? This is terrifying. Su Jiang, this lunatic, he really just goes for it without a word, huh? So, as long as they're not with him, he'll attack them? At the same time, Wei Liangping also frowned deeply. This news also came as a surprise to him. He could understand the Chow family, but how could the Dark Hall be involved? These two forces combined might really be able to take down the Kyoto allied forces. Tang Ji's eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at Su Jiang. You were planning to attack us all along, weren't you? How could that be? You're thinking too much, Su Jiang replied with a smile. However, Tang Ji didn't believe him at all. If he hadn't already set up an ambush, how could it be such a coincidence that they were attacked right after he made his choice? Little did he know that after he uttered the word neutral, no matter what he chose, Su Jiang was going to take out the Kyoto allied forces. Neutral? Su Jiang's target was precisely neutrality. The Meng family had to be put aside for now, because what he hated most were people who claimed to be neutral. This was like two people fighting, and suddenly a third party jumps out and says they won't help either side, just watching the show. Do you think those two people would put aside their hatred and beat you up first? For a moment, everyone present looked at Su Jiang differently. This guy was truly a ruthless individual. Even a honey badger wasn't this ruthless. 282. I refuse. Su Jiang. I'm just an intelligence officer. I can't represent the Kyoto Allied Forces stance. Tang Ji said anxiously. Taking sides on such an important matter requires careful consideration. So, first, tell them to stop, and then we can discuss it properly. How about that? At this point, Tang Ji was cornered and had no choice but to temporarily back down. Because he knew that even if the Chow family and Dark Hall working together couldn't defeat the Kyoto Allied forces, they would still cause irreparable damage. And more importantly, such losses were completely unnecessary. I was just watching the show. I didn't touch a single strand of your hair, Su Jiang, from beginning to end, did I? Why is this happening to me? Tang Ji truly had a bitter taste in his mouth at this moment. Discuss it again? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow and feigned confusion. You said you couldn't represent the Kyoto Allied Forces stance, so why did you say you wanted to form your own faction just now? In other words, you were playing with me just now, weren't you? As he finished speaking, Su Jiang's expression changed, and he coldly aimed the gun, which had been pointed at Meng Jiangnan, at Tang Ji. Playing with me comes at a price. Wait. Su Jiang. Seeing Su Jiang aim at him, Tang Ji's face suddenly changed, and he frantically waved his hands. I didn't mean that. Bang! Before Tang Ji could finish his sentence, Su Jiang pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet cut through the night sky, hitting Tang Ji between the eyebrows. Tang Ji's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, as he collapsed and lost his breath. Seeing this, everyone swallowed hard, looking at Su Jiang with some fear. This young man was too decisive and too ruthless. Are you telling me this is just a college student? Someone like him would be a pure villainous demon lord even in another world, right? After this shot, there was no longer any possibility for Su Jiang and the Kyoto Allied forces to reconcile. However, not far away, Black Hawk seized this opening from Su Jiang, wanting to use this opportunity to rescue Meng Jiangnan. He had been itching to move ever since Su Jiang turned his gun. The moment Su Jiang fired, Black Hawk suddenly took a step forward. With his skill, it was entirely possible for him to use this gap to pull Meng Jiangnan back. As long as Meng Jiangnan's safety was guaranteed, Su Jiang wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble today. However, just as Black Hawk took a step, a black flying dagger suddenly appeared, cutting through the air and heading straight for him. Whoosh! Black Hawk immediately broke out in a cold sweat, quickly stabilized his body, and forcibly controlled his leaning posture. He narrowly dodged the flying dagger. Then, he turned his head with a cold, fierce gaze, looking at the person who threw the dagger. Xie Guli stood not far away, watching Black Hawk with interest. At his fingertips, a black flying dagger was constantly spinning, clearly exuding a murderous aura. Tisk, just a tiny bit off. Xie Guli said with some regret. My skill still isn't good enough. The movement of my throw was still a bit too big. Hearing this, Black Hawk clenched his fists, staring intently at Xie Guli. He decided that after killing Su Jiang, his next target would be this kid who played with flying daggers. It was just a pity that the only chance to save Meng Jiangnan was blocked like this. Su Jiang. At this moment, Wei Liangping spoke calmly. Aren't you afraid of becoming the public enemy of Yan'an by doing this? Behind you, there are only the Chao family and Dark Hall. Do you think your combined strength is enough to provoke all the forces in Yan'an? Hearing this, Su Jiang scoffed indifferently. He stood up, met Wei Liangping's gaze, and threw away the megaphone in his hand. The next moment, his voice echoed across the entire battlefield. Wei Liangping, why don't you ask those forces? Ask them if they dare to be enemies with me, Su Jiang? Upon hearing this, both those present and the hidden forces all gasped. Arrogance. Boundless arrogance. Did this young man truly not know the immensity of heaven and earth? Then, Su Jiang looked around, his tone playful. If you think I'm spouting nonsense, feel free to come and test me. See if I, Su Jiang, truly have the strength to say such things. Wei Liangping looked deeply at Su Jiang, frowning tightly. He couldn't figure out where Su Jiang's confidence to say such things came from. Was he merely bluffing, or was he truly fearless? In all these years, he could count on one hand the people he couldn't see through. Xiang Qingtian was one of them. As he thought of this, Wei Liangping's pupils suddenly constricted, and he sharply looked up, examining Su Jiang with a surprised gaze. Because at this moment, he vaguely saw the shadow of a person on Su Jiang. The shadow of Xiang Qingtian. No, he's even more arrogant than Xiang Qingtian, Wei Liangping murmured. Regardless, with Xiang Qingtian already being such a problem, if he had to face Su Jiang as well, even Wei Liangping would find it a headache. Therefore, Wei Liangping decisively said, Su Jiang, aren't you asking us to take sides? What do you think of the Meng family? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Was Wei Liangping really planning to cooperate with Su Jiang? No, the Meng family had been beaten to this extent, and Meng Jiangnan was almost killed. Could he swallow this insult and calmly discuss cooperation with Su Jiang without changing his expression? One could only say he was worthy of being Wei Liangping. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Oh, Su Jiang sounded a bit surprised. You mean you want to join me? It's cooperation, just like you and the Chao family. Can you make decisions for the Meng family? Yes. Wei Liangping nodded, saying decisively, "As long as you're willing, all past grievances will be wiped clean. How about it?" One Xiang Qingtian was already troublesome enough. He didn't want to face Su Jiang at the same time. So, even though this action felt very humiliating, Wei Liangping still didn't hesitate. Not far away, Meng Jiangnan heard these words, clenched his fists tightly, and gritted his teeth without making a sound. Because Wei Liangping was not wrong. The true master of the Meng family was not Meng Jiangnan. If Wei Liangping hadn't intervened in the battle between the Meng family and the Chao family on isolated island back then, the Meng family would have been finished long ago. How about it, Su Jiang? Wei Liangping looked at him with deep eyes and slowly said, "I believe you have no reason to refuse this proposal." In his opinion, Su Jiang and the Meng family didn't have any deep-seated enmity. At most, it was just a small friction. In the face of such major issues, he believed Su Jiang would make a reasonable choice. This proposal is indeed good. As soon as he said this, Wei Liangping's lips curled slightly. However, the next second, Su Jiang smiled faintly, then shook his head. "But I refuse. $283, $20. Wei Liangping's brows furrowed tightly. "What did you say?" "I said I refuse." Su Jiang smiled, looking at Wei Liangping, and said, "It's possible for me to cooperate with anyone, but absolutely not with the Meng family." "Why?" "Because someone paid me to eliminate the Meng family." Wei Liangping was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. "Paid? Is that why you're attacking the Meng family?" Not far away, Meng Jiangnan also looked puzzled when he heard this. At this moment, he thought of countless people, all enemies he had offended in the past. But he never imagined that the one who commissioned it was just a little girl. "Who? How much did they offer?" Wei Liangping asked. Su Jiang slowly held up 2 fingers. 200 million. Wei Liangping somewhat incomprehensibly said, "Just for 200 million, you're risking your life to deal with the Meng family?" Seeing this, Su Jiang scoffed, shook his head, and offered no explanation. He didn't say it was 20 yuan, because there was no need. These people wouldn't understand the weight of that 20 yuan. 20 yuan could buy a giant grilled cold noodle and still leave quite a bit of change. 20 yuan was just a crumpled bill among the 5,374 yuan. 20 yuan was a little girl, seeking revenge for her parents, repeatedly saying that one phrase. "I want to learn how to kill, teach me." Unconsciously, Su Jiang's mind replayed the scene of Wang Yingying's small figure standing before him, uttering those words. Shaking his head, Su Jiang inwardly smiled bitterly. 20 yuan, huh? 20 yuan. To eliminate the Meng family and kill Meng Jiangnan. This might be the most unprofitable deal Su Jiang had ever made in his life. Wei Liangping, seeing this, didn't know what other grudges existed between Su Jiang and the Meng family. But it was clear that their opposing stances could no longer be changed. "All right, let's get back to business. It's not over yet." Su Jiang smiled, seemingly completely unconcerned about the battle situation in the suburbs, and continued to shout, "Have the New Century people arrived? If so, come out and chat." As soon as these words came out, everyone's mouths twitched. "Didn't you just pretend to be from the New Century? And now you're ditching the disguise? That's too hasty, isn't it? The New Century people are definitely here. It's just a question of whether they dare to show themselves. People from this force are always mysterious, and their strength is unknown. I guess they won't compromise with Su Jiang." "Hard to say. Haven't you seen what happened to the Kyoto Allied forces? The explosions in the suburbs still haven't stopped. But I'm also curious, what kind of organization is the New Century?" Indeed, after so many years, there's still no solid evidence. No one isn't curious about this force. Just as everyone was discussing, a person slowly stepped out from the shadows. The appearance of this person immediately drew everyone's attention. The man showed no stage fright. Instead, he looked at Su Jiang with a smiling face and bowed slightly. "First time meeting, let me introduce myself. I am An Rou, the 3rd in command of the New Century. Mr. Su Jiang, our leader asked me to send his regards." An Rou was gentle and refined, appearing like a good, home-loving man. But Su Jiang knew that such people were often the most difficult to deal with. Just like in Mingjia back then, he also appeared gentle and refined on the surface. But secretly, he was heartless, offering 10 million to sell his own sister. Su Jiang took the opportunity to harshly criticize An Mingjia in his mind, then turned his gaze to Yin Heng, his eyes a few shades more serious. The third in command of the new century. This level was not comparable to a small intelligence officer like Tang Ji. Your leader knows me? Su Jiang asked. Who in the entire Yan'an doesn't know Mr. Su Jiang now? Yin Heng replied with a smile. That's interesting. Then has your leader met me before? No, but the leader is very interested in you and has always wanted to meet you. Is he male or female? Our leader is naturally male. The two conversed as if chatting, and at the same time, everyone else pricked up their ears, listening to their conversation. Because everyone knew very little about the new century, every word from Yin Heng's mouth at this moment was solid information. Even Wei Liangping listened, his brows furrowed in thought. He didn't know much about the new century either. The only thing he knew was that this force was very strong. It was even possible that it was the strongest overall force among all forces in Yan'an. At this moment, Su Jiang and Yin Heng were still chatting, and no matter the question, Yin Heng answered with a smile. It made Su Jiang feel a little awkward about making a move on him. What's the new century's stance? Whose side are you on? Su Jiang suddenly asked. We are our own force, but the leader said that if you want to cooperate, it's not out of the question. That easy to talk to? Su Jiang was a little surprised, then immediately asked, Your leader wouldn't have some relation to me, would he? Could it be another Dark Hall, one of his relatives? If that were true, then he really wouldn't eat beef today. Walking sideways in Yan'an would be an understatement. He'd fly in Yan'an. However, to his regret, Yin Heng shook his head. Our leader simply admires Mr. Su Jiang. Yin Heng smiled slightly and added, To show our sincerity, our leader even specially sent you a gift. Oh, what gift? Su Jiang raised an eyebrow, becoming more and more curious about the new century's leader. This gift is a piece of information. Yin Heng chuckled. Information about a certain force, and this information can be heard by everyone present. As soon as these words came out, everyone pricked up their ears. Only Wei Liangping's brows furrowed tightly, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. This force is the Black Dragon Society. Upon hearing the words, Black Dragon Society, Wei Liangping's pupils suddenly constricted. Damn it! Everyone else looked confused. The Black Dragon Society? Didn't Su Jiang almost wipe them out already? Su Jiang's face also showed some confusion, but then Yin Heng began to explain to everyone. According to our leader's investigation, the Black Dragon Society headquarters that Mr. Su Jiang previously destroyed was merely a disguise, a collection of scattered forces. The true Black Dragon Society is spread throughout Yan'an, and its true leader is not Lin Hui. The true leader of the Black Dragon Society is the one who, some time ago, secretly came to Yan'an from Kyoto with all the Wei family's manpower. Lin Hui's father, and also Wei Liangping's right-hand man, Lin Jianba. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gaze immediately turned to Wei Liangping, and Wei Liangping's eyes were fixed on Yin Heng. Why did he know about this? 284. Let's go home. Lin Jianbai? That name sounds familiar. You don't know Lin Jianbai? He was a prominent figure during the Kyoto incident back then. The Wei family's current standing owes a great deal to Lin Jianbai. Still talking about the Wei family? The Wei family is long gone. From what Yin Heng is saying, the remnants of the Wei family are the true Black Dragon Society. They hid themselves so well. Everyone thought the Black Dragon Society was gone, so they let their guard down, only to be caught off guard at the critical moment. Wei Liangping's heart is truly rotten. If it weren't for Yin Heng's words, we wouldn't know how long we would have been kept in the dark. For a time, everyone was discussing animatedly, and their hands weren't idle either, immediately relaying the news back to their respective forces. To have obtained such important news, it was worth all the trepidation they had felt here for so long. Everyone silently thanked Yin Heng, except for Wei Liangping. At this moment, his face was incredibly grim, staring intently at Yin Heng. How did you know? Yin Heng smiled, turned around, looked at Wei Liangping, and slowly spoke. Because we are the new century. We know everything. We know all. What a big claim. Wei Liangping snorted coldly and said in a low voice, Do you really think no one can deal with your new century? I'm not sure about others. Yin Heng shook his head, then said lightly, But with Mr. Wei's strength, he probably can't shake us. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped. This An Rou looked harmless, but unexpectedly, he spoke with such arrogance. One must know that the strength Wei Liangping currently commanded was not limited to the Meng family. There was also Lin Jianbai's Black Dragon Society. Even so, An Heng's tone still did not put Wei Liangping in his eyes. How powerful exactly was the new century? In the distance, Su Jiang looked at An Rou with a hint of danger in his eyes. This guy, stealing my thunder? Tonight, I am the protagonist. How come this guy named An Rou has attracted all the attention now? Then how am I supposed to show off? Su Jiang was displeased and said, Hey, white face, is your new century really that amazing? Then why don't you just take out Wei Liangping? An Rou paused for a moment upon hearing this. You call me white face? You're the notorious white face, aren't you? However, An Rou still let out a sigh and patiently said, Our leader naturally has his arrangements. What is the new century's objective? Well, An Rou kept them in suspense, then smiled and said, If Mr. Su Jiang can join the new century, I can answer that question. Only if I join. No other conditions. Of course, as long as you acknowledge yourself as a part of the new century, you can know our objective. Aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word? Our leader said you would definitely go back on your word. An Rou smiled gently and said, But our leader doesn't care. He said, As long as he hears you acknowledge it once, it's enough. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang looked deeply at An Rou for a long time without speaking. The others didn't even dare to breathe, all their gazes fixed on Su Jiang. At the same time, they became increasingly curious about the new century's leader. From An Heng's demeanor, the new century's leader seemed terrifying. Su Jiang was also considering this question. In his mind, the new century's level of danger had already topped the list. Wei Liangping had to take a back seat. Originally, he had planned to intimidate the other party using the same method he used against the Kyoto Allied forces. But now it seemed that the other party had anticipated it early on. Otherwise, An Rou wouldn't have stepped forward and revealed Lin Jianbai's information. Thinking of this, Su Jiang looked up and glanced at Wei Liangping. Lin Jianbai. Damn it. He was played. Now it seemed that when Xie Guli went to destroy the Black Dragon Society, the reason Wei Liangping didn't show up was to let the overt Black Dragon Society be destroyed in everyone's eyes. This way, the true Black Dragon Society, hidden in the shadows, would be completely concealed and would play a huge role at a critical moment. It could be said that Su Jiang's act of raiding their home was completely exploited by Wei Liangping. Old fox, Su Jiang cursed under his breath. He still couldn't let his guard down against these old guys. If An Rou hadn't revealed this news, he might have suffered a great loss because of it in the future. Since things had come to this, Su Jiang decided to stop. An Heng's appearance was completely beyond his expectation. He had also underestimated the new century. Anyway, both the Kyoto Allied forces and the new century had been forced out into the open. Whether other minor forces showed up or not was no longer that important. Thinking of this, Su Jiang said, I've thought about it, and I'll just drop it. Your new century is too mysterious, and I don't want to provoke you. It's getting late. Everyone should go home. We won't bother you anymore. We're leaving first. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, their mouths twitching. You just leaving? So sudden? Meng Jiangnan. Today I'll spare your dog life again. Su Jiang shouted from afar towards Meng Jiangnan. Tomorrow night at the same time, I'll come back for your dog life. You're coming again. It's not over, is it? Meng Jiangnan's eyes were bloodshot. He hadn't uttered a sound from beginning to end, holding his breath. He didn't expect Su Jiang to humiliate him again before leaving. Su Jiang, if you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, tomorrow I will definitely make you regret it. Meng Jiangnan clutched his wound, roaring in a hoarse voice. However, no one paid him any mind. Su Jiang's men were all retreating continuously. No one dared to stop them, and no one dared to pursue them. Because Su Jiang's gun was still aimed at Meng Jiangnan. This is the first time I've heard such a cheap request. Are you in such a hurry to die? Su Jiang spat disdainfully, saying, I'll be damned if I let you die. You just wait to wish you were dead. If I don't drive you insane, then I, Su, will never leave Yan'an in this lifetime. Hearing this, everyone frantically waved their hands and their hearts. Please get the hell out of Yan'an. How many days have you been in Yan'an? The number of people who have died in these few days combined is more than in the past few months. They hadn't experienced such heart-stopping days for a long time. Every night they were afraid of hearing explosions while sleeping. The last time they experienced such days was the last time. And when Meng Jiang heard this, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. The doctor was so anxious that he quickly advised him not to get angry and to calm down. If this continued, Su Jiang wouldn't even need to shoot. Just talking would be enough to anger Meng Jiang to death. 285. The story of the wolf not coming. Soon, Su Jiang's forces had all retreated, and Xie Guli, without even a word, led his large contingent away. He knew that with Su Jiang's skill, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. As he left, Black Hawk stared intently at Xie Guli's retreating figure, as if wanting to kill him with his gaze. Because of that one throwing knife, he had already put Xie Guli on the list of those who must be killed. Su Jiang, next time, there won't be a second Meng Jiang for you to use as a hostage. Wei Liangping quietly looked at Su Jiang and said, "Now that New Century has shown such capability, are you still not considering joining forces with me?" The reason they hadn't joined forces before was because New Century hadn't appeared. Now that there was such a powerful enemy as New Century, who had the confidence to resist if they fought separately? Hung heard this and didn't interrupt the two of them, but rather watched Su Jiang with great interest. He was like someone watching a play, just like Tang Ji before. Unfortunately, the Kyoto allied forces behind Tang Ji weren't as terrifying as New Century. So he died. At this moment, Su Jiang heard this and also glanced at Heng. Of course, joining forces with Wei Liangping was impossible. But New Century was indeed a force that one couldn't help but pay attention to. The kind that keeps you from sleeping well at night. Come on, Wei Liangping. Who knows if you have any other tricks hidden besides the Black Dragon Society? Su Jiang sneered. If I join forces with you, I'm afraid you'll stab me in the back. Wei Liangping's mouth twitched. I'm afraid you'll stab me in the back. Don't you have any idea which of us is more likely to backstab the other? Slowly shaking his head, Wei Liangping turned and left. Today's farce ended here. There was no point in staying any longer. As for Heng, it was clear the other party was only interested in Su Jiang and ignored his questions. Asking further would only be asking for a snub. Su Jiang slowly retreated, his gun aimed at Meng Jiang while he spoke to Heng. Go back and tell your leader that as long as your goals don't conflict with mine, everything is negotiable. Heng heard this and nodded with a smile. Just as Su Jiang was about to turn and leave, Heng suddenly spoke, calling out to Su Jiang. Mr. Su Jiang, there's something I must remind you of. What is it? Regarding the Kyoto allied forces, it would be best for you to stop now. Heng said softly. Although the Chao family and Dark Hall are very strong, the Kyoto allied forces are not as simple as they appear on the surface. If you truly provoke them, you might suffer a great loss. Hearing this, Su Jiang looked deeply at Heng, said nothing, but turned and left. Heng saw this and gently shook his head. It seemed Su Jiang was still very resistant to New Century. Afterward, he also slowly stepped away, departing at a leisurely pace. For a time, people from all factions retreated, leaving only the ruined Meng family once more. Meng Jiang looked around, feeling an endless desolation. He was even too lazy to call anyone to repair it. Anyway, Su Jiang was coming again tomorrow. Should he fix it just for him to tear it down again? Help me back. Meng Jiang, supported by a doctor, slowly walked into the Meng family residence. There was too much he wanted to ask Wei Liangping about today's events. At the same time, other forces were not idle. Everything that happened tonight was enough to keep them awake all night. And some timid people had already fled Yan'an overnight by train.